Why? Okay, my voice is working now,
Hello?
and yours.
Hello?
Okay.
And then that's yours. Oh, yours is probably working. I didn't look. Test that again.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, yours is coming in. Let me turn us down. I'll turn us down, and then that way you can talk. There we go.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So we're here to talk Master and Apprentice, but there's a little bit of news first, and also let's introduce our guest properly. Go ahead and tell these good people where they can find you.
Good people, you can find me at TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram at Feral Remy. On Twitter, it's _ Feral Remy _. So
you're part of the
yes, please go give me a follow. I am, because somebody stole my original name and I can't get it back. It's some dude that has the name Feral Remy that's had it since probably 2010 or something. However long Twitter's been around. He won't give it back to me.
Yeah, I mean that's just Twitter. But
So rude.
I mean, at the very least, Pep is happy because he's all about _gang.
That's fair.
I'm not in the _gang. I did rebrand though, completely because I fixed.
Because you had
I
all the names were themed, but you had 5 different names.
Yeah, because I had so Instagram is still my name because that's technically a private account. It's not a business account. But I put business on there.
Right.
TikTok was my name with a 5 at the end, but now it's Escape Reality 9. I think it's just Escape Reality Films, yeah. And then YouTube was already branded Escape Reality Films because that's how it started. And then I had to rebrand TikTok to Escape Reality 94 because films wouldn't fit because word count in your username. Fucking bullshit. Oh yeah, you feel free to curse on this show, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. I mean,
Yeah, you're free to
Feral Remy. You can't invite Feral Remy to a podcast and try to censor me. It's not gonna
especially since I am pro the Fox slander. I'm with Chris on this.
I have to go.
Yeah, no, I actually invited you here today because this is an intervention about Fox.
Can you imagine? I would cry.
Now the question becomes which Fox, because there's 2 Foxes, which is, oh my god, annoying.
Well, yeah. I mean, everybody knows if there's any kind of Fox slander or Fox controversy, you should know which Fox.
Yeah,
it
it's the Clone Wars Fox, not the Episode 3 Fox.
Yes.
Although Episode 3 Fox also deserves slander for killing George Lucas' son.
I mean, he had to do what he had to do.
And shooting at my boy Jimmy Smits.
It's fine.
Jimmy Smits is Precious and Bel Organa's actor.
I see.
He knows characters, not names of actors.
No, that's okay. But I totally get it.
Yeah, I can't. Okay, now I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
Jimmy Smits is Precious and should be protected at all costs.
Oh.
Absolutely.
I've refused to believe that he was on Alderaan when it blew up. Even though Rogue One tells us he was.
He wasn't there. He wasn't there.
Rogue One tells us he was, but no.
They missed him in Episode 3, so they came back for him.
Okay, we need to get into the topics for
Alright.
today.
Okay.
Our show derails too much, but
Yeah.
so there's not really a lot of news.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a quiet week, but I mean, so I'm just grabbing what I could.
Yeah.
First off is the High Republic. I mean, it should be assumed that this was going to happen, but the High Republic comics decided to do, and the Marvel is doing omnibus version of the Phase 1 comics, putting all the comics that are part of the Marvel ones that they printed into one book. So that does include High Republic Adventures, because that was IDW. Although now it's Dark Horse that owns that license. Yeah, knowing your comics.
Like, why?
Because I guess IDW didn't renew, and Dark Horse said we'll do it. Which I mean, Dark Horse is my favorite reign of Star Wars comics back in the day. Like Dark Horse before Marvel got it, before Disney purchased Star Wars. The Star Wars comics starting in the 90s were licensed to Dark Horse, and so almost all of Legends content that's comic books was Dark Horse. The exception being the original Star Wars comics, which was Marvel back in the 70s. So in a way, they returned home, but
Oh, that's kind of cute.
I definitely think it was definitely for the synergy, because Disney was like, well, we already own Marvel, and now we own Star Wars. We're just not gonna renew with Dark Horse, and we're gonna let Marvel have the mainline comics, and then IDW somehow got a license as well, and they did Star Wars Adventures, basically anything that ended with adventures.
I mean, fair.
And then the Tales from Vader's Castle stuff as well, which I love the Tales from Vader.
Yes.
Yeah. Kevin Scott. Kevin Scott's the which we'll probably touch upon a little bit when we get to Dooku Jedi Lost, which I skipped that for a reason, because there's a reason I did Master and Apprentice first, and Dooku's not going to happen until we hit episode 2.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
There's a reason. But I'm excited. I'm going to lose more money. Because I already purchased I was purchasing the single comics when High Republic was coming out. I'm only missing a few Adventures singles from the Phase 1. Phase 2 I've been worse at. I've been terrible at collecting Phase 2. Phase 1 I literally triple dipped into the novels. Because I would do the main release with the hardback. I would do the out-of-print version. And then I would go back for the trade paperback.
Oh, no.
So I triple dipped. And I'm gonna double dip for Jedi Survivor. Well, no, Jedi Survivor I'm not. Jedi Survivor I got on PS5, so we're good. I don't have to double dip or anything.
I just love the analogy of like triple dipping, double dipping.
Yeah, because when you buy something multiple times, you're double dipping or triple dipping. Certain Star Wars fans do that, and I was one of those for High Republic, because it was the closest thing we're getting to the Old Republic.
Right, which is fair.
At the moment, I'm with Sawyer, and I think that Knights of the Republic video game remake is going to be canon when we get it. I know a lot of people who disagree, though. I
don't necessarily have an opinion on it. I am just waiting.
Either way, I'm happy. Like I got you into Knights of the Republic. You haven't played the game proper, but you've watched cutscenes.
Yeah, I watched cutscenes and everything. Like, you go through that game as much as I have gone through series like Fallout and Dishonored.
Yeah, I've gone through it enough, and I play it on PC, so I've modded the crap out of it a bunch too.
Nice.
Going back to the High Republic though.
Yeah,
I'm excited because I love the comics that we're getting. We're getting the main line. We're getting Out of the Shadows. Sorry, Out of the Shadow. It's Out of the Shadows, because Into the Shadows is the. I always confuse them.
not to be confused with
Trail of Shadows. That's what it is. There were too many things with shadows in the name coming out around that time.
Yeah, it was bad.
Because we had Shadow of the Sith, we had Trail of the Shadow, we had Out of the Shadow.
Yep.
2 of those being High Republic projects.
Like, why is everything in the shadows?
Some things were coming out of the shadows, though.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Don't know.
And then the last thing is also the Eye of the Storm, which
Yeah.
that's the one that every fangirl loves that story because Markion looking his Markion best, dress for success.
Dress for success.
Markion, you fucking asshole.
He may go by he/him pronouns, but he's definitely gaslight, gatekeeping, and girl bossing.
Period.
It's a case of like, I like you because of how fucking evil you are.
Bro's like, I'm gonna set up mines at the end of the interstate whenever you guys try to exit and go into my neighborhood.
In case
Oh
the
my
message
God.
wasn't clear enough.
Yeah, in case the message wasn't clear enough, I don't want Republic or Jedi out here in the Outer Rim. This is my place. Okay. So I mean, I'm excited. Any
Yeah.
thoughts from you guys? I mean, you're not really a collector of
No.
books in that regard, like I am. How about yourself, Remy?
I'm not really a big collector of books, but I am excited because I will probably still dip my toe in. So
Yeah. It's just a good way to keep up with everything.
yeah, absolutely.
And then, although it's gonna be expensive knowing them, because like omnibuses
Yeah.
are not cheap.
Well, I wouldn't imagine they'd be.
My Knights, going back to Knights of the Republic for a second. My
Mhm.
Knights of the Republic one is like this thick because like there are 60 issues total. No, 55 issues total. And so they just like, here it is, all of it in one book, which as a Zane Carrick fan, for Knights of the Republic, Revan is fine. Malik is poo poo. Nihilus is, Nihilus is shit, even lower than Malik, because Nihilus does not eat planets like Galactus.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of Darth Scotsman, Darth Scion, with his robe. But Zane Carrick is my precious boy, because he's innocent in everything. He's done nothing wrong. That man went into because he was no longer a Jedi. He got put into the Mandalorian Wars, and even then he was like, "Nah, I'm a pacifist."
Not. No thanks.
Which got Saul Kareth wasn't in it, but his underling Morvis was, and Morvis was already done with Zane Carrick shit because Saul Kareth and Morvis kept running into Zane, and it kept fucking with their careers every time. Like Saul Kareth started off as a captain, and then he got promoted a little bit over time, but Morvis kept dropping. He went from right under captain to the lowest you could be of an actual officer still.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, Zane, you're not gonna fuck up my career this time. Go kill some Mandalorians. And Zane's like, but they're people too.
They're people too.
And then oh my god, we're gonna eventually, when we dip our toes into Legends more, we're gonna do a KOTOR comic run. It's my favorite comic in the Star. It's John Jackson Miller. He writes so well. I mean, I know a lot of people like his Kenobi book a lot.
Yes.
For me, I love his comics. I love his. I actually like Lost Tribe of the Sith. I know that's a. Not everybody likes the Lost Tribe of the Sith.
That's an opinion.
I like Lost Tribe of the Sith because I kind of like the Game of Thrones aspect of it, but it's also Lost. It's Lost meets Game of Thrones.
It is. That's a good way to put it.
There's a mystery to this planet they're stranded on, but there's also all this political intrigue and backstabbing.
I remember you telling me about this, and I was like, why did this happen?
Because there's also another book that has Star Wars time travel named Cross Current, and we don't talk about that book. But the only good thing that happened in that book is it canonized Jaden Korr's appearance from Jedi Academy.
Mm.
But yeah, so that's my rant on Knights of the Republic and how it connects to the High Republic. The other piece of news, speaking of High Republic, we're gonna keep on High Republic topic, which technically. Yeah. So they introduced some more directors to us of who's directing some episodes of Acolyte, which I find weird because they're filming it right now.
Yeah, that is a bit strange.
Yeah.
But Scotty made a point early. Our buddy Scotty was here before we were filming. He made a point of the fact that maybe it's for later episodes that they haven't.
Yeah,
that they might be just finishing writing because shows do
that
that where they write about half the season of a show, start filming, still writing the rest of the half. That's just how TV operates. A little bit of behind the scenes on TV for those who don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so they introduced two new directors. They got. I had never heard of either of them, but I've heard of one of their works. So one of them they brought in is Alex Garcia Lopez. So this comes from Discussing Film, but this is also Star Wars Newsnet that I'm using as my source. Garcia Lopez has done Netflix's live action Cowboy Bebop, but he's also done The Witcher, Daredevil, The Punisher, and Luke Cage. So works heavily within the Netflix operating sphere. But it does seem like that's a good candidate for Star Wars. Because like, while I was hesitant when we mentioned the Cowboy Bebop earlier off camera, you were like, well, at the same time, while it doesn't represent the anime well completely, it does still get the vibes of the space western.
Yeah.
Which is
Absolutely.
what Star Wars is.
Yeah.
It's a science fantasy western.
Yeah.
And I think The Witcher though also fits that vibe.
Yeah.
Because you got your fantasy elements, which Jedi. I mean, with the Acolyte being more Jedi centric and Sith centric, you're gonna want something that focuses on the magical aspects, which The Witcher is the right tone for that. And I can see the Acolyte being a darker tone as well, because
I would hope so.
it's
It's
about
in
the-
bright red.
and it's about the Acolyte for a Sith.
It's in bright red like a lightsaber cut.
Yeah. So, and The Witcher is that perfect dark tone for that.
Yeah, I think that it's gonna be pretty good.
Yeah.
The other director I'm gonna struggle again. You want to pronounce it? Because I'm gonna take the heat off of this one. You're taking it. Yeah, I'm throwing you under the bus.
Okay, fine. Where is it again? Oh, so apparently they directed After Yang.
Yeah, I got After Yang correctly, but I can't.
The director's name is spelled Kogonada. I pronounced it Kogonada. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
That's how their name
And
is
if,
pronounced.
and if we mispronounced your name, if for some
We
reason you're
apologize.
watching, we apologize.
But that's what I'm going with at the moment,
I mean,
mostly because they don't offer a pronunciation
Yeah.
guide.
so I will say at least for half of this news, I'm excited because I know the work that half of these directors that they announced has done, and I think it fits the tone. The other one I don't know. I need to. I have to check out their
We'll
other
do
work.
some research.
Yeah, I have to research. But I don't think Lucasfilm has ever miscast a direct. Well, that's not true. But for their TV projects,
careful.
they have never miscast a director.
Yes.
For their film projects, I don't think they miscast a director. I think they did not discuss what they wanted for that project.
Mm.
And that's why things went down the way they did. Solo.
Yeah.
Because they got the Lego movie guys. And then they were like, no, we still want it to be not the Lego movie.
Not the Lego.
But they had already filmed like half of it. And they were like, okay, well, who do you want? We're going to go with Ron Howard now because he's like a really safe bet. And I don't disparage them for it because Ron Howard is a good director and I liked how Solo turned out. But that's part of the reason why it was so expensive to make, like more so than other Star Wars films, because they had already filmed a good chunk of it before they got rid of Phil Lord and Chris Miller. Yes, they had already filmed a bunch, and then they brought Ron Howard in to fix it. Which, I mean, once again, safe bet. Ron Howard is very much a safe director, and I like him. But yeah, so I'm excited. I mean, I'm excited for the Acolyte, anyways. I mean. The Acolyte is, to me, what Obi-Wan Kenobi was to other people.
Understandable.
Because, like, I like Obi-Wan, and I like the show. I needed more stuff that's the era that we're going to be discussing today.
Understandable.
Because I want more. And the thing is, we could have Liam Neeson and Ewan McGregor play the characters still.
Yeah.
Even
absolutely.
in live action, because
Yeah.
Ewan just needs to shave, and he looks shave and get a haircut, and he looks the same as he did in episode 1.
Yeah.
He hasn't aged. He's aged very well. You don't see too many wrinkles on
He
him.
ages like fine wine.
Liam, on the other hand, would be a little bit harder. You'd have to probably add some makeup and then a little bit of CGI touch here or there, because Liam he's aged.
Mhm.
He's aged
Yeah.
He's aged a little bit more roughly. But he's done more action-heavy films than Ewan. Ewan, like, Star Wars was his action-heavy series, and then he kind of,
I was like, I'm done.
yeah, like
Yeah.
I'm done. They had me
everything
doing...
else is stuff that requires talking, and then of course burning himself if you count Angels and Demons. But
He said, "Yeah, I'll be Christopher Robin."
yeah, Angels and Demons though, man, when he made such a good villain in that, and I was like, why don't we cast Ewan as villains more often?
Exactly. Don't even get me started on Ewan playing Roman Sionis in Birds of Prey, because I can go on forever.
God, his version of Black Mask was amazing.
I
But yeah, so that's it for news. Any thoughts from anybody else on the Acolyte news?
I'm also
You
very
know,
excited for
this will be
Acolyte.
the first Star Wars show where I'm not jumping in on like the second or third season.
That's not
for a
true.
while.
Book of Boba Fett was its first season.
That is true. However, it does have like 2
Yeah, it
episodes
requi-
purely for like the Mandalorian.
Oh no.
So one of the mean tricks I do to Seth on this show is we're supposed to mostly be going into things in canon chronological order. But when
Right.
a new project comes out, we have to obviously talk about it. He has not seen Mando season 1 or 2.
Oh no.
So he jumped into Book of Boba Fett without that context, and now he's jumping into Mando season 3 soon without that context. Bad Batch
Oh,
also
no.
you're jumping in with no context of season 1.
Yeah. So I can only infer events that have happened.
No, you have to watch. You have to.
No,
watch
he doesn't.
season
No, he doesn't. Let me bully my co-host.
Oh no! Oh no!
I mean, the fun part is going in without the context, because
Yeah.
I think the best review we've done was Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker saga, because you had not seen episodes 8 or 9,
Yeah.
and so you're in. And what's funny is he was going through a marathon with his brother at like a little bit before
Yeah.
that, but y'all stopped after.
We stopped at 6.
But you had already seen Force Awakens before.
Yeah.
And so we played Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga, and the joke was like, oh, this is my first time getting introduced to the story of 8 and 9.
Experiencing the story.
Apparently, though, I'm not that evil for doing that, because there's a guy on YouTube whose whole thing is playing the Lego Star Wars games with no context of any of the films.
This
I
may
mean, honestly, I feel like it's a good way to get, like,
You get the
it's
basic
fine.
points.
It
Yeah.
works. Yeah, like it's if you want like a summarized version of Star Wars, just play the Skywalker Saga.
Yeah, forget paying. What's that website where you can cheat and buy like notes of a book you've read? I forget. Spark Notes.
Notes?
Yeah, it's Spark Notes, but you pay $60 for it instead of what, $10?
Yeah.
This may be rather telling about me, but the only Star Wars films I have seen in theaters are Episode 3 and Episode 7.
I mean, they're not bad ones to see in theaters,
True.
but also that's telling your age a little. Like
Yeah.
like that's just happened to be the age you were at. Like for me, I didn't I grew up with the prequels, but my first theatrical one was Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
I mean, I've shared my life story, my Star Wars life story on here before. I mean, VH1 Phantom Menace got me into Star Wars.
Revenge of the Sith was the first movie I ever saw in theaters, so
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad one. It's not a
Yeah.
bad one to see in theaters. Although the first time I saw Revenge of the Sith, it was not in theaters. And Harith has researched the thing that that was my first time experience, and he's like, "Yeah, that happened." Because it feels like one of those fever dreams where it's like, "Did that happen? No, that happened."
oh yeah.
Granted, I was 6 and did see a man set on fire and left by his
Well, I mean,
father figure to die.
but also to be fair, it was the first PG-13 Star Wars film. Ever since then,
That's, yeah,
ever since then, Star Wars has been PG-13.
that's crazy.
Because everything up to that was PG.
Oh man.
Which is weird because we also have the uncle of Star Wars to thank for the PG-13 rating, Steven Spielberg. Because
Yes.
Because Gremlins and Raiders of the Lost and no,
Yeah.
Temple of Doom. Temple of Doom were too rough for people. Temple of Doom's my favorite indie. Kalima.
It just. I forgot that, like.
Yeah, it,
Oh,
you forgot about the heart.
yeah, I forgot.
There's a reason that it was why they were like, yeah, we can't just have PG and R. We need
forgot.
something in the middle.
That in, like a
Something in the
guy.
middle.
I forgot that a man just gets fully like Mortal Kombated in Temple of Doom. I forgot he has like a
The whole
fatality
premise.
performed
The
on
whole
him.
premise is that this guy is ripping hearts out and he's got a magical rock.
Yep.
It's iconic.
Yeah. So let's jump. We're actually good on time still, but we can jump into the
Yeah,
main
all
topic.
right.
So
Okay, cool.
our assignment this week was to read Master and Apprentice.
Yes.
I skimmed it because I remember most of it from when I first read it. Because I was somebody. I mean, you listened to like back in the day when it first came out. You listened to a lot of
Yeah.
it with me because back then I ran a Star Wars game and I had to pick you up from your house and I had to pick up our other players. And so what I would do was they had two options when I was driving. They were either listening to show tunes or they were listening to audiobooks. Whichever I felt like
love
for that
both
day.
those options.
It's how they learned about Heathers. Y'all learned about Heathers through me. Y'all learned about
Yeah.
Be More
That
Chill.
was one of the musicals
Oh my
that I think it's one of the like 4 musicals that I know, most of which you are responsible for introducing me to.
I have done both Heathers and Be More Chill, so that just gave me like war flashbacks.
See, I did props, so our college did Heathers, and I did props for that one. Oh, somebody, so we all know Heathers. We're
I'm
gonna
familiar with the plot of Heathers, yes.
yeah, we're familiar with the plot of Heathers. So the scene of the putting Drano into
Hmm.
a cup.
Yes.
Something happened on one of the nights of the show.
What happened?
So something was actually in the cup that that our Heather Chandler drank. And so like there was a whole thing where we were concerned that something happened.
Oh no.
And it wasn't on me, but like there was a whole like props thing of like, okay, how did this happen?
Oh no. That sounds like what happened with me in Be More Chill. I played Chloe,
Mhm.
so I had to dress up as a sexy baby for the fucking Halloween
Do
party.
you wanna chill? Do you wanna chill?
Stupidest thing ever.
Oh, for
And
the
I
Halloween party
had-
scene. And Be More
Yeah, she,
Chill.
like,
I don't think I've seen that one.
You've listened to it though with me. You've never seen it, but you've listened to it with me.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take your word
It's
for
the
it.
it's the one that's essentially sci-fi. It's a sci-fi version of Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, I had a baby bottle, and this was our props guy's fault, like 1,000%. He didn't comprehend that he would have to clean out the baby bottle because he didn't know how baby bottles worked. So one night I go on stage and I'm looking at it, and this
It's just
thing
like moldy.
is filled with mold. And I'm like, I'm supposed to be drinking out of this, and I have to shove it into the kid who plays Jeremy. Like, I was supposed to put it in his mouth,
Yep.
and I like showed it to him, and I was like,
It's like
I'm sorry.
you're just like whatever you do, don't actually drink anything.
It was horrible.
Okay, we're gonna do a real controversial thing real quick on Heathers that I have to ask.
Okay.
Blue versus You're Welcome.
Okay, I
I
love
forget
Blue.
the premise for either of
So
these
so
ones.
this that is the little bit of a warning for the trigger warning for some people.
Yes.
It involving essay. It is the attempted rape scene
Oh, shit!
with Kurt and Ram.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I prefer Blue, but that's because that's the one that we did. And so like me, and it's also how I bonded with. I don't know if you know John David, but it's like how I bonded with him. Like I met him through Heathers, and we would bond by backstage dancing to it. And
I love Blue, and whenever we did Heather, so I choreographed it, and
Mhm.
whenever we did it at my college, they had replaced Blue with Your Walk.
Yeah,
It
'cause
like
it-
had just
yeah,
been replaced.
Yeah.
And like we all got the script and we're like doing like the table read, and we got to it and like none of us knew, and so we were like, what what is this? Why is this happening? And so I was so disappointed that I wouldn't get to choreograph Blue, but I ended up choreographing You're Welcome in a way that like it made me enjoy it a little bit more. Like it was fun, but it's still just as creepy as Blue.
And-
I feel
and
like
I
You're
argue
Welcome is worse.
That's how I feel. Cause,
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. They tried to correct it because they were like, oh, people were upset that Blue makes a mockery of SA.
Yeah,
I think it makes a mockery of the people attempting SA.
agreed.
Your Welcome makes Kurt and Ram a legitimate threat, whereas
Yeah.
Blue is more of like, oh, these two are dumbasses. Yes, they're doing a terrible thing, but they're not a threat.
Yeah, and I don't know, like it just in the
It
song
changes
they
the rest of the
don't-
story. It changes the
It
rest.
does, yeah.
Because to me, You're Welcome means JD was right to kill them.
Yeah, I agree.
Blue means that yes, they did a bad thing, and yes, they should have learned a lesson. And if they had done what JD lied to Heather that they were doing, then yes, that would have been a different story. Where yes, oh, we're gonna do we fake shoot you, and you learn your lesson not to attack people. But
Yeah.
but JD killing them with Blue as the song means that he's still a terrible person who's trying to force Veronica to do terrible things.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, I do like out of the West End version with the new songs, I do like the other two new songs. Like I love Just Say No.
Yes, it's so good.
And then Heather Duke getting a song, fuck yes.
Yeah, as she should. She should have had one to begin with.
But yeah. I like the new songs. I don't like You're Welcome for those reasons. And I know it's controversial depending on who you talk to because it is a tough subject.
Yeah. I mean, I can see it from like both ways, but
Yeah.
after choreographing You're Welcome, I was like, I made this so much worse.
Like the only thing that could have made like the thing from You're Welcome that's good that they could have implemented into Blue and probably would have solved the issue is keep the Veronica part where she knocks them out and teaches them a lesson.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you needed in Blue, and you would have done. You've perfected it. Anyways, since we're all musical people here, I had to.
Don't throw me.
You like musicals? Don't even. So the main topic, Master and Apprentice.
Yeah.
Okay, I got some questions already on hand.
All right.
I was thinking of it. So, well, first off, let's just talk about our favorite moments first. We'll start there, and then we'll get into the more like specific scene questions that I have. So for me, I like the parts. I like just Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon's relationship and seeing everything develop. I'm upset that Padawan. Why I like the Padawan book.
Mm.
I was hoping it would be very much a prequel to this in sense of like seeing more of that. Even
Oh
earlier.
yeah.
We didn't get that. It was It was Obi-Wan runs away and goes to Lord of the Flies planet.
Obi-Wan has a run-in with Lord of the Flies and a boss from a Resident Evil game. That is what happens in that book.
But this,
Yeah.
I think we get a really good dynamic because we hear about the fact that
Yeah.
I mean, Episode 1 makes it clear that Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan have different perspectives on how Jedi should operate. Because even though at the end of this book they pretty much are like, oh, we'll agree to disagree, we can see that disagreement is still very heavy by Episode 1, and that like, because Obi-Wan's like, oh, you could have been on the council by now if you would just listen to them, and it's like, now we learn he had an opportunity to be on the council.
Yep.
God, and then I love the.
You know, retroactively, that makes that a real smart-ass comment.
Which Obi-Wan is a sassy bitch.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
like, that's just how he operates.
Yeah.
What about you? What scene, like...
Oh, God. So you told me about the scene a little bit in advance. You
Dooku
asked me
flashback?
like, "Hey, how do you feel about the fact that like Dooku electrocuted this serial killer?"
In front
like-
of child Qui-Gon.
I'm like, "What?" And you said, "Don't worry about it."
Because
And
I thought you had already made it to that when
Yeah.
I said it, and you were like, "No, what?" And I was like, "Oh, when you get there."
I'm like, normally, I don't advocate using dark side stuff, but in this particular instance, fuck this guy.
I think though at the same
I-
time this is bad because it creates. Because I was just talking about this just as we were setting up. I was like,
Yeah.
Qui-Gon has generational trauma because of Dooku.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, Dooku created some trauma for that man, which then got passed on to Obi-Wan.
Yep.
They keep doing.
Anakin came with his own trauma, so like Obi-Wan's trauma was just like on top of what Anakin already had.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dooku is the trauma.
God.
Dude,
I
it all
do-
starts with Dooku.
However,
Because Yoda is not traumatic. Like Yoda didn't implement that trauma to Dooku.
I don't know. I disagree slightly because of Yoda's teachings to Dooku. I mean, I disagree with a lot of what the Jedi Council has to like
Yeah.
their teachings anyway. So, but Yoda was so strict on like you have to follow these rules that I feel like
And to be fair, I'm reading the Yoda comic, which is now at the point, like in the timeline, they're now showing like while Dooku is already done being apprenticed to Yoda, which I'm upset that we still don't ever get Yoda being his master.
I know.
But we get actually a scene. So there was a set of comics that came out
all right.
in the 2015 era of Star Wars comics where they were doing the Age of, which was
Yeah.
their like tying into like certain eras, and so they did Age of Republic Count Dooku, and we see Dooku kill this Jedi. This is like after he's already left,
Okay.
and the Yoda comic has now shown us the scene where he knew that Jedi,
Yep.
because that young Jedi was like a Padawan, a youngling at the time, and was like, he was like when he ran into Dooku again, he was like, I remember you taught us some fighting forms one day, and Dooku's like, I don't remember, and now we've seen that scene, and it ties in so well to Master and Apprentice because of the topic of Force visions.
So,
Yeah, Remy, let's
You
get
got some
your
thoughts?
let's get your favorite like if you had to pick a favorite like kind of scene.
I mean, I definitely agree. I think one of my favorite parts about the book overall is I love Obi-Wan. He's one of my favorite Jedis. And then Qui-Gon is also very much up there. So getting to see the dynamic between them is just one of my favorite parts of this whole book because I also think that it's just funny because you know how like most of the time you have like the rebellious teen and like the parent that's like
Yeah.
no,
And now they
it's
flipped
just
it.
switched. Yeah, and I think that it's so funny and that's my favorite part about this book.
Oh, it's so yeah, and like it's so good because I grew up reading one of my what got me into Star Wars books was the Jedi Apprentice book series from Jude Watson. And because I back when like I was in like middle school, there was the Scholastic book fairs, and there would always be a ton of Star Wars books in those catalogs. And like Jedi Apprentice was one of those books that I got the Ties That Bind, which is not a great way to start that series because it's like it's like smack dab in the middle of everything.
Right.
And like so you're learning about this love interest that Obi-Wan has, who they made canon in Padawan. Because I don't think she
Yes.
because she does I don't think she's even mentioned in this book, but she's in Padawan.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
And so like they got Master and Apprentice and Padawan remind me of reading like Jedi Apprentice books. And
Absolutely fair.
and Claudia Gray always just understands characters.
Oh yeah, she knocks it out of the park.
So we're gonna now that we've kind of like got our
Yeah.
like initial kind of thoughts. How do you feel about what is your interpretation on this whole Force vision thing? Because we've seen how the Jedi feel about it, we've seen how Qui-Gon feels about it and how Dooku feel about it. I'm leaning that it's somewhere in the middle, closer to what how Qui-Gon interprets it by the end, and that Force visions are not wrong. It is very much a situation of you just can't seek them out. Like if you are constantly like meditating to get a vision, then something's gonna happen. And then 2, you can't basically pull a classic Greek epic and try to avoid it at all cost or try to force it to happen. Anakin. Because, like Greek tragedies have taught us, the more you run away from a vision, the more likely it will happen. Is there any like thoughts outside of that? I guess. I know you. So much similar to Remy, you're not the biggest. Like you like the Jedi, but you're more critical of them. I guess is the word I'm looking for.
Yes.
So, God, fucking Force visions again. Here we go. Why does everyone keeps like either trying to avoid, make them happen? None of them ever go like, okay, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
Like, they just are like, we have to like plan and do all this other shit, and it's like, no, we don't.
I think it's okay to
like you can plan a little bit,
but
like,
don't make it your whole like
be
thing.
all and end all.
Yeah, don't like dwell on it. And
it's like,
yeah.
all right, just treat it with the same amount of importance as like a text that someone's gonna be 5 minutes late.
Yeah, like, okay, I know this information, I can prepare for that, but I'm not gonna.
But it's not going to make too big a difference.
Right.
Any differing thoughts there?
No, I definitely agree. I agree kind of with you, Caleb, in the sense of like, I think that it's leans more towards like what Qui-Gon is thinking, like towards the end of it. And
yeah, because at the beginning he's
that's what
very
I agree with.
like at the beginning he's Dooku mindset.
Oh yeah, 1000%.
Which Dooku is like, which even Dooku at a certain point was like, okay, we gotta shut this down.
Yeah.
God.
Once again, the generational trauma.
Like seeing Qui-Gon's like
because we get
seeing
real
through
Averross,
Qui-Gon's
yeah,
eyes
Mhm.
of like what is going on with Dooku and the prophecies, because I know this actually happens over the course of years where it goes from let's talk about these, let's not do this, let's talk about these again.
This is a over years thing. Like
Yeah,
the flashbacks kind of begin with Qui-Gon being like in his like early teens, a little bit before that.
Yeah.
And then by the end we're closer to like he's about the age of Obi-Wan by the end of it in flashbacks.
Yeah.
and so there's that.
Yeah, I mean, and then on top of that we get Rael Averross, Qui-Gon's essentially older brother.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Rael Averross. Oh, actually, nope. You know what? I'm gonna go back on that first question. My favorite scene is our introduction to Rael Averross.
Yes. Yeah, I agree 1000%.
Like Rael's like, Rael is living by his name.
Yeah.
Look, even George Lucas confirmed the Jedi are not celibate.
No, yeah.
George Lucas has said the Jedi are not celibate. They just don't build relationships the same way.
Oh, I love that scene.
I love that later on in the fucking book, Qui-Gon not breaks in, but like walks in on the middle of him and the innkeeper, and he's like, and Rael's basically like, well, fuck, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Fine, why are you here right now?
Yeah, Rael is this era's version of Elzar Mann.
Oh, yes.
Like, man's made mistakes, he's trying to atone for them.
Yeah. Speaking of mistakes, let's talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk.
Should he have followed protocol or no? Because I have an answer for this.
Oh. Well, let's start with our guest because I've been
Yeah.
answering first a little too much.
I'm gonna say no. I don't think he should have followed protocol.
So basically, the actions he took is like the best call he
Yes.
could have made.
Yes.
I'm kind of leaning with you because like I feel like there were one. I think she was gonna die either way.
Exactly. Like he made the best decision that he could.
Yeah, like I think the choice was it was, and even if she wasn't gonna die, it becomes the question of the one versus the many sort of situation.
Exactly.
And while I don't always promote that decision, because the one versus the few versus the many becomes a very like, do we always have to go with the many because that sometimes the few get trampled on when they shouldn't be. But I think
Right.
in this particular case, the many outweighed the few, especially since his apprentice knew the oath that they took when being a Jedi. And
Exactly.
and as a Jedi, you can leave at any time. Dooku of all people has proven, yeah, I was a master. I was on the council when I left.
Yeah.
Because Dooku does make the council eventually, and he left. I think he dropped from the council first, but then he left after that.
Yeah.
I think that's the order of events, because in the Yoda comic right now, that they're at the time when he's on the council.
Mm.
You said you had an answer, though.
Yes.
Yes.
My
Please
answer-
explain.
Is yes, he made the right call.
Okay, so we're all
And the
good.
reason
Okay, we're
why
on the same page.
has
but you probably have a different reason, because we
Yeah.
always have the same answer, different, like,
Yeah. And the reason why is because of how, like, what the mutiny protocol is. And I'm like, that's an unnecessary risk. If you can stop them before they even get on the ship, then you won't have any
yeah,
of
why
these problems.
why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you do that
Yeah.
first? And it's like, I didn't know nano darts were a thing now, but I'm fucking terrified of them now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to start introducing them to our games.
I hate you. But I'm like, this is one of those things where it's like, you can't always predict what's going to happen in a fight. You can only go off of the information that you have. And with the information that he had, I think that was the best call he could have made. I disagree on the council's assessment of immediately sending him back out into the field
That- yeah.
after that.
yeah.
Yes.
Multiple times throughout this book, I was frustrated with the council.
I think one of the biggest mistakes in this case is something that we know the Jedi have in canon, and it's the lack of grief counseling. Because we know they have it.
Literally.
Like, we know they have it, and in the case of... I know that at this point we're... In a way, it's going to become a victim-blaming thing of, like, Rel didn't ask for help, though. Which is very much the same situation of what happened with Anakin. Is Anakin should have gone to counseling so many fucking times. But he doesn't.
So many times.
Like, there are so many times where Anakin should have been like, hey, I need some counseling. And I think at the same time, while the Jedi should offer it when they can obviously see a situation, like with Rel's case, they should have obviously been like, hey, no, you're getting 2 weeks, like, we're just going to counsel you.
Yes.
Like, that should have been a mandatory counseling, because they know what happened.
You're off.
In the case of Anakin, they don't know what's going on with Anakin. But in the case of
Right.
Rel, they knew what was going on.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Yeah.
not a secret.
I don't think
Yeah.
that the council is like how I
It's a
phrased
50,
it.
it's a 50-50.
No, how I phrased it made the council seem actively malicious.
No.
They're not.
No, they're not.
They're neglectful,
Yeah.
which is also bad.
Yeah. And I think Rel then takes this obsession.
Yeah.
And he goes to an unhealthy level where he's like, this child is now my apprentice. Essentially, like, he treats her like his dead apprentice, which is something that she immediately, like, holds against him, and why she becomes the villain at the end of the book.
I think Rail is a good man who got caught up in his own problems.
Yeah.
I think he did the right things for the princess, but they were for the wrong motivation.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I do think Zerka should have been held more accountable, which now goes into one of my
Yeah.
questions, which is, so I think this, before I go into the question, I think this is the first time in canon Zerka's introduced,
Yes.
because as a KOTOR fan, I've already been like, fuck Zerka, but like, now they're in canon and they're still up to the same bullshit.
Yeah.
Except
Yeah.
now the question becomes, is the Republic held, are they complicit with slavery? Because there's no way that, like, I'll let y'all answer, I guess, before I give my opinion. Whoever wants to.
All right, since no one else will, I fucking will. Yeah, they are. They
Yeah.
are allowed to operate within Republic space, which means that they fucking know. However, the issue why they can't do anything about it in this one is because, technically, as far as they're concerned, Pajal is an independent,
Yeah, it's
Planet system,
Yeah, it's
so they can't go over there and just be like, hey, Zerka, stop. However, Zerka also has a lot of money and a lot of bribes. And we don't really take this into account all that well, but the galaxy's pretty fucking big. You can't catch every crime out there.
yeah.
And in truth, trying to go against Zerka would probably be extremely difficult,
Especially since more than likely,
particularly since they've got so many people on their fucking bribe payroll. I assume
Yeah.
that's company standard to have money set aside for bribery wherever.
yeah.
Also, not to mention, there are places like Hut Space where it is perfectly
Well, yeah,
legal.
because they're not Republic. Like, it's their own jurisdiction.
So it's like, we could, but we don't have the money, we don't have the people, and the last time we tried to expand out into the Outer Rim, it didn't go so well. Because everyone hated it. Well, not everyone,
But
but
the
a lot
Nihil
of
did.
people were violently opposed to it.
Markion hated it.
Which means, I'm like,
Yeah.
in the past, I can see how that caused problems in the present.
Because we are still technically in the High Republic era.
Yeah.
Because the High Republic
Right.
era doesn't end until Episode 1 starts.
Yeah.
I mean, we all essentially agree that yes, the Republic's they're complicit. But like, is there anything you
Yeah.
wanted to add to that?
No, I mean I agree 100%. They knew what was going on and they just choose to ignore it. That's I mean I agree with the fact that there's so many crimes that are happening throughout the galaxy too that you can't stop all of them. And I think that's why they're just like it's fine.
They've just given up.
Yeah.
So I want to add something.
Mm.
I think we also need to consider the fact that companies are allowed to have seats in the Senate.
Oh, yeah, fuck, that's right. That other thing that I don't like about them.
Like this is as late stage capitalism as it gets,
That's right.
and it's what
Mhm.
Because
and
the
I think
banking clan has a fucking...
not only the banking clan, the
Like-
Trade Federation, that's
Yeah,
literally the
literally.
whole,
Yeah.
I
that's
think
literally the plot of Episode 1 is that the Trade Federation has a seat in the Senate, and so therefore, instead of just going, "Hey, the Trade Federation, get off Naboo," they're like, "Oh, we have to investigate first because we can't just."
I think, like,
Yeah.
I remember me and my brother watching this and me and you talking about it a few days later. I was like, why?
Yeah, and it's even crazier because
Because their planet, the one
Cato
for the-
Nemoidia.
Cato Nemoidia, also has a seat on the Senate. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Why do they have so many seats on the Senate?
yeah, and that I mean, and then you could argue that that same scenario happens with the banking clan because then the moon the moons
Which
the moons also have their own seat because they're whatever planet they're from on top of the banking clan that they mostly operate.
which means that there's like 7 people from this one section. Which I can understand like moons in the section because people can live on the moons, having a seat.
Like on the well, no, not the planet, the moon race.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
The
I was
the big head, the
confused
big head,
about
the tall heads.
I thought you meant like celestial
No,
bodies,
no,
as in
no.
like actual moons.
Although moons also, I think moons also like the celestial types can also have seats depending on if people are living on them.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think though that's where we go into the conflict of this story in Master and Apprentice though, because do they because it seems like no, they don't.
Well, according to Princess Fanry, no, fuck you. I am the boss now.
Yeah, and I think that goes into the same case for Republic Worlds, where they probably don't have their own voice. They probably go by the voice of whatever planet they are operating within.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not fair because, as we see in this book, Moon life is different than Pajel life.
Yes.
Like, so different. Oh,
Mm.
one of my other favorite scenes.
Yeah.
I love the Ben-Hur scene. Essentially, it's essentially a Ben-Hur scene. The race scene. The great hunt scene.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's almost like a chariot race, but with like we're also hunting animals.
Yeah. Yeah.
The best thing about it is like Obi-Wan raises the question of like, so why, out of curiosity, why are we using droids? And they go, oh, it's to make it harder. It's not because of like a conscience thing.
Yeah, we're not making a choice to care about the environment. We just want it to be harder.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Man, but and then of course we get orange crystal, like we get the fake kyber crystals.
The colon
Yeah.
crystals.
This book introduces a lot of really interesting concepts.
Yeah.
And
It
it's
does.
it's weird we haven't seen fake kyber crystals since this book.
I really want them to like include fake kyber crystals in the Bad Batch. I feel like that's something that would come
Yeah,
up.
it would
that
fit the
make
tone.
sense and fit the tone.
Yeah.
I could see the Bad Batch being sent on a mission, like going, "Hey, I want you to buy these kyber crystals," and then it turns out they're fakes,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
like that's definitely
Yeah.
a mission Sid would send them on.
1000%.
And then Sid would take too much money again, and then
Oh, God.
God.
screwing our boys over again.
Stresses me out.
So let's talk about Rahara Wick.
Oh my
And-
god. That B plot is so good. The whole I was one of them once, and so that's why we got to do the right thing.
It's so
And Pax being like, why the fuck are we doing this?
yes.
This is reckless without any sense of self-preservation. And Rahara's like, because I understand them since I was one. And Pax is like, fine,
Once
help
again,
them.
though-
Just there.
Once again, though, Star Wars is giving us like, because everybody was excited about a couple weeks ago with Tech being like the realization that yes, he's absolutely autistic coded.
Yes, yeah.
Pax is also very much, I feel like, because of the way he was raised. Like, it's
Yeah.
more because of how he was raised, but I think that there's more to it than that because
Yeah, very
Yeah.
coded.
it's very autistic coded.
Yeah.
Because like he understands the emotions, but he has trouble conveying them.
Well, if you were raised by robots, then yeah, you'd probably have some troubles with that too.
And I think
I thought my interpretation was that there were 2 of them. I was wrong.
No, there's a whole-
83 of them.
yeah,
Yeah.
This kid was far from alone.
yeah.
If
Yeah.
anything, the exact opposite.
It's God. Imagine being raised by like 83 C-3POs.
Oh my god.
Because that's essentially what they were.
Yeah, this sounds like a nightmare. I feel so bad for him, but I will say he is one of my favorite characters in this book. So
I mean, this book just has so many good characters. Like it's
it does.
old
This book
and
is-
new. Like once
Yeah.
again, Claudia understands Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. She definitely understands Dooku.
Yes.
And this is an interesting time because this
Mm.
came out this alongside Dooku Jedi Lost. So we
Mm-hmm.
were learning a lot about Dooku at this time.
Yeah.
We'll get to the reason I I said I would say why we did this instead of Dooku first.
Mm.
Because Dooku is really a Ventress story. Dooku Jedi Lost
Oh.
is really Ventress' story. You haven't
Yeah.
listened to it yet, but it's another audio drama.
Okay.
And it's basically Ventress looking into why Dooku becomes Dooku that we know,
Mhm.
and also being sent on a mission to kill Dooku's sister.
Yeah.
Well,
And so then the rest of it is like flashbacks of Dooku's life. And we learn why Dooku is invested in Force visions. And like I said, I skimmed this book, so I can't remember if Dooku mentions his bestest friend in the whole fucking galaxy or
he does not.
I no.
He does
No,
not mention his
he
boy
does not.
Sifo Dyas,
No.
which is the reason.
No.
Like they were besties. They were besties. They were like the besties of besties.
Sifo Dyas.
Like and Sifo Dyas was the one that was having Force visions out of the two.
Yeah.
And that's what got Dooku invested in it. Dooku's like, oh, my best friend is suffering through these, and then the council on top of that is saying that they're bad in general, so therefore we're just gonna ignore them. Which is why Duke. So maybe I'm wrong. Yoda is part of the generational trauma because, like,
I told you.
because like that was a Yoda decision that Dooku's still was still pressed about even once Dooku's on the council. Because in the Yoda comic, there's a kid that he meets that had a Force vision. It's a Wookiee Jedi, so you'll be happy about that because he loves his Wookiee Jedis.
We love Wookiee Jedis.
And he had a vision of Kashyyyk being attacked by Trandoshans and also being attacked by his Trandoshan Jedi friend.
Mm.
And Dooku's feeding into that and is immediately like, okay, yeah, you should definitely look into that, but don't tell Yoda.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, yeah, Dooku, you're that's fucked.
I'll go behind the
Dooku.
council's back on this one.
So the princess,
Mm.
Mm.
how do we feel about the princess? I think that's the question. I don't think that because if I go specific, it just gets sad.
Yeah.
Was she right?
I don't agree.
Is
with
it
why.
the Count Dooku quote from Tales of the Jedi? I don't agree with the method, but I agree with the message.
No.
Yes.
Because
Oh,
Hold on.
Okay.
let me explain. I don't agree with why you did it this time. I do agree with what you did. Please get Zerka off this fucking planet. I don't agree that the reason you did it was I am the queen now. Everyone should bow and scrape because I am so fucking tired.
yeah,
None of you deserve to live, even you slaves. Which
Yeah,
is like,
yeah.
what is wrong with you? You're not going to get any support for this. At first, I was like, man, Minister Orth is being a real bitch. But now, I'm like, no, she wasn't. She's the most reasonable person in that entire fucking castle.
My favorite scene with Ortha is the scene where they catch Qui-Gon in his jammies just going through the castle. Because he wakes up from the vision, goes to where the Force leads him into, and he had to just be in his jammies because we aren't told that he changes his clothes. We're told he just goes there. And so, much like
It's
Dooku, I can imagine that the jammies are pretty lit. Because Dooku jammies are that nice silk jammies. So
those look so comfy.
like, there's no way that Qui-Gon wasn't like raised to have like good style.
God.
I feel like Qui-Gon just sleeps in his underwear.
I feel like actually Qui-Gon sleeps with nothing.
Yeah, no, he would 1,000%.
I think though you are right that in this case he's probably in his undies only
Yeah.
because he's not at like on a ship or at the Jedi Temple.
Yeah, he's not like somewhere that he knows, like, or that he's like comfortable with.
Like he's like, oh, I'm at somebody else's house. I can't sleep naked here.
Yeah.
Yeah. He
Now-
just sleeps in his underwear.
Obi-Wan though is the type to sleep like fully clothed, like jeans still on.
Obi-Wan's still in his Jedi robes.
Like
And he sleeps like he sleeps like this.
it's either that
just on his back.
it's either that or he changes only to get like the clothes he's gonna wear tomorrow on, and wears the clothes he's gonna wear tomorrow in his sleep.
Uh,
Oh no.
Because Obi-Wan's just that kid. He's like, I gotta be prepped for the next day. Let's
Yeah,
go.
he's like, I'm ready to go.
yeah. A great like bonding moment between Rael and Qui-Gon is like Qui-Gon's like during their battle on Felucia, it's like I don't know how to swim. It's one of those things where I'm like, and you bring this up now.
To be fair, why would you bring it up when you're not having to swim?
Yeah.
Rael not being like mean about it. He's just like,
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
I'll
it's
teach
just-
you how to swim tomorrow.
It's Big Brother energy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm like, that's endearing.
It's
He's
so
like,
cute.
why did Dad not teach you how to swim?
Yeah.
And- God.
Meanwhile, Qui-Gon as a dad is like, you're gonna learn how to do basic lightsaber forms every day.
Qui-Gon is the
day,
type of dad
every
that would just
day.
like he like picks up Obi-Wan as like a child and just throws him in the water and is like figured out. Swim.
He is the Loden Greatstorm, where he's like, oh, we gotta learn how to stop ourselves from falling with the Force.
Yep.
I will fucking throw you off this cliff.
Figure it out.
Which is also why I learned to love Loden like off the bat. Like as soon as Loden did that in the High Republic, I was like, "You are my boy."
Oh man, I do love that. Like when they actually get around it, like when Qui-Gon, after he thinks about that, he's like, "Obi-Wan, I never taught you how to swim, did I?"
Once again, the generational trauma's coming up.
Yep.
But Qui-Gon is like, he's like a millennial, and that he's like, oh, I know that I have generational trauma. I'm trying to heal from that, and in order to do that, I have to make sure not to do what my dad did.
Yeah.
Like, when we get back to Coruscant, you're learning how to swim.
Instead of being instead of like being a wreath, you know, Obi-Wan's a wreath. He likes reading books.
Yeah.
He's like, I just want to go to the library and hit on my girlfriend, not girlfriend, who will ignore me, and go off on actual adventures.
Like,
Because Padawan taught us that.
I think the thing is that Obi-Wan, he doesn't see going to the library as fun, but I don't get the sense that he hates it
No.
either. It's like,
No.
I just need to go and wash the dishes or whatever. It has like that level of importance to him.
Yeah.
The thing that frustrates him is he's like, why does my fucking dad have me doing basic forms all day, every day, 10 minutes in the morning and in the afternoon?
Why won't he teach me his form of fighting? And it's like,
Eh.
and at the end, we
And
get
I'm
the ultimate
like,
lesson
when,
of it.
when Qui-Gon says to him in that moment, like, at the start of the book, when he asks him that question, it's like, well, if you don't understand the reason why, then I can't explain it to you. I'm like, okay, that's a cop-out answer, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it's very much you need to learn the lesson first.
Yeah.
And the lesson is, when the time comes down to it, you're not going to remember any of that complicated shit, so just learn the 1-2s.
Yeah,
Exactly.
like when you are in the heat of a moment, you go to your basic instincts. And so
Yeah.
he's
We're gonna
trying-
fucking drill that muscle memory in.
Yeah,
nice and
exactly.
good.
That's what he's doing. He's drilling muscle memory, because if he starts going into higher forms, then you can't teach those every day like the same way you can a basic. Basic, you can just go, okay, do it. You know it.
Yeah, absolutely.
This book is just so good.
Yeah.
It's so
wonderful.
good.
However, Rael Everos dresses like a homeless man, no matter
Oh.
where he is.
He's the Frank Reynolds.
Yeah.
It's great because I've gotten him into Always Sunny, so the fact that
Yes.
Rel would be the guy that's like, I'm the garbage man.
Yes. He's so
I don't like you made that comparison, but you are right.
Qui-Gon,
It's
your
so
mom is a
correct.
whore. And then Qui-Gon's just like, but isn't that your mom too? Yes.
God. Oh God. The
It's so
council
good.
frustrated me in this book.
The council always frustrates me, but this book is one of the
The like
main reasons
worst.
why.
Yeah, like I will say the times I'm the most frustrated with the council, there are two books essentially that are like the most like, God damn it, Jedi Council, this is why we can't trust you. Is
Mhm.
this book, and then Dark Disciple.
Yep, that's what I was gonna say too.
Those are the two books where I'm just like, God damn it, Jedi Council.
Oh,
Because in Dark Disciple, they literally are like, let's do a hit job.
Oh shit.
yeah,
Because
I've never thought the council would like I understand maybe like okay, you're off the case or whatever. But I've never heard like we're gonna put a fucking hit out on you from the Jedi Council.
well, it's specifically because at the beginning of Dark Disciple, Dooku basically genocides a planet.
Oh.
And
yeah.
Well that'd probably do it.
because this is during the Clone Wars, and like this is near the end.
Oh,
And so
okay.
this
So
is-
it's like at the end of it, they're fucking done.
Yeah, they're fucking
They're
done
like,
with
Yeah.
we
Dooku.
give up. We've tried asking him to surrender it, so
And
we've
we've
tried
tried
50
capturing
times.
him.
We've tried capturing him. Yeah, at that point, it's like if you see him, just take him out.
But no,
'cause-
no, they legitimately don't go, oh, any Jedi that sees them. No, they legitimately seek out assassins.
Wait,
Yeah. Yeah.
wait. So it's not just like a kill on sight order. They hire people.
Well, no, not even properly though. They get Quinlan Voss involved, and they're like, "Hey, go find Ventress, because she's a bounty hunter now, and we know that she doesn't like Dooku anymore. She'll do the job, but don't tell her you're a Jedi. You're undercover."
Yeah. Exactly.
And this is and the idea of all people comes from motherfucking Yoda.
God damn.
And even Windu looks over and is like, "Are you sure about that?"
Yoda. Damn,
and like,
Yoda.
and like, but also like this is a point that proves that the Windu legacy is the best legacy and the best lineage, because you have some
What,
of the.
that they didn't fucking put a hit out on their son?
Well, also like we have the most Jedi of Jedi within the Windu lineage, because we have Mace Windu, who, while strict, definitely lives by the code the way it should be.
Yeah.
He may be a little bit too strict sometimes with Anakin, but let's be honest, Anakin deserves it.
Yeah.
Maybe if they didn't spend their first 5 minutes fucking roasting the kid, he wouldn't have come back for them so hard.
More of if they didn't let Palpatine groom him.
Well,
like,
that too. That certainly didn't help.
Actually,
Yeah.
no, that's my third biggest issue. It's not a council issue, but it's a Jedi issue as a whole.
Like,
Why
are
did
we
you
letting these-
why did you let this child go off alone with this old man?
Well, that happens all the time.
No. No. Specifically,
No.
not a Jedi Master though.
Yeah, no.
And so the Obi-Wan and Anakin comic is the third thing where I'm like, what the fuck? Because
Yeah.
in that comic, like it's a year or two after Anakin has been with Obi-Wan, right?
Okay.
Mhm.
And and Palpatine's like, hey, you mind if I, take Anakin alone and, teach him some life lessons? And they're like, sure, I guess.
And like it literally just doesn't make sense.
It's
like, why
literally
the
just
fuck would-
Palpatine, and it's literally the beginning of Palpatine grooming him, because he takes him to
Yeah.
a cantina.
Me
Literally,
and you have had the discussion of what is the legal drinking age in Star Wars.
we know it's at least 14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Reith and the other Padawans are allowed to drink in into the dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they do the going away party for Reith, and he's 14 at that time. I think
Yeah.
14 or 15.
Yep.
Well, we
And-
see Ahsoka go into cantinas many times.
Yeah. I think Jedi business they're allowed to go in, but like 'cause
Oh,
you're
that's
not there
true.
to drink.
Yeah.
But Anakin is like 10, 11 when he
Yeah.
goes with
Yeah.
Palpatine alone in the Obi-Wan and Anakin comic, which I always recommend to people. because it's the story where we see the beginning of Palpatine's machination, like his whole scheming with Anakin, and the beginning of this grooming. 2, we see that this is where we learn that it's all Anakin's fault still of what he does, because he still, at the end of the day, had a choice to do the right thing. Because in Obi-Wan and Anakin, we learned that even at that age, he was allowed to leave, and Obi-Wan would have left with him. So it's not like he would have gone alone. Like, they're not going, oh, we're going to let this 11-year-old leave the Jedi and be off on their own. No, Obi-Wan was like, I'll leave with you because I promised Qui-Gon I would take care of you.
Yeah.
Which, once again, just shows how good of, like, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon.
So good.
Because Obi-Wan's like, I'm willing to leave the thing that I, like, have dedicated my life to being because I made a promise to Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about
But
Obi-Wan,
also because I can go back to Mandalore and be with Satine.
I feel like the thing about Obi-Wan is that literally if anyone had asked him to leave, he would have.
Well, no, he literally says that to Satine.
But no one asks him to leave, so he keeps getting caught up in these really shit situations at the end of the day because Satine never asked him to leave. Guess what? She's dead. Because Anakin never asked him to leave with him. Guess what? Anakin went full Dark Lord.
And honestly, the most opportune time for him to leave was when he wanted to marry Padme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if he said, okay, I want to have a married life, I'm still an apprentice, I can leave. I'm old enough to because I'm an adult.
Yep.
So, like, Obi-Wan, if you don't want to leave, you don't have to, but if you want to, you can. And,
I think he would have. He would have been like, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be the uncle to whatever kids you guys have.
Yeah.
The cool Jedi, like, ex-Jedi uncle.
It's like,
This is my Uncle Obi-Wan.
And then they don't have to be involved with the war. Like, they're not involved. Although
The war probably
Well, that's
wouldn't
not-
have happened.
well, no, because if they leave during, like, just before he wants to marry Padme, it would have been, like, Attack of the Clones would have still happened.
Oh, yeah. It
Yeah.
would have been, yeah, that's true.
Which is the most opportune time for him to leave. I think from there on he misses, like, there is no opportunity to leave after that. Like, he's
Yeah.
he's
dug
in
him.
it. They're in it at
there's-
that point.
It's
Yeah.
cost sunk fallacy. It's cost sunk fallacy at that point. Like
You're
at
just
least in Anakin's
stuck.
brain, like, he's stuck. He because he's like,
Like,
I've already
I can't-
kept this secret for 3 years.
Well, because I can't remember if it's a comic or a book, but I know somewhere that there's like a point where Anakin's talking to Padme and he tells her, I can't remember if it's after whenever he finds out that she's pregnant or not, but he like tells her after this war is over, like, I'm going to leave the Jedi Order and come with you.
It might have been Brotherhood or one of the Queen's books.
It wouldn't
I think it's one of-
surprise me.
I think it's one of the Queen's books. I don't think it's Brotherhood.
I don't know though, because well, it's probably the Queen's books because
Yeah.
E.K. Johnson really likes to make Anakin look better than he is.
Yeah, that's true.
E.K. Johnson is like, oh, Anakin and Padme, hell yeah. That
Yeah.
other ships you guys like, fuck them.
I do.
I like her writing to a degree, but yeah.
No,
there are,
I need Claudia Gray to write
Like-
an Obi-Wan and Satine book.
Assuming that comment from Anakin was ever genuine, like, okay, once the war is done,
I think it was because I feel
like entirely.
especially by episode 3, we can sense that he's willing to leave once everything gets
Yeah.
wrapped up. Especially now
But-
that he
Yeah.
knows he has a baby on the way.
That
Yeah.
fucker.
But then Palpatine was like, "Oh, it's the grand finale of my scheme. Let's go."
Yeah.
Yep. It ruined
Anakin,
everything.
You had him. You could have ended the problem right then and there.
Yeah, I will say the scene where Palpatine's like, "You want to kill me, don't you?" I certainly would love to. That's when you should have done it. Nobody would have
Yeah,
questioned
like-
you.
Nope.
Like, the Jedi already know.
I think-
Admittedly, it might have caused a bit of a public
I do think
outrage.
the Republic would have had a problem with it. I should say actually,
It
because
would definitely have caused public outrage on the basis of, oh, he was a Sith Lord, and everyone goes, on what fucking evidence, man?
it would be like if they took out Nixon before the Watergate scandal.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is so true.
It's like, let's get rid of Nixon right now because we know he's bad. And then the public's like, why? He's not that bad. And it's like, oh, we know about this Watergate thing. Do you have proof? No, we got rid of him before we could prove it.
And it's like, damn it.
But it's also Bush era commentary too, because that's what George was really commenting at the time.
Yeah.
Then
Which leads into like the master and apprentice stuff, because like once again it's late stage capitalism with characters that are sitting like we have companies on in Senate chambers. We have Zerka being able to do whatever. Here's the thing about the Outer Rim logic of that,
Mm.
because you brought up the fact that they technically can't do anything here. They can, because it's the same issue that we have with like real world scenarios where we have companies that are U.S. companies, but then do shitty practices in other countries.
Yep.
Is Zerka
Zerka is a Republic company,
okay?
Yeah.
And
because they make it clear in this, like because that's the whole thing with PAX and my brain just
I know that
her name
Rahira.
Rahira, like because
I know
Rahira
that
mentions
they
that
operate in Republic space.
because Rahira mentions they were in Republic space when she was like a slave for them, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if they like have that they've made some deal where it's like, oh, the main corporate planet for Zerka is not considered Republic space, which I think would be like the legal way of them getting around it.
Yeah, there's also the whole situation of like, on top of that, you've got they're definitely doing Wookiee trading with Trandoshans,
They are
Oh yeah.
100% doing
which
that.
Kashyyyk is a Republic world, and therefore, at the very least, you could get them on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's oh, I explained this to Andrew the other night. I was like, yeah, Zerka has sentient property. Oh, and not only that, if any of the sentient property makes more sentient property, those are also considered sentient property. And I'm like, this is fucked up.
Which, once again,
Yeah.
for Rahira, that's how like
Yeah, I'm like, why are you like this, Zerka?
it also kind of reminded me of the first Bane novel and how Zerka operates, because
Yeah.
they're like, oh, you're our property. It's similar to the Bane novel with how they Apatros world operates for the mining facilities that they have there, which Dessel was Bane. Dessel was his government name.
Alright.
He grows into the mining thing because his dad owed the company money.
Mm.
And so it's very much the classic old mining, company towns, and which Zerka gives off company town vibes too.
Yeah.
And so like it's very much a situation of, oh, your parents owe us a lot of money, and they died, so you take on that load, but you'll never be able to pay us off because we're going to pay you just enough to where it's never going to be paid
Yeah.
off. Which also
just gonna be
reminds me
constant.
of the Bind Guild in the High Republic.
Well, at least the Bind Guild has been disassembled.
Yeah, at least the Bind Guild got what
Yeah.
they got what was coming to them. But God, we didn't really even talk about the ending of this. God, the ending of this book is so we find out that, Fenry is the mastermind behind everything.
Yep.
Oh, thought I had while reading the book. So, in regards to like mysteries or political dramas,
Which this is, that's what this
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
usually like there will be a minor detail in my brain's like, hey, that's important. Go and try to remember that. And so for the longest time, everyone's talking about the coronation and like the treaty with Zerka and about it. And I'm like, I was very frustrated with this. I'm like, go fucking reread that damn thing. Do it. Like a third of the way into the book while they're still talking. And it's like up to the Great Hunt. I'm like, just fucking go look over it again. God damn it.
The problem is, though, a lot of the characters do want to look over it again, but they're not allowed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just can't.
Like, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan are like, we want to look at this one more time, but Fenry's like, no.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, They all have copies of it. There is literally no reason for them to just not look at it again.
I think in the case though, also for Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan is they don't understand the terminology. Also,
that is what
Yeah.
is like the real thing,
'cause-
because that's a local expression there,
yeah,
which of course they wouldn't understand that one because they're not from there.
hell, even Rail only kind of understands what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they also don't know if it's like a legally binding term, which of course come to find out it is. And so once they find out about it, they're like, oh shit.
Now we know who the real villain is.
Like,
It was Fenry all along.
all along.
and it's like, ah. And like eventually they go and they get like evidence, of course,
Yeah.
at the end, like, and they show it to Rail, and Rail's like,
Rail is
oh,
Rail
fuck,
Rail
God
really
damn it.
can't because he's in a bad mental space for this. Because like
yeah.
he's like she's like a daughter to me.
I didn't know I raised my daughter to be like my not daughter to be like the absolute worst when I was trying so hard.
And then Fenry's like, yeah, you tried too hard. That's the problem.
Ugh,
Fenry's
Rail.
like, I didn't want you to be my dad. You were my bodyguard. That's it.
Yeah.
Which breaks Rail's heart.
It's like,
Rail
Oh.
really goes through it, and I.
You know what,
it just
though?
hurts.
I'm proud of Rail at the end of this book, though.
oh yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
we get what's essentially a post-credit scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like it's part of the main novel, but it feels like something that would be a Marvel post-credit scene
It
Yeah.
feels like that.
where Dooku's like, "Are you gonna join the Avengers?" And Rail's like, "No, what the fuck?"
Yeah.
Dooku's over here like, hey, so the Republic's kind of fucking up. I'm thinking about leaving at this point. You want to join me? And Rail's like, no. Why would I do that?
So I'm proud of Rail.
We literally just resolved
true.
one problem. I'm not going to go cause another one.
Yeah, I'm proud of Rail in that moment because like any other person in that situation that's like where Rail is mentally probably would have accepted.
Yeah.
But I think this also leads into credence the argument because a lot of people do wonder if Qui-Gon really would have been with Dooku, like he claims to Obi-Wan in Episode 2. I think this proves no. I think Qui-Gon would have once again, the method versus the message. I think he supported Dooku's message of the Jedi and the Republic do need to break.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But I think similar to Rail, he would have said no to this because he realized something's up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Because Rail actually raised Qui-Gon more than Dooku did,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
and Rail was barely there. Rail was there like 3 times in Qui-Gon's life, and that was
I don't
Damn.
get the sense that Qui-Gon is a very not Qui-Gon. Dooku is very compassionate.
I disagree. I think
Keep in mind, I don't have as much
yeah.
media interaction with him. As
Even
both
taking
of
out the
you.
Dooku
Yeah.
Jedi Lost stuff, though, I think Dooku does care about, like, I don't
'Cause-
think in Episode 2 he's actively lying about Qui-Gon. I think he is more of saying what he believes, because he does truly believe Qui-Gon would have backed him up. And I think he also, because he does truly love Qui-Gon, he doesn't lie to
Yeah.
Obi-Wan when he says he misses him.
Yeah.
He's not lying.
Okay,
Actively.
I should be more clear.
Yeah.
When I say I think Dooku has less compassion, I mean that as in he is a very strict and straightforward
Oh, yeah.
teacher.
I give you that.
Whereas I think
I think that's the Yoda
Rhea-
teachings, though.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Yoda.
I haven't seen him
Dooku's
teach really,
apprentice.
but from how we see how Yoda treats others, I wouldn't be surprised if that's his apprentice level
Yeah.
too. But you were saying,
I feel
Rhea?
like Rail is a lot more compassionate because he's like, I get it. Dooku's very strict and hard and fast on the rules. which is weird because of how many he's going to break later. But that's because every time Dooku goes outside, everyone's like, fuck the rules.
Yeah.
And Dooku's
Yeah.
like, fine, you don't want to play by the rules? I'll just end you so that we won't have this problem. Because everywhere he goes, things keep fucking up
It's
all the time.
It's kind of
and he's had enough.
it's kind of sad seeing this dynamic because we see that Dooku could have gone a different path multiple times. And that,
Yeah.
like Dooku was in his right to leave the Jedi, and I think Dooku Jedi Lost shows a lot of the reason why, which I'm gonna not ruin for you because there's a lot of nuance to Dooku leaving. I think he was right to do it. I think the path of joining Palpatine up immediately
That's
is where he
where
goes.
it goes.
Yeah.
A little bit off kilter.
But I think,
And then,
but I mean, him
Straight
and
down to
Palpatine
hell.
were already friends though before he left.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that's where the key is there because Palpatine, very much like with Anakin, was already working Dooku before Dooku left.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what Palpatine does. He's already
Yep.
working people before they know he's working them.
Yeah.
And
I want to see where Rail goes. I don't know if he's
yeah,
still
we
alive.
so as far as we know, he's still alive. We haven't seen an on. There's been no on page, on
I
screen,
want
whatever
to
you
see
want to call it,
like
death.
Rail as a 70-year-old man.
And I don't think he's appeared in anything else. I think Dooku Jedi Lost is the one other piece that he appears in, and that's it.
Yeah, I would love to see Rail on screen, like animated or live action.
Honestly, Rail feels like he would look a little bit like Sendralig to me. Get him that long, like
Yes.
that. So Sendralig is a Jedi. He's the Jedi Battle Master.
Oh,
and
okay.
He's played by the stunt coordinator for the movies, for the prequels.
Yeah.
With Nick Gillard, fantastic stunt coordinator. I will always sing the praises of Nick Gillard.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't bring him back for the sequels because but the sequels are still good choreography wise. But yeah, he has like long blonde hair and like that kind of look, and so like I could see Rail kind of fitting that kind of look.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't just make him look exactly like Sendralig though, because Sendralig has appeared on the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
I think Nick voiced him in that in the episodes where he's talked.
I think so too.
Because I don't think.
Which Nick Sendralig is one of those Star Wars names where they take the real life name and change, like, so it's Nick Gillard's name, but like
Yeah.
Star Wars
Rearranged.
which
Yeah.
they did that with what's her name? The one who writes the Dr. Aphra comics. Her name is, she's the character in the High Republic. That she's Crash.
Oh yeah.
Because who was the DJO was like, oh, I'm best friends with them, so I'm gonna
I'm gonna just rearrange things.
and make them
Uh,
Crash. Which Crash is a great character. I love Crash.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, this Claudia Gray is not missed ever.
Ever.
I agree with you. I need more of this era of I need Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan on Mandalore. I need
Yes.
I need live action of this stuff, or at least animated. I basically want the Jedi Apprentice books, but as a show.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Lean away from the Clone Wars animation style while I like it. That is becoming a hot topic thing where people are kind of annoyed with it. I'm
so?
fine because Bad Batch is the same animation style. People are just kind of tired
Oh,
of
they're
it.
tired of it because they've seen it so many times.
Yeah, because
Okay, it's an overexposure thing, not a like,
not a
oh,
it's bad thing. It's not a it's bad
Yeah.
thing. It's an
It's a
overexposure thing.
thing that we have gotten so used to seeing, so people want to see something.
And the only
new.
time they've gone out of it is for Resistance. And arguably Rebels, because it's a different style, but it's still like,
Yeah.
and it's a different program, because they changed programs for Rebels. That's why they went from like angular shapes in Clone Wars to very circular, no edges.
Yeah.
Which is what threw me off at first with Rebels. At first, I was like, "Wow, this is this is weird. And then I got used to it. And then Bad Batch. Well, then we got Clone Wars season 7, which was like the improved version of the Clone Wars animation style. And now Bad Batch is a continuation of that. I like the Resistance style, kinda. It's very classic 2D animation, almost 2.5D. A true 2.5D animation style wouldn't be bad.
I like the Clone Wars style. I like watching it. I think watching
nice.
it like in advance with the Bad Batch and stuff is so. I love it. It's beautiful.
I think it works in this case because Bad Batch really is just continuation of Clone Wars.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what? Let's bring back the
The
Nelvana.
Clone Wars Part 3.
I know what animation style they should use. Bring back the 80s Nelvana Star Wars art style that they used for the Droids and Ewoks cartoons.
Oh my god.
Also, like, get like popular musicians to do the theme songs again, like they did with Droids.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because it was the Police, I think, that did the Droids theme song.
Oh my god. Wait, I love that.
Because it was the Trouble Again song, which is great. I'll catch myself humming it sometimes when I'm playing games, especially if things are not going well. The Ewok one is a little bit more simplistic of a theme song. It's just them going Ewok. It's like, we get it. It's about Ewoks.
Yeah.
Best Star Wars movie, though, Battle for Endor.
Oh my god.
Which I got a DVD copy, the dual side DVD copy, and I got that signed by the woman who, because back in the day,
This is an explanation.
This is me showing
Back
a
in
little
my
bit.
day.
This is me showing a little bit of age. Sometimes, if a company was deciding to be cheap on a release for a DVD, instead of doing multiple discs for multiple things, like in this case, it was 2 movies. The Ewok thing came with 2 movies. They were both TV aired movies. It was Caravan of Courage and Battle for Endor. Instead of doing 2 different discs for like one for each movie, they did one side is side A, one side is side B. There is no like cover on it. It's just 2-sided disc, and that's how. And so then you, as the owner, had to be very careful not to put your fingerprints on one side while you were getting the disc out of its box, because it would be the push. It would be like the little push thing to get the DVD out. And so like
the worst.
they also did that with the Droids cartoon and the Ewoks cartoon, but they didn't release all the episodes on the DVDs. Although some of the best episodes were on those DVDs. Like the Droids one was the Mungo. They had the Baobab episodes, which were, except they didn't have the special that introduced Baobab, which is interesting because Mungo Baobab is an explorer in Legends. His whole thing is that very similar to the High Republic. He's a hyperspace like router. That's kind of his thing.
Yeah.
Like, and the whole thing is that he comes from a long lineage of explorers of this type. And so like what's great about his lineage is that the person who introduced it was Ben Burtt, the sound engineer for all the Star Wars films. And it's his self-insert character.
You know, you explained to me how hyperspace prospecting works once, and I am fucking scared of that.
It's basically you spin a dial, hope you're not gonna fly into a sun, and there you go.
Oh god.
Because
that's how they figure it out.
Yeah, that's how they. Because
Yeah,
at least in Legends, we've never seen how in canon it works, but like
Yeah.
I assume it's pretty much the same. But in Legends, we see how it works in the Tales of the Jedi comic because of Gavin and Jory Darrigan, and they're like, okay, we're gonna spin the wheel, and then we've got like a computer that tracks the route that we're going, and then we just hit the button and hope we don't fly into a sun or crash into a moon or something, and
Oh gosh.
and there we go, because some interstate exits don't have a road for some reason.
Yeah, I know that like,
and then like in the case of Gavin Jory, they had the best and worst luck on that final crapshoot that they did because they were like, we need the money. Oh shit, we found the Sith homeworld. Fuck. We found Korriban / Moraband because for some reason George wanted to change the name. Because they were like, we already have a name for the Sith homeworld. You know what? keep the phonetic sound at the end and keep it kind of rhyming, but we're gonna, instead of core band, it's gonna be more band.
Yeah.
This was a George changed it just to change it.
So, do you think? My brain is working on like
No, you're good.
if there is a slightly less dangerous means of hyperspace prospecting. And I have come to a conclusion that it could be possible because we know that they do have beacons to like help map it out.
Yeah, at least in the High Republic,
In
yeah,
the High
because
Republic, at least.
because we got the scouter droids,
So
Yeah.
I
the
figure,
EXs units that have been introduced for Pathfinders.
I guess you could use a combination of the beacons and scouter droids if you just flung them.
Oh, like you would.
That's also very risky, though.
So here's the thing. It would be cost. It would
It would be incredibly costly,
which
would explain why you need to be rich.
which is why like the Santecas and the
Santec is the graphs. And
yeah
the tags.
Santecas and the graphs and
Yeah.
the tags are like the main companies that exist to do
Yeah.
that. Because I think if you were to do that properly, you would need to make the EX droids bigger
Yeah.
because you would have to fit a hyperdrive unit into them.
Yeah.
Because I think you could just send them through the hyperdrive
Yeah.
units, track them, but you would need a bigger droid to handle that. And at that point, you're just building a mini ship with just an autopilot. Yeah,
On the upside,
it's cheaper. It's cheaper to do manual labor, which is why the Bind Guild's like, yeah, you're doing this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trying to think what other major I think we really hit all the big stuff for Master and
Yeah.
Apprentice. Like, all I can do
you
is recommend
guys
this
think
book.
That like,
Yeah.
since I guess we're also on this, do you guys think that the hyperspace lane to Pyjal would have actually changed anything,
Hmm.
or will change anything? I suppose.
Because I mean, Pyjal really doesn't have they don't truly have a good export,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that would be the issue.
Yeah.
Yes, there's now a trading lane where they can now get stuff, which would be good for them as an economy because you need imports.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because we've learned that Star Wars planets tend not to carry everything.
Yeah.
That's why there are literal planets that are just like, water? You need water? Yeah, I'll ship it.
Yeah.
I think they'll benefit from it, but not directly because it opens things up. That's why they need it. It's another off ramp
Yeah.
to other places that need things. So the theory, I guess, for Pyjal in this one is if we get the hyperspace lane through here, people will stop here and trade goods with them, which will benefit us so we can go out more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they need, because we've learned in Star Wars that planets that isolate do not do well.
Yeah.
No.
It's a reason why they all want to be part of the Republic, but also don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like we want the benefits of the Republic. It's like with any country, we want the benefits of it, but we don't want the bad parts.
Yeah.
But-
exactly.
But that's the trade you're making. It's the reason the Separatists become a thing. They're like,
Yep.
we want to unite as planets, but we also don't like how the Republic's operating.
Yep.
Although, ironically, we're going to take all the people that are the problem with the Republic with us. Because we take the Trade Federation, we take the Banking Guild,
Everybody.
yeah, we take the
I
Techno
shall.
Union.
In order to solve the problem, I shall become the problem.
Although most of your senators that are part of the Separatists don't realize that because, like, as far as they are concerned, the Techno Union and the Banking Clan and the Trade Federation are not seating members on the Separatists, and as far as they know, they're not backing the Separatists,
Yeah.
which is weird because it's their droids. You would think they would realize, oh, who's making these droids?
Yeah.
I mean, but then we get Mina Bonteri, who figures like 2 + 2 = 4 finally, and then dies
yeah.
for it.
God. Ugh.
Looks like you did some detective work. Sure would be a shame if something happened to your car, I guess. I don't know how they get killed.
It's essentially that.
Really?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
They use like a ship bomb?
Not exactly, but it's close. You're pretty close.
Yeah.
It's either that or there's just Baldroids waiting outside their house once they get there.
And then planets that do self-isolate, that do well, like Mandalore was doing, there's a lot of inner conflict with them.
Yeah.
And then, like,
Yeah.
and on top of that, we end up in a situation where, like, with Mandalore, Satine is like, oh shit, we do need the Republic's help. But how do I ask for it now that we've self-isolated for so long
Yeah.
Yep.
without them taking advantage of us needing their help?
Yeah, that's
Yep.
like you said, that's the trade-off. And it's like we've never seen an isolated planet in Star Wars that can actually one hold their own because you're going against an entire galaxy.
Yeah.
You're not going to win that one. They don't have the resources, they don't have the people, they don't have the money.
Nope. I mean, in the case of, like,
Because if you had that,
because there's really just two major governments before the Clone Wars.
yeah.
It's the Republic
Yeah.
and the Hutts.
hmm
While the Hutts are not technically a government, they're a government.
They might as well
They're a
be.
government. Yeah.
They're just like an anarchist government.
Yeah.
The Hutts. You do what we say when we say it. What if I don't? Don't worry, we have solutions
Yeah,
to
we'll
that
just-
problem.
Yeah, we'll just throw you into the Rancor pit like last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, last week. God, because we did the Tales from the Rancor pit last week. Oh my God.
Nice.
All right.
Where I forgot one of the stories completely.
Yeah, you forgot the one that flies to you the most, the ghost droid
The
one.
droid haunting.
All right, so we usually end this with a number for this.
Hmm.
I think it's a safe bet that we're either going 9 or 10 out of 10
Yeah.
with this because it's
Yeah.
like 9.5 because I'm careful with my 10s, but like Claudia always gets really close. Like I think Fallen Star has been my main 10 out of 10
Mhm.
book,
Mm.
but this one pretty close. Whoever
I
wants
give it a 10 out of 10 for sure. Like this
Yeah.
is
like
my
and I don't
favorite.
like I said I don't blame you on it.
Yeah, it's my favorite Star Wars book. I've read it 3 times, so obviously, like,
Yeah, you had no like there was no second guessing when I showed you the list of what we had coming up. You were like Master and Apprentice.
yeah, I was like, no, let me do Master and Apprentice.
I'll give it a 9.8.
Yeah, 9 point. Ooh,
yeah,
yeah, 9.8.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Considering I think
You're like me. You're like me. Like the 10s are like
I
you have
think-
to earn it.
the lowest I have gone on this show is like a 4.
I forget what you gave it to, but yeah. Was it Out of the Shadows?
It might have been because like
It's the
Out of
weakest
the
High
Shadows
Republic- it's
is
the-
important, but it is the driest thing ever.
And that's not and like
You would think
and,
a
and
book that has like 3 different assassination attempts would be entertaining, but
Yeah.
really it's just quick and frustrating, I guess.
and Justina Ireland has proven herself as a really
Yeah.
good writer outside of that.
I guess that was
Yeah.
just an off day.
Yeah. Well, I think she was given the assignment of we need all the puzzle pieces to be in this book because we're in the final wave of the phase 1, and so we have to
Yeah.
click everything together.
And it does do that.
It does it well. It's just you forget how well it does it because it's a forgettable book.
Lord, yeah.
Like I've even talked to Harith and he's like, I've read it twice. He's like, I've read it twice and I've already forgotten what happens. Oh
Well,
man. But
yeah, I'm gonna.
we're gonna go ahead and do our little. Or did you have something else?
No.
Okay. We are here to talk bounty hunters.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also some Star Wars news.
some news first,
Yeah,
don't you?
Yeah, we got a little bit of news. First off, we have so we no longer have a Rogue Squadron film coming out.
Nope, barely not.
So Lucasfilm
I'm.
so
you
this is
told me
coming
about that
from-
much.
yeah, so this is coming from Variety, which is pretty accurate of a source. And they basically say that Patty Jenkins's Rogue Squadron film is kind of that Lucasfilm is basically rethinking the film schedule, and they're cutting the Patty Jenkins Rogue Squadron film and Kevin Feige's film, which we don't know what Kevin Feige was working on besides the fact that he was working on a film. That one I feel less of a loss on, but the Rogue Squadron one I'm kind of disappointed that it's getting cut. If this goes through, obviously. This is still all reasonably rumored, but like this is like Variety, so it's not like Joe Schmo writing some article just because they heard a guy that told a guy that from no, they probably have actual insiders that told them, hey, this is happening.
Well, this is not happening.
Or rather, yeah. Well, in terms of this is happening within the company, like this is a shift coming. I'm kind of we do know that Taika's film is still in the works though.
Yep.
And we know that he is likely to also be one of the actors within his own film, which is a Taika Waititi thing to do. He does that. So, the Kevin Feige one, I'm not really at a loss for because we don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Like,
they're like, it's like I'm working on something. A couple months later, I'm not working on that thing anymore, and it's like you didn't fucking tell us what it was.
Yeah. So like, I'm not hurt by the loss of it.
Thanks for letting us know. I guess.
I guess thanks for at least saying, hey, this isn't happening anymore. And that's about it.
Yep. Any other news? Or is that it?
There's some other news. So we got a new cover reveal for a anthology collection that's set in the High Republic era.
Oh, yay.
The High Republic for Light and Life.
Yay.
It's a upcoming young adult anthology that's going to include a lot of the authors that have been writing. I mean, because that's kind of what the High Republic does. They've been reusing a lot of authors. So we're going to get Zoraida Cordova back, who wrote the adult novel for this that we've gotten so far.
It's not the
Convergence.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm drinking my caffeine now.
I was about to say The Path, but that's not a book yet. It is a major part, but it is not a book title.
But we're getting Tessa Gratton, Claudia Gray, Justina Ireland, Lydia Kang, who's writing the upcoming book Cataclysm.
All right.
George Mann, Daniel Jose Older, Kevin Scott, Charles Soule. So yeah.
The collection.
So they basically got everybody who's written a High Republic book here. Basically. And so we got a cover, which is very nice. It's two Jedi holding up lightsabers, and it looks nice. This is a book that we've known since last year's New York Comic Con was coming, but now we're getting some more actual concrete stuff of it. And then we also got an excerpt from Claudia Gray's story, After the Fall, which is set one day after the Nihil's grand victory of the Republic from Phase 1.
So, like, the day after Starlight Beacon's very rapid descent.
Well, it was a slow descent, which is actually kind of worse, because it was very much like a Titanic situation.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I'm going to go ahead and read the excerpt, though.
Yep.
Affie Hollow was only 17 years old, but she had known true danger, darkness, even desperation. Yet, she had never experienced a day as bleak as the one that followed the fall of Starlight Beacon. She stood on the surface of the planet Irem early that morning, a cool day on which no sun seemed to shine from the pale sky. Her damaged ship, the Vessel, remained not far from where she had originally landed after their last-minute escape from the plummeting space station. Nobody was allowed to leave yet. Hyperspace lanes were being patrolled, and all of Irem was surrounded by the thousands of ships that had come to help the dying station. All those pilots were probably still waiting for something to do, some way to feel as though they hadn't completely let everyone down. Or maybe that's just me, Affie thought. Once again, for what felt like the 100th time, Affie's mind flooded with the image of her pilot and best friend Leox Gyasi manually prying open the station doors so the last ships trapped on board might escape, then losing his grip and flying backward into bright, blinding light. "Hey," Leoxy said, startling Affy back into the present. Thanks to an old-fashioned parachute, the only sign of his brush with death was a long scrape along one cheekbone. You heard anything about, ugh? He laughed as best as he could with Affy hugging the breath out of him. It's okay, little bit. You can stop hugging me every time you see me. We're all okay. Affy nodded as she reluctantly let go. But so many people aren't. The dead on Starlight, on this planet, from the Nihil attacks. Did we lose thousands? Tens of thousands? And there's nothing we can do. At the vessel hatch stood their navigator and comrade Geode, whose wordless sorrow seemed more eloquent than anything Affy could say. Leox's crooked smile faded as the three of them took in the scene of devastation that stretched out before them. And that's it. That's all we got. I mean, it's a short story, so
Yeah.
we're not going to get much. I mean,
Anymore, and things might go.
we might get too much of the story.
Yeah.
I like it, though.
Big L for everyone in the Republic on that day.
Yeah. I like it. It's, so...
I want to.
And then, of course, Claudia is returning to character she knows because she introduced the vessel crew,
Yeah.
and so it makes
It's been a while since we've seen the vessel crew.
sense that she's the one that gets to write their short story because she really knows those characters best. Although I think everybody on the High Republic team knows how to write each other's characters.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But there's a lot of sitting around the table and being like, I don't think they do that.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're part of a
Because
writing
they
team.
have to
They
come to a consensus.
I mean, they're part of a writing team. That's the whole thing. Like, that's the whole point of the High Republic project is
Yeah.
that they're collaborating. This isn't like them just separate being told, "Hey, write this book." This is no, we're sitting around a table discussing the overall
We have
narrative
to make
and what's
going to
happen.
Go together.
Yep. But I like it. Obviously, you're excited because we've been missing our Phase 1 characters. We're
Yeah.
very I'm liking Phase 2, and I still kind of wish that it had 3 waves instead of 2 waves. But I understand that people are ready to just jump into Phase 3 now.
Yeah.
Like, people are ready. Another book that got announced, and this is one that I've been predicting, and in fact, I predicted last week.
Yep.
And if you've been watching my Twitter, which is Escape Reality 94, you would have seen that I got tagged in the announcement by our friend Scotty, because he was here last week and heard me talk about it. It's the Return of the Jedi from a certain point of view, because it's the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi, and they've done it every 40th anniversary of the original trilogy books, films. So why not with Return of the Jedi?
Yep.
So we're going to get 40 stories, short stories that are all set during the Return of the Jedi. And we've already got a preview of some of the authors and stories. So here's the official little press release from Star Wars. From a certain point of view, features contributions by best-selling authors. Olivier Blake gives us a chilling glimpse into the mind of Emperor Palpatine. Saladin Ahmed recounts the tragic history of the Rancor Keeper. Charlie Jan Anders explores the life and times of the Sarlacc. Fran Wild reveals Mon Mothma's secret mission to save the Rebel Alliance. Mary Kinney chronicles Wicket the Ewok's quest for one quiet day on the Forest Moon of Endor. And Anakin Skywalker becomes one with the Force in a gripping tale by Mike Chen. Plus more hilarious, heartbreaking, and astonishing tales from Tom Engelberger, Kristen Baver, Kimmy Dawn Bowman, Emma Miyako Camden, which I'll throw out some of the ones we like from authors that we've enjoyed. Olivia Chatta, Gloria Chow, Adam Christopher, Paul Creeley, Amal El Motar, M.K. England, Jason Fry, Adam Lansgard. It's a whole list.
It's a list.
The standout ones from Mike Chen, he did Brotherhood,
Okay.
so he knows how to write Anakin. We've seen that. I'm interested to see what Emma Miyako Camden does. She wrote your favorite book that we've done on the show, Ronin.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see I'm interested to see her take on Return of the Jedi, because she's done like something within the Star Wars universe, but not real. Like it's not
Yeah.
the same Star Wars universe that we know. So I'm interested to see if we get something similar, where it's very similar to Vision's vibe, or if it's more classical Star Wars. I'm happy either way. Adam Christopher's another standout. Shadows of the Sith. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's writing a Luke story, because he definitely knows that character. He definitely knows Lando as well. We've seen that he can write Lando as well with that Shadows of the Sith. Who else is a standout that's in here? Alyssa Wong is in here. The Dr. Aphra comics.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be surprised, because Dr. Aphra has appeared in from a certain point of view books before. So I wouldn't be surprised if Alyssa tries to explain what Aphra's been up to during Return of the Jedi. I wouldn't be like, I would be kind of interested to see, which would also then reveal that whatever's happening in the comics right now, she's gonna survive.
Yeah.
And we also now have a release date from a certain point of view, which will now tell us when we were going to have to review it and how I'm going to have to change our schedule to fit around it.
Oh boy.
It is coming out on September 5th.
All right.
And so it's available for pre-order now. Outside of that, other books that have been announced around the same time, Pablo Hidalgo, one of the people that he's in charge of, he's one of the people that's part of the story group, which are like, their whole thing is basically keeping track of canon. Him and Emily Shikaukani, that's my best guess. Sorry if I... Yeah. Sorry if I butchered it. They are doing a new visual guide, which called Star Wars Dawn of Rebellion, which will dive into the history of the Rebel Alliance, starting from the Obi-Wan Kenobi era all the way to Andor. So that's going to be an interesting one, I think, to keep an eye out for. Surprised it's not going further than that. I would think it could also go into Rebels. And if it did, then I know Scotty would love this book, but since it's not going that far, I don't know if Scotty would be interested in that book. Obviously, I am into visual guides and dictionaries. There's some older ones, but then we got newer ones that are in my collection, such as the Rise of Skywalker one. I'm missing a lot of books, though. That is, I want to have more of the visual guides and dictionary, like the character guides and all that. I need more of those, the books. Which there are more.
Your shelves are already double booked, man.
No, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, because I've made more shelf space.
Oh.
Have you seen the home office since
No,
I made
don't
a home
think so.
office? Yeah, I've got like...
It's been a while.
Yeah, like I've... But you don't watch my TikToks? Well, you watch my YouTube videos.
I look at them occasionally.
You watch them as YouTube shorts. You've seen... there. It's in the background. I've got that wire shelving, which actually has more room than the regular shelf. The wire cubes, they have a little bit more space, surprisingly. So yeah, all that's there. But I don't put those in there because I just put the stuff that's part of the chronology on there.
I see.
Let me double check on this one. Oh yeah, so Variety and Deadline are reporting that Damon Lindelof's Star Wars script is ready with some actors attached, and it's going to be announced soon what that project is going to actually be.
Okay.
So that's going to be interesting because Damon Lindelof has some good writing credit behind him. He's one of those writers that you're like, oh, okay, I can, I'll pop up some projects for you, because like when I hear he does a lot. He's done some HBO stuff. He did the Watchmen HBO series, not the movie, the TV show.
Okay.
He's done which that was really good. He did Star Trek Into Darkness, which he co-wrote. I liked Into Darkness. I know that one. I know it's not always a beloved opinion.
I don't
when it comes to Star Trek. He worked on The Leftovers for HBO. He's worked on some comics as well. He did Ultimate Wolverine versus Hulk. He worked on Lost. That was one of his bigger projects that he was a writer on. Which now makes sense of why he did Star Trek Into Darkness, because he already knew JJ from doing Lost. He's done some story stuff for Phineas and Ferb, surprisingly.
Okay.
So I mean,
all right. So
like, he's got some good stuff under his belt. Like, it's well rounded. So I'm interested to see what a Star Wars film written by him would be.
That one's
he's obviously a nerd because he's written Star Trek, and Lost is like pretty nerdy, like, because there's like, while it was popular, it's definitely nerdy.
God. Lost is a show that I grew up seeing like clips of it,
but you never
like over at my
watched it.
grandparents' house when we would stop for like a holiday or to visit during the summer.
But you never like truly watched it.
I never watched it. There's some weird thing in the fog and a bomb. Or something like that.
Yeah.
Might be a time loop. I'm not sure.
And then,
there was some nonsense.
yeah. I guess okay, so we got some previews for comics coming in June. So we already know Han Solo and Chewbacca finale came out, so that's done. But we're gonna there's some preview of crossover between, because we know the Ajax Sigma stuff is coming up.
Yep.
So we're gonna get some crossover with Luke, Vader, and Aphra. Especially with the Hidden Empire stuff ending soon. Which off screen we've talked about what's going on in that, and it's nuts.
Yeah.
But in a good way. It's nuts in a good way. Like, I'm loving it. June we'll have the finale of the Santa Starros spin-off comic miniseries that they're doing. Santa's been getting a miniseries. I've liked it so far. It's only had the first issue out so far. I think we're getting the second issue this month. They previewed the third issue of Darth Vader Black, White, and Red, which hasn't started yet. And then, of course, they showed a season 2 of Mandalorian comic, which is just an adaptation of the Mandalorian TV show. The comic I'm least interested in, because I don't really care about comic adaptations of a movie or show don't work for me, because they're less information, because they're cutting something that's longer form shorter. Oh, you should probably answer that on speaker. Yeah, answer on speaker.
Fuck off.
No, answer on speaker.
Nope. I got better things to do. I'm tired and in no mood.
Gotta get a voicemail.
Fuck off.
Answer on speaker.
I'm not.
Do it for the bit.
They call again.
You're at least gonna get a voicemail.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Then you should answer. You should play that on speaker. I'm gonna explain the joke in a second. That's what happened. Did they leave a
I
message?
think they gave up. You're not catching me with that.
It's upsetting because the caller ID shows what it is, and I'm angry at that.
Oh yeah, you wanted the...
Okay, so go ahead and tell them what prank I just pulled.
This motherfucker, I assume he has done something, so Ghostface shows up on my phone because of caller ID. Oh, I think they left a message.
Oh, you should play it for the whole class.
Yeah, fucking voicemail. You're a son of a bitch, I want you to know that. Alright, let's see how this fuckery is going.
What? Okay. Make sure it's loud enough.
Yeah.
Make sure it's like in the mic.
Okay, here we go.
I have one question for you, Seth. Yes, where am I?
And then he hangs up. So you got a call from Ghostface,
Apparently so.
and they even knew your name.
Yeah, I guess. I
Um,
assume you've done something.
Yes. So I should
I'm
explain.
too tired
There's
for
some
this
backstory.
horror movie fuckery.
There's some backstory here. So the new Scream film is coming out, and I'm a big Scream fan. It's one of my favorite slasher franchises, and because of that, we watched the first film together for the
Yep.
first time because you've never seen it.
It's weird considering this is another point where my entry point is 5.
Yeah, you watched Scream 5 first, and then you, but you still didn't know who the killers were. Anyways, so as part of the promotion for Scream 6, there's a website you can go to where you can set up for Ghostface to call you, and you enter your name, enter the name, and then you enter the phone number. So
Yeah.
as soon as we started the show, that's why I pulled out my phone at the beginning of the show. I was
I
finishing that. I already pre-entered everything. I just had to hit send. And so I sent that knowing that at some point during the show he would call.
Yeah. I'm gonna be real scared of a guy who constantly gets stopped by doors.
Hold on, no. That's only the first 2 ghost faces from the first film. That's not every ghost face. Because also, every ghost face is a different. Yeah, like they killed the first 2 ghost faces in the
I think
first
they're
movie.
pretty dead at
Yeah.
the moment.
Um,
Last I checked, there's no supernatural elements to
and we're
this.
also like, yeah, and we're also 30 years
Yeah.
ahead. Like, time has moved forward in the Scream universe. We are 30 years apart from the events of the first film,
Mm-hmm.
nearly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I just had to pull that prank. I had to. I'm
Are you upset that it didn't work?
I'm upset that it shows caller ID for Ghostface.
Oh, yeah.
Like, honestly,
Well, then if I didn't see it, I would have just done the same thing.
even if I asked you to answer it?
Yes. If I don't know who it is, I'm not picking up the phone.
Not fun.
I know. It's how I avoid a lot of problems.
Except you didn't. They still left a voicemail.
Yeah.
Back to comics.
Yeah, back to what we're here for. We're
so-
talking Star Wars.
So Star Wars.
Fucking
So they all. So once again, as part of the 40th anniversary, they're also
Yeah.
doing like one-shot comics for Return of the Jedi, and one of them coming up is the Empire. And here's what we kind of get as a little info for June. What would you do if the Empire took over? As operations begin to take shape on the moon of Endor, a technician must figure out how to live under the control of the Empire. But if he can't stay out of trouble, what will the Empire do with him? Continuing the 40th anniversary celebration of Return of the Jedi, Jodie Hauser and Jethro Morales pull back the curtain of the Empire like never before. And that's it for miniseries and one-shots. In June, we'll have Yoda number 8 by then, which will bring us into the Clone Wars era, because they're showing Anakin and Yoda on the cover. We'll be in Bounty Hunters number 35 by then. Jeez. Which they're showing Boba Fett's gonna be back. It's been a while since we've seen Boba Fett.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be in the. I don't want to spoil that for you, actually.
No. Hey, go back. I did see a name.
Yeah. Okay. So they introduced Inferno Squad recently into the Bounty Hunters comics.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the name I wasn't gonna bring up. It looks like Dirge is also coming back,
Yeah, that's the one that I.
which we've seen him in the War of the Bounty Hunters.
Yeah,
that
it's
was
like
his
he's
canon.
not
And, yeah, because
dead.
Dirge doesn't die in that way. Like
Yeah.
that's just not how his alien species would die.
Also, Death Stick.
Deathstick.
think.
Yeah, I saw Deathstick. Yep. Keltana. I don't remember that one.
Is that
The name is familiar.
Isn't that Lucky and?
Oh, Han Solo comic.
Okay.
That's the.
Never mind. That's not who I thought it
No,
was.
she's the other smuggler group that Han was working with that he betrayed.
Oh. Oh yeah, way back when.
Yeah. in the Han Solo and Chewbacca comics. I was like, I recognize the name, and I know I've talked about her recently.
Yeah.
Why don't I? But now I know. I couldn't put a face to the name until I looked it up. And then we'll have Star Wars number 35 by then, which Luke has a red and green lightsaber. It looks like we're gonna finally have his Return of the Jedi lightsaber by then. So that's gonna be interesting. And then we'll have Darth Vader number 35, which looks like, oh, he's back with working with Aphra or threatening her life again.
It's one or the other.
And they're playing Sabak
Yeah.
using the same exact deck I've got.
Yeah.
Because you can see because it's the Disney World version. Disney World, Disneyland, Galaxy's Edge version. So that's interesting. And then Dr. Aphra Comics shows Luke and Vader. Luke with his yellow lightsaber still. So I guess we're going to tie in like how he's going from the yellow to the green lightsaber because he's currently got that yellow lightsaber. And then we'll also be getting, even though we don't have any images of it yet, Dark Horse is doing Hyperspace Stories still. We'll get issue 9 by then. And so there's probably going to be a lot more because both Marvel and Dark Horse have panels at Star Wars Celebration, which is coming up very soon. So we're going to be hearing a lot of news there.
Yeah.
So let's see. Anything else? I think that's it.
That's got to be it,
Yep.
right?
Yep, that's it. Okay. So that's Star Wars news.
Yep.
Honestly, comics, as ever, I'm always excited for. A lot of good stuff coming up. I think that's my take on all this. I'm like, it's so far out
You
that
may
some of these
not-
things are like, wow, how do we get from where we're at to that? But like,
You guys can't believe this at the moment, but I'm very excited.
yeah, you just need a little more caffeine or something.
I tried to go to sleep, man, but
I
it just
know.
would not.
It happens.
There are nights where it's just like, you're not going to sleep.
It happens. All right, so let's talk about bounty hunters.
Yeah.
Things are interesting.
So,
So what
What-
do we want to talk about first?
what struck you, I guess, the most? Like, in terms of things that were like, I didn't see that coming or were humorous to you?
I think it's humorous watching Team Bounty Hunter, because when I say Team Bounty Hunter, I mean all the bounty hunters that are working together, not Valence. Valence is
Yeah.
off on it, because while Valence is definitely the main character of bounty hunters, it's still a comic about all the bounty hunters. Like it's an ensemble comic.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they would have just called it Star Wars Valence.
Yep.
It's Star Wars Bounty Hunters. It's a comic about different bounty hunters. So I like the 4LOM and Team Bounty Hunter going up against the Knights of Ren.
Oh, yeah.
I love watching as just the way that they're like, how are we gonna beat these guys? And like they barely like are winning on certain points, and then other points they just don't
They're just
stand
not.
a chance. Like Zuckuss and 4LOM are able to handle their own for the most part. I do think Tasu Leech is the most like, I can handle this, and then gets his ass whooped
Yeah.
guy. Like,
I see that as I saw the fight between the two of them as pretty even, but I think for Tasu it's like, fuck, I didn't think there were people out there that were as strong as I am, and now he's like realizing that there are people on that level.
yeah, because I mean, Tasu thinks he's the hottest shit out there.
Yeah. He
He's really-
hasn't been humiliated, but he's having the recognition of, fuck, I'm not the biggest dog in the yard.
but at the same time, he appreciates that.
Yeah.
because he's kind of like, oh, it's the Goku and Vegeta situation. Vegeta likes the rival. Like Vegeta doesn't care. Like Vegeta wants to be the best, and so he just pushes himself. And Goku's like, I just do this for fun.
Yeah.
Except in this case, it's what if they were both just Vegetas?
I like how it is very funny seeing Boss go like essentially seeing the Knights of Ren and asking like, God, what did I do to piss you off? Because I get the sense that he's like one of the like two people there who recognizes the threat.
Well, Bosca's another one that, like, very similar to Tatsu Lichi's like, oh, I can kill these guys, but it's going to be tough, but I
Yeah.
can kill these guys. And then Knights of Ren are like, you kill me? What the?
What are you talking about?
You're an idiot. But yeah, because we start off where we left off last time with Volume 4, which is like Knights of Ren. I mean, the bounty hunter crew is kind of getting themselves in terrible situations of like trying to help with the Valent stuff and Cadelia stuff, and it just has led to.
It's just been not going well.
Meanwhile, Dengar is still being.
For me, this opened up with Dengar, and I'm like, I don't fucking remember you. Are you important? You don't seem important.
Wait, Dengar or his girlfriend?
No, Dengar. I'm like, I
You
don't.
forgot the whole like premise of like Dengar's plot that Kira is essentially like, hey, you want your girlfriend? You got to work for me.
Oh. Well, shit.
Because like Kira's like, I can protect your girlfriend, but you got to work for me. And because
This
Dengar
is another one of those.
and because Dengar's a hopeless romantic, he's
He's like, I'll do it. This is another one of those things that goes into the Kira might be a bad person thing.
I don't think she's threatening the girlfriend, but she's definitely saying,
She's definitely implying it.
well, she's implying that the Empire will do something, and she's saying,
but
I won't
that's
help.
like a secondary
She's-
threat.
It's more of, I
It's
won't
a
help.
threat of inaction,
Yeah.
which isn't much better than an actual threat.
But yeah, I'm gonna use a term now that I've said that we off screen. I said we were gonna start coining because I
Yeah.
promised some friends we would. This entire comic is just a bunch of Zega pain. It's our new term for emotional damage.
Oh. However, I was like super hard on fucking Dengar at the start. I'm like, okay, I get it. You and your girl want to get out of the business. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's be real, bounty hunting in Star Wars kind of sucks. Because you're always going to be involved with way more than what you want to be.
I mean, let's just look at our main bounty hunter crew. They keep getting caught up in shit that they're not even getting paid for anymore at this point.
Yeah. Or like the pay is so low that it just doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
The other thing,
The other plot going on is like Valence
Valence
being
is-
a imperial hero.
yeah, and I'm like, oh, this is interesting, because once again we have another good person in a very bad spot in their life.
Well, and on top of that, I don't. So we're talking about Valence being the good person in this case, but I also think Hayden is not a bad person. I think she's just caught up in a very bad system, and she is only as bad as she allows the system to let her be.
Mm.
And I think the problem is she's in a bad system, and she recognizes it but doesn't do anything, and that's where
Yeah.
where her evilness comes from.
I do.
Because,
I-
like, she finds out about, the destruction of
Oh
the
yeah, the like, hey, by the way, we kind of like got rid of his family,
well, his ex-girlfriend.
his ex-girlfriend and her husband, and Hayden's like, shut the fuck up, shut up.
Which there's multiple reasons.
Oh yeah,
There-
spoilers by the way,
yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, I forgot to give our spoiler tag.
From now on, the spoilers begin. If you haven't read this, technically they started about 10 minutes ago,
Yeah.
but
But spoiler warning for
Yeah.
Bounty Hunters Volume 5, the raid on the Vermilion.
Yep.
Like, so there are multiple reasons why Hayden wants this to be a secret.
Yep.
One is the obvious of, hey, the whole point of Vader's deal with Valence is that he promised that we would protect that base because Cadelia was there. That's the obvious point.
yes.
And on top of that, we don't know what happened to Cadelia during the destruction of this rebel base.
Mhm.
the Empire can just assume she died. We as an audience know that Kira picked up Cordelia.
But Valence doesn't know that.
And the Empire doesn't know that.
Yep.
Secondly, Hayden is falling in love with Valence.
Yes.
And it's the falling in love trope of, I've got some bad news for the person I'm in love with that could make them not love me if I told them.
Can't tell them this. Oh, yeah. I don't know if, like, at this point in the comic, the, like, I'm going to call you into my office and then send you, like, 8 different signals has happened.
It happens a little bit after that
Yeah.
reveal. Because it happens, like, the next scene that we see them together.
Which is very funny. But also, like, from Valence's perspective, it's, like, the most, like, what the hell did you call me in here for?
Oh, so the whole reason that our bounty hunter friends are in that fight is because they're trying to deal with the worst character, in my opinion, in the Bounty Hunters comic. Not that she's badly written, but, like,
Oh,
I just
like-
don't like her.
As in, you disagree with this one?
I do not like this character at all, and it's Vakura. Because they're trying to deal with the Unbroken Clan's bullshit. That's why they're on this planet.
Yep.
Because and then, of course, the Knights of Ren are protecting Vakura because Vakura is working for Kira and Crimson Dawn. At least at this point.
They are not.
At the
They do not know Vokora is there. The Knights of Ren were just hanging out in the Vermilion.
But
and then
they are all working for the
they
same.
all work for Crimson Dawn, but the Knights of Ren are not protecting
They just happen to be
Vokora.
there?
They just happen to be there.
I can't remember that. Okay.
The reason why Vokora is there, like, a mile away.
She's trying to do her Unbroken Clan shit, and
Yeah, and they got caught and taken prisoner by the regular bounty hunter crew.
Vakura tries to explain something terrible that she does in this comic, and I don't think it excuses what she does.
It's one of the things where I'm like, this is a thing that happens when people decide to use animals in fights, which says a lot about, like, one side's willingness to use an animal and the other side. I don't really care. The big cat is dead at the end of the day.
But also in this
Like,
case, she
Vokora
was not.
doesn't want to,
But in this case,
but she's like, okay, if it doesn't stop, I'll take it out. And the cat did not stop.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know.
Look, I don't like what happened. However, I understand both sides of it.
This is Vukura's kicking of the puppies for me.
Yeah, but some people train their pets to attack, others
Yeah.
don't. And, like, for me, this is the part where I'm like, you should, like, as Vukura, I know you're the leader, you're the pseudo-leader of the Unbroken Clan. If there was ever a time to take out one of your opponents, right about now would be the time.
Yeah.
Instead, you had, like, oh my god, what have I done? And ran away.
Which
And
is
you're
like,
gonna do the same thing again in a few chapters.
which I think
Not
like
chapters.
I think it kind of gives like Vukura. They're trying to give Vukura some humanity.
I don't
because so
have-
far like
All we've seen is this is a crazy woman going around stabbing people.
and trying to kill children and
Yeah.
because they don't want peace
Yeah.
between the clans, even though that should absolutely be the goal.
Like,
no,
Dingo
but no,
will
she
not
wants
be disrespected. People will know how dangerous Vokora is.
Vukura wants the Jets and Sharks to fight.
Yeah.
West Side Story reference. But it's like, no. You as a leader should want that to not happen.
And it's like,
And we've seen that and also we've seen that the people that like the leaders before her were also willing to provide peace to their
yeah,
clans.
they were willing to.
But then she killed them because she was like, "Oh, well, then you're weak." And it's like,
no, you
no,
dumbass.
No.
That's not why. This isn't about appearance, it's about strategy. We can hit them later when we're stronger. But Vokora's like, no, we gotta kill him now.
Or even better, we don't have to fight anymore.
Yeah, and then it's done.
But some
But
people...
Vakura is not
yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
They just,
Vakura's a killer.
yeah.
Plain and simple.
Oh yeah, and there's that discussion, like, cause they're trying to torture Vakura and get information out of her, like way earlier in the comic,
Oh, yeah.
and it's like she's like, I kill when I want to Losha's, I've killed people before, and she's like, maybe when you had to, but there is a big difference between the two.
Yeah.
However, I will say, on a slightly brighter spot for me, Tasu jumping the fuck out of Dengar by himself. It's so funny to me.
Poor Dengar.
Because, like, all I have seen is this guy tries so hard to get out.
Dengar's made into a clown, and it's sad.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know if Tasu is that good or Dengar's just really, really bad.
It could go either way, honestly.
But it is very funny that he just beats the shit out of him for, like, because it happens, like, immediately after it's like, oh, bounty hunter team, big lose. He just jumps him by himself. Then there's
So this whole thing is that so the whole premise here is that our heroes were trying to, our bounty hunter crew was trying to raid the Vermilion,
yeah,
specifically to find Cordelia, because they
Yes.
find out that that's where Cordelia is. And so Margot, Kira's right hand lady, is just like,
Yep.
I'll just take you to her,
yeah,
because what we as the audience know is that Kira's already like been whispering into Cordelia's ear
Yep.
and kind of has turned her towards her cause.
mm-hmm.
And so she just leads them right to her.
Yeah,
and,
she just leads Tonga right to her.
and Tonga's like, all right, let's go. And
Cordelia's like-
Cordelia's like, wait, I recognize you. You were getting shot up pretty badly last time I
Yeah.
saw you. And Tonga's like, yeah, let's go. Because, like, you're very important. And Cordelia's like, oh, I know. I've been told now.
Yeah,
And I'll pass because you can't really protect me. And also, you know,
also
this lady has some really good points.
Also, everyone else is like tried and failed. I'm the only place I've been safe is here.
Yep. Like,
So why would I go
Val-
with you?
Valen's left me to die, and it's basically her.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about this off air, but like,
Valence left me to die.
well, because basically her point of view
yeah,
is that Valence is the dad who's like, oh, I'll be back with some milk, and he never comes back.
yeah,
The reality of it is he's the dad who went off to war and died.
yeah,
That's the reality of what happened versus how Cordelia views it, which Cordelia's a child, so I understand that her view. I don't
Yeah.
hate Cordelia for having this point of view.
it's an understandable one. Because
Yeah.
it's like, my previous parent died, then my adopted parent left, and then another group tried to help me, and they got fucking exploded. So I give up. I'm gonna stay here where I know I'm safe,
Yep.
and I'm not going with you.
And yeah, so this is like, I don't blame Cordelia for her point of view.
Yeah.
Like, once again, she's a child, so there's like some excusable factors here. And on top, because Kira's definitely using her.
Yeah.
Um,
This is another one of
it's a gray,
Kira-
it's definitely a gray area.
like,
Because I don't know,
we know you're a snake, but we don't know you're entirely bad.
because I don't know if this is a good or bad thing. Because as we learn, and as Vukura unfortunately overhears and is disappointed by, the whole point of her protecting Cordelia is to unite the clans, which is what Vukura has been against this entire
Yeah.
time.
she runs away like a child that's sulking.
Yeah.
I'll show them all how dangerous I can be.
Me.
And I'm like, you know, this is another one where I'm like, you guys have her right there.
Yeah.
You could get, like, you're clearly not going to be able to, like, walk away from it, But Vakura, if you wanted to, once again, now would be the time. You probably wouldn't get very far, so I'll let this one
Yeah, I'm surprised
slide.
Vakura didn't even
I'm
try to
like-
kill Cadelia.
Yeah, I'm like, why? You're gonna run away again?
She didn't even try. She just happened to overhear a conversation. Was like,
Yeah.
I'm out.
I'm like,
Well, because
initially I was thinking like, why isn't Tonga like just blasting Kira and taking Cadelia? But then I thought
There's an
about it. And
entire
I'm like,
army.
wait a minute.
which is probably
But also character-wise, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's
she's
not-
just there to get Cadelia. She
she
isn't
has no reason to dislike Crimson Dawn. Like she has
like,
no,
to take out Kira personally. All
Yeah.
she wants is the girl, and the girl's not coming.
which is
willingly.
also probably why Vakura doesn't attack either, because she realizes that if she kills Cadelia right there, or even tries to kill Cadelia, she dead. Because you got Knights of Ren there in that room at the moment.
Yeah, so that's not going to work
You
out.
got- yeah, there's a lot of people in there that could easily kill Cadelia, Vakura like that.
Yeah.
And then like, but yeah.
So
uh,
everyone goes home.
on top
except
of that, Vakura is upset because she feels betrayed because there's just a pattern of betrayal. But I don't. Once again, I don't feel bad for her
welcome to being me most of the time.
because like
I do not care about your sob story.
because Vakura's like, oh, all these people in my life have betrayed me. It's like you've betrayed so many fucking people.
Didn't you kill the leader of the Unbroken Clan? Like
Who was
a
like an
few-
adoptive dad to you?
Yeah,
Sure, he made you kill your pet cat when you were a kid.
which is fucked up.
Yeah,
But
messed up. But it seemed like in old age he's
softened up.
Yeah,
a
he
bit.
softened up a bit.
It's like, you ever think that like some characters like look back on the past and they're like, what the fuck was wrong with me? Why did I do that?
Boba Fett and Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah.
That's literally like the whole premise of Book of Boba Fett is Boba Fett going, man, I did some fucked up shit.
Yeah. At least I'm not charging people fucking 3,000 credits for water. You fucking prick.
But yeah,
As you can see, I'm very upset about that.
so yeah,
but, like-
so everybody runs off except for Tonga doesn't immediately leave because Kira
Kira's like-
offers a job. Kira sees an opportunity.
Kira gives her a fucking business card, essentially.
I mean, which is very Kira. Kira basically says, this was a fight, but I see a business opportunity here.
Yeah.
It's very Kira, and I love it.
for
That's
the-
one of the things I love about Kira. Kira doesn't see losses. Kira sees business opportunities.
I don't know. Pretty soon, she may suffer an incident she'll never be able to financially recover from.
But yeah, she basically gives like a burner phone
Yeah.
to Tonga, and is like, call me and let me know if you agree to do this job for me. And if you don't, it's fine.
And Tonga takes it because she's like, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do now.
And we need the money.
Yeah. So,
I mean, at the end of the day, like, Cadelia is safe there.
yeah.
So, and that's really the prime mission, is to keep Cadelia safe.
Yep.
So, like, Tonga's like torn on that. She's
Oh,
like,
God.
she should be with us, but also she's safe.
Yeah.
And I can't force her to leave, both because this is what Cadelia wants, and also I would probably die if I tried to force it to happen. And then, of course, then we go back to the Zega pain of the dead Nexu, which makes it even harder for Tonga to agree to make that call. Like, she's like, do I agree to make that call after because of us fighting these people, we've lost a family member, essentially.
Yeah.
And so,
I'm mad at you, Kira. Why? Because your fucking lunatic assassin killed my cat. That's why.
yeah, and Losha and Tonga basically just have PTSD.
Yeah.
Like, they
I've-
cannot sleep after that.
I didn't know that, like,
Which makes sense in a bounty hunter world. Like, these bounty
that
hunters are gonna...
does make sense. I didn't know what happened because I forget how. I don't know if I saw like that particular one, to where Tonga just fucking wakes up screaming Boba Fett's name.
Oh yeah, because Fett tortured her as
Oh,
once again the fucked up things Fett has done.
it's like, in his old age, he's like, fuck, what was wrong with me?
Yeah, Fett was a little bit more heartless.
Yeah, back in the day, I needed to chill a little bit more.
But yeah,
Then again, I was partnered with someone who ate her ex-boyfriends. Quite literally.
but yeah,
But like everyone on
everybody's kind of struggling on all fronts.
Yeah.
like the bounty hunter crew is obviously dealing with, okay, what do we do next? And then
Yeah.
of course you've got Valen's kind of in a similar situation.
Valence is like, do I want to be here?
And then we get the I'm not sure how.
This is an I'm not sure how I feel about this thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's like, this is a weird point in time to be doing this
Well, it's
with worse circumstances.
so obviously they both do have feelings for each other.
yeah.
But it's also a weird
Oh,
situation.
we're talking about the relationship between
Hayden and
Valence and
Valence.
Hayden.
Yeah. They both obviously like each other. Yes, we are nerds, Haley.
Hello.
Calling out your government name if you're gonna be coming at us like this.
It's fine.
But like Hayden and Valence obviously love each other, or at least have feelings for each other.
Yeah.
But it's also a weird situation where Hayden is his CO,
Yes.
which very much makes for a very complicated like relationship in terms of like
Yeah.
power imbalance and. Yeah, I'm gonna call you out.
Like,
You're a nerd too. You like anime.
like, it's not just that. It's worse.
Yes, because she's keeping a very terrible secret away from him as well.
Yeah. The reasons why it's bad are threefold. One, as you previously stated, she is technically his commanding officer.
Which is
Two.
a big, even in the real world military, it's a big no-no.
Two, she keeping secrets of like, hey, your people are dead.
People you've loved
Yep.
are gone.
And three, we forgot to mention this, but she did go through his memories like while he was in essentially the ICU.
I mean, it's how they were able to extort him.
yeah. Which is fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is just the worst.
Yep.
Also, since we're going to be covering this next, what's up with Narkanji?
Oh.
Because that was never explained to me. Like, exactly what that is. I know there's a fighting pit and a fighting schools.
Oh, that's just
But-
where Tasu Leech came from. That's why he's like so, but like why he's very much like, oh, I got to kill these guys for putting me through the fighting pits.
Okay.
We're talking about this the next story arc for the bounty hunters crew, which is basically the task that they're hired for by Kira is to.
They're
think
not.
they're
They
sup-
don't reach out to Kira.
Oh, not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
Oh,
It's
yeah, this is-
after this.
This is the job for
This is the job that.
that goes wrong that makes them be like, oh yeah, we should
Yeah.
call Kira. Because before they're like, we're not gonna call Kira. We're gonna do this job. We'll make our money. We'll be good.
Yep.
They're basically hired to be bodyguards for the Pikes.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it turns out the Pike that they're supposed to be protecting. Haley said for you to poke me for her.
Sure. I won't do it again.
Yeah. But like, problem with the Pike that they're protecting is Tasu Leech remembers that they are from the Narkanji, like they're from the
Yeah.
pits, that they're the ones that kind of put them through the pits. And so these people show up to kill the Pikes, and it becomes an all-out brawl
Yep.
And Tasu Leech is like alone with their
Yeah.
their person that they're supposed to be protecting, and Tasu Leech makes a decision.
Yep. He makes the decision after like some of the like other Narukandji
Assassins,
assassins
the other people that have been through the pits with him.
show up,
Yeah,
and they explain like, "Hey, this guy bombed our students while they were like asleep. Where's the honor in that?" To like convince him, like, go kill this guy.
yeah, because he says it's not honorable for him to kill the guy he's hired to protect, and they're like, well, here's why it shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
And so he makes the decision to
He's
do
like,
it.
I'm doing this for my friends. They're like, this guy's a scumbag.
Yep. And so now they have to fight their way out,
Yep.
which they do manage to do. And,
Yep.
meanwhile, Team Valence is sent on their next assignment, which Valence is getting a bit uppity.
Yeah.
He hasn't learned about the bad thing yet, but he's getting a bit uppity
Yeah.
because he talks back to Vader.
Yeah. Woo. I'm like, well, if anyone was going to do it, it would be him. Because it's like, and then Vader fixes his collar.
Yeah, like
In
kind
a-
of like he starts to choke. It looks like he's about to choke him, and he's like, nope, fixing your collar because you're out of standard uniform. Here you go.
And it's like,
It's oh my god. It's just that subtle reminder that Vader's giving him. He's like, I can fucking kill you again. I've
do
already
it
done
again.
it. Like I've already done it like twice. I'll do it again.
Vader, unless there's another Force user in the room, as far as I am concerned, listen to what I tell you.
But yeah, so they're sent on like one more job to go deal with Crimson Dawn stuff.
Yep.
Because that's basically what Team Valence bounty hunters are all
Yeah.
doing.
They're like, go look for this. Just make sure the supplies get to this little outpost planet.
Yeah, basically, yeah, because they're saying, hey, we got some shipment of medicine that's supposed to go to these people, and that's what you just got to make sure it gets to them because Crimson Dawn's trying to stop that.
Yeah. That's all you have to do. Just make sure the medicine gets where it's supposed to go.
Look at that. The Empire being nice, providing medicine to their people.
But they do it at a markup.
3,000 credits.
I know that wasn't the actual amount,
No, but
it's
yeah,
it's
no.
right given the tone.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Yeah, and so
after the rest of the crew figures out that Tasu was like killed the guy they were supposed
they
to
have
protect,
to clean up his mess to get out of there.
they're like, it's essentially like, Tasu, what the fuck, man? And
Now
Tasu's
we won't get paid.
now we're not gonna get paid.
Although I think they got half the payment beforehand.
Yeah, and he's like, good thing we got half paid up front.
Yeah. Which is like, now's not the time to joke.
It's like, I get it, man. Like, fuck this guy, because he was running his mouth to his bodyguard, which isn't something you should do.
Yeah.
I don't know how he
Yeah,
managed to.
don't run. If you are paying people to protect you, don't run your mouth and badmouth them.
Yeah.
It's not a good idea. So they do manage to get out though. After all, like it's a mess, but they get out. Meanwhile, Verkara is dealing with a little bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? What's it called when you? There's a word I'm looking for. Not really treason, but like it's along the same lines.
Is it a mutiny?
Yeah, mutiny.
Yeah.
Vukara is dealing with a bit of a mutiny amongst the Unbroken Clan.
Yeah.
Because she has not been to Corellia in a while.
Yeah, in a
and,
bit.
And she returns, and one of her like captains has been like, "Oh, I'm in charge now because nobody respects you."
Yeah.
That and Vokura's just like, well, fuck you, and kills them.
Yeah, she's like, oh, it's easy to take the throne. The hard part is
Is keeping
keeping it. Here, let me show you.
Yeah. And then immediately sits back on the throne and cries because
She's like,
no, once again, she has been betrayed.
she's like, every time.
Once again, I don't feel bad for you.
It-
Like, yeah, you've been through trauma, but your trauma doesn't excuse your shitty behavior.
Yeah.
Like, yes, the things you went through, bad. But also the things you have done, bad.
Yeah.
Trauma does not excuse shitty behavior. I think that's a healthy message for anybody. But yeah, so our bounty hunter crew decide to get in touch. Well, actually, Tonga just makes the executive decision because she doesn't even talk, like, because they don't know she has this communication device yet.
Oh, important thing to note.
Yeah.
Losha did not take the death of Furball very well.
No. And so this is kind of going against, like,
This is the thing that I think Tonga was worried about when she brought Losha into bounty hunting.
yes.
She's like,
Because she didn't want Losha to be a bounty hunter with her.
yeah.
But Losha's like, oh, well, wherever you go, I go, sort of situation.
Yeah. And it's like,
All of the pain.
Mm.
And
so it's very, it's like, so during that same like call where they're all rounding up together for the end, Losha is doing pull-ups after Tonga's woken up from her torture nightmare.
Oh yeah, at the beginning.
And so
before
she goes
before
and,
they do
like,
their
starts to talk with Losha, and it's like, hey, can we talk for a minute? And she's like, no, I want revenge. And Tonga's like,
But specifically, she does specify that it's Vokura. Crimson Dawn, like, is just secondary.
yeah.
So that is where the leeway of Tonga accepting this job for the crew is not.
Yeah.
And like, there's probably
Well,
gonna be a
Crimson
fight.
Dawn was a problem. They are not.
They're not the reason
not
Losha's upset.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, sure, they hired Vokura, but they didn't tell Vokura to kill Furball.
Yeah. That was an independent choice.
Yeah. And so, at the end of this volume, Tonga calls Margot. Margot's like, hey, took you long enough. Here's the job. And it's basically, they are going to be...
Like- No.
It's basically a cargo mission, like, in like, say, Overwatch,
Yeah.
where you have one team protecting the cargo and one team trying to attack the cargo. And this is what's gonna happen for the next volume is Team Valence is protect the cargo, and Crimson Dawn has hired Team Bounty Hunters for Team Tonga, I guess, to intercept the cargo.
Mhm.
They don't say to destroy it; they want to intercept it.
Yeah.
Because I think they also want to use whatever's in the cargo. I'm caught up on the comics, but this is like a few months back, so
Yeah.
I'm having to.
So
But that's the end of the volume.
that is. Oh yeah, the interaction between Margot and Tonga is great because Margot is like trying to be friendly-ish about it, and
Tonga's
Tonga's
like, no,
just like,
this is just business.
shut up.
Yeah,
Tell me what the job is and how much we're getting paid.
Yeah,
I don't like you.
Tonga's keeping it purely business. She's like, this is pure professional business. I don't care about the pleasure of it.
Yep.
So any final thoughts? Anything that you want to talk about this comic that we didn't cover? I think we covered the bases really.
Yeah.
A lot of Zegapane, a lot of just like. But that's what Bounty Hunters does best. It makes us like just be in pain.
Okay. I enjoyed it. It was a lot.
It's less painful than the other ones, but yeah.
Yeah. Like for me, this is not one of my like, oh, this really, really, really sucks moments.
Like
For
there's
me-
a few suck moments, but not a lot.
Yeah. for me, this is just an examination of this is what bounty hunting is like in Star Wars.
Especially during the Empire era.
Yeah, these are the problems that come with it, for better or worse.
Oh, what great news do you have, Ammo? And I guess that'll be the last thing we'll talk about.
Like,
While we're waiting on that,
yeah.
Rating.
Oh, it's pretty.
It's pretty solid. Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a nice, like, a solid 8.
Yeah, I'm kind of. I was thinking that too.
Yeah.
A solid 8. Like it's in that B plus.
Yeah.
A minus range. Okay.
It's definitely a solid 8 for me.
Yeah.
While it's not like the big and grand showy thing, it's enough. It does what its job. It does the characters well. I don't. To me, I shouldn't be laughing at Vakura for like the funniness of her telling, like
it's obviously a
the
traumatic
Cat
experience.
story. I shouldn't be laughing at that, but I'm like, why are you fucking telling me this right now?
I think she's trying to create relatability.
Mm.
Oh yeah, we're already watching new season of Mando. We're already on it. We're watching.
Yeah.
We're waiting till the season's done before we talk about it. It's what we do. We wait till seasons
Yeah.
are done.
But
Yeah, I think it's a solid volume.
yeah.
And this week we are talking Jedi Battle Scars by Sam Maggs.
Mm-hmm.
First off, I didn't plan. Well, I did plan this, but I didn't tell you I planned this. So last week we got a phone call, right?
Yeah.
And I know how much you've missed your friend Johnny because he's not here anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I brought us a new friend. I captured him. Can they see? Yeah, they can see
Yeah.
him. I was making sure the audience could see him. It's a little ghost face.
Yeah, it is.
It's a little ghost face.
Uh,
Because I went to see Scream 2 weekends ago.
Yep.
After we recorded, I went to see it. Not that day, but after.
yeah.
Because I'm a big Scream fan. But I just wanted to throw that in there because I thought it would be fun to
Yeah.
have a throwback to that from last week.
God.
Your mom commenting on my Facebook about it was great.
Oh yeah.
She said, Seth is having none of it.
Oh yeah. My I'm tired and in no mood.
Said, fuck off. Because I don't know if you saw, but I clipped
Yeah.
that section of last week's episode and put it on TikTok and Instagram Reels and everywhere that I post for my short content. And so yeah.
Mom and Dad raised me better than. Although,
yeah.
in my defense, I have hung up on people who I'm 90% sure were an actual pimp.
Yeah. And I mean, and plus I've been getting you into
Yeah.
the Scream films lately, and
Yeah.
3 is my favorite. Well, 6 might be my new favorite.
Okay.
But 3 was my favorite for a long time, but 6 might take it. And now you've seen my favorite because
Yeah.
we've gotten you up to 3. You haven't watched 4
No.
4 yet, but you've seen 5, but it's been a while, so we'll
Yeah.
probably rewatch it. And so, especially now that the pieces are all together this
Yeah.
time, because when you saw 5, you didn't have any of the pieces.
I don't know who any of these.
Like, I don't know how this connects to anything. Now you have all the pieces.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying the journey of Scream so far?
I don't have anything against it.
Is it fun though? Is what I'm really digging at.
Yeah, I enjoy going through the movies, and God, it has to be really frustrating to be you because I'll ask you a question.
Yes, because you
And I'll be right.
So the fun part is you are trying to solve these films, because the thing about Scream is while yes it's a horror film, it's also a whodunit and a horror comedy
Yeah.
at the same time, but it's really a whodunit at the end of the day because you
Yeah.
got to get because one of the unique things about Scream as a horror franchise, specifically in the slasher genre, is that it's never the same killer. Because spoilers, the killer dies in every installment.
Yeah.
And so,
And what is, I imagine has to be very agitating for you in particular is because I will be right on the money
and then
I'll completely ignore it.
yeah, so spoilers once again for a franchise that the first film is from 96. So spoilers for a film that's almost 30 years
Yeah.
old. You guessed immediately that it was Billy. And then you said, well, no, it can't be him. And then you went off on the other direction and guessed Tatum by the end of, near the end of the film before the third act started. You were like, it's got to be Tatum. And
I think
and you
it
couldn't
was
guess
along
who,
the
who was
lines
the
of-
other person that you were.
I was like, it has to be one of the two, like, siblings.
Oh,
And I
yeah,
thought
Tatum
for
or
a
the
long-
sheriff or Dewey.
Yeah, and I was like, but it can't be Dewey. Because he's not. Oh, we know where he is the whole time.
And we also know that one of the fun things is you forgot the parts of 5 that revealed that it was Billy. So it doesn't matter that you've seen 5 because you could have been like, oh yeah, Dewey's in 5, but that doesn't mean he's not a killer and what? No.
Yeah. So for the longest time, I was like, "It's you, Tatum. It has to be you."
And then she goes up in the garage, and then
I'm
you're
like, "Well, never mind. I guess death removes you from the suspect list."
But no, it's not just once that you did that though. Then the second
The
time,
second time,
for the second movie for Scream 2, which once again is 97, so once again almost a 30-year-old film. So spoiler warning.
so the second time, local reporter lady, not Gail Weathers,
No,
the other
I know what
one.
you're talking about. I forget what her fake name is.
Yeah,
But Nancy Loomis.
Nancy Loomis. I go as she
Which at
appears
the time he doesn't know is a Loomis because she's going by her fake name.
Yeah,
Salt.
I go-
something Salt.
Yeah. And I turn to you and I go, "Are we done with the Loomis connection?"
And I could.
And
I
the next
immediately
thing
had to
is-
do, like. I had to like. The next question you ask is, where is his mom?
Hey, where's Billy's mom?
And I immediately have to like stonewall you with my face, which thankfully Tori says I'm actually really like we are both
Yeah.
really good at apparently at like just stonewalling you,
Mhm.
and so apparently we're both good at that.
The funniest thing
So-
is she's like right on screen.
So like in my
I
head,
don't know what in my brain prompted the question, but I was like, something weird's here, and I think I was going over like, what would the motive be?
well, because you already and you explained after we watched the movie, you were like, well, I already knew that that Mrs. Loomis comes back as one of the killers eventually. I just didn't know which installment.
yeah,
And so I'm, of course, having to, like, during the film, I'm just like, she's right in front of us, but I can't say where she is because he's asking me what happened to Billy's mom. Where is she? I can't go, hey, she's right there in front of us because then that ruins
Yeah.
the second film.
I did get it right that it was
You got Mickey,
Mickey.
a.k.a.
Mikey.
The Marshal, well, also the Marshal from Book of Boba Fett and The Mandalorian. Mr. Timothy Olifantastic, as a lot of people like to nickname him,
Yeah.
Timothy Oliphant. Also Agent 47 in the original Hitman movie.
I just call.
My movie knowledge coming to me. But yeah, you got Mickey right, but you similar to another character in a different franchise, you kept giving him different names that were like just not quite right.
Yeah,
You were like at one point you were like, "Oh, it's Mikey," because you thought you were saying it wrong. You were saying Mickey correctly, and then you were like, "No, it's Mikey," and I'm like, "No, you were right. It's Mickey," and you were like, "No, it's Mike."
and it was immediately proven wrong about that because it shows his name on the subtitle in like parentheses.
And we hear them say his
Yeah.
name. Yes. But yeah, you got Mickey right, and then it was the other one that you kept like kind of guessing around. Because
Yeah.
eventually I was just like, look, You can't keep guessing, especially once we hit the final act. So,
So
I was
the
just like,
rule
the rule
of-
was every final act you had.
I have to final submission.
Final submission, yeah. And so Mickey made it to the final submission because you were really close to guessing the sorority girls
Yeah, I was
for
like,
some reason, even
for-
though they're like way in the background. They're not.
I'm like, you two, thing 1 and thing 2 of the sorority team.
Yeah.
Oh.
I called them the double mint, the
Yeah.
double mint twins, the bubble gum.
Yeah, and I was like, it has to be them because I don't know what the fuck they're doing for this entire movie.
Okay, so here's a key to every Scream film, including the newest one and including any future installment of Scream. It's always somebody in the friend group.
Great.
Never look beyond the friend group. Like, at least one of the killers is always
Yeah.
somebody in the friend group, because obviously in the case of Scream 2, Nancy was not in the friend group.
Yeah.
But she was a main character. She was in the foreground. She was not, like, in the background.
Yeah.
Whereas the sorority girls are in the background, for sure.
Oh, I remember Scream 2, and I was like, while Ghostface is messing about with Movie Boy for that one, I'm like looking around.
Oh, Randy.
Yeah. And I'm looking around, and I think, he's in the van. And immediately after that, Randy gets killed, and I'm like, I was right.
And then Scream 3, I think, was the hardest one, because like I said, they kind of bullshit you on that one.
Yeah.
Once again, spoilers for now only a film that's a little over 20 years, because that one came out in
Yeah.
2000.
And it's like,
And so that one, like,
I was like,
because you would have been fine if they didn't fake the death of one of the characters.
yeah.
Specifically, the killer fakes his death, and so that throws you off because obviously you're guessing based on who's still alive.
Yeah.
So when the film does that, you're like, well, I guess it can't be them.
On
Which he wasn't even on your suspect list anyway.
He wasn't. God, I was like really fucking on the detective's case.
Yeah,
really.
you were on Mark's case for a good bit.
Yeah.
Poor Doctor. I was making the joke all night.
Is it Dr. fucking McDreamy?
Yeah, it's McDreamy.
Yeah, I think one of the actual things that left my mouth was just because you're hot doesn't mean you're off the fucking suspect list.
But yeah,
I think the next thing was, if anything, it just incriminates you further.
I just like how 3 kind of. So the reason 3 was my favorite for a long time until probably recently with 6. Once again, I'll have to rewatch 6 to really definitively put it as my number 1. Is that I like the way 3 rounds out the trilogy.
Yeah.
I think. Well,
We're talking about Scream.
Yeah, we're talking about Scream. Sorry. I
Sorry.
know we're a Star Wars podcast, but like,
So
we're also a whatever we feel
we
like.
occasionally ramble.
We're whatever we feel like we want to talk about.
Yeah.
Because we don't have a second podcast yet.
No, we don't. Not yet. Maybe.
But like 3 rounds out the trilogy for me, and I know a lot of people say that 3's writing is cheesy, and it's the first one that wasn't written primarily by the same writer as 1 and 2. And that writer comes back for a little bit of 4, but he's not credited. But this writer for 3, it's a little bit more. What's the term I'm looking for? Kind of soapboxy. Like it feels like you're watching a soapbox drama. Especially with
Yeah,
the twist of
the
who the
twist.
killer is.
Yeah.
Like it's I'm your evil
Yeah. It
half
is very
sibling,
much like
which is
that.
very much a soap drama. Like that's a
Which-
prime time soap
it's
drama.
Like, what?
But I mean, I don't care because I think it's Scream. It's a franchise that's based around like being goofy anyways and kind of making fun of those type of tropes. And it's not the first horror slasher to do I'm secretly related to the main final girl.
Yeah.
Like it's not the first.
The thing that like kept bothering me because I think I misinterpreted something
Mhm.
is so before Nancy. Wait, no.
Are you talking about Sydney's mom, Maureen.
Sydney's mom, Maureen.
Yes.
I was
So
thinking
Maureen,
about-
yeah. So the history is Maureen goes to Hollywood when she's about 19 to 20.
Yeah.
She changes her name to Rena Reynolds as her stage name.
Yeah. Okay. That would explain why I got
Because they say it was
so
her stage. Because they say it
confused.
was her stage
I'm
name.
not confused about that. I'm like, so she was in Hollywood before she hooked up with her dad, and I went and I was doing the math in my head.
Oh, for how old Sydney would have to be, and how old?
Yeah, and I thought for some reason that it had only been like a year since Nancy came back from Hollywood, but that's not the case. So I was like,
No,
so the entire time I was like,
Roman
trying
makes
to
it
figure out.
because Roman makes it clear that he was an adult when he went to go see his mom.
Yeah,
Because he's like, yeah, I grew up and I found out who my mom was, and I go knock on your door to talk to her, and she rejects me, and that's when the killing plans start, and that's when he gives Stu and Billy the idea to kill her
Yeah.
by making Billy so upset by seeing Maureen with his dad.
yeah. I thought like only a year had passed, which was very confusing to me because I
Yeah,
was
because
like,
then Sydney would be a baby,
Sydney would be a baby, and this guy would be like
maybe a year older.
maybe a year. I was like, you should be 2 then. And I'm like, that
It's like,
doesn't
that's
make
not how
any
time
sense.
works, Seth.
I'm like, that doesn't make any sense though.
Yeah, that's
But
not how
no.
time works.
Oh god.
But then I also showed you the pilot to the first
Yeah.
to the TV show, just so even though it's not in the same continuity technically, because there's a lot of things that make it obvious that it's not the same continuity as the films. Although you could say it's the same continuity, but there's just things that just wouldn't connect.
Yeah.
Like especially with the new film makes it obvious that there's no connections because it's not a heavy spoiler because it's in the trailers. The sixth one is all about the history of the franchise because there's literally a shrine to all of the killers,
Oh yeah.
and once again, that's in the trailer. So like,
Yeah. It's
so like, and it only shows the nine
yeah.
that have already been killers because there were 2, 4, 5, 7, 9. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they show only the 9 killers, like costumes and stuff.
Oh yeah. For some reason, I don't know why.
Anyways, that's it for spoilers, unless you were
Yeah.
about to say something about it.
No, I was about to say,
Okay.
for some reason, I have been granted the ability to know when horror movies are like, there's some fuckery going on in regards to like camera angles and stuff being shifted, and me being able to call out where a killer is.
I think 4 and 5 would be entertaining for you then, because they play with that idea a little
Yeah.
bit more.
Well, they're going to have to.
Yeah, 4 and 5 definitely play with that idea more. But they're also more recent installments. 'Cause
Yeah.
4 is 2011, and then 5 was just last year.
Yeah. But
And I'm counting on 7 because I think the way that it works, I think 5, 6, and 7 would make a good trilogy. 4 is kind of its own thing. It's really like people I've read on Reddit of people wanting 4 to be the start of the trilogy, and they didn't like how 5 was not a continuation of 4. But there's just no way that you could continue with how 4 left you.
okay.
5, 6, and 7 eventually. I think they're gonna make 7.
Okay.
I don't know if it's been announced or not. But I think 7 would be a nice little end to the Sam Carpenter trilogy, as I'm going to call it, because the focus is on Sam Carpenter and her sister, who is played by Jenna, the Ortega that everybody loves, which I like her too. She's really good, but she's not the primary focus of this trilogy. It's really the other actress who plays her older sister.
All right.
Anyways, that's our Scream Talk on
Yeah.
our Star Wars podcast.
Okay.
Sometimes
Sometimes-
I'm a man of many interests, and it's surprising when you guys find some of these out. Like, I don't think anybody would have guessed I'm a Scream
Yeah.
guy or Highlander of all things.
Yeah. Oh.
Uh,
You need to fucking.
I know. Whenever we get in contact with that motherfucker, Which, yeah,
Yep.
I'm just gonna call him after the fucking show.
It just
I'm gonna be like, look, we need to start our second show.
you just open up with, "You son of a bitch!"
Where have you been? You said we would start by now.
Yeah.
No,
But
but yeah, let's get into
Yeah,
our
let's-
actual topic for today,
yeah.
which is Star Wars Jedi Battle Scars by Sam Maggs.
Yeah.
Spoiler warning now. We are going to go over the spoilers for this book.
And we will be unrelenting.
Yeah, and I will say right off the top, if you are a Jedi fan, if you are a fan of the video games, read this book.
Yeah.
Absolutely read this book. Sam Maggs really understands how to write these characters, in my opinion. That's my main takeaway. So if you are not able to watch because you don't want to be spoiled, that's the main takeaway you should go with. All right. We've given our spoiler warning.
Yep, they have been warned.
So let's start with our initial thoughts. Let's not go into the thoughts we were talking about in the car yet.
Oh yeah.
So initial thoughts. Any favorite moments? Any favorite what do you like about this book?
The funniest for me, like the funniest part is the battle with the Inquisitor.
Which
The
first one or the second one?
the first one.
Okay.
And,
Because they fight
Fifth brother.
fifth brother twice.
Yeah. Also, so I can get this straight in my head for organization's sake.
Mhm.
What the hell is the naming convention for the Inquisitors?
It's pretty random.
Do you start at Grand Inquisitor
Yes,
and then
it's
go
grand
to
and
second?
then second. Yes.
Okay.
There's no first. It's grand second, and then no numbers get changed even when people die. You just remain that number. The only one that can really be changed, as we saw in Kenobi, is who is the Grand Inquisitor.
Okay.
Although in Rebels they don't ever replace. Spoilers for Rebels. In season 1, Grand Inquisitor dies.
Mm.
And there's no change of who's the Grand Inquisitor as far as we know. Like, we never go, oh, this is the new Grand Inquisitor. No, we just meet fifth brother and seventh sister.
Okay. So it goes Grand Inquisitor 2, 3.
4, 5, 6,
Okay.
7, 8, 9. I think, and 10 is the farthest I think. No. There might be 11.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember how far they go. Because
'Cause-
a lot of it's in the comics, and a lot of them die in the Vader comics. It's very, very much like,
Yeah.
oh, here's the introduction of how they were formed, and here's a bunch of them dying.
Yeah. But during the first duel with the Grand Inquisitor, I love how Cal's like, I've got him with his overhead strike. And it just bounces off, and he's like, oh no.
So that scene, I only like for one particular reason,
Oh yeah.
and it's because it canonizes the pink poncho. Which means all you motherfuckers that are my friends out there who are like, oh, I don't wear ponchos when playing Jedi Fallen Order, because that's not canon. Ponchos are canon. The pink one in particular, though, but the ponchos are canon because he talks about how he's worn different ponchos, but he emphasizes the pink one.
Yeah.
Because during that scene, he's like, man, that helmet's still stupid, even though it reflects lightsabers.
Yeah.
And he's like, but then again, who am I to talk about fashion sense when I've worn the pink poncho before?
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, so the pink poncho's canon. And he mentions the other ponchos. He doesn't say the names or the colors,
Yeah.
but he's like, yeah, I've worn ponchos.
Oh,
Which
God.
means all you anti-poncho motherfuckers.
Like, another thing is like Grease just being kind of right about everything, where he's like, we shouldn't
shouldn't
take
trust
this
the
job.
stormtrooper."
We shouldn't trust this stormtrooper. Nothing is quite going to plan.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, feel free, Red Hood. But yeah, Grease is kind of on the money. He's like, let's not trust this stormtrooper. Let's not trust this Birdman.
Yeah.
Oh, anyways.
All right. So yeah, and Grease is like, okay. Everyone else on this ship seems to have some problems. What the hell am I doing here?
That seems to be the theme, though, for the entire
For, like,
book.
the
for,
entire
for,
book.
for not just Grease,
Not
but
just for Grease, but for everyone.
Yeah, because the entire crew is kind of like disagreeing on what their role in the galaxy is.
Yes.
So, like,
And,
one of
like-
the main topics that comes up is that, one, we get the Circlet of Suresh, which is a Knights of Old Republic reference, recanonized, because that's one of the headpieces you can find in the video game to wear.
All right.
And it fulfills a similar role as it does in the book. And so, Seer explains that her belief is that they are supposed to basically unite the Jedi and any other rebels that are against. Like, they're supposed to be the hope.
Yeah.
Cal, on the other hand, thinks that they should be just straight up fighting the Empire.
Yeah.
And Seer sees it more as, no, we inspire the hope for people to fight the Empire.
Yeah.
Which becomes a chicken or the egg discussion between them, because it's like, well, yes, we both have similar goals, end goal, but the how we achieve it is where we disagree.
Yeah.
Like, we both believe that the Empire needs to be removed,
Mhm.
but the how, and it's the same thing, honestly, with Merrin, because Merrin is really discovering that she is taking her childhood trauma and turning it out against the Empire.
Yeah.
Because that's the only enemy she can
That is-
take it out on.
Explicitly her stated goal. She's like, well, the Separatists aren't around, so I guess the Empire will have to do.
Because they're the next best thing.
Yeah.
Because to her, they're an extension.
Yeah.
Even though, like, arguably they're not. Arguably the rebels are, in a weird way. Because the Separatists and the rebels kind of have similar beliefs about the higher, like, the larger government.
Mm.
And in a way, a lot of rebels are ex-separatists. That's kind of a key there, is like, sure, we have Bail Organa and Mon Mothma who are Republic and never went separatists, and they're founding members of the rebellion. But a lot of separatists are the ones that are backing the rebellion, like ex-separatists are backing the rebellion, because a lot of them are like, well, I see the same problems that I saw in the Republic within the Empire, and therefore I'm just going to shift over to this group that has has a lot of my similar ideals that I have.
Yeah. And
But the Empire in terms of the negative parts of the Separatists, the Empire is that. Because the Separatists
Yeah.
and Republic were both being led by the same Sith Lords.
yeah. Merrin throughout, like, the first, I'll say, like, 100 pages of this story,
She's going through it.
70 is like, I don't understand. Why is my magic not as strong as it once was?
Probably because of lack in belief in yourself.
Mm.
Which seems to be the key. Because as soon as she starts to have more confidence, that's when her powers kind of work with her again.
It's not how I read it. She's like, I read she just needed to vent. And Jedi probably aren't the best people to be venting to.
So,
Specifically these two Jedi.
okay, because I was going to say,
Not like,
the Jedi as a whole, we're not in it, because once again, we're going to go into the Anakin of it all. Anakin had opportunity to vent to the proper people. He chose not to.
yeah.
Because we now know in the High Republic, thankfully, thanks to the High Republic books, that at least during that era, but I assume even by the time of the prequels, they had counseling.
Yeah, they have a council. That's what
No.
No,
Like counselors,
Yeah.
not council seaters or whatever you want to call them. Council with a E,
Yeah.
or like different spelling.
Yep.
Therapy. They had therapy.
Yeah.
They had options for therapists, but they
But-
chose. But Anakin, for example, chose not to take
Yeah.
that route, and therefore a lot of issues that could have been resolved we're not.
Yeah.
In the case of, say, now, of course, now obviously there is no such thing because the Jedi are, but
Yeah.
as far as like it goes with Marin, I think she just
needed someone to talk to, and once that,
and sleep with.
yeah. Good for you, Marin, I guess.
Things got spicy in that.
Yeah, they did. And Marin is literally, for most of the book up until big jail time, is like, damn it, this one's hot. That is basically like the thought for a while.
Other thing,
Yeah.
this is the first canon Kashiri. The race of the Stormtrooper.
Yeah.
This is the first canon Kashiri, because in Legends the Kashiri existed. They were from the planet Kesh.
Mhm.
And this stood out to me because I immediately recognized it when listening to it, because I was like, wait a minute, where have I heard Kashiri and Kesh from before? Lost Tribe of the Sith. You know that book I've talked about before where they were just stranded on that planet?
For like 40, 60 years.
More than that, hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Thousands of years, in fact. Canon changed that. Because Kesh is a known world by the time of the Empire, at least. It's at least known enough that there's a Kashiri that's left it and is a stormtrooper for them. Well, we learned that she's not a stormtrooper. She works as like a lower...
Yeah. Her specific job is like a data analyst.
Yeah, data analyst.
Data analyst
Yeah.
for like troop movements and who needs to go where.
Which tells me that there is no Lost Tribe of the Sith in this version of the galaxy. Lost Tribe of the Sith is officially 100% out of the window. Like, because when it comes to Legends material, we can't assume that it didn't happen. Legends material is more of a, we can guess that maybe it didn't happen, but unless there's something that outright disproves it, it could have still happened, because they're exactly as it's titled, Legends, which Legends are a thing of, this could have happened. But now we know out the window completely.
Yep.
because how can you have a lost tribe of the Sith on stranded on a planet when there are people leaving that planet? Yeah, especially in a time period when, as far as the Legends timeline had it, the Kashiri and the Sith were there until like after the events of the sequel trilogy in terms of timeline, which also Luke was alive at that point in the Legends timeline, where obviously Luke is dead before that in the canon timeline because of The Last Jedi.
Yep.
So I found that as a nice Easter egg. The other thing I like about this book is I think Sam really understands writing video game source material into book form.
Yeah.
Because I felt, and I put this in my non-spoiler review when the book came out, because I did my non-spoiler review because I had my arc. It felt like I was playing the game in a way. Like, obviously I wasn't watching anything or playing, but it felt like it the way things were described.
Yeah.
Like the way that she would describe him using a stem, like a little stem canister.
Yeah.
It was very much exactly how it is in the video game, where BD pops the little thing, he grabs it midair, sticks it in him, and the little press of it. It felt like I was playing the game in that moment when it was being described, and the way the combat is described, it just flows.
Yeah.
God, that's what I really loved about. Like, I really appreciated about this book. Personally, because I feel like if you are going to write something that is a continuation of a video game, make it feel like a video. It doesn't have to be like, you don't have to go into every little detail of like him meditating and going through the
fucking
skill tree. But like the way, the rest of the way it's told in a narrative fashion while still feeling like a video game. I appreciated that.
Yeah.
And that's once again why I say if you're a fan of the video game, you'll appreciate this book. Because it does really work well as a piece of this longer story that we're being told for Cal
Mhm.
and the Mantis crew. Now let's talk about the things that you wanted to talk about in the car ride, though.
Oh.
So we're gonna this is gonna kind of reveal the big bad. So they are hired by this wealthy entrepreneur.
Yep.
Because the main premise is they pick up a stormtrooper during one of their missions against the
Haxion Brood.
Haxion Brood, and they basically they were trying to get back at the Haxion Brood for the events of the video game and
Yeah.
setting up what I think is going to be a return of the Haxion Brood as a larger secondary antagonist in Survivor. I don't think they're going to be obviously we know they're not the main antagonist. But I think they are definitely a larger secondary antagonist this time than say in the first game. The first game they kind of just appear and then they're gone. Like they're kind of there for one level really. And then you fight bounty hunters that work for them every now and then. But they're not really a antagonistic force.
It's they go.
They're a speed bump.
Yeah, and it's like, all right,
So
sure.
So we get a little setup here of them trying to get back at them, and then they run into like a bunch of stormtroopers who somehow knew that our crew would be here, and so
they didn't know. They just happened to be there hanging out.
I think though it's hinted that like some of the stormtroopers knew, at least the way that we are told. Oh yeah, that turns out to be a lie.
Yeah, they're just there because.
But as far as the story initially tells us, we are told by our Kashiri friend that yes, the stormtroopers knew, but then that, like I said, that turned out to be a lie.
Yeah.
But that's
Fret
like
does that a lot.
Yeah.
She lies.
Fret is a liar. I think
all the time.
I think it's with the right. Once again, it's one of those cases though. She's got her heart in the right place, but
Good.
I think she's worried that if she told the truth, the Mantis crew would not help.
We just did her.
Which, at least in Grease's case, they probably wouldn't have. At least Grease wouldn't want to. I think Seer and Cal would have been more open to helping if Fret had been honest from the beginning. Like they would have been more hesitant, but they would have been still willing to help.
Yeah.
Grease probably would have been like, no fucking way. Marin probably would have been along the same lines as Cal as Seer.
Yeah. She's like, sure, maybe.
But I think not. I think withholding the information made it even worse when the information came out.
It's like, really, you tell us now of all times.
So, turns out though, Fret is working for this entrepreneur.
Yep.
And that she basically has this guy that has a job for the Mantis crew.
Yeah.
So she specifically snuck on board with the Mantis crew to be like, hey, take me here. I forget what planet it was all of a sudden.
It's not Mercana, because that's a different planet. Think it's Hosnian Prime.
Yes, it's Hosnian Prime. It is. Because that's a big deal because Hosnian Prime by the sequel trilogy is the capital of the New Republic.
Okay. I was like, everyone seems to know what this place is. I don't.
Yeah, it's the capital of the New Republic by the time of the sequels. It's that world that looks like Coruscant that gets destroyed in The Force Awakens.
Okay.
It's the Coruscant.
Yeah. So.
And so.
And she's like, I will help you get a thing.
Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption.
Oh no,
Hey.
you're good.
So the noise everyone is hearing outside is me moving a bunch of tables for the con because I just bought a huge Star Wars collection.
Oh.
And so it's like it's so big, it's fair. I gotta go get scripts to make it all.
Yeah, we had to do the Lego puzzle solving to get our way in here.
So that's what the noise is that you're hearing. So
Yeah.
I apologize. It won't be very long.
No, you're fine.
Extra stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's all right.
Yeah, there's a convention going on. So we expected this. Yeah, you'll be hearing some stuff.
Also, I have terrible thoughts about Mando season episode 3.
I
All right.
disagree, but
Well, so
Well, I have some questions because I've got an advice question after the show that I have to.
So, save it for the show.
Well, I have a non-show thing that I have to ask about too.
Oh, okay. Well, non-show stuff. The divisive?
Advisive.
Oh, advice. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah, I need some.
Divisive about us.
No. I have an advice thing.
All right, sure. I'll help you out.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
No, you're
All
good. But yeah, so I'm pulling up information just to double check
So-
some stuff. But yeah.
She's essentially is like, hey, if you do this, I can get you guys something pretty cool.
Yeah.
It'll let you hide like
Really
forever.
well. Yeah, you'll be able to. Yeah. And
for a really long time.
yeah.
She calls it the Shroud. And Kira Solar essentially,
Yeah, Kira
they
Solar,
take
yeah.
him, and it's like, hey,
Yeah, so they meet this. So Kira Solar is our entrepreneur guy that I was talking about.
Yep.
He's this Amwati,
Hmm.
who's like a bird person essentially.
yeah,
That is how it's described. Trying to think of examples that we've seen in Star Wars. They've all been in novel form, so we have not actually visualized a Amwati. So, oh well.
bird.
Bird person. So, he's basically like, yeah, all you got to do is break into this Imperial facility where you'll find the shroud.
Yep.
And so they're like, okay, let's go do that. The shroud is a person. Well, the shroud is still technology, but it's attached to a person.
Yeah,
Specifically to Fret's ex-girlfriend,
yeah,
which this is revealed after Fret and Marin have already slept together.
yes. Also, this is the one and only time I'm gonna defend Fret. She
thought,
didn't know she was alive.
Yeah, Fret thought that her ex was dead. Fret thought that,
Yeah. Fret thought Irie was dead.
yeah. So I'm not blaming Fret.
I don't blame her for this one in particular.
Yeah. In this case, although Fret could have double checked, because as we learned that there were some hints that Irie was not dead that Fret could have looked into.
Yeah. I think, so one of the things that Fret did that kind of got Irie, just put in an unfortunate circumstance is eventually Irie.
Well, the biggest issue is Irie is heavily force sensitive, because once
Yeah.
again, we're trying to change.
Quit. Look, everyone else uses the term. Don't start wiggling your way out of it now. It's an easy and simple
Because
way
everyone
to
is
communicate
force sensitive.
Yeah, but not able to use it. Just being able to breathe doesn't mean you're good at it.
No, but everybody is force sensitive.
Tell me about it.
Irie isn't a force user either,
She is
though.
not.
But she's more sensitive than others. So
To the point of where it's
the Empire kind of almost looks into her.
yeah.
And Fret's,
the problem is that Fret, whether unintentionally or not, actually fucks Irie over
drew
by
more attention to her.
trying to hide her so hard. It's like she essentially hid her from every record of her ever.
Which does not work when, hey, I work for the Empire. Wouldn't you think they notice that my record is missing?
It's like if someone was like, your driver's license, your passport, your credit cards, everything has been removed.
Why
Why is this? Let's go check it out.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, yeah, all right. And I'm like, Fred, no. This isn't what you do. You don't remove everything. You only remove things that are important.
Like things that would prove that they are force reliant or whatever you
Yeah.
want to call it in her
Like,
case.
That's the thing that you leave out of the basic reports and stuff. You don't erase their entire existence.
So do we want to get into our discussion that we were having in the
Yeah.
car about
About,
Mr. Birdman?
yeah.
I immediately off the bat did not trust this man. And there's a specific moment when I don't trust this man any longer. And it's when he basically goes fuck Bell Organa, despite claiming that he is pro the rebel movement. Which, yes, Bell Organa is not publicly a rebel at this point yet.
Yeah.
'Cause we are still a few years off from even Andor. However, Mon Mothma and Bell Organa are actively pushing legislation that is the opposite of the Empire's, therefore making it definitive proof that they are not pro-Imperial. Not enough to charge him with treason yet, but enough to be like, hey, that's fishy that you're pushing these legislations that are
Yeah.
anti-Imperial. So as soon as somebody who claims to be for the rebellion says fuck anybody that's anti-imperial, not a sign of trust for me.
I think for me it's like I don't fucking care at the moment about Kira Slar's political views.
I think
Because-
though it is meant to be a hint.
Yeah, maybe.
I think this is meant to be a hint that Kyrus is kind of bullshitting. Because he claims
Although
that,
I don't trust anyone in fiction who describes themselves as an entrepreneur. Mostly because that is some shady shit.
especially in sci-fi.
Yeah, it's like, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm like, that
But what do you
told
do?
What do you do? That told me jack shit.
And I always got the feeling like Kyrus is very much like a antique dealer sort of deal.
I got the sense of this guy will do whatever he wants to make money.
But by the end of it, we learned that he works with Haxion Brood.
Yeah.
And in fact is one of the higher leaders of Haxion Brood. Which means that the entire book was a setup.
Yep.
Because, like, from the get-go, they were attacking Haxion Brood, and then randomly some stormtroopers show up. Which also we learned that those stormtroopers worked for Kyrus as well. Because we learned that he has Imperial connections. Because basically his plan was to sell the shroud to the Empire.
Yeah.
Like he was stealing the shroud from the Empire to then resell to the Empire.
Yep.
That was his plan. It's not a terrible plan, but he didn't really think it through on who he hired
Yeah.
for this. And so, yeah, you were a lot more definitive, defensive of this man in the car ride, and it felt like you had a lot more to say that you haven't said yet.
Oh, yeah. No, I think I summarized it pretty cleanly. I don't care about this man.
I
I
felt-
think my exact words were, I don't give a, like, not, fuck, what was it? This man is not relevant to the plot when he is he's
But he is the
actually
plot.
important.
He is the plot.
I'm like, I guess he was in the things that I was put under not really concerned about.
Yeah.
So I was like, it's a good story. I'll take it. I feel like if you doled it all down, you could maybe make like an hour-long episode out of this.
Yeah, well, maybe 2 episodes.
Maybe 2.
Because I
Yeah,
feel
it
like
would
there's
be
a
better
lot.
as a 2-parter.
Because I think there's a lot that you can't really skip.
But for me, I'm like, all right, Kirislar, whatever. We'll kill him, I guess.
I described this as a really good, like, in my non-spoiler review, I described this as, like, it feels like an expansion pack to the video game.
Yeah, that would actually be, I guess, the most apt thing.
Like, it felt like reading an expansion.
But
It takes place 2 years
I was
later,
like,
but it's...
I don't. In regards to this, I'm like, I don't care about his fucking
I think
policies or whatever.
I think though, during this era of Star Wars, his policies do matter
I
because
don't care.
well, it does. But
In regards to this
you might
story,
not care, but I think it matters.
just kill the guy and move on. It doesn't matter.
Well,
That's what they do.
I mean,
He-
but I think it matters in terms of whether or not they took the job.
Oh,
It should have mattered, I think.
Yeah, well, they're wanted fugitives.
But they
from
they also are not part of the rebellion as a whole.
No,
like
they're not.
They make it very clear that they are separate.
Yeah.
And that they agree with what the rebels are doing, but one, they don't know how to reach out to them, and two, they just aren't like a part of any. Because at this point, the rebels are still working in their separate cells.
Yep.
Where nobody is directly working. Like there's no larger rebellion.
Yeah, they're
Everybody
all
is
isolated
yeah.
incidents.
Isolated into cells. We see this in Andor. We see it in the first season of Rebels.
Yeah.
This is kind of where the rebellion is at right now, which is once again leading into your whole. It doesn't really matter if he trusts Bell or not. Maybe he is a rebel, as far as the Mantis crew is concerned.
Yeah.
But I think the policies of him saying that he disagrees with Bail Organa's legislation kind of proves that he is not as rebel leaning as he tries to make the crew think.
I didn't read him as like having support for the rebels. I was like,
Well,
this guy's just in it for the
does.
money.
He says he does.
No, what he says is he believes in the free market, and I was like,
which is
you're
very-
a fucking piece of shit. I don't need to know anything else.
No, but he does say that he agrees with the rebel. He agrees that the Empire is a problem. He says that.
Yeah,
Which is very rebel speak.
Anytime I
But
hear
then the free
someone say,
market thing-
"I'm believe in the free market," I'm an entrepreneur. I'm like,
That's very that is
You're
very
just-
crypto bro.
fucking useless to me.
That is bad.
That's what I read. I was like, I don't care what happens to this man.
it is very Elon Musk crypto bro.
I don't care.
So I get you where you're coming from.
I'm like,
So we both had hints of him not being good, just for different hints.
yeah. I was like, I don't give a shit what this guy does because I don't think he's gonna be making it to the game. Now his death probably.
Speaking of things that affect the game, where the crew leaves off.
Oh yeah. It's like after the job gets botched for the Shroud.
Also, major things happen between that. Grease's arm.
Yeah.
Fifth brother cuts off Grease's arm.
Yes. And the reason why is because I went into the scene after like Cal has lost this boss fight.
Yep.
He has in the gaming industry been cutscened to lose.
Yeah.
So what happens is Seer jumps in the way first, right? And she's like, I'm gonna fuck this guy up. And then she holds her own for a while until Cal recovers. And she's like, it would be so easy to choke this fucker.
It would be
right
so
now.
easy to go into the dark side, which that's another, I think it's an interesting thing to still see her struggling.
Yeah.
Because
Seriously,
that goes into our discussion that the dark side is kind of a drug, and which is something that always comes up with when people want to go, what about Grey Jedi? Doesn't quite work in canon. Even in Legends, it's kind of iffy. But in canon, it's even more so because it's made clear that by touching the dark side, you are essentially playing with drugs.
Yeah.
You are essentially you are flipping a coin to see if you become addicted.
Yeah. And what was it? Seer's like, I'm one of the only Jedi who stood up to Darth Vader and kind of won. And I'm like,
that's a misreading of that
is a-
situation.
very different. I remember, Seer, do you remember what happened to you?
That's
I
not
don't
how
think
that
you
fight
fucking
went.
remember how that fight went. You got knocked to the side like a 3-year-old.
Yeah, that fight with Vader did not go the way she remembered it.
She's like, I clearly was able to win and hold my own. I'm like,
Yeah,
you have no idea what the hell happened to you.
Battle scars.
Oh, like his head?
Like,
Oh, yeah, it's
no.
fine.
No, like his head's not fine. It's got a huge.
Oh yeah,
Anakin Vader's.
yeah. We're talking about the book though that came out for.
Oh, there's a book called Battle Scars?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
takes place between the new Jedi video game that's coming out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's for Cal and them.
And what?
Is it a good book?
I liked it a lot.
Yeah, it's a good book.
But
but
it definitely
God,
gets the feel of the video.
And
game.
then, Seer, you're like, so you go and you kind of win and hold your own, and eventually Fifth Brother's on the back foot, I'm like, and then she's like, I'm going to try to reach out and redeem
Yeah,
this man.
cause
And my
Sierra-
brain was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Sierra's struggling. So
She's
I know
like-
you never finished the game, but you at least know the story.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I know. And
'Cause
I only didn't finish the game because I didn't want to.
the map is terrible. Like the
and-
mapping is very.
And I'm old, and I got lost for like 90 minutes. It was like F this game.
It's very Metroidvania, and
And
then
I
and if
just
you do
like-
not like those type of games, you
I
will
like
get.
those. I just kept getting lost, and everything. I'm colorblind. Everything looked the same, and I'm just like,
Honestly, even as somebody who's played the game four or five times now, I still get lost.
You know, at least that game has the decency to give you a fucking map.
Too bad that map is awful.
Yeah.
I want like a Dead Space, man. We press a button, there's a line goes, go to this place. I'm like, that's what I need. That's what I need in mind.
But like, yeah. So of course they're in the book. They are continuing with Seer's struggle with the dark side because at the
Yeah.
end of the first game, she dips into the dark
I'm
side to
going
fight
to-
Vader. But she's like, she fights Fifth Brother and almost dips into the dark side, manages to hold her own without doing so, and then is like, hey, you know what? I need to prove myself even further of not falling to the dark side by trying to bring this man into the light. Which, if you've watched Rebels, you already know that's not happening.
No.
Seer doesn't know. But
Seer doesn't know what happens in Rebels. That's meta knowledge.
but I am over here like,
Her name's Seer.
Which they do make some jokes.
She should have seen that coming.
Well,
But a bump.
especially with the, it's not quite the same spelling, but yeah.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you. Can I interrupt this whole
Yeah,
podcast because
sure.
I really need to have this discussion with you
About Mando?
about Mando season episode.
okay.
Did you see it?
Yeah, he
Good.
watched
All
it
right,
with
good.
me.
Yes.
The official redhead. I hope you've seen it. If not, I'm about to spoil the hell out of it.
We got a button for that.
Spoiler warning. Look at you. Spoiler warning. All right. I know that the internet loves this episode. I have seen the memes, man and Dorlorian, and I'm like, I don't mind that it took this direction. In fact, I applaud it for taking this direction because, yes, I got accused for saying when I didn't like this episode that I did not like mature storytelling. Well, first of all, I'd like to point out the show. One of the stars is a baby puppet. So I want to point that out there.
Who is now like 52 or 53 now, according to John Favreau's terrible
Whatever.
timeline.
Baby puppet. It's a baby puppet. It's like a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
You know? And look, I love Grogu. I love it all.
Although I think he almost said his first words that episode.
Sure.
I think he said this is the way. I'm pretty sure.
Sure, this is the way.
The way
It's
this
funny
is.
that we knew him from Yaddle that they won't speak backwards. Yoda just had some sort of deficiency.
The way this is.
The ways. All right, so here's my problem with it. At the end of the episode, I am uncomfortable with the fact that I have to choose between liking diet Nazis or a religious conservative cult.
Or you could like neither.
But then why am I watching the show? And
Because
because I like Star Wars. That's why I
yeah,
like Star
yeah.
So I get that point, but again, they've locked me into watching the show, and I'm going to finish the season. But my problem is that at the end of the day, the Holy Trilogy, our heroes are fighting for something, and when we really find out that no, they're not really fighting, it doesn't really matter. And so instead of like it dialing down to freedom, they just went, oh, it's tyranny's at a 10. We're now at an 8, and that's okay. And so my problem is it really is that the New Republic
It's not any better than.
is not much better than the Empire. But the New Republic thinks it's a great idea to mess with someone's mind for the good of society.
And I talked about this on my. I don't know if you watch my TikTok recaps.
I did not, because I've been trying to not just you, but just I've been so upset.
Keeping off of it.
I have been so upset about it. But you're a friend, and you know how I am about stuff.
Yeah.
So you get me when I want to make this argument that you know. I feel that episode does detriment damage to the Holy Trilogy, to the point that, and my backup is the sequel trilogy. When we know that the New Republic doesn't get its act together,
Well,
to the
because
point
we know they don't.
they don't, to the point that like they don't believe that the First Order is a threat. So Leia has to come out and form GI Joe to fight the New Order, the
First Order.
the First Order. So we know they don't get the. So I'm going to be watching the next how many years to the 30 years to connect the two franchises to realize that the new, like, our heroes, no wonder they're depressed. Everything they did was all for nothing.
And the argument I make in my recap is that I think Leia and our main trio,
Right.
and I doubt even Mon Mothma, even though she's the Chancellor, not Supreme Chancellor, because they make it clear that in one of the source books that they removed the Supreme part of the title.
Yeah, I would too after having an emperor show up.
So I think even as the Chancellor, I don't think Mon Mothma knows all of the policies that are being made.
I understand that, but
Because if Leia knew the policies that were being made, there's no way she wouldn't be showing up going, fuck that.
I 100% agree with that. But this comes down to a fault in storytelling.
Yeah.
And so you have to, at the end of the day, Star Wars was a story about clear good guys, clear bad guys, the Holy Trilogy.
Mhm.
And so
Even the prequels.
and right, clear good guy. Actually, with the Separatist stuff.
Well,
'cause,
the
you know,
Separatists makes it confusing. Well,
the Separatists
Clone
don't
War,
make
the Clone Wars specifically.
because why are there's because there's corruption. So I understand that plot, but in the Holy Trilogy, it's clearly defined.
Yeah.
Here's a bunch of rebels who are trying to defeat an oppressive empire. And that's growing up. That's what I'm led to believe.
Yeah.
And now they're putting all these nuances because the people like
Because people like nuance
well,
nowadays.
Yeah, but no, not even that. But like the people who were me growing up are now writing and creating Star Wars.
Yeah.
And,
And
so,
y'all grew up
we-
with these issues
guys,
that are
guys,
now...
the '90s sucked.
Yeah, there are like the people who grew up with these films have grown up and seen, oh, things are not as clear cut as
Right.
we grew up thinking they were, and so now we're writing to
And-
reflect
right.
that,
And
because
so-
writing is always a reflection of
Sure.
the time.
But at the end of the day, for me personally,
Yeah.
why I'm upset is that I get a lot of this BS in the news
Mm-hmm.
every day, and I need good guys, and we're moving away from good guys. We're moving into every bad guy has a reason, and every good guy may not be as good as you think it is. And I'm like, I miss the days of like, I knew that Cruella de Vil was a bad guy, but now she's got more nuances why she was that way. So I mean, I don't mind that, like, what's the Encanto has no bad guy.
Yeah,
Encanto's beautiful and great. Doesn't have a bad guy.
but not every film or story
there
needs
needs
it.
a bad guy. But
Well, I mean the other way.
Right,
Like not
right.
every film or story needs to be so
right. But
gray about it.
But Star Wars, what was great about it, and I don't mind the Outer Rim. Like, look, I'm not upset at the mind wipe scene. I'm upset that it's the good guys who are doing it. That's like the Empire 100% knew the Hutts, 100% those guys. Those guys are bad. Those guys should do that. I don't want like a happy Mon Calamari going, this is good for society. You're gonna love it. You won't feel anything. And so
I even went through it.
and I'm like, oh my god. And so I walk into this feeling it's problematic.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong. I'm not even
And
jumping
I-
on the fact that they did it to a brown guy. I'm gonna skip
No.
that part because that's the
That's
optics
a
on that-
whole nother-
Yeah, that's a whole. But the optics on that were not
No,
great.
I remember. So we watched
Because
this at
we
the
talked
same
about,
time.
we were like, this is 1984.
I
Right.
remember
And I'm like,
as they're on the train going there, I'm like, this is a sting operation
Absolutely.
and it's a setup. And you were like, well, that's fine. It's the New Republic. I'm like, no, it fucking isn't.
No, I didn't say that.
No, you didn't
Don't
say
say
that.
I said that.
Oh yeah.
I do not think it's fine that they did that. I do not, because
And then
I think
I
that's
think
the,
it's
I think
the
that's the
reason.
point. But once again,
I'm
some
like,
people might not
I-
like that. That's the point.
I'm
and,
like-
and that's a completely valid.
I'm like,
it shouldn't be. The
I think
point.
my words were about the scientist guy. I think my exact words were, you need to ice this woman right now and leave.
Percy's not gonna do that. Percy's a doctor.
Yeah, I know.
I think because he at the end of the day does want to do the right thing. But once again, I think the show is reflecting a lot of things, because it's reflecting Operation Paperclip,
Oh,
for
yeah.
example.
But they didn't do
And-
Operation Paperclip right. They made it's like we got this great scientist that we're just gonna make him a data clerk.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that's of course you're setting him up to fail because
Yeah.
he's
He's not feeling
fulfilled.
fulfilled. Yeah.
Right. And even and while he was doing
Which
it-
I think he was happy outside of that one thing.
Right.
I think everything else in his life, as part of the new program, he was fine with, except he didn't get to do the one thing.
So Comchick's totally working for Gideon, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
100% working.
Kane is
'Cause-
still with Gideon.
Right. She's
100%.
she's got to get that out of the way so the New Republic don't have the tech.
And I actually saw a really good video on it about she still has the the case. She probably took all the, because the New Republic takes the case of supplies with them,
Right.
and they trust her because they're like, "Oh, you're a great success story of our."
I think she escapes after she kills. I don't think that.
I think she takes the stuff and she leaves.
I'm pretty sure that's what's going to go on. So the second point
And Gideon is also probably like right around the corner
second
from
point of this
Mandalore.
is that I am uncomfortable with the religious cult and Bo-Katan.
We're not supposed to be comfortable with that.
I'm right, but so they gave me a whole episode of not knowing who to root for, and
I think-
and that's why I left upset and confused.
I think Bo and Din are. I think by the end of the season, they will not be affiliated with this group.
well, Pedro Pascal needs to show his face again because that's like
Yeah.
an actor.
Well, also
That's why.
well, also I felt even with the helmet on, I could feel Bo-Katan was not. This was a bittersweet moment.
So is it her game plan just to jack him and get this Darksaber, and because she's way better at it than he is, and trying to unite her people?
I don't know if she's playing that way.
And I know people are shipping them,
It's-
which I'm okay with, but
Bo-Katan, it's weird to me.
I know this
Because
was supposed
it's
to be a Jedi episode, but obviously
It's
Mandalore.
like,
No,
there's
why
so much to
are
talk about.
you?
Scotty said he's taking over the episode for
Yeah.
a minute, and I am.
It's like, what are you doing? Why are you here? Apart from, I understand you rescued me. I guess your house is blown up, so you can't go back to that. I guess.
Which once again, I think Gideon's living right around the corner because how else do we get a bunch of TIE interceptors there that fast?
Oh, wait, well, he knows all about it.
Well, also but we don't see a Star Destroyer,
Right.
which is because we know TIEs don't. At least those models of TIEs do not have hypers.
The interceptors don't have. Yeah, they're interceptors, and they don't have hyperdrives. But like, if they had defenders, they would be. But,
Yeah.
yeah,
You know, that program didn't work out.
because they had to build a space laser to start a whole franchise. Anyway,
And it's like, Bo-Katan feels like she's in a place she doesn't want to be, surrounded by people who
Yeah,
don't want her there,
I think she's
but are like, fuck,
I
because of the rules, we can't
I-
throw you out.
I think in the case of Bo though, she's only there because of two reasons. One, she's lost her new family because in the first episode of the season, we are introduced to the fact that everybody has left her. That's the first thing.
right.
And if you know anything about real world cults, what do they feed into? This type of feeling of
Right.
needing a family. And so they feed immediately into that. And that's why I think Bo is there because she needs that. But you can also tell she doesn't want to be there. Even with the helmet on, I think I can feel that personally.
See, I don't feel that. I think she is fundamentally changed when she sees the Mythosaur. I think her whole worldview or galaxy view. has
Also, her
changed.
gaslighting Dan about the Mythosaur.
Well,
she's like,
I
hey,
don't-
did you see that
I
thing?
don't know if she's gaslighting or not. I don't think her intent's gaslighting. I think she's like, if he didn't see it, maybe I didn't see it. And I think that weighs on her. I think she's having a crisis of faith, and her crisis of faith is seeing the Mythosaur.
Did I see a Mythosaur or
Right,
not?
And so it's like, did I see Jesus? I must have go join this. I mean,
Did I see Reptile Jesus?
right? Did I see Reptile Jesus? And so, my personal Reptile Jesus.
And it's like,
But so I think it's going to be interesting. But
it's more, I'm waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, because
I mean, it's only the third episode.
because
but,
the point I made with the second episode between us and on my recap on TikTok was, I'm surprised they went to the mines that quick.
oh, I'm not. It's
I mean, I felt like that was going to be like
Kinda
because the first episode makes you feel like that's the season long
right,
story
but
is
it's not how they, it's not how they operate.
like it felt like in the first episode that the setup was our season long journey is going to be Din gathering a party to go on this adventure, and then like the very next episode they're like, fuck the party, we're just going on the adventure.
It's pretty much that.
And then like, but then
because they're setting up something bigger.
they're setting up
I-
Gideon and
and whatever. The rumor mill says there's an Ahsoka episode this run, which makes sense.
yeah, because
'Cause-
we were looking at that because we were trying to figure out what news to talk about, but it's a rumor,
It's
so
a
we were.
rumor. There's a rumor that, which makes sense because if Filoni directs an episode, it's going to be.
Yeah,
that.
because we said because it said in what we saw was that Rosario posted something about
Right.
the next episode being awesome and Dave writing it, so that
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, if Dave
which
wrote-
means
which
probably a
means Dave
Ahsoka
wrote
episode.
It, yeah, if Dave wrote it, she's in it, and he directed it. That's right. That's my money on it. Is it the next episode?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what she's.
And-
That's what she said.
So I wonder if that's the tie-in to get us to Ahsoka.
Yeah, because Ahsoka's
Most
coming out this
likely.
year.
Right. So
Skeleton Crew is possibly this year still, but it's potentially
no-
moved to next year.
knowing Disney, it'll be next year.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we find out. We'll find out definitely in a couple weeks.
Yeah, because Celebration, and
Which we
then
can't attend, sadly.
yeah, and then we won't be able to attend for another 2 years because there is no one next year,
But that's okay.
which gives us time to save up.
save up. So we'll definitely be
Because it'll
we'll
probably
at
be Orlando.
Yeah,
That's my.
right.
I'm putting my money on that.
So
Orlando or Anaheim, but which we can afford.
We can afford. Yeah,
that.
London's a little bit.
If you support this podcast, we definitely can go, or they can support my own other.
Yeah,
podcast.
support both.
I get the sense that the armorer is.
I.
She's proud
She is
that
said-
Din is like managed to do something incredible,
I'm still.
but she's mad that Bo-Katan had to help him.
No,
and was-
I think she's still setting up Din because I think she's working with Paz because Paz still wants that dark saber because the way.
No, I believe she thinks he's the true path to Mandalore.
Really, you think that she trusts Din?
I think she trusts it. I'll be surprised if there's a betrayal. I'll be really surprised
I'm expecting them.
because the betrayal should have happened earlier. If she's like everyone says she's that member of Death Watch at Hellfall, and which I hope that turns out to be right.
Oh, what? Oh, I forget her name,
I
but
can't
yeah,
remember it,
yeah,
But, and I
the
hope
the
that's-
one in the comics, yeah.
But I like the idea that she is such a religious fanatic that look, religious fanaticism need a Messiah character.
Mhm.
Din Djarin does all these crazy stuff. He's brought the enemy into the fold, so they've got a force using child.
Which I think Din's I love the way that we're getting Din's like fatherhood of Grogu.
I love that all that. But and then so we get this. He's doing the impossible. He finds out the homeworld's not screwed up. He's bathed in the lake, the waters of Lake Minnetonka, and so. It's not my joke. Everyone else has made it, but that's what that joke is.
Yeah,
If
he
you've
took
not-
his bath.
yeah, he took his bath.
Please go watch Purple Rain if you've not.
Yeah,
seen it.
yeah, we
So,
joked that he took his bath because,
uh,
although, God, he's still stinky because he did not take a bath with the armor off.
He took his weapons off. That's good enough, right?
Also, real quick, I have to leave. I have to go.
Yeah,
finish the
yeah,
story.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I really want to. What is the point of bringing R5D4 when you can just pressurize and go?
So he doesn't have to do that.
That's a lot of work just to like. Oh, it's a button click.
So he doesn't have to sound like Darth Vader along the way.
I guess so. I thought that. So that was my issues with. I just wanted a platform.
Yeah.
But we don't have our show anymore.
And yeah,
These
these are valid complaints. I
'cause-
disagree with them, but they are valid.
Because you know the first person I called after this, right?
Drew.
I called Drew. I'm like, Drew, what the fuck is going on in Star Wars? I mean, he just got back from Cuba, so it was like, so me and Drew had like, it was like, oh my god. So all right.
Yeah.
Continue talking about Battle Scars.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember the stuff. Support this podcast. Give them your money for their Patreon.
And this week we're on your show. We're doing our just cult meet, or no, we're talking.
No. We're recording this week. You'll find out next
okay,
week.
next week.
New episode is going to come out on Wednesday. We're actually recording tomorrow,
Yeah.
and we'll let you know the movie then.
So we're doing the cult meeting first,
and then the movie.
and then the movie.
So we're recording 2 episodes.
So Wednesday will be the cult meeting that comes out, I guess.
Yeah, the Wednesday and the following Wednesday.
Okay,
So,
so,
we'll let you
yeah.
know. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna spoil the movie.
It's a new movie. I think
Yeah.
a new movie because I much like this episode of Mandalorian. I saw this film. I was like, I have to immediately talk about it. I have to talk about it with other.
And how
people.
it's gonna become a franchise.
How it's gonna be a thing, and like
Which I'm excited for the next one of these films
so-
because I just saw 6
Yeah,
and I want 7 now.
and now you can talk about Scream. We'll talk about Scream. I think I've only seen 2. I don't think.
You should watch 3. It's
I kind of want to do all of them on the podcast.
3 is the most Hollywood of the
I think-
films
I-
because so 3.
Hold
Without-
on.
Here we go
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
I,
We'll talk about it on the show.
But for our Patreon, which is coming soon, I keep saying that
Yeah.
but look, I have a comic book also to put out, and once I get through all this garbage, and I can get the stuff, I can get.
And now tax season is coming up.
I've
and
already
almost-
paid taxes.
Yeah,
Taxes
I've got
done,
my
taxes
taxes.
done.
Okay,
got
so
my
we've
paperwork
all
done.
paid our taxes.
Well,
Yeah,
I did my paperwork. I haven't figured out my returns yet.
I've done
Okay.
I've done TurboTax, baby. This podcast is not sponsored by TurboTax, but I personally like them. But you've got an account, right? Your friend parents.
Yeah, I use my parents' account. Yeah.
'cause- yeah, I would too if I had an account.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I guess I could get Kisa to do it. I mean, she has an account,
Yeah.
and she's in my life, so there's that. Anyway, that being said, Yeah, we're trying to get a Patreon, and on Patreon, that's kind of the stuff I want to do, like series like Scream and stuff like that, dude. Franchises.
Yeah.
All right, I
But
love
yeah.
you both.
Yeah, I'll
you
let
guys
you
are
know.
amazing. I gotta go back. I gotta
Yeah.
go pick up this toy collection. Thank you for letting me get this off my chest.
Yeah, and I'll
Yeah.
definitely talk to you after the show because I got a
Yeah,
question.
yeah. And
Okay.
if I'm not here, I'm going back and come. I don't know how long you got, but you can always call or text me, man.
Yeah.
All right, love you guys.
All right, later.
Bye.
Thanks for talking.
May the force be with you. This is the way.
This is the way.
Indeed. So back to Seer trying
Yeah,
to like
Seer.
redeem people in the middle of a life or death fight. Look,
she
there
tries.
are some times
There's some non-redeemables.
like this is.
I
one
know
of
it's
the-
not very Star Wars to believe that, but there are some people that just won't be redeemed.
There are some. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Like for example, Palpatine will never be redeemed.
Yeah. He's
Like-
not going to. He doesn't want it.
George has said he's the devil. Like he's literally compared him to the devil.
Yeah.
This man is not redeemable.
like-
there are other characters like that.
Oh god.
Now, maybe not as far as Palpatine, but there are those that just enjoy the cruelty. Fifth brother being one of them.
And agrees.
I'm gonna grab a water, but yeah, you continue your thoughts.
It's one of those things where I think there is like, so I have been taking some pretty hardline stances on who to trust, who to get rid of, like immediately. This is like the surprise of I'm not actually okay with taking out Nihil in the intensive care unit. But this is one of the ones where I'm like, all right, you tried. Either leave or just get rid of him. This is one where it's like, you know, I don't think this guy is in this business for the betterment of society. I don't think he much cares about being redeemed. I think he might like being evil.
Yeah, Fifth brother is definitely one of those. But yeah, so unfortunately, because of this, Fifth brother just goes in for the strike.
Yeah.
And Grease is like, "Oh, I see this coming."
Yeah. And so the Inquisitor does what Inquisitors do. He's like, hey, you'd probably feel real bad if I killed your Padawan in front of you.
Yeah,
You're not apprentice.
I think they make it clear that this is a master and apprentice relationship.
Yeah.
Because throughout the books,
Like-
even Cal is like, "No, what good is a Jedi without his master?"
Yeah.
And he's referring to Seer.
Seer. And it's like, Fifth brother is over here like, how about I leave you 0 for 2 for apprentices? And it's like, Grease is like, shit, well, Seer's not gonna be able to do it. She's too focused on trying to redeem the guy.
Yeah.
And I can't really do much against that, so I guess I'll get in the way. And it costs him
An arm,
an arm. And
not a leg, though.
yeah, fortunately.
Um,
Although,
So this
that shit
we're
hurt.
talking about we talked about the rift that the Mantis crew is feeling.
Yeah.
This
Is
increases
the
that.
thing that is
This
like,
is like the last straw.
yeah, before everyone in the house is like, all right,
We need to have a house meeting because there's some bullshit.
yeah. And eventually it all comes out like,
We learn the truth about Fret. We learn about the whole things going on with the Shroud. We learn that Cal has seen some stuff about Fret
oh yeah,
because of his psychometry,
yeah.
and it was
Like,
an accident, but
It's not an active ability.
yeah,
It's
it
one of
can
the
be,
ones
but
that just happens.
it can be an active ability, but it's
He
not
did
always.
go looking for it this time. But he was also like, if I don't get one, I don't get one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in this case, he felt the moment was too private to share, even with what he learned.
Yeah.
Which, hey, respect for respecting the privacy on that level, but maybe you shouldn't have done it to begin with.
He's like, the thing is, everyone's like, on the ship is like, look, she joined us. We don't want to not trust you.
Yeah,
But at the same time, you're new here. We're a bunch of wanted criminals. you only like stopped working for the Empire like a day and a half ago.
Yeah. Because it's revealed that she claimed that she stopped working for them, and it turns out not entirely.
No, not exactly.
It turns out that she was still on records working for them, so that way she could have security clearances that they
Yes.
needed. But she didn't tell them that,
Yeah.
which potentially put them in more danger.
Yeah.
Because it turns out that Fifth Brother was tracking them thanks to her,
Mm-hmm.
unintentionally.
Yes.
Um,
So, like, the first time the thing where it's like, oh, this is kind of shady with
like it makes
Fred
sense
happens.
and it also
The
makes sense that
first
Fifth
one-
Brother would kind of figure out what they were up to, because there's
Yeah.
like Imperial facility Fifth Brother's gonna figure out.
Yeah.
But the second time it's like, wait a minute.
So, the first time, as they're like kind of breaking into the facility, Cal has a "you better say psych right now" moment as they're like about to completely break in.
Yeah.
Because Fred's like, I never really stopped working for the Empire, by the way.
Yeah.
And it's like,
And then we get a flashback of her telling Marin this information already, which means Marin already knew. And
everyone just kept a bunch of secrets on the Mantis from each other.
yeah. And so, yeah, this is a, hey, we need to stop keeping secrets from each other if we're going to work together.
Yeah.
And so, thankfully, everything comes out in the clear. Finally,
Yeah.
after also like a bunch of other shenanigans, such as losing Fret and
Losing
And
Fred and
Irie.
Irie.
Irie because they split off while Fifth Brother attacked everybody
Yeah.
else. But eventually, the Scooby-Doo gang figure out, oh, the real monster is Bird Person.
Yeah.
Which they don't even figure that out right away. They only figure it out because they decide that they're not gonna give him the shroud,
Yeah.
because they're like, we should probably, because
explain-
basically they decide to do the same thing they did with the Holocron in the first game. They're like, nobody should have this.
Yeah.
And so
To explain, the shroud hasn't actually been built yet. What they're really going for are the blueprints.
yeah,
But the blueprints haven't been written down.
because they're in Irie's brain.
Yeah. So it is, if we want to give the blueprints of the shroud,
We'd have to give up
we
Irie.
have to give up Irie. We weren't really considering giving him the blueprints anyway.
because we've already done a mission like this before and said nobody should have it.
Yeah. So it's like, all right.
Which I do admire this about the Mantis crew.
Like-
Like the Mantis crew are very much like, no, this is bad for everybody. We should just destroy this.
Yeah, let's just,
Or in this case, not make it.
yeah.
And so they decide that they're going to create a fake version of the Shroud device.
Yes.
And they go, we'll deliver this to him because he won't know any better, because he didn't even tell us that he was expecting it to be a person. So what's to tell us that he's not expecting a device? Turns out, no, Bird Person is a lot smarter than that. And he said, nah, I'm going to fire on y'all now. And
I kind of want to talk about like the big old all right, everyone get off the ship. We'll come back here in 2 days. When we've all had our moments of like frustration gone.
yeah. Which turns out that's what they needed.
We just need to spend like
They
a
needed
day or
like-
two apart.
Yeah. They were, you know what, living moment to moment on a pretty cramped, like the Mantis is not a big ship.
Yeah.
It's a decently sized ship, but I'd say it's probably even small. I'd say it's probably even smaller than the Falcon.
Yeah. I'd say it's like a 1, maybe 2 room apartment at best.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen all the rooms because there's a lot of shut doors in the video
Yeah.
game, but
But from what I saw, those rooms don't actually look that big.
especially if you put it to scale with the size of the ship from
Yeah.
the exterior.
And so it's like, okay, so Seer and Cal are the ones who have their conversation first.
And that's when finally they come to an agreement of, yes, we want the same thing, but we also need to focus on how we get there.
Yeah.
Because that's where the problems have been, is that do we collect more Jedi artifacts and try to build up the Jedi first, or do we try to build up the Republic back first and then build the Jedi?
Yep.
Because that's the conversation.
One is, I want to have a legacy, and the other one is, we need to be able to get there first.
To create a legacy, yeah.
That is the argument that they
We
have.
can't create a legacy if we're not safe.
We can't create a legacy if we're dead.
Yeah. And I'm kind
Is
of
what Cal's
I was about to say,
side
and
of it
I'm
is.
kind of more on Cal's side of this argument.
And Sears, like,
Like, I get where Sears
we
coming
need
from,
symbols, we need hope. And it's like, because
but hope's no good if we're dead.
Yeah, and that's the counter argument. Meanwhile, Marin is like, I'm glad my magic is back. Unfortunately, this really attractive woman lied to me,
Yeah,
and her dead
Marin-
girlfriend is alive now.
Marin's a little heartbroken. She got crushed by her
Things are
crush.
sad,
But
but they resolve that
yeah,
for the most part.
I mean, so I definitely, but yeah, and I like that moment. We're not gonna go step by step
Yeah.
throughout the book. So yeah, we get to the final battle, which I think the
Yeah.
final battle is great.
Yeah.
I love, like, you start off with just this battle between them and Karis, and then it gets even bigger.
Kiris fucking shoots Fred with the noisy cricket. Because it's like described as like a really small blaster.
Yeah.
But what it does to Fred is like,
Well,
she's
yeah, like-
out of the game forever.
Yeah, Fred.
She doesn't die.
No, but they make it seem like she
But-
died.
It is fucking close.
Because they do make it seem like it at first, because Irie is mad and goes after him for doing that.
Yeah. And so it's like,
Because I forgot that was a fake out moment, yeah. Because
Yeah.
they do the fake out of, oh, she's dead. And Irie's like, ah, angry moment,
yeah,
angry, vengeful, you killed my girlfriend moment.
yeah. Meanwhile, I guess Marin's like, well, the Empire's not here, so I guess the Haxion Brood will do.
Yeah, because they do, because
like, she
once again
just-
we learn that Karis is in charge of the Haxion Brood
Yeah.
for this section of, like, sector of the galaxy. And it, because, like, they recognize, because when they first went to Hosnian, there were these big guards that
Yeah.
were, like, almost palace guards, but not really.
Yeah.
But
And they were like,
They were
"That's weird,
security
they're not doing
for-
anything."
But then we learn about the
then
Haxion Brood thing,
everyone-
and then our crew recognizes them. They're like, wait a minute, these Haxion Brood members, these were the security guards we saw earlier.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
And it's like, ah, God. So the battle with Karis commences, and it does not go well for Karis and the Haxion Brood.
Nope. Yeah. So
And after that, who should show up but Fifth fucking Brother?
yeah, we get round 2 of
'Cause
Fifth
God,
Brother.
I'm like, I know you die in Rebels, so they can't kill you here.
But they do make the fight
Yeah.
like they make it suspenseful to where you like if you forget about Rebels for a second, you could go like, I could see them killing this guy
Yeah.
because
I'm like, I fully believe that they could, in where their circumstances were at that point in time, I'm like, I would, if I was someone who had experienced these events,
in chronological.
yeah, as like Cal or Marin or any of the people there, I would be like, all right,
We might actually stand a chance here.
yeah, we've got,
I think the fight works on both levels though, because you also can feel like that the crew can also lose at any moment.
Yeah.
Like we know a sequel video game is coming out, but we still are like, oh, people could die here.
yeah, it's like, this is a coin toss.
Because there were rumors for a long time that people thought that Grease was going to die in
Yeah.
this book. Like, people were like, Grease isn't in the Survivor trailer. Neither is Marin. Does Grease die in this book? I mean, he loses an arm,
A small part
which
of
is
it
probably,
dies.
which I think that's also why we don't see him in the trailer.
Yeah.
I think they didn't want to spoil that his arm gets cut off.
Yeah.
Because I think if we saw that in the trailer, people would have assumed that that's what happens in the book.
Yeah.
That or minds would have been blown and wonder what happens in the video game.
Yeah.
But I think what we've seen in the video game isn't more than like a few hours in.
Yeah. And it's like, oh boy.
Yeah.
So they click.
But yeah,
and at the end
All
of
right.
it, I'm like,
everybody kind of goes like, the Mantis crew keeps their
Yeah.
like we keep
They're
everybody
like,
together,
"Alright."
which I'm surprised because I almost felt like they were gonna split up by the end of the book.
Yeah.
I almost felt like that's where this book was going. Was that this was gonna be like the Scooby Doo movie, where like the Mystery Inc. gang separates, and this was gonna be our explanation for why they're separated at the beginning of Survivor. But I don't think they're gonna be separated now at the beginning of Survivor, or if they are, it's gonna be for some events that we didn't see somewhere.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be because of the reasons that we saw in this book. Because I think because we see Seer in that Jedi library in Survivor,
Yep.
and I think that we know why she's there because this book makes it clear that Seer is looking for Jedi artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
And what better place to do that than in a
library.
Jedi library
Yeah.
that's hidden? Yeah, which looks like the library that Jocasta knew the new library she created because she created
Ah.
a new one.
She did?
Yes.
It's
So-
a new library,
It's
isn't
a
it?
secret library, yes. A Jocasta new library.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a secret library that Jocasta new created to hide some of the artifacts before she got killed by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
man.
so like I think
I do feel like,
we're gonna see our gang split up at the beginning, possibly still, but
yeah.
I do like that at the end of this book they are not. But they do like leave Fret and
They're like, well,
Erie
look-
because they're like, hey, you guys should go your separate way.
it's very much you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah, and like
And
I,
it's
I
not-
think they do send them towards people that they know that can hide them, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly.
I think they're going to stay on, not Marcana. It's L.
Hold on, I got
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Not Dormir. It's.
Yeah, I can't remember.
They're
They send them somewhere though.
They send them somewhere safe, and they're
Yeah.
like, we'll call, I guess.
Yep. Because I think Marin realizes that that her and Fret's relationship is not going anywhere with Erie
Yeah.
back in the picture.
And they explicitly say so.
Yep.
And Marin's like, hey, do you still love her? And Fret goes,
Well, yeah.
yeah. And it's like, all right.
But overall, I enjoyed this book.
Yeah.
I thought it gave a lot of insights to where Survivor could be going. I think, though, at the same time, it does a good job of where if you just play the video games, you're fine. You're not missing out because they do have to return things to status quo at the end of the book.
Yeah, they do.
I think, though, the way they bring things back to status quo is fine.
It's a very, to me, uneasy status quo.
Yeah. Like, there's still a lot of, like, there's changes. Like,
Yeah.
our pilot is missing an arm. And,
I don't just mean that.
but also, like, the crew feels like they feel less,
Unified.
they feel more, but also less unified at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, they feel like they've gotten closer, but also further.
yeah, it is.
It's really hard to explain that, but, like, that's how I feel they are. Like, they're closer, but they're
They
also
have
not.
all stated their goals at this point, but they don't agree on how to get there.
And they're still a family, but they also are
It's
like...
just a family that's been like, okay, these are some problems.
Yeah.
I'm like, to me, it looks cosmetically that stuff has been resolved,
But
but underlying
obviously
it
not.
has not been at all.
yeah.
This is the.
We
don't
put a
wanna
Band-Aid
bother-
on it.
This is the. I don't want to bother people right now.
Yeah. They put a Band-Aid on it, and
Yeah.
that's it. They were like, that's good.
I'm like, it's like I put a Band-Aid on your gash wound.
It's not even that. They put a Band-Aid on, like, mental issues. Like, they're like, oh, yeah, these are mental, like, issues that are going on. We'll put a Band-Aid on it. And it's like, that's not going to heal that.
It's not gonna fix the problem.
No, it's fine. We put a Band-Aid on it.
I'm like, that's not.
Can you put a Band-Aid on Grease's arm?
I got some back to. That's just not coming back.
God, and the way they go over the fact that like, because they go into the fact that it's that his arm is cauterized.
Oh yeah,
Because they go
we've
over.
talked about
Yeah,
that.
'cause, I mean it's a common Star Wars fact that lightsabers cauterize
Yeah.
the wound as they go through.
And Marin like points out it's kind of fucked up actually.
Yeah.
And I have brought this up to you before, but I think because we're so used to seeing like lightsabers used in the hands of people we know are generally good,
And who
we
aren't
often
aren't also trying to like
yeah.
that aren't, unless you're Obi-Wan, aren't often dismembering people.
Yeah. Save for Obi-Wan, he'll fucking do it. But it's one of those things. I remember I said to you one day, and as I was like thinking about lightsabers and how they work, I'm like, yeah, lightsabers are, while we mostly see them used as weapons, they're also like horrifying torture instruments.
In the right hands.
Yeah.
And Fifth Brother is one of those hands.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh boy, this is grand, isn't it?
Yeah. But I think that's going to wrap up our thoughts
Yeah.
for this book, because I think we've talked about most of what we could for this book.
Yeah.
And we even delved a little into Mando.
Mhm. There's also our Scream rant.
Yeah, our Scream rant. So overall, thoughts on the book?
I enjoyed it, but it's very much like exhausting.
Yeah, it's a little mentally exhausting, but it's fine because that it's Star Wars at this point. I'm not expecting happiness anymore in Star Wars. Is that sad?
I got my happiness.
I think there's happiness in other parts of Star Wars. This is not an
in
era for it.
The Bad Batch episode for this week.
Only for it to be crashing down in the next 2 weeks
Oh, it's gonna be bad.
because we got 2 more weeks of Bad Batch
Yeah, it's gonna be bad.
with 3 episodes. Because
Like,
we got 1 episode next week and then a 2-parter next.
Yeah,
the
like
week after.
we talked about this, about how happy that I was. Like, it might be sad that this brought me joy, or like not necessarily joy, but like a bit of relief, where it's like, oh, a natural disaster.
That's it.
Thank God.
That's it.
That's
Just-
it. Okay, we can handle that.
Yeah. No Empire. No
No Empire. No
betrayals.
No betrayals.
Although I'm expecting
No
a Sid,
Nihil.
I'm expecting a Sid betrayal within the next few weeks.
Oh yeah. No.
Sid's betraying them.
No
Absolutely.
Nihil. No Path of the Open Hand. No.
Well, hey, in 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks we'll be coming back to the path because we go back to the High Republic.
Which one? The Path, the Way,
Well,
the Force, the Order.
Cataclysm. So we're gonna be probably doing with the
More
path.
specifically, I'm fucking with you because all of these things have different names that.
So, what would you give this?
Oh. I'll give it an 8.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
It definitely tells the story we kind of need in between these
Yeah.
the games.
It's definitely connective tissue.
And it tells it once again. I think Sam Maggs absolutely understands the characters. I think she also absolutely understands how to write narratively, but also like in a way that makes you still feel like this is a video game. All of that works in this favor, and I hope we get more books from her in the Star Wars universe because I think because this is her first Star Wars book, and it made New York Times bestsellers.
Oh yeah.
So I hope.
Did you read the afterword for this?
No, I did not.
It is very sweet.
Okay. I'll have to
Occasionally,
look at
I'll
it.
read them.
Yeah, I'll have to look at it. But yeah, I followed her on Twitter after reading this, so that way I could like tag her when I did my review.
Yeah.
And so because
She
I like
did-
I like to tag the authors on Twitter whenever
Yeah.
I do my reviews.
She did good work.
And so yeah. And I'm sorry I had the wrong music set at first.
Yeah. Sorry, we were distracted by discussing
Cartoons,
cartoons and
animation,
like,
and
how I have the weird tone shift from like
of how you were introduced to Superman. You went
Yeah.
from Fleischer cartoons to Smallville.
to Smallville.
What a leap. What a leap.
Which
Like, there was no in between. Like, you didn't make the journey. You didn't go Fleischer cartoon, 70s Superman, and then, like, animated Superman,
yeah.
like Superman the Animated
It
Series
went-
specifically. No, you just went Smallville.
I guess technically it goes
Like-
Fleischer cartoons, Smallville, Justice League animated, and then Superman Returns.
Yeah, that's a jump, especially because Superman Returns kind of counts on you having seen at least the first two 70s Superman, like the 79 and then 80s
Does.
Superman film, because it
But
realizes
it's fine.
because it counts on basically Superman Returns is supposed to be Superman 3.
Yeah.
It's a redo of Superman 3 because it's like, oh, 3 and 4 nobody liked. But yeah, we're here to talk Star Wars though.
Yeah, we're not here for that.
We always get off topic because I think people don't care because I've seen comments of like people enjoy us talking about other stuff. But it's Star Wars is in the name of the podcast,
Yeah.
so we got to talk Star
For the
Wars.
most part, we're gonna try to focus on that.
So we got a little bit of news.
Yes.
Well, we got one piece of major news that we want to talk about, and that's something that you and I talked about before filming last week because we were like, oh, we saw this little article that said a Jedi Survivor trailer's coming out.
Yep.
Do we want to talk about that? Well, no, because the trailer's not out yet. Well, during the week, turned out that trailer did come out, and now we're gonna watch it together.
Yes.
So let me pull that up. There we go. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
That looks cool. It's Marin. She wasn't in the last trailer, so oh, Greasy. I like Greasy's new haircut. The grappling hook looks cool. And there's our High Republic character.
Oh, that is a bold claim.
Yeah. Oh, I hope there's plenty of chances for them to be fighting side by side, because that. Oh, it's so soon,
Yeah.
but so far, because it's practically a month away. No, it is a month away.
Yeah.
Like, because it's what's today, 25th. So yeah. I'm glad I pre-ordered and I'm ready to play this as soon as it comes out. Like I am.
You might want to.
Yeah. No, don't worry. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, see, one of our guests enjoys when we get off topic. But yeah, so does this increase your excitement for the game in any way?
Yeah. I'm glad that some people are gonna be, if they haven't read the books, they're gonna be like, why does Grease have a robot arm? 5 years, a lot's happened. I'm like, yeah, Cal, a lot did happen.
I love Grease's new haircut though. He looks like he's going for a hippie lifestyle.
Yeah.
But
Grease
and Marin's new haircut is also.
Yeah. Although, I think in terms of gameplay that I'm excited for, I don't know if, like, the few, like, tag team combos I saw are gonna be, like, an in-game
Yeah,
thing, or if
'cause-
they're specific to cutscenes.
Yeah, because because in the first game, the only time we worked with Marin was during the fight with Terran Malicos,
Yeah, the fucking
and it's-
most ripped Sith Lord
and
I've ever seen.
and the moments are scripted.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look scripted because you're fighting a stormtrooper in that scene. You're not
Yeah.
fighting a boss. So I hope it's not a scripted moment. I hope it's or at least when I say scripted, I mean it's not just for a boss fight.
Yeah.
I hope it's like, oh, we're going to a planet together, and yeah, it's scripted that she goes with you, but like you're on this mission together, and so you're tag teaming.
Yes. It's very much. Also, I don't know.
So the villain is supposed. So the guy that's in the back to tank and that villain that we've
Yeah.
seen in the first trailer, the one that's like upset that the Jedi let the Empire succeed.
Yeah.
It's basically been confirmed that he's a High Republic character. Like,
Okay.
not a character we know, but he
Yeah.
existed during the High Republic. That's the
He's-
that's what we know.
He's like, the creeping moral decay of the galaxy seems to have slipped in
Yeah.
while I was taking a really long nap.
Basically, he's like, I'm pissed that the Jedi have fallen this
Like,
hard.
How did you get? He essentially, I guess, was put in like stasis.
Which we know
woke up.
does exist in Star Wars.
Yeah, and woke up and was like, I took a nap and you guys had like 200 something. Fuck it. What happened?
Yeah.
How did you guys fuck it up this bad?
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's going to be interesting
Yeah.
because while his ideals are in the right place, obviously he's
The
going
reality of the situation is like,
the reality of the situation is crazy, and also the way he's going about this is wrong. It's that cool motive still murder
Yeah.
situation.
Can you imagine if he never like actively sent anyone out of you, and just every time you showed up, he just roasted you for like, sorry, I guess Cal, in this instance.
Yeah. And to be fair, Cal was only a kid when it happened. It's not
kid.
his fault. Man was like, what, 10, 11 when it happened? I don't know the math right now.
Maybe 13 at the latest.
Yeah. Because he was still just a probably
Yeah.
30, probably closer to 13. But he
Yeah,
was
but he
he
was
was a
still, like-
Padawan. Because Padawans tend to so Jedi tend to become Padawans closer to like 13ish.
Yeah, I always figured it was like,
Now, we also had to take into effect though that 19 is considered to be late blooming as a Jedi, like which is what Obi-Wan was. He's kind of a late bloomer in that he
Yeah.
was still a Padawan
well,
at 19.
we've got Vernestra Rowe, who really lowered that age.
Yeah, she's the she changed. It's that grading curve when
Yeah.
you're in school. Vernestra is the one that brought up the grading curve, and it's like fuck you, Vernestra. But also like we love Vernestra
We
here.
love you, but also like,
Like you cause the grading curve to be much harder.
yeah,
It's when that teacher grades on a curve, and then there's that one student that gets like 100% of everything.
yeah.
Manages to get even the bonus question, so has like 110% on their test, and it's like, you fucker, why'd you have to be so smart?
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can't hate them.
Yeah, it's like you. God, you're too smart for your own good.
All right, but that's really it
Yeah.
for Survivor. Like, honestly, it's a broken record. I'm excited, like, because every time we talk about this game, I'm excited for this game. Oh yeah, the curve busters on math, yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, so like, I'm a broken record when it comes to Survivor. I'm excited, and we'll be talking about another game in a minute that I'm kind of excited for, but I'm kind of not because
Yeah.
it should have already been out by now, but it's not. There's a reason why we're going to talk about it though.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and jump into our main topic for today.
All right.
So we are talking about the 2015 Star Wars comic run,
Mhm.
and specifically we are talking about Yoda's Secret War, which is Volume 5.
Yeah.
Spoiler warnings for a comic that is now
8 years old. If it's from 2015.
Yeah. Well, I think these specific issues are like 2016ish, but yeah, still like over 5 years.
Like about 7 years.
Over 5
I
years
think
old.
We're past like.
But I'm still giving the spoiler warning just to be nice. If I will say I like the 2015 run, except for something we're going to talk about.
Okay.
And it's not a spoiler thing, but there's a thing that we have to address.
All right. Is this an in-story thing or a?
This is a artistic thing.
Okay.
So the spoiler warning's down now because
Yes.
we've given them the fair warning. So I forgot that this comic starts because the reason I put it on the timeline where I did is because Yoda's Secret War itself takes place about where I put it.
Okay.
it also connects to the Scar Squadron storyline that was going on in that run. So you start off with the between episodes 4 and 5 segment, and I forgot about that. And that segment also brings out the worst part about the 2015 run. And it's a later issue. The first few issues, well, no, the first few issues did have this. It's the later issues, I think, where they fixed it.
Okay.
So there's an artist that's working on this comic named LaRocca. Salvador LaRocca. And he is infamous for, with his art, tracing.
Okay.
So he traces his art, especially for faces. And where this problem becomes a bigger issue is when he's doing characters that are from live action properties.
Whoops.
And I think you know where I'm going with this, because you read the comic too. The faces go into the uncanny valley a bit, artistically speaking.
Oh.
Specifically, like he's taking frames from the movies,
Yeah.
and then making the characters look like they do from the movies, and it becomes this. That's a little bit too photorealistic for the art that we're doing here, and so like the worst example is Han.
Oh yeah, the fucking like
The
shot.
O face. Hold on,
You can show this to the audience.
yeah, I'm gonna show this because I posted this on Twitter last night because I read the comic last night because
Yeah.
it's only 5 issues.
Yeah, it's not a very long.
So I reread it last night and I started talking with one of my mutuals on Twitter about it because
Yeah.
they read a lot of comics,
Yep.
and so like they know what I was talking about because they've talked about it too on their Twitter feed. Oh, this is a good example of it's not the O face, but it's like this is definitely a picture that's like this shows a prime example of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I guess for me, since I don't normally, apart from like what we do here on the show, I don't read a lot of comics.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, this looked
There we go.
fine. I was like, I don't know why you used like a real photograph for this one,
Yeah,
but
but you see
so it
the
didn't freak me out
But-
then,
but
and
now
it
it-
still kind of doesn't.
no, but it's still very much a what the fuck.
I'm like, this is a weird still frame to pick from.
Especially for this line.
Yeah.
But like, the problem is, so I was reading this comic as it was coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm not saying to do this, children.
Oh.
Don't use this so there are websites where you can read comics for free.
Yep.
There's a very famous one, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, I was going between buying the issues physically and also like
Oh yeah.
reading online this way. And so whenever I didn't have the money to buy the issues, I would read them online, but I would always buy the issues when I could. Whenever reading on this website, there is a comment section underneath each issue where you can read the comments of people that are reading the comic.
Yeah.
Oh boy, did everybody hate this artist. Everybody was like, they need to take LaRocca off of this because like we just can't stand the photorealism. And it's a problem even to this day because like they work outside of the Star Wars they work for Marvel.
Okay.
So it is a Marvel Comics issue that they have this artist. And I think they still do a lot of work. But yeah, so it's a thing. They are very famous for tracing, and to the point that they've even traced their own work, and you can go back and be like, oh, you've reused this shot a bunch. It's that level. And that's where, as an artistic person, it's just like, oh no. I'm trying to see how recent their work is with Marvel. Oh, there's Yeah, there's the 2017, 2018. That's all part of the 2015 run of Star Wars. They're working on an Alien comic. That's that ended last year.
People were like, please get this guy out of everything else. It's creepy. And they're like, all right, we know exactly where to put him now.
I guess that type of drawing would look good for like the androids in Alien. But outside that, and it's weird because like I think the photorealism works on some characters,
Yeah.
but not human characters.
Hmm.
Because I think the Yoda stuff looks
Yeah.
good. Like when this comic is weird because it's very much a case of it's a story within a story within a story.
Yes.
There are 3 layers to this.
Yeah.
Because you have the stuff that's going on in the main time period, which is in between 4 and 5.
Yep.
And then you have the layer of the fact that this is Luke reading Obi-Wan's journal.
Mm-hmm.
So you have stuff going on with Obi-Wan. And then you have the 3rd layer of Obi-Wan telling the story of what Yoda told him about this planet. Now the majority is the Yoda stuff. Because I think once we get into the flashback, we stay in the flashback until the final. It's really bookended. Is really the case of this.
It's very Yoda's section of it is very clear cut.
Yeah, I'd say the only time we break from it is for an Obi-Wan section.
Yeah,
and it's like one time, and then it just goes back to the Yoda stuff until it's done. There's some similarities to another book that we've reviewed that I think you might have noticed.
Yeah, I did.
And the fact that this came out first is interesting.
Yep.
So Padawan.
Yes.
It's
very much
very similar.
very similar.
You've got the Lord of the Flies thing going with the kids that are in charge of everything going on. You've got a planet that's working against them that turns out to be alive in some way.
Yep.
You've got like these Force using kids.
Yeah. And it's like
No, there are major differences.
There
are. But it's funny looking back on this now. Because when reading Padawan, I wasn't even thinking of Yoda's Secret War.
Well, I wasn't either.
Well, because you never read it.
I never read it.
But I'd read it. But I never thought about it. And now that I've gone back, I'm like, wait a minute.
This seems suspicious.
But I don't mind that there's some similarities because
it's a big galaxy.
It tells a different story at the end of the day.
It does. This is a very different story.
I think though with a similar message about humility and being able to humble yourself
is very. I would say that although the stories are similar, they do not end on the same notes.
No. They don't end on the. True. One, I guess, is about self-discovery, Padawan.
Yeah.
And then the other is more about being able to humble yourself and the meaning of being a Jedi.
Yeah.
And so I guess that's the difference in terms of messaging.
The way that I read it is like, with Padawan, it's more like, Obi-Wan, for fuck's sake, it's okay to like make choices, man.
It's okay to make choices, and it's okay to be questioning yourself because you're still a kid.
You're
growing up.
worrying so much.
Because at the point of Padawan, he's 14.
Yeah.
Some 14, 15
like,
around there.
You need to stop worrying so much about what others think and do. Worry about yourself.
Yeah, you're not competing with your fellow Padawans.
Yeah, it's fine. You'll grow when you're ready. With this one, it's like Yoda's thinking about how he's gotten here, and he's like, maybe maybe I should remember how I got to be as strong as I am now.
And it's by humbling yourself and listening to the Force. And in this case, Yoda is willing to let a kid be his master and teach him ways of the Force, which is interesting. Because how many other Jedi during this... Because technically we're in the High Republic era.
Yeah.
Because it takes place before Episode 1. Although we know that it's not far from Episode 1 because we see Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Like, we see the young Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, like, when they're, like, before Episode 1. Because the beginning of the comic, the beginning of the Yoda part is him taking down these pirates.
Yeah.
And Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan show up afterwards and are like, hey, how'd it go? Oh, you already dealt with it.
Yep. Oh, shit. You got a kid.
Obi-Wan being impressed because, once again, he's a Padawan, too. He's
Yeah.
like, oh my god.
Damn, Yoda.
I want to be as powerful as this one day. It's the every young Jedi Padawan's dream of, like, how they look at Yoda as a warrior versus the reality that Yoda's not a warrior. Like, he is, but by definition he is, but also he's not because of his
Like,
tactics.
That is not what he tries to be.
Correct. He tries to find the peaceful route.
He
Every
tries
time
to
he
be the
can.
mediator.
Yeah, because that's
It
what
doesn't work a lot.
because that's what Jedi initially should be.
Ideally are.
Ideally, yeah, they are ideally mediators who.
But the reality of the situation is once again a lot different.
It kind of reminds me. I'm going off topic here.
Go on.
Since last week we talked about Scream. Past couple weeks we talked about Scream.
Mhm.
I've been seeing some stuff on the subreddit that was very interesting. Your thoughts on? So, what would you declare Sydney a murderer by the end of the first film? Just the first film?
Just the first one?
Yeah, just the first film.
I don't remember actively.
Well, her killing Billy and Stu. Would you say that she's a murderer for doing that?
No, they were a clear and present danger
And so this is where I kind of
that
connected
needed
because
to be removed.
I kind of connected in the sense of like Sydney was not out to kill anybody,
Mm-hmm.
just like Yoda's not out to, like Jedi are not out to actively
Yeah.
kill people. But sometimes you gotta defend yourself.
Yep.
And it's weird because somebody on Reddit had such a weird take of like, oh, Sydney's. They tried to use the Batman justification of, the quote of, you kill somebody and that doesn't get rid of a murderer because you are now a murderer for killing somebody. No.
I don't know. I don't think that qualifies Jim Gordon as a murderer.
But like the whole like Batman, if he killed a murderer, like if he
Ah.
killed the Joker, that still leaves the world with a murderer. And it's just like that's not how that works.
Your options are one arguably justifiable murder versus the mass bombing
Yeah.
lunatic.
Or in the case of Scream, the justifiable self-defense versus
And
two serial killers that are
Yeah.
out. Especially since in the case of Scream, it's more of a realistic scenario
Yeah.
where it's very like grounded in reality. It's humorous.
It's a very humorous
It's a
thing,
humorous because like the
but,
film is still
like,
the
the
film is
reasons
the
are
film
very
the films are
human.
still horror comedy,
Yeah.
but it's still grounded in reality where there aren't like superhuman like it's part of why I like Scream. There's no superhuman
Yeah.
quality to the killers. They are still very grounded, which is why they're always stumbling or your favorite thing when they run into
Ah,
doors.
yes, my favorite thing: the tables, ladders, and chairs in the final act.
Yeah. Ghostface versus Doors. Doors win.
A lot,
But back to Star
unless
Wars.
there's a mail slot.
But back to the Star Wars side of it, though. Like, the Star Wars side of it, though, is that it's very similar. Jedi aren't out to actively.
Like, they're not actively here to like put people down.
Even during the Clone Wars, I'd say they aren't. I think the Clone Wars gets muddy because they don't want to be soldiers.
but
The time, unfortunately, calls for them to be.
politics and scenarios of the time are like, hey,
And even then, they do try to find the most peaceful solution to the battles that they're involved in. Like, Obi-Wan is the negotiator. That's his nickname because he is known for just trying to talk people out of shit. And so, like,
God, we've gone over this, but I don't think I've ever actually said this out loud. Obi-Wan has had it fucking rough.
I think we talked about it during the Obi-Wan Kenobi show review.
Yeah. but like, I don't think the thing that like embodied that for me, I think was the part where it's one of the comic series that we ran like from Obi-Wan.
Oh, was it the Obi-Wan Journal comic? Yeah.
Yeah, where he like after trying to convince like a guy who has done went and like
Oh, during the Clone Wars, that soldier that was with him.
yeah, where he just kind of shut down, and I'm like, if Anakin wasn't there, I'm 90% sure Obi-Wan would have just let himself die.
Which
I'm like, I think that like we've
and-
seen Obi-Wan in some bad places, but I think that is the absolute worst I have seen him.
and it's not even a Obi-Wan at fault thing. It's this man was like going through PTSD and like it was basically suicide by
Yeah.
Jedi is what this man was going
Yeah.
for, and Anakin was there to provide that.
Because Obi-Wan fucking wasn't gonna do that.
Because Obi-Wan, like, even
Obi-Wan,
though Obi-Wan kept saying, "Yeah, we're gonna kill this guy," no, you weren't. You weren't gonna go through with it, because Obi-Wan is somebody who lives by the ideals of a Jedi.
Yeah.
He is one of the most idealistic versions of a Jedi. Now,
And that shit can be hard sometimes. You can get your girlfriend killed, your apprentice can fall to the dark side, your master can die.
because I'd say there are very few Jedi that meet the actual ideals
Like,
of what they aspire to.
Obi-Wan has
At
a
least
lot
prequel
of-
onward, prequel
Yeah.
era onward.
Like, Obi-Wan has a lot of reasons to fall to the dark side, but he never does.
Wait until we get to. There's this short story that's in this collection that takes place during the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
There's a very interesting one that deals with that issue, and it takes place exactly where you think it would. It's after Satine dies, and it's just Obi-Wan's internal monologue of going through like, do I get angry and kill Darth Maul here and now, or do I like live up to the ideals of a Jedi still?
Yeah.
And of course, we know what happens. It's
Yeah.
Obi-Wan lives up to the ideals of a Jedi because he does not let his passion fuel what he does next.
Mm.
While he is very compassionate to the scenario of Satine's death, because obviously he loved her, he does not let passion, because there is a difference. There's
Yeah.
compassion and then there's passion. He doesn't let the passion
Those are very-
fuel.
Two different things.
Very two different things that come from the same type of emotions,
Yeah.
but how they are
How they are
expressed
expressed is very different.
Yes. And that's something that Attack of the Clones Anakin gets wrong, because remember there's that scene with him and Padme where they're eating, where they're getting ready to go fly to Naboo, and they talk about like love being as part of a Jedi, and he's like, well, Jedi are encouraged to love because we are to be compassionate. And it's like, yes and no.
But no.
What you want is passion. What the Jedi are talking about is compassion, which are like
The Greeks. This is a weird thing. I'm gonna go.
no,
So
go
the
for
Greeks believe.
I mean,
the
this is
old
Star
school
Wars.
Greeks
We-
believe there were 4 kinds of love.
Yeah.
The kind you feel for your family, the kind you feel for your friends, the kind you feel for other people because they are people, and the kind you feel for romantic partners. The Jedi are supposed to be
the third type.
the third type. Anakin has
He
types
wants
3 and type 4 a little bit too confused, and along with like some
a little bit of 1 and 2,
a little bit of 1 and 2.
because he does care about his friends
Yeah.
heavily, which is
Like, I remember him beating the shit out of Obi-Wan because he thought Obi-Wan was his killer. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I believe Anakin would do that. That's also a fucked up thing the council did. I understand why they
Well,
did it.
yeah, 'cause
It's
you
fucked
have-
up that they didn't tell him, though.
well, because let's be honest, Anakin would have. Free of passion and full of love are the Stoics. Yeah. But yeah, it's because you can still love people.
Yeah.
Because Anakin is right there. He is right. He is correct. They are encouraged to love, but
Man.
there are supposed to be lines you draw.
Yeah.
Because you can't let your passion fuel what you do. That's the lesson at the end of the day for Jedi.
Yeah. To put it mildly, with Jedi, the mission comes first.
Which is why when we talk Master and Apprentice with our guest Remy, which that was a great episode, go check that out. We talked about that with, oh, I forgot his name all of a sudden. Rail.
Yeah, Rail Admiral.
Yeah, with Rail, because with his apprentice's death.
Yeah.
Because that it's a very father-daughter situation. Because being a Jedi Master is very much putting you in a fatherly relationship with your Padawan. And it's something that every Jedi has to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And it's why Anakin fails at the end of Clone Wars Season 5 when Ahsoka leaves. Yeah. Because when Ahsoka leaves, that's his ultimate test, is can he let her go? And the moment he follows her out of the temple is when he failed.
Mm.
That's when he failed.
It's not that for me, but
Because that's the moment he failed because he couldn't let her go.
Mm.
And it's why also like Yoda stops Obi-Wan from following Anakin because he's like, no, this is Anakin's mistake. You can't correct him.
Mm.
Because a master has to be willing to let their apprentice grow up and move on.
Mm.
And while yes, the situation that Ahsoka was in was fucked up, Anakin still had to learn to let her go in that situation because Ahsoka was still making her own decision.
yeah.
And while her situation comes from a very different scenario than most other Padawans.
Yeah, I don't think most Padawans are typically framed for active murder.
Yeah, I can only think of one other, and he's Legends, and it's my boy Zane,
Yeah.
who also, very similar to Ahsoka, got off, like, after he was found innocent, they were like, hey, we fucked up. Would you like to come back?
No.
No.
There's a lot of times, like, with the Jedi Council, like, even in the ones that are canon and the ones that are not, like, the Council makes a lot of questionable decisions where I think some of the, like, my dispassion for Jedi sometimes comes from.
And the thing is, though, we can't...
And I don't...
While I agree with the fact that the Council makes mistakes, it's that issue of the Council is not a monolith for the Jedi.
Yeah.
Because we see very good examples of Jedi.
Yep.
Outside of that, yeah.
I think what happens is, like, if the Jedi spend too long in the temple, they become complacent.
Yeah.
Like, even Yoda,
Well,
loves
that
the guy, but he becomes complacent as well.
you will like when we get to it the Yoda comic.
Is it him reviewing things and he's like, ah, fuck, that's where we fucked up?
Well, in a way, because framing wise, it's when he's on Dagobah. But like, obviously, there's the stories within the
I
framing.
assume he's reflecting on the past.
Yeah, and there's parts of it that take place during the High Republic era, where in the first issue he goes off to go help this planet and live with these people, and the Jedi Council's like, "Hey, that's not what we do," and he's like, "Yeah, it is. We help people, and in this case, they need me to live with them so I can show them the light."
Yeah.
And so that's exactly what you're just talking about, is like the complacency of living within the temple.
Yeah. God, you're not allowed to touch the fucking mountain on Coruscant. You fucking asshole. The one living part.
So let's go back to the comic.
Yeah, we've gotten off topic a little bit.
I think we're like, so
Mugwhackers, rock hawkers, and the adults.
yeah, fuck the adults in the situation.
Oh boy.
Because like, while I understand their frustration, they are the ones that have caused this generational trauma, and they're like, yeah, we may have caused this, but fuck it, our kids are worse. And it's like, yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why the kids are worse. Maybe because you guys just left them? I wonder why.
Half of it is like, oh, I've realized, like, whoops, turned my child into monsters.
But now our kids are monsters and we don't want to go back. And it's like, yeah, but if you go back, you could fix this.
I don't think so.
I mean, but they could at least try.
Good try. That's where they fuck up, in my opinion.
I mean, they might not succeed, but as the parents,
Yeah.
they should try, right?
At the very least, try. However, I do understand, like, it might be hard, especially if your own son stabs you.
Yeah, but then you create a juvie system, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if kids act up and want to be murderers,
Uh.
you put them through. I mean, there are consequences to your actions.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that Yoda's, like, traveling companion. I'll lose that.
Yeah,
use
because that
term
friendly,
loosely.
because that guy leaves him like halfway up the mountain.
He doesn't. Well, he leaves him in the most permanent way. He throws himself off the cliff.
Oh yeah.
Like, he just says, hey, man, there ain't nothing up at the top of this mountain. And Yoda's like, listen, all we have to do is keep going. And he's like, nah, I'm out.
So to explain the situation, Yoda follows the Force to this planet
Yes.
that nobody has really found before, and everybody there can use the Force.
Yes.
And unlike Padawan, no, they can actually use the Force. There is no like secret to them being
Yeah,
able to use the
no.
Force. No, they just can
They're
use
not
the Force.
on the Resident Evil boost juice.
But they specifically can throw these like special magical rocks that are like glowing blue that Yoda has trouble like catching
Yeah.
with the Force. Like he can't directly have an impact with them on the Force.
Yeah, and he's like, I don't get it.
We eventually learn why.
Yeah. It is very much like the like first volume is like Yoda, guys, children, look, I'm trying to talk to you and be reasonable, and they're just like, fuck him up.
Yeah. But eventually he works with one of the factions
Yeah.
to go find out what's going on with the other faction. And in
Yeah.
the process, he's delivering a prisoner.
Yes.
And so the other so the Rock Hawkers, who are the other faction,
Yes.
the ones he's going to meet, the
Muckwhackers.
Muckwhackers say, hey, go kill them for us. And he's like, no. I'm
That's
going
not
to
what
try
I
to
do.
find a peaceful solution and figure out what's going on.
Yep.
The Rock Hawkers are having none of that. And of course, the Rock Hawker prisoner that's with Yoda's like, hey, I told you they wouldn't have any of that.
Yep.
And so the Rock Hawkers are like, look, we're going to do what we do with all of the weak people that we run into. We're going to send you up the mountain, and you got to find the heart of the mountain. And basically, that's like being exiled,
Yeah.
essentially. And so Rock Hawker prisoner and Yoda go up the mountain, and like you said, halfway up the mountain, Rock Hawker's like, nah, you don't know what's in store for you up there. It's bad. And then he's like, and Yoda's like, well, come on. And he's like, nah, I'm done.
I'm out. Goodbye.
And Yoda's like, oh, I have no friend now.
And it's like, damn.
Like in Yoda's journal, he's like, oh, it's the silence that hurts Yoda the most. And it's like, fuck.
Yeah. Oof.
And so Yoda goes in and he eventually finds this like entrance where he finds the parents. And the parents are like, oh, that's not our problem anymore. Fuck you. Yoda's like, well, goddamn.
Whoops, we turned our children into monsters.
It's very much a Frankenstein's monster situation
It kind of is, yeah.
where it's like, we created this monster and we don't want to take responsibility for it. So fuck you.
Yep.
And it's like, Yoda's like, but it's your responsibility. Nope.
Like, nah, don't think about it.
And so
Don't want it.
So Yoda goes further in where he finds this Rock Hawker that was exiled
Yeah.
because he was considered weak.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Garros.
Something like that.
I want to say Garros.
G something.
Garo.
Okay.
I was on the right track. Garo. So Garo was like, so he was like, hey, you know about this rock hawk, like all this rock hawking and all that. Can you teach me? I'm willing to be your apprentice.
We should explain this is after, like, Yoda has sat down with this kid.
Yeah, like they are trapped because they were exploring a little bit and then they got sealed.
Yeah.
the mountain like just sealed itself like to where they couldn't escape, and so they're like, okay, might as well do that.
Yep.
And so
After Yoda is like giving this child some food.
yeah, so Garo's like, I'll teach you. So Yoda learns. They meditate.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan runs like in the Obi-Wan part. He runs into an adult Garo
Yeah.
who's like, "Hey, watch yourself, Jedi."
Like out in public.
Yeah, in public of Mos Eisley.
Yeah. Admittedly, like there was a shootout about.
Well, Obi-Wan stopped a shootout between it was between Greedo and some other guy,
Yeah.
saving Greedo's life, man. If only he did that at the cantina in episode 4.
Look, man, he had it coming, as Greedo always has.
That Han Solo and Chewbacca comic proves it. But yeah, so he manages to stop a fight between Greedo, which I love the side dialogue of, "Oh man, I had my money on Greedo getting not being done for." I love it.
I'm like, damn.
But yeah, so Garo's like, "Watch yourself, Jedi."
Like this is fully during the time that I think clone.
This would be like
clones-
around the same time that that a little bit before the Obi-Wan show, but
Yeah,
after like
where-
the Obi-Wan comic that we read probably.
Yeah, where they're still like actively looking for Jedi.
Yeah.
Like he just says that shit. I'm like, thank God it's Tatooine filled with so much crime that no one will care.
Yeah. But Obi-Wan's like, "I don't know what you're talking about."
Yep.
Because he's got to play dumb.
Yep.
And the reason that we know it's Garo is because he has a little swirl on his head
Yeah.
that all the people from that planet have. Specifically the Rockhawkers.
Rockhawkers usually have some form of symbol on their head.
It's that little swirl though, usually. But like Garo specifically has
Garo
it.
specifically has that one. The
Um,
others have like weird markings on like either the sides.
Yeah, which Obi-Wan marks it in his journal, like the little swirl. And it turns out that it's a galaxy map, which is good for Luke because Luke is in a situation where 3PO has been kidnapped by
Oh yeah.
by Scar Squadron.
Speaking of Scar Squadron, they
Yeah, so you
the
have no
funniest-
context of
I
who the
don't
fuck
know
these guys
who the
are.
Fuck these guys are, but they have the funniest fucking dialogue of like,
So they
We
captured 3PO because
yeah.
they failed to get Luke earlier
yes,
in the comic run. And Darth Vader's like, "All right, get some information from this droid." And no, 3PO is the
They're
worst
like,
droid to get
"We
this
thought
information from.
We thought we'd have to torture him, but no,
He just tells us
He just
everything.
tells us everything.
But it's not even useful,
It's not-
everything.
It's when it is a case of you should have worded this question better because it's like now,
I think it's a case of 3PO just doesn't have useful information.
yeah.
I think no, because we are actively told that 3PO, out of the duo of R2 and 3PO, 3PO is mind wiped often.
Yeah.
R2 is never mind wiped, and 3PO is though, which means they definitely make sure he does not have any rebellion because 3PO is known to be talkative.
Yeah.
So the 3PO is not allowed to have any rebel secrets.
Yeah,
And-
until like it's become completely irrelevant, and even then, they'll just mind wipe him again.
And so 3PO though has this self-imposed like, "Oh, I'm important."
Yeah,
And it's great.
They're like, we asked him about a bunch of information. How do we get him to shut up?
And Vader, so it's weird. I don't know if Vader recognizes 3PO in this situation because if Vader does, it makes it even more cruel that Vader just goes, "Yeah, just shut this fucker down."
I read that. I was like, damn.
It's like even Vader's done with this shit.
Like, if he knows,
if he knows,
that's fucked up.
If
But
he-
also, if he doesn't,
it's also fucked up because it's like, how do you not know your own droid who hasn't really changed in appearance?
Yeah, no, he looks
Like the
same.
last time you saw him, he had the gold trim.
Yeah. That hasn't changed at all.
And he has the same personality. Like there's nothing really new about him. And so either way it's fucked up.
Yeah.
And so Scar Squadron's like, nah, we're gonna hold him as bait to lure our heroes in.
Meanwhile,
Which 3PO was like, of course they're gonna save me. I'm a very important droid. And our hero,
with our heroes, they're like, man, he is our friend.
but also he's a droid. We can let him go.
He's a droid. What are they going to do? As long as his memory core is intact, he's fine. But that doesn't
Well,
really matter.
Han is even more cruel about it. He's like,
Like,
he's replaceable.
Am I gonna say it? Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Look,
Han's like, and that's the frame I showed you guys. It's him
Yeah.
going, yeah, he's replaceable.
I hate.
And Leia's like, we're not lacking on droids.
Yeah, they're like, this isn't. Respectfully, he is a protocol droid. He does not have as much use to the rebellion as astromech droids. You know,
Specifically like R2,
R2.
who holds a lot of information.
Yeah. Thank God they got their hands on 3PO and not R2.
Which that's when Luke's like, wait a minute, where's my droid? And it turns out R2's
go
flying
get my friend.
Red 5 on his own, and he's like, I'm gonna go save my buddy.
Don't you dare.
And Luke's like, don't you dare do that. And then like he's riding with a different astromech, and R2 threatens this astromech.
Again, droid crime.
R2 threatens this other astromech.
It's like, I will fucking beat the shit out of you.
Okay, that might be my favorite moment in this comic.
Yeah.
R2 threatening
Like,
this
they're
other
in a
droid.
Very, like, not necessarily dour comic,
No.
but that is the funniest shit in this comic.
And this other droid is like, I'm afraid. And
I'm
is
scared. I know who this guy is.
to the point that he shuts off the hyperspace because the engine, the hyperspace engine, because Luke's about to take off to follow R2, and the other droid's like, nah, I just got threatened like in the worst possible ways. I'm shutting this shit down.
Yeah. The other thing, right?
But yeah, so yeah, go ahead, and then we'll jump to where we
Okay.
were.
So the other thing is, like, I assume this is a different R4
Yeah,
because all of the other R4s I've seen have not made it past the movie they were in.
yeah.
So I get this is also another thing. R2 is like really old for a droid, actually.
So is R5, possibly. We don't
Yeah.
know really how old he is, but we know he's at least in. You know, he made it from A New Hope to Mandalorian.
Yeah. R2 is like 20 years old in droid years. So that would probably be like being threatened by like a very old, like,
Well, older than that, because he appears in The Phantom Menace, which is 32 BBY.
Yeah.
So 32 plus 19, that's like 49, 50, 51.
yeah, it's like
Math.
he was able to survive all that time as an astromech in the Clone Wars.
Yeah, we don't really see him blow up either.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think we've ever... Like, we've seen him be taken apart, but he's never, like...
Or like be damaged, but not like destroyed like some other astromech droids.
Yeah.
So that threat is very fucking scary.
Yeah. And that's, like, the 51 years is assuming that he's not even older than that. Oh, yeah, droids can do whatever they want. Droids... Droids are more very sentient at this point.
Yeah.
Like... And so, like, I mean, we also have Chopper, who's the war criminal,
Yeah.
the little war criminal from Rebels. I mean, man, droid has committed actual war crimes.
Yeah.
I wonder what a threat from R2 sounds like versus a threat from Chopper.
Whoop, whoop.
But I meant like in basic,
Oh, yeah.
not in binary.
R2's out here. I will sell you for parts if you do not fucking shut down that hyperdrive.
Not even the Jawas will find you when I'm done with you.
You'll be in the bargain bin forever.
But going back to
Yeah.
where we were in the story, though. So Luke has now found a way, because Luke is also struggling with being a Jedi.
Yes.
This is before he's met Yoda. This is after Obi-Wan's death, so of course he's very
Yeah.
much like. And this is
Now
before.
what?
This is also before Obi-Wan's Force Ghost is appearing to talk to him.
Yep.
So he's like, the journal is the closest thing he's got to like
Yeah.
his training material, and so this training material leads him to the planet that Yoda was at, because the little swirl turns
Yeah.
out to be a galaxy map.
Yep.
Um.
So he goes there.
And so he finishes most of the story, but he doesn't get to the
but
end,
He doesn't read to the end.
which is very important.
Yeah.
It turns out, because so we find out that
Back in the past.
back in the past, we find out that the mountain is actually alive.
Yes.
Like, it's actually not a mountain; it's a
Like,
living creature.
Not metaphorically, like with the Force.
No. It's an
It's actually alive.
It's a.
And the heart.
It's a giant.
The heart of the mountain was for real a heart.
Yeah, like, because Yoda's meditation, he discovers like the heart, literally, like we see it beating, and it's
Yeah.
and it's a heart, like an actual organ,
Yes.
and so it's just like, oh, okay, and so now they figure out that, so Yoda basically deduces what happened historically is that the humans arrived on this planet and basically managed to take out, and the reason that he's able to figure this out is that the giant, I should say, because it's a giant.
Yes.
Communicates with Yoda through the Force of like, hey, here's our history. We used to have a lot of wars between the giants. Nobody took us down, and then these humans showed up.
Humans
and,
showed up and like, fucking kicked our ass.
Yeah, it's the small people that ruined us.
Yeah.
It was the little things. And so Yoda's like, oh, so we need to like stop these wars so that way you guys can go back to kind of just living your
Yeah.
life as well.
And it's like,
And
alright.
so Garo and Yoda manage to leave the cave, leave the giant, because the giant opens a hole in himself to
Yeah.
allow them to leave. And they return to the Rockhawkers, who are like, hey, so you found the heart, because you guys returned. Y'all are like the first to ever return.
Yeah.
Mainly because the adults were sent, and the adults were like, nah, we don't want to return. Not because we couldn't return, it's we don't want to.
Yes.
And so Yoda's like, okay, don't tell them what we know, because these people are infected with the dark side and they want to use the giants for bad.
Yeah.
Garo, however, is a self-proclaimed coward,
Mhm.
and is like, well, I'm a coward, so I'm going to give this information, because
It's not exactly
well,
right.
but
yeah.
it gets to the point, because realistically, he wants to be reaccepted into the society.
Like, they threaten Yoda. We, the reader, know Yoda's not in any danger from these fucking kids.
But Garo thinks he is.
But Garo thinks he is. And he's like, I don't want my fucking, like, student to get murdered.
Even though he himself tries to murder his student later with the help of the Rockhawkers.
Yeah.
That logic doesn't follow through.
I think, like, he just kind of gives up at the end. He's like,
Because eventually he tells them, hey, it's actually a giant. And
Yeah.
so Yoda manages to escape,
yes.
and he goes off to the muck.
Come on.
Remind me.
Whacker.
Muckwhackers. Sounds like an insult, man.
Both of them do. They're not.
The Muckwhackers more so, though.
Yeah. Although, for me, I'm not reading it as an insult. I keep thinking of, like, the term muckraker, which has a
Yeah.
very different thing.
But anyways, the Muckwhackers, they're like, hey, we can't do anything against these people. And Yoda's like,
Yoda's like,
I'll teach you.
I'll teach you. I got something for you.
Because I now know how to do things that I didn't know before. And so we get this really cool sequence of the Rockhawkers controlling the giant and going after Yoda and trying to crush him and speaking through the giant.
Yes.
Because like they actually use the Force to actually talk through the giant. Because we think at first the giant is talking to Yoda and threatening to crush him, and then we learn, oh no.
No.
It's the Rockhawkers.
Because the giants don't talk.
And so Yoda manages to hold him off from being like crushed, and they're like, how is he doing this? And then he does this epic feat, and we don't really get the rest of the story because Luke stops reading.
With the help of the Muckwhackers,
Yeah.
they're able to repel.
Yeah. And we know that they start to bring some of them to life, like the others
Yeah.
to life. And that's about our information regarding hold on, R2 is. In case y'all haven't paid attention, because I didn't talk about it last week.
No, you didn't.
I got an R2 Tamagotchi as part of another podcast I'm in, and he just alerted me that he needs some stuff, so I have to do that. If you'll take over for a second, while I
So
feed him and do stuff for him.
After this kind of happens, everyone's like, okay, all the Rockhawkers and the Muckwhackers come to terms with the fact that, like, this has to stop. This level of fighting is not sustainable. Especially here on this planet where things are very connected. So, at the end of it, Yoda's like, I did a good thing today. I brought peace. I served as a diplomat. Eventually, a lot of the Rockhawkers and Muckwhackers leave.
Mainly because the planet's just unsustainable for them afterwards. Like, and it's
Like, there's not a lot of water on that planet. It looks mostly desert and mountain area.
yeah.
There isn't a lot of vegetation.
And also, they now know, hey, there's worlds beyond.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know that
They
before.
didn't know that,
And so they all leave, except for Garo,
except for Garo.
who kind of gets salty about it.
He gets mad.
He's big mad.
Yep.
So we now convene with the book Ender, where
Yep.
Luke has now arrived to this world, which also has a really cool image that is cool up until, like, you look at Ken doll Luke face.
Hmm.
Like, it would make a really cool poster, except Luke's face is like a Ken doll.
Yeah.
Like, imagine that'd be a cool little art piece.
It would.
And then you look at Luke's face, and it's like, oh,
Except for that expression that I'm not sure what it is.
is he afraid? Is he? It looks like resting bitch face, actually.
Luke, I don't give a fuck, Skywalker.
Luke's got a little bit of RBF going
Yeah.
there.
And so he's Luke
Anyways,
gets there.
and immediately gets
and Garo shows up and he's like, hey,
hey Jedi, I know what you are.
Jedi, I'm gonna fuck up your day.
Did Yoda train you? And Yoda's like, and Luke's like, no, I haven't met the
No.
man.
No. And it's like, I don't care. Fuck you.
He's like, you Jedi are all the same.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
And like
And
he
he
explains,
does.
and he like explains that like, hey, this world has suffered after Yoda left, and like he points out like all the people around him
Yeah.
that didn't leave got turned into rock. And we learn though that it's because they need to leave because the rock people need to be allowed to have their home
Yeah.
because the Force is basically saying, hey, no, this world belongs to them, not to you guys.
Hmm.
Once again, a very similar message to another to Padawan, a little bit of like the world not
Don't-
belonging to.
Fuck with the planet that is alive
Yeah.
in the truest sense of the word. And I didn't think that it was like
And it's
people had been turned into rocks. I just thought that the rocks were a lot more animate, the giants.
hmm
Like these were a bunch of
But
kid little
we
giants.
saw that these are like that they
there
were
are the
they look like
there are the
people.
entombed, as I'm going to call
Yeah.
them, which is like what happens to a normal person.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, because they had that blue glowing rock thing when they were.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
that's what happens to a normal person. Like,
That's what
the
I'm talking
blue
about.
living rocks are the ones.
Yeah. But anyways, there's some that were entombed
Yeah.
this way, and he's like, this is because of this. The war never ended, but it
Yeah.
did.
It
Like,
ended.
because Luke's like, no, look at your world. It's ended a long time ago.
Yeah,
And Garo eventually is like, you know what, you're right, and he sacrifices
Like-
himself through the
but
Force.
like not after. Luke,
Like after cutting Luke with a lot of rocks and
Yeah.
beating his. But to be fair,
Like-
Luke is still learning.
he is still learning. I think it's very much like he's just gonna keep fighting until he either dies or Garo gives up. Fortunately for him, Garo's like, the only thing I've ever been good at is giving up. So I'm going to go and give up because I don't want to kill another jet. I don't want to kill
Because
anyone.
I think the reality hits him, and at that moment, because he's been spending, at this point, it is at least over 32 years
Yeah.
at least over 51. Sorry, because of the math
Yeah.
that we talked about. It's at least over 51 years that this man has been dealing with this since probably the age of 10 to 13.
Yeah.
Is what Garo probably was in the Yoda flashbacks. So he's at least in his 60s, at least, still dealing with this trauma from when he was like a kid.
And he goes and he gives up and he's like,
And he offers his life force to the rock people.
yeah. But for me, the reason why is like, all right, this isn't what my student would have wanted. I yield.
Yep.
For me, those things are like always like, I'm okay with this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm never like, not everything is to be like a big climactic battle.
Yeah. Yep, sometimes you just gotta move the story along. So that's Yoda's Secret War.
Yeah.
Because really, that wraps it up. Thoughts?
I enjoyed it. It was very nice, very sweet.
Yeah. Get to see.
Shame about C-3PO though, but
Yeah,
he is a protocol droid.
and we'll of course whenever we hit that part of the timeline, we will discuss that storyline and
Scar
connect the
Squadron.
dots.
Can we please get this droid? Shut up.
But really, we weren't reading the comic for that part. We wanted the
Yeah.
Yoda part. So that's it for March.
Yeah.
This was the last episode in March. 7.5, by the way,
Okay.
is where I'm putting this.
Yeah, I'm not.
Because it's not it's a good story, but it's not very strong.
Yeah.
Also, the art kind of doesn't help for me.
I'll leave it there because it's not.
Because the background art is fine, and I think it works. Like the
For me,
photorealism
it
works for Yoda,
isn't-
but everything else it doesn't.
For me, it isn't the art that's a problem. I think it's just this is a story that I've heard before. Like,
Yeah, because once again, like you said, it's very similar to stories that we already know, and it
Yeah.
has very similar messages to other stories, not
We've gone
specifically to
through.
Padawan, but to other stories.
yeah,
Um.
the overlap is insane.
Yeah. Today we're talking about Star Wars Hunters: Battle for the Arena.
Yes.
And whew, that was a book,
Mm-hmm.
a good book.
And
I
indeed
think.
it was.
Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and go into spoiler territories. We're gonna just jump right into
Yeah.
today's discussion.
There,
So spoiler
there
warning.
wasn't much news-wise.
Yeah. Nothing major. So we're just jumping right into it. So as you can see, we got Star Wars Hunters on the table.
Yeah. Welcome to Vespara,
Yeah.
a place that's so far out of the way that nobody cares.
So I got a question for you off the bat.
Okay.
Jedi.
Oh, J3DAI?
J3DI.
Yeah.
No way. Not Jedi. Jedi.
Sorry.
Thoughts on Jedi. So premise here of the book is we follow our main character Reeve as she joins up with the Hunters group, which is basically WWE with a Coliseum aspect to it.
Yeah.
And it's because so this is a tie-in novel to the video game Hunters, which is not out yet in the U.S. They have a somewhat public beta going on, but it's not in the U.S. It's in other countries, and they are basically, giving the game a chance to fix the bugs. So what are your thoughts on? So Reeve is basically her thing is she has the Force.
Yes.
And we initially meet Reeve in the most awesome way ever of her auditioning for this job.
Yeah.
She just busts this man's door open with the Force and is like, "Hey, I want a job."
And he's like, did you just fucking rip my door off its hinges? You're gonna have to pay for that.
Yeah, poor Dragus here, who is basically a promoter.
Yeah.
That's essentially his job. He's the promoter, because the arena is run by Bellotta the Hutt.
Yes.
Dragus is a promoter who was an ex-hunter, and he's the public face.
Yeah.
he's the guy that's the announcer, and it's basically like, let's get ready to rumble, and then we jump in.
Yes.
That's his role.
That's his job.
So of course, Reeve is hoping that through this she can get a job, and he's like, I can talk to the boss, but I can't guarantee anything.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a lie because he basically gets her the job anyways.
Yeah.
He's like, I didn't talk to her yet, but you have the job.
What? Don't worry about it.
So obviously they come up with her persona, and they're like, well, as a Force user, a really cool persona would be like this evil Sith Lord, and
Yep.
you basically Reeve is the heel, to put it
Yeah.
in wrestling terms. Reeve is made into the heel, and with this aspect, they obviously have to have somebody that Reeve competes with.
Yes.
Because you can't have a Force user on one team on one side. That's kind of.
Yeah.
And so they're like, well, we programmed a droid because we got this really because Dizzy
Mhm.
is a droid programmer and engineer.
Then who the hell is Sprocket?
Oh, sorry, Sprocket. You're right, Sprocket, because there's Sprocket, then Dizzy, who also can
Yeah.
do that stuff. But Sprocket's the one that makes Jedi. You're right. Sprocket makes Jedi.
Dizzy's the one
Dizzy's
with the droid.
yeah, Dizzy's the one with the droidica that uses it as like a motorcycle essentially.
Yeah.
Like drives and operates the droidica because they're small enough that they can just fit inside it.
Oh.
Oh, we're getting into J3, because
Oh.
they were listening in the car with me as I was
Oh yeah.
finishing the book. Yeah,
Oh boy.
and so they got to hear a little bit of J3's stuff, and so Jedi, as they are known.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure masculine terms though for Jedi. I'm pretty sure. They don't say. I know there's one that they specify. One of the announcer droids. They specify. Oh no, that's a she, her. Like that's how they. Because
Yeah.
not all droids define themselves by binary standards of that type. Because droids, they don't exactly have the parts.
I was about to say droids don't fuck, but that's not exactly true.
But so Sprocket designs Jedi to be
Yeah.
the good guy to Reeve's heel. I am curious on your thoughts of Jedi, because Jedi is a complicated character for sure, because they staunchly believe that they are a Force user, and this is because of the programming.
Hmm.
Because they're like, I'm a Jedi Knight,
Oh,
and
God.
this like bugs Reeve. Your thoughts, because we know your thoughts on Jedi and we know your thoughts on droids. So the combination of this is
I
like
should fucking hate this guy.
the combination of this is like a sandwich that like this is peanut.
He's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I wrote in our Discord, I'm like, Jedi is probably either your favorite character
You're
or
either going
least
to
favorite.
Hate this guy or you're gonna love him, and I'm like, it's entertaining, is what he is.
I love him because he's so innocent about it.
Yeah,
Like he's
he-
not.
It's not his fault that he doesn't. I'm like, a long time ago, I met a droid who spoke a lot about the Force. Shame what happened to his friends.
I mean, on top of that though, Jedi means well most of the time
yeah,
when he's like.
not like hostile. He's not.
Honestly, ironically, Reeve is hostile, but it's more of a antisocial hostile.
Yeah, she's like, I don't want to fucking talk to anyone right now.
And like it makes sense. I guess there's a good delay there because we're getting delay on the comments.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I don't hate him.
It was interesting.
Yeah.
I like all of the hunters. They all
Yeah,
bring
all Of the
something.
hunters are amazing.
Like they all bring something interesting with their backstories for the ones that we learn about, anyways.
yeah,
Like we learn about Sentinel.
Sentinel.
I think Sentinels is the most intriguing in the whole ex-Imperial,
He's-
but also like we don't know if he still believes in any of their causes, because like the way that not Amara, but the I forget her name now.
Is it Jaina?
No,
That's
no.
a different.
Hold on,
thing.
I'll pull it up. I'll pull up our list of
Yeah.
hunters. But there's a hunter that's a ex-rebel.
Yeah,
And so we have an ex-rebel and an ex-imperial, and so they don't exactly hate each other,
No.
but they definitely don't get along as
Yeah.
much as they could. Same thing with Graz, the Wookiee.
Yes.
Graz definitely. I think Graz holds a heavier grudge. Actually, Zaina
Zaina.
is our rebel. That's right. I remembered as I was just before I even hit the character names. But Zaina is our other one, and Zaina is Zaina and Graz have an interesting relationship when it comes to Sentinel.
Yeah.
But Graz is upset because as a Wookiee, we know how things were with
They were not great.
with the Empire.
I get the sense that it's very much like a professional relationship.
Yeah, where they're like, okay, we can still work together, especially if we're on the same team. We
Yeah.
have to. But if we were fighting each other, then hey, that's a great opportunity for us to get that all
Yes.
that.
Apart from that, because we know that like they all willingly kind of eat together.
Yeah, because there's that
So-
scene where after one of the matches, they're all like sitting together, having food, and watching the next match.
And to me, it's very much like, oh well, whatever happened in the past happened. I can't go back and fix it, and neither can you. So
And they very much they still care about each other, which is something that at the end of the book
Yes.
makes very clear. They're like, yeah, we may have our differences, but we're still a family now.
yeah. I remember like the page where it shows all of them. I was like,
Yeah, so
you know, if I didn't have any context as to why this is happening, I would be very fucking confused.
So the cool thing about this book is it has art in it.
Yes.
And so
it's
I
very good.
I like a lot of the art pieces that we see throughout the book. I'm curious. I want to know more about the Arental, the bounty hunter one.
Yeah, because
They just appear for a second because they don't fight in the same matches
Yeah.
that Reeve usually does.
like they show up and they're there throughout the book, but they're only in for like 3 chapters.
Yeah. And then of course we both know Amara because Amara's appeared in the comics already, and we know Amara's past, and Amara's been through it, to say the least. Especially with their run-in with Vader that one time.
Oops.
But overall, I like I like the way combat is described in this book.
Yes.
I like, as a fan of SWTOR, I'm a fan of having Huttball become canon through Hunters. And we both talked about, we are more excited about playing the game after reading this
Yeah.
book, which is why it's like, can this game just come out already? Like, I don't care if there's some bugs in it. A little, like at this point, because it was supposed to already be out last year,
They're behind schedule.
like by a few months.
Yeah.
I'd say almost half a year at this point. And so like, and it's free.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna be on Switch and mobile for free. They'll probably have cosmetic stuff. Are there any particular characters that you would play when this game comes out? Like from reading their descriptions of how they, because the book very much makes it clear of like what their special abilities are and how they fight. Like it's not going to be a case of, oh, I don't know what this character does. After reading this book, we know how they fight and what special abilities they have. Like Reeve gets her special ability at the end of the book, where they're like, oh, we should implement that into the fights. And that's very much probably going to be like their ultimate move or whatever.
Yeah. Maybe Graz at the moment. Although that might be because I'm partial to Wookiees.
Yeah. Utuni is one that I want
Oh,
to play as, because that's such a great gag character. Because Utuni, it takes we're a bunch of kids in a
Yep.
in a trench coat, literally, by having 2 Jawas in a trench coat essentially, and then because they're just stacked on each other, but they can also like do special moves separately. Like when this game was announced, I was like immediately like, I'm playing Utuni. But like on a more serious note, I probably would play as either Sentinel or Jedi,
Mm.
because Sentinel has that heavy repeating gun.
Yeah.
Like we see the big old
Thing is,
the E-web,
why is it so fucking big?
because it's actually meant to be a it's a gun turret.
Yeah, fucking
Like it's a turret gun, so it's supposed to be mounted.
little
Because an
fucking
E-web
minigun.
E-webs are meant to be mounted.
He's just fucking carrying it with him.
Because I mean we've seen an E-web before in the films. It's the big mounted
Yeah.
turret that the Empire uses a lot of the time. We see it in Empire Strikes Back.
Hmm.
So yeah, he just carries that,
Carries it with him.
and so
You know what's weird? I forget. Speaking of Sentinel, they are described as the first person to go and like check up on Reeve when she's like, for lack of a better term, been hospitalized.
mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, that's kind of nice. And of course, all of them do this. I guess Sentinel was just the guy who was off work first.
Mm-hmm. So out of the characters that we have so far, we've got Reeve, Arental, whose Mando armor looks really cool.
That would explain a lot.
Yeah, they're supposed to be Mandalorian. Remember, they mentioned that in the book.
Yeah, they do. It's a quick throwaway one, so I kind of forgot. I was like, they're a bounty hunter, but that was about all I remember.
And then we got Utuni, Sentinel, Graz, Jedi, Slingshot, which is that's the one that's in the Dizzy. I think is just a background character
Yeah.
actually. Amara Vex, who's also a bounty hunter, because that is the funniest thing at the end of the book
Yeah.
during the big fight.
It's like, all right, I got like 3 guys.
Yeah. Because during the last fight, they run. So, after I finish listing the characters, we're going to talk
Yeah.
about more of the premise of this book. We got Zaina. And then we've gotten a few others.
Yeah.
Because I know we've got Skora, the Rhodian. And then Sprocket is also playable. I think that's it that we're missing. So the main premise, though, follows Reeve's career.
Yep.
And for lack of a better term, terrible luck.
Yeah.
So Reeve has an interesting connection with the Force.
Yes.
And I immediately, based on like reading this book and listening to it, I immediately started to think of a different book
Mm.
that we talked about and how she communes with the Force.
Mhm.
Actually, I thought of 2 books. I thought of Light of the Jedi and how Light of the Jedi talks about how different people commune with the Force.
Yes.
Because we have that awesome scene in Light of the Jedi where Avar feels everybody and can feel how they're all communicating with the Force. Because you got like people that see the Force as a song like Avar, or you got people that see it as an ocean like Elzar and stuff like that. And then I also thought about Vision's Ronin. Because in the case of Reeve communes with the Force as a literal voice, as an embodiment, like a voice embodiment.
Yeah.
Which made me think of Ronin, because while that's not how Ronin communicates to how Grimm, as he's nicknamed in the book,
Yeah.
communicates with the Force, he does have that voice in his head throughout the entire book.
Yeah.
So I was just like, are we doing this again? Are we back to a voice that's just gonna harass this person? Turns out, no. This is just how Reeve communicates to the Force, and Reeve
Yeah.
needed to learn to like believe in herself.
Yeah. As opposed to with Grimm, it's his daughter shit talking him the entire book.
And so, the reason that Reeve communicates this way, though, is because Reeve has had an awful childhood.
Like, everything kind of sucks for her.
Because Reeve was an orphan initially on the
Yes.
planet of Corellia.
Welcome to Corellia. And I was like, oh, you're in for it, aren't you?
And she was a courier,
Yep.
which gave me Fallout vibes too, because New Vegas.
I'm like, man, you're fucked again.
Um,
Hope you manage your faction reputation well.
well, it seems that she did well. she had a lot of points in one faction, but the other faction did not go well because of that.
Yeah.
Because she messed up somebody's delivery,
Yes.
and they tried to kick her ass for it.
Yeah.
And instead, she immediately let off a force wave that killed the people that were attacking her. Now, she is a child at the time
Yeah,
of this
she
attack.
didn't-
She's like 16
Yeah.
at most when this attack occurs.
Yeah.
And she didn't know she had the force yet. Like, she
Yeah,
knew something.
Like, she found out in the worst possible way.
Like, she knew she was special in some way, because people would comment, oh, you get the job done really well. It's...
And you keep avoiding these, like, really dangerous situations.
And it's not until Narshada that somebody mentions, oh, jokingly, oh, you must have the force, ha ha ha.
The what? That's basically
Yeah.
it.
But because of what happens in Corellia, she ends up running to Narshada.
Yeah.
And she starts a punk rock band there. Sorry, gonk rock, which
Yeah.
I need some gonk rock in my life. Can we get some of that? I will say I've listened to some of the music from the Hunters video game because I found it on YouTube because I was just like, I'm curious if there's a soundtrack out there already. There is, and there's some really good music.
Ah.
I like the menu music, and I like the some of the music that's there. Really get you pumped up.
Mhm.
The menu music almost sounds like something from ESPN though. And so like it turns out that it was an Imperial officer that she fucked over,
Yeah.
but she doesn't know this. All she knows is some hooded figure keeps coming after her after this. And she's not sure if it's in her head or not most of the time.
Yeah.
She ends up running away from the Gonk Rock group because of this, because she's worried that
Yes.
she'll endanger them. Because turns out, whenever she gets upset, she just gets ready to do another one of those force waves.
Yep.
And Gunk Rock is one of her ways that she was able to, like, let all that anger out in a healthy manner.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than, exploding. Literally, essentially. And so she leaves her band high and dry.
Yeah. Like, they're not mad at
and
her.
yeah, we learn later that they're not mad at her.
But it's like, why did you run?
Why are you running?
Very.
It's very much that.
Yeah. They're like, we're not bad. Why did you leave? That's what we want to know.
Because eventually she, after becoming after a couple games in the arena as a hunter, she goes out to go check out this cantina.
Yeah.
Like, she's kind of just walking around, and she's like, oh, I hear some gunk rock nearby.
Yeah,
I guess
go
I'll
and
check this
see
place
what
out. And then, of course, she runs into Zaina, Graz, and Amara.
Yeah, who are there, and they're like, oh,
And it's not for the gunk rock. They're just like, yeah, we like to go to this cantina because it's a cool place to go hang out.
Yep.
And that's where they find out her secret that she was part of a gunk rock band. Another heavy important thing is after she goes through the initial training and eventually is made a hunter, every hunter gets a trainer, which is
Yes.
basically their makeup artist and takes care of them and makes sure they're ready. It's essentially their manager.
Yeah. It's if your manager was also like your corner man.
Yeah. Almost a coach. Like if
Basically.
going back into like WWE and boxing terms, this is like your coach.
Yeah.
They make sure you're ready and prepped, and they have there's a very interesting thing
Hmm.
that only hunters have access to because Belita discovered it.
Yes.
And it's this wrap
Yes.
that heals them, but also like lessens the damage on like whenever something happens, because they're like, oh, we're giving you actual weapons, so we have to make sure like you
We have to
don't
make
die out
sure
there.
You don't fucking die.
Um,
So this'll hurt a lot, but it won't kill you. You should be fine.
so it's basically like a back to wrap. I forget what it's actually called
Yeah.
now, but like,
think it's just called like med wrap or something.
yeah. And so like it's essentially a way to just ensure the hunters don't die.
Yeah.
And we get a lot of reference to, like, God, I wish this existed outside of the ring. Because, like, oh boy, because we learn about some stuff. We learn that there's an underground fighting ring and all
Yeah.
that stuff, and it's like, damn, this is all really cool. I'm looking for what it's called, but it's like, you would think people would be trying harder to get a technology like this, because that's really cool and useful outside of the ring. I can't find it.
So,
But yeah.
Balada the Hutt owns this place.
Yeah, along with some other, like, special
Yeah.
stuff, because Balada's been, like, kind of relic hunting.
Yeah. When Balada isn't here on Vesparo watching, like, the matches and seeing out and kind of helping run and give the official final say, she's out looking for relics and stuff, because that's what Balada likes to do.
Yeah. Reminds me of another hut that's in the comics that we'll get to when we get to the 2015 Star Wars run. There's a hut that's very similar that collects a lot of Jedi and Sith artifacts.
Yeah.
Balada doesn't just focus on that. Balada's like any cool weaponry and stuff like that,
Yep.
any cool armor and gear. And that's how Reeve gets her costume as well as her lightsaber, because Balada's like, here's a lightsaber from me. You're not allowed to use it outside of the arena, though, but there you go.
But it's yours.
And so Reeve gets a trainer named Rothwell,
Yes.
who is very, like, efficient and useful.
Yeah.
We learn later, though, because we're going to hit
Yeah.
the big spoiler now. Once again,
Yes.
big spoiler warning.
Big warning. Big spoiler.
Rothwell is the bad guy.
Yes, he is.
Rothwell is the Imperial officer that was supposed to have that shipment.
Yeah.
And it was medical supplies
Yeah.
for his troops.
I'm like, I get why you'd be mad. You didn't have to take it this far, though.
Rothwell made it personal.
Like, so what happened, as I understand, right,
Mm-hmm.
is Fair's supplier went and intercepted a shipment and gave it to Reeve and was like, here, deliver this to, like, the rebels, all right? And Reeve, not knowing that this shipment had been stolen,
Just did that.
just did her job.
Yep.
And so this guy is mad at Reeve for doing her job
And she even
and
brings
making
in the
his
fin-
guys look bad.
and in the final fight, she even brings it up. She's like, "I was a kid, you idiot! Like, you were in the wrong morally. You had your adult men attack a child."
The worst bit, it's not even that, right?
Yeah.
It's when he goes to look for her on Corellia, and he's like, and they're like, okay, he's like, go find me this orphan girl, and his men go, which orphanage? And he goes, fuck it,
Just take
drag
all of them.
all of them out here.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Which is very imperial.
jeez, okay, yeah, sure.
It's very imperial.
I hope those kids are okay.
Probably not.
Probably not.
They probably made another one of their little kids dying mix CDs that they like in Andor.
It's like,
I mean, I wouldn't put it
no,
past Rothwell,
I wouldn't.
because
Considering how far this man goes.
So he took this very personally, to the point of, like, he recognized her and was the one who, because Balada put out before announcing
Oh, yeah.
Reeve as
Come see a real live Sith Lord.
yeah, Balada makes an advertisement that she already posts to the HoloNet
Yeah.
before they tell Reeve that, oh yeah, by the way, you got the job.
Yeah, like Dragus. Dragus is a dick, but he's very fun about it.
I kind of wish Dragus was playable in Hunters,
Yeah,
because I would play as him.
They're going to add him. I know they
he's
are.
gonna be he's gonna be a later edition. You're probably gonna have to pay like a little bit to get him, probably,
Yeah.
or he's gonna be like on a battle pass system or something.
Something like that. But when they go and they don't exactly tell her. They spend like a good 10 minutes just trolling her because they can. And eventually she's like, what's so goddamn funny? and they're like,
Oh, you already got the
"You
job.
already
You're
have the job. You're not in trouble. We
yeah,
just want to sell you."
because she's off the schedule for training.
Yeah.
And she points it out on her data pad. She's like, "Why am I not on the schedule? I've been on the schedule every week, so like since I've been here, and now I'm off the schedule." And it turns out, oh, that's because you're no longer training because you are a hunter now. That schedule is for people who aren't hunters.
What? Yeah, you're a hunter. Oh,
And you start today.
what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
First-
you're gonna be late.
First match, go.
What?
But yeah, Rothwell takes this so personally though that he goes out of his way to fuck her with her. Like he turns off the AC, which also fucks him over, by the way.
Yeah.
He turns off the AC in her like prep pod because all the hunters have their own little prep pod. Think of it like backstage having your own little like, not quite a trailer, but like having like a little mirror and prep area. And so that's kind of what all the hunters have is their own little prep area where their trainer will prep them and put on their makeup and put the wrap on them and everything. And so he turned off the AC on one of these matches just to fuck with her,
He's like,
which fucks him over too.
yeah.
And then another one that he does is he messes with the lightsaber so it starts acting funny during a match. And then the last straw is when he appears in the audience in the hooded form to scare her.
Yeah. And to the point, like,
Because she doesn't know.
hasn't
Because she
told-
doesn't know what the hooded figure looks like, and you're about to say.
because Reeve is fucking having a time of it with all of this going on. She's just like, I don't know if any of this is real. Are the like
And she's
other hunters just
And she's avoided telling the other hunters and the management like her backstory,
Yeah.
so they have no idea why because she goes crazy when she sees him in the
Yeah.
audience. She jumps into the crowd, and then has like we get a major flashback of like everything, and we now know what her history of what happened. Like she has serious PTSD over this.
yeah, like she jumps into the crowd and starts chasing after this guy, and the rest of the hunters are like,
Why are you attacking the
Reeve,
crowd?
"What the fuck are you doing? We're in the middle of a game right now."
Which she has already not been having a great time with the games because every time she plays a game, she's fighting Jedi,
Yeah.
and Jedi's distracting her, keeping her from the objectives of that particular game. Because there's different game modes. There's like
There's
capture
the
point.
flag.
Yeah, well, I would say it's like capture point more than capture the flag. And then there's the one.
It's capture the flag and delivery.
Yeah,
is
delivery.
What I might as well
Yeah.
fucking call it.
Which immediately brought up Overwatch tones on the delivery
Yeah.
one, because that's one that's in Overwatch as well, where you just got to stay with the package until it arrives. And she keeps getting distracted by Jedi, who's purposely doing this because
Yes.
it's a legitimate strategy in those type of games to distract one player, keep them away from the objective, so that way the other players get knocked out. It's a legitimate strategy.
And Reeve falls for it pretty bad.
Because Reeve is just not used to teamwork.
Yeah.
Which is something Dragus is like, all right, we're getting up early in the morning, like 6 o'clock in the morning, before the sun's even out, and we're gonna go every morning for a while, get you prepped and used to working as a team.
Yeah.
And Reeve's like, I hate these morning stuff, because she's, and that's with the mixture of Rothwell fucking with her.
Yes. And so,
Thoughts of Rothwell as a villain, by the way.
God, this fucking guy.
I think he's a great villain.
He is. I'm like we were talking about it in the car, and like,
Oh yeah. So one of the things I brought up is retroact. So Rothwell pretends he has like, because he's the first time he meets her, she's like, "Hey, you mind if I turn on some music so I can get in the mood?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "Yeah, turn on whatever you want." She turns on some gonk rock, and he's like, "Oh, I never heard this type of music before. It's not really my style, but okay." And it's like, and so the next day he brings her some music, and he's like, "Hey, I got some music for you. I just looked up whatever gonk rock music was out there,
yeah.
and one of them is her band," which retroactively makes this very much Rothwell just fucking with her.
Yeah.
It's like, I know who you are, but I'm not gonna say why. It's just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Because like at the first time you think, oh, this is a nice moment of him trying to like connect to her, and then retroactively you're like, this fucker.
This asshole. I was thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, right. It's gonna be her trainer. Yeah, I was fucking right.
Yeah, you were jokingly like, oh, it's gonna
I'm
be
gonna
your
wait
trainer.
for Rothwell to take off a fucking Mission Impossible mask and be like, it was me.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I didn't really figure it out until the underground fighting ring section. Because, so what happens after the big, there's one more time that he shows up
Yeah.
as his hooded form in the arena. And this time, everybody sees him.
Yeah, like, Reeve, in the middle of the match, just grabs her teammate and is like,
Yeah, her
Look
and
over
it's
there.
Zaina. It's Zaina that she pulls first.
is there a guy right there?
Yeah, because they're in the, so
Because
kind of let me kind of describe the situation first, because so in all of their matches they have like fake locations because they've built these arenas to match like actual battle scenarios. So they have like a scene that's on Tatooine, they've got a scene that's a battle of for Endor situation, they've got Hoth. So that they have all these environments so that way they can make really cool settings for fights. And this is the indoor setting, and she's like, they're in the middle of the woods, and she's like, I don't know if I actually see that. And Zaina's like, wait a minute, what? I see that too. Like, just a hooded figure in the arena. They're like, how'd they get in here?
Yeah.
And then,
It's the same
and then they get Amara to like confirm as well. And Amara's like, yeah, I see that too. And then Graz shows up. Graz is like,
Graz is like, what the fuck are you all doing? And they're like, hey, Graz, you see this guy, right? And Graz is like, who the fuck is that?
And then that's when they run off,
Like-
and they all start giving chase and leave the arena. Meanwhile, Sentinel and his team are like, what the fuck? Where is everybody? Why'd they leave?
What? They're like,
Because this was a delivery
yeah.
match.
And it's like, we win, I guess.
Because they were waiting, and they were like, well, why didn't they show up to the checkpoint? Where are they?
Yeah.
And so
they go.
and so there's this big hubbubaloo.
Yeah, and then.
And Reeve is eventually like, if you guys won't believe me, I'm just gonna go. And Reeve leaves.
Yep.
And then we get throughout the book, we've been getting little sections of like interludes between
Yeah.
chapters. I would say is the best wording, because they're technically part of the chapter, but they're not. They're kind of their own
Yes.
little section.
And we
And
see things from Rothwell's perspective.
yeah, we see things from Rothwell's perspective without revealing it's Rothwell. It's supposed to be
Yeah.
like, who's the mysterious figure that's keeping an eye on Reeve? Which they try to red herring that it's the former band member who Reeve sees when they go to the
Yeah.
cantina, and it turns out no, it's not that
Yeah.
guy. And then Rothwell is waiting outside the arena,
Yeah.
and that's when I figured it out, because we get an interlude of the person waiting for going like everything is going to plan,
Yeah.
like very evil, like maniacal, rubbing their hands together, kind of shit.
Yeah.
And then we immediately go into the next chapter where Reeve runs into Rothwell, who's like, hey, who earlier in a previous chapter was like, hey, if you ever want to leave, I got a job for you.
Yep.
And it turns out it's an underground fighting pit
Yes.
that it turns out Rothwell owns and runs.
Yep.
And it turns out this was a trap.
Yep.
Um,
It's like, I got you now.
and also she couldn't bring her lightsaber because it belongs to
Yes,
Bellotta.
It belongs to Bellotta, and it stays in the arena.
Which also technically Reeve broke the non-compete clause essentially of her
Yeah.
of her job description, because there's essentially a non-compete clause where they're like, you can't fight in any other arenas,
Yeah.
official or otherwise.
It's like, well,
And
I
so
don't
joining Fight Club is essentially breaking that rule.
Yeah. I don't think Bellotta's gonna care too much after this.
Yeah, and it seems Bellotta doesn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other hunters figure out her location and they come to help, thanks to Jedi tracking her.
the fucking
And Jedi's like, yeah, I sensed you through the Force, because once again, Jedi thinks he's an actual Jedi.
Yeah. And I'm like, sure, man.
Whatever makes you feel better. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
This is Sprocket did something to his wiring when they designed
Yeah.
him. And so eventually Reeve reveals Rothwell's behind a bunch of shit and he's gonna severely fuck up the arena as well.
Yes.
So we need to get to him. And we get this really cool last battle sort of deal.
Yep.
And they eventually get
It
Rothwell.
is the battle for the arena.
Yeah, as the title suggests. And Reeve does this awesome final move to stop a bomb from going off. Well,
Yeah.
to prevent people from dying, rather. The bomb goes off,
Yes.
but it prevents people from dying.
Rothwell's like, I have a thermal detonator. You guys are gonna let me leave.
And then everybody starts fighting over who's going to be the one to sacrifice themselves. And Reeve's like, look, I started this. I should end this.
Yep.
Because eventually Reeve finally, because throughout the book, the reason that Reeve has this PTSD is she blames herself and that she thinks that she hurts people, anybody that she
Yeah.
stays with for too long. She finally learns at the end of this book, she's like, no, that's not my fault.
Yep.
I was a child. Rothwell was the adult, and so were a lot of these people that I hurt.
Yep.
This isn't on me. I just need to move forward and need to learn to trust myself and my force powers.
Yeah.
And that's when the voice in her head starts to be nicer.
Yep. To
And also it helps that, the
Like-
hunters make it clear that they're family.
yes, because at the orphanage,
It wasn't that way.
it wasn't. They were just like, Reeve, please stop doing all of the like deliveries for like gangsters and stuff here on Corellia.
Mm-hmm.
And Reeve was just like, no. And they were like, damn it,
Yeah.
we don't care. We give up.
Oh, man.
You're never going to get adopted.
But yeah, at the end of the book, everything turns out all right. They start, repatching the arena, and they prepare for a new type of game mode that Vlad has come up with, which is essentially fighting a Rancor.
Yeah. Welcome to multiplayer boss fights.
Oh man, I want to play this game so bad
I
now.
do too.
Man, we went through this real quick. Only 40 minutes in.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
To be fair, this is a junior novel. We skipped some minor details, like there's a
Yeah.
lot of football scenes, and because Vespara is a really interesting setting because it not only has the arena, but it has a lot of other games and events going
Yeah.
on. Like they got the cantina where a lot of music and appreciation for that type of stuff is, and then you've got the Hutball arena and pod racing. There's a
Yeah,
pod
yeah.
racing arena there where Sprocket and Dizzy race, I think, is
Yeah.
what they mentioned. And because Sprocket likes, their machinery and all that. And I really like the setting for Vespara.
Yeah.
And I kind of hope that they're hinting at other, like, future games and stuff. Because I would like another pod racing game. It's been a minute since we had a good pod racing video game.
Mm.
Oh,
important thing to note. I did not know when this took place.
okay. So
when it takes place is
it's after
around-
Return of the Jedi.
around between episodes.
I think it's
6 and
9.
7.
I think it's. I want to say it's 9 ABY. 9 ABY. I want to say it's close to like Mandalorian.
Yeah,
era.
that's. I was like, because they mentioned like the New Republic's around, but they don't come out here because it's so far and out of the way.
Well, yeah, and they mentioned that Zaina is now part of the New Republic, and
Yep.
now that since she was part of the rebellion, she works as part of the New Republic military as well on the side.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, all of these hunters have side jobs.
Yeah.
As far as we know, like we don't know everybody's side job, but we know that like, while this is their main income because you make a lot as a hunter,
Yes.
they all are like, well, we're still gonna do our other thing and live our lives outside
Yeah.
of here.
Apart from Graz and Sentinel, who aren't described as like having,
Yeah, and Jedi obviously because
Yeah.
Jedi's a droid that
those
doesn't
three.
need to have a job.
Yeah.
Probably could get one if they wanted, but like,
Doesn't really need it.
yeah. Happy being a Jedi with no form of income, which is very Jedi of him.
Since I'm like, what living expenses does a droid incur?
Yeah. So it says somewhere between 5 and 34 ABY on Wikipedia. I think it's closer to the 5 than it is, because it sounds like the Empire is very recently taken down.
Yeah.
And we know that, like, the Battle of Jakku has happened, because there's some, like, references of that, which is technically the end of the war. The true end of the war, anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, we haven't had a pod racing video game in a while. I think the last one was Racer's Revenge on PS2.
Oh boy.
To tell you how far back that was. Let me see exactly what it says on. 2002 is the last time we had a pod racing game. So a canon pod racing game would be cool.
Yeah.
Because I like the episode 1 racer, although I like Racer's Revenge more, because you can actually knock your opponents out entirely from the race, like in regular pod racing. Because, you know, you can knock the pods out. And you get paid for more pods that you destroy. So that way you can use that to upgrade your pod. I could see a really cool multiplayer pod racing game. Of course, we're getting Hut. So they describe Hutball. We already know Hunters is going to include a Hutball mode, and we now know why, because it's actually Reeve's idea. Because it's something that Reeve brings up, and then Dragus is like, "Oh yeah, we should probably do something like that. That'd be a great idea," and brings it up to Balada, and Balada's like, "Oh hell yeah." Because in between like matches, like, so the Hutball people like the Hunters, and the Hunters like the Hutball people, but they don't like the pod racers.
Yes. That would be pretty accurate about how this all works.
Like everybody has their own little clique essentially, and certain cliques get along with each other and some don't.
Yeah.
And so it's nice seeing those type of scenes and getting a little bit of like in between the matches. And I honestly hope we get more books like this for Hunters, because with the game being the way it is, being an Overwatch type game, it's not going to be a story-driven game. It's just pure multiplayer. I hope, like Overwatch and Team Fortress and games of that nature, I hope we get, like, more lore behind the characters. Because I could see a really cool book from a few of these characters already. I could imagine a good Sentinel book. I could see a good Zaina book. And then minor characters. I'd like a Artavan one. Get our Mando bounty hunter. Maybe get his thoughts on what's going on with the Mandalorian show currently, and his culture.
They're just over there. He's like, I don't deal with that.
Because it is his culture.
Why I
So
came
I'm.
to Vespara, I don't want to deal with it.
Because it is part of his culture. So I'm curious, like how he would be reacting, especially with where we're at in season 3. And kind of the rise of Mandalorians again. Because most of the Mandalorians have been in hiding.
Yep.
Because of what happened on the night of, the purge, essentially, that they had.
Yeah.
Night of 1,000 Tears, I think is what, if I remember, is the name.
Yep.
So,
Oh, boy.
yeah, there's a lot of interesting things about this book. And all I can say is it's good.
Yeah.
I'd personally give it an 8, maybe even an 8.5, because
Yeah.
I think it did what it's supposed to.
Yeah.
It did. It invested me in the characters, and it also made me want to play the game, which is what a tie-in novel should do. Like the tie-in novel should make me want more, and that's what this book did. I like the author, and I hope they get more work. Because Mark definitely knocked this out of the park.
Yes. Shout out to the artists too. They did an amazing
Which Mark
job.
gave a shout out to them as well.
Yeah.
And because I read the acknowledgments on this one, and a lot of people put in some heavy work on this. Anything? I guess at this point we can kind of just chat about whatever.
Yeah.
Have you been reading or playing anything interesting lately, or watching anything?
God. Trying to finish up Elden Ring one more time, and I think like after
Before the
this-
DLC comes out.
Ah,
Are you-
fuck, there's a DLC. I forgot about that.
Yeah, DLC's coming.
God. So, the thing about From Software and their bosses, they always save the fucking hard one for the DLC. And I'm worried. Because it took a long time to beat Millennia, and I'm concerned if they've got something harder than that.
So you better have your New Game Plus character ready.
I haven't started a New Game Plus. Each time I've wanted to play it again, I've gone through and started.
Are you waiting for New Game Plus after DLC then? Or are you... I've heard actually it's best to do that, because I've heard for at least their games that, like, if you do a New Game Plus character, it's harder, even harder.
Yeah.
Even with the fact that New Game Plus, technically, it should be a little bit easier because you have all your shit. But,
You have the same.
like, in
So
terms
I
of,
got
like,
hit-
abilities and
Yeah,
stuff.
I got hit with this with Bloodborne. Because if you do the true final boss for that one, it automatically starts you a New Game Plus.
Mm-hmm.
I knew this ahead of time, but I was like, well, I don't have the DLC for what I've bought, so I'll just go on ahead and do it. Well, they rebalanced the game to where, yes, you have all your equipment and gear. Guess what? The enemies now have more health in order to make up for that.
So, they're going to have that ready probably then, for sure,
Yeah.
for this one.
So, I'm gonna wait before doing that.
Mm-hmm. Beat the DLC then.
Yeah.
New Game Plus it. I saw D&D movie this past week. I like it. Review should be out Monday. And then I've just been seeing more movies.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the week before I saw John Wick 4, and then I saw Scream, of course, and Shazam 2. Because I got my AMC back, so I've just been making use of that. And then been doing my usual Baldur's Gate run.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing a private one for myself that's more of a canon run.
Yeah.
With the canon party members that you technically should have, with the canon character and his name being canon.
Yep.
The one thing I'm doing on that is I'm going to every section of the map,
Oh,
because I've never cleared out the entire map before. That's been interesting. I'm doing it in a way, though, where I'm not starting in Chapter 2 yet until I've cleared out everything that I can in Chapter 1.
oh man.
Which means I can't go to... I have to avoid going to Neshkel as much as possible.
I hear they have an iron shortage.
Yeah. Which, with Khalid and Jahira going, hey, we need to go there. But at least, unlike Montalban and the other character, the evil characters that you can get in your party.
Yeah.
At least Khalid and Jahira stay in your party, and there's no timer associated with them going to Nashkel.
Yeah.
Whereas Montalban and the other character, they have a timer where they're like, hey, if you don't take us there in a certain amount of time, we leave the party.
We'll just fucking go on our own.
Yeah. Like, we leave the party and you can't get us back in.
Oh god.
You soft lock us out.
I remember because we played through.
We played a little bit.
up
We got to chapter 3. I think we almost made it to chapter 4.
Yeah, and I remember
And I told you about certain characters where I'm like, hey, we got to do this.
you're like, hey, I need you to start making decisions for this, because sometimes we're just not going to have things work.
And on top of that, there's also certain characters that, like, certain party members have timers to their side quests.
Yeah.
Like Minsk, for example, you need to decide if you're going to go save, if you want to, don't talk to him until you know for sure you're going to go do the Dinahir side quest.
Yes.
Because as soon as you talk to him, that side quest has started, whether or not you have him, like, even if you have him join the party for a second and you have him leave your party, that timer's still going. And you have, like, a certain amount of in-game days to take him to where Dinahir is and have her join. Yeah. And then you have to decide on party members at that point, because you can only fit 6 total party members.
Yes.
Which in a multiplayer session, that leaves us only with 4 slots.
Yeah.
When it's 2 of us. Whereas at least when it's just a single player, that leaves 5 slots. But that also makes things difficult because certain party members require having both party members.
Mm-hmm.
Because certain people come in 2s.
Yes.
Like Khalid and Jahira come in 2. Minsk and Dinahir come in 2. Jar and Montaran come in 2. And so if you kick one of them out, you've kicked both of them out.
Yeah. God. Like, can we talk about how I don't do this intentionally, but I'm very good at just kind of figuring out, like, I would rather you not be in my party.
Yeah. And so
Because the first time it happened, it's immediately after our not dad is killed,
yeah, after Grind dies.
and the two evil party members come and walk up to us.
Spoilers for a game, by the way, that's like 20-ish, over like it's 25 years old.
Yeah. And they're like, we would like to join your party. And I'm like, our dad just got killed 30 feet over there. No. Go away. And they're like, fine, you don't have to be a jerk about it.
I think that was Jar and Monteron,
Yeah.
actually.
And you were like, so did you know? And I'm like, did I know what?
They were evil party members.
No.
I mean, but we took Imoen, but that's,
Yeah.
I mean, that's because you kind of, everybody takes Imoen at first.
Yeah.
Hey, it's me, Imoen. I served a flaming fist. Some of the best quotes in that game, man. But yeah, and then of course you can go up to Grind's body and pick up the note where you get that letter that's from that big important character from the D&D world, but you don't know that because it's just signed with E. But if you know D&D and Forgotten Realms setting, you know who E is. And in fact, you immediately run into him in the next section of the map if you're trying to go straight to Candlekeep, because in order to get to Candlekeep you got to go east immediately and then north to get to Candlekeep, because the way that the map is built in Baldur's Gate is you have your like sections. So you've got your big section that you can walk around in, and then you either go northeast, south, or west, and depending on that you can unlock a new section of the map to go explore.
Yep.
And so in order to get to Candlekeep you got to go east, north. And so if you go directly east you immediately run into the guy that made that letter, but you don't know it's that guy, and he's like, he's like this red, he wears this red wizard robe, and he's like talking about strangers and being careful, and you're like, kind of interesting that you're saying that talking to me. Aren't you a stranger talking? You shouldn't be doing that. And he's like, you make a good point. Very wise of you. Because it turns out he's guiding you without guiding you. He's trying to pull a Gandalf here, where he's like, I'm not going to tell you the answer, but I'm going to guide you to it. I guess spoiler warning for a game that's almost 30 years old. It's Elminster.
Yeah.
I mean, in case you couldn't figure it out. I think you didn't. I was trying to keep that a secret because you're like, who the fuck is this guy? But like, it's not like he hides it that well.
Yeah.
It's Elminster.
I'm just like
And
the way that
I don't
play-
and you don't really know, like,
I don't know everything.
Yeah, like you know some of the D&D lore, but you definitely
know all of it.
Yeah. But you've at least heard of Elminster because he's
I'm
such
like,
a major
I
wizard.
should know. I know you're important. It's one of those things where it's like, I know you're important.
I don't know
I don't
why.
know why.
Especially since they haven't revealed who he is at that
Yeah.
point in the game. You're like, I don't know who you are. And then of course there's Firebead, who we run into a couple times, and we give him books.
Yeah.
And then he gives us one of the nicest gifts ever, which is the scroll case, which is so fucking useful because that saves so much room in your inventory. I am not kidding. One of the first quests you should do is go to Baragos and go get that book for Firebead, because he's just like, all right, thanks for the book. Here's a scroll case. The other thing I say you should do is even if you don't plan to keep her in your party, get Nira. If you're playing the Enhanced Edition, she's not in the original version. In the Enhanced Edition, which I think is the only one you can get anyways nowadays, you can only get the Enhanced Edition. I don't think you can get the original unless you have unless you find a physical copy somewhere.
Yeah.
But like all digital stores only sell the Enhanced Edition. Get Nira in your party because she gives you the gem bag, which lets you just put all of your gemstones in there, and you will get a lot of them. And then
You will get an exorbitant amount of gemstones.
so get that bag. And then the only other bag after that is a potion bag, which is also useful because you get a lot of potions in this game.
Yep.
Potions, gems, scrolls, and arrows.
Yeah, you will
You will never have an arrow issue.
never ever.
Your ammunition for arrows will always exist.
Gotta
So definitely, no matter what class, I'd say at least take 1 point of proficiency in arrow in like some sort of bow.
Yeah.
Short bow, long bow, it doesn't matter. Composite, any of them.
Any of them will do.
Because you will not run out of arrows.
Oh.
Bolts and bullets, on the other hand, are a little harder to find.
Yep.
So slings and crossbows are a little harder to work
Yep.
with in terms of ammunition, because you'll have to buy those a lot more often. So
God.
we need to play more of that, because
Yeah, we do. It's been a while.
yeah. It's
Also-
because we've been watching. I've been getting you through the Scream franchise, and so that's been fun.
Like, I'm also very rude to a lot of people when we play that game.
Which is funny because your character started off as the lawful good character, and I was the chaotic good, and then I fucked the reputation, and that messed with your class
Yes.
because you were a ranger,
Yes.
and in second edition, rangers, when they take their class, very similar to like paladins and all that, take an oath.
Yeah.
And I fucked your oath and made you a fallen ranger, which fucks with your with some of your abilities.
Yes.
I think it's your spell casting side of being a ranger that it
Yeah.
fucks with. And unfortunately, we can't undo you being a fallen ranger without doing one of two options, and without doing one of two options. And one of those options we can't do until we get to Baldur's Gate 2.
Yeah.
The other option is fuck with the save edit files and undo it that way.
Yeah.
The correct gameplay way, though, you can't do it until Baldur's Gate 2.
Narratively, this works out for us as well.
Yeah.
Because the way that I have been playing the character is very much like just,
I don't trust you, back off.
I don't trust you. Why did you fucking walk up to me in the middle of the street and be like, I'll give you $50 if you go kill this woman? And I'm like, I'm not doing that.
So, to be fair... Oh, okay. I was thinking of Garrett and Silk for a second, which is not that. That is a, hey, this woman wants protection. And
Yeah.
then it turns out, oh no, she's actually in the wrong.
Yep.
And then Garrett's like, so I got nothing better to do. Can I join your party? No. We don't need the bard.
Like, I remember that, and I was like, we have time for this. Sure, what do you want? And, like, so of course, we go and we follow Silk for a little bit, and then these guys.
Well, it's not even for a little bit. We just go right up to her, and like moments later, we run into the people that she owes money to because she stole from them, and then we're like, wait, you've got magic. You are the bad guy here, Miss Silk, and then we get into a fight with her instead.
Yeah, and it's like, it's very funny because she's like, fine then, I'll kill all of you. And I'm like,
Then why'd you even hire us?
yeah, then why did you hire us if you could have just done this on your own? We have a guest.
We have two guests.
I'm a guest.
today.
So everybody knows Scotty because he's been on. But let's go ahead and give a shout out to our guest for this particular episode, Young. We'll let you introduce yourself and kind of let the good people know where to find you.
Hi, I'm Young. You can find me at Lothal Youngling on the TikToks and Twitter, which I don't use. Might be starting an Instagram or YouTube. We will see what happens. We'll see how lazy I am within the next week and a half. So
Yeah. All right. So we got to go through a lot. I was writing the script while finishing up filming another podcast, and I did not realize how much news is already out just from a day and a half of Celebration.
Yeah, Celebration was huge.
Yeah, we got a bit to
So-
cover.
Well, just breaking news, because you mentioned it. before we started going live. Tales of the Jedi season 2 got announced officially.
Sort of.
Sort of like we knew it was coming.
I thought it was more of an announcement, and this is from StarWars.com. But Dave was like, "I like making some. I just figured I'd make more." It wasn't like, "This is what it's going to be." This Dave was making comments.
But it's enough an announcement of saying yes, we're making it. It's not which is what really all I expect at this point.
Right.
Is Visions today that they're talking about that, or was
I think Visions is today. Oh no, maybe tomorrow because I haven't seen because it's over.
Today's over.
Day 2's over because it's England.
Yeah. Well, before we really get into the Bad Batch, which is why we really gathered here today, we're going to go ahead and talk about Celebration. Off the bat, similar to last year, the attendees got to see a teaser for the Acolyte, so similar to how they did for Ahsoka. They got to see a teaser for Acolyte. As well as we learned that Carrie Ann Moss is going to be a Jedi Master, because there's a scene of her dueling Amandla Steinberg in the trailer. Or in the teaser, rather.
What?
And we got confirmation of not only is Buryaga coming back from the High Republic books.
Wait, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, is this
Caleb,
this is confirmed. Buryaga is being played.
Is this confirmation that Burry is in fact alive? Spoilers
Yes.
For High Republic?
Yeah.
No, hold on.
This is the journey he wants to talk about too.
Hold on. We need to make sure we can't just go saying that.
No, it's confirmed.
It's
confirmed because Scotty said he saw.
I confirmed it.
He said that. I forget.
Jonas, right?
Jonas. The guy who's.
I don't want my hopes to be up.
He said Eunice,
and, like,
the
when
guy who wears the Chewbacca suit in the sequels.
Chewie
He's
playing him.
playing Buryaga.
Again, no body on a burning pyre or an absolute explosion, that they are not dead. I'm just saying. So wait, so this is after.
This
It
is
would
after.
have to
Convergence
be.
saying that.
Yeah.
So they need to explain how Brianna
Yeah, because
survived.
phase 2 is all before phase 1. So
Yeah.
phase 2 is a prequel set, and then phase 3 is going to be the. I actually do have discussions about because they announced the books as well, so we'll get into that when we get to
Maybe-
High Republic talk.
Maybe Briaga's just been in the ICU recovering for like 10 years.
But we know, well, this is 50 years before the Phantom Menace, so this is a few good chunk of years after the books.
Well, yeah,
Only
10 years to
50?
get.
I thought it was a way ass longer time.
No, so Acolyte is 50 years before. The rest of the books are way before.
That's what I thought. So wait,
So we're jumping way
who's
ahead.
old Burry then?
Yeah.
So Burry is old now.
Okay.
And then we
Sorry, I
also
have to step out
yeah.
For like just a second, I can let my dog inside.
No,
She's
you're
giving me
fine.
eyes. Give me 1 second.
You're fine.
Okay. Yeah.
But we can discuss your stuff and get the confirmation.
I'm working on it. Trying to figure out how to spell his
but-
name.
It's Joonas, I think, because I think it looks like Jonas, but it's
Yeah.
Eunice.
Eunice.
But yeah, there's stuff to talk about because I got the list of books for the High Republic, and there's some talk about Buryaga in some of it
Okay.
in the descriptions.
In the descriptions?
Yeah, we'll talk about it when we get there.
No, sorry. that was-
Okay, so it is not confirmed.
No. He is playing. Big news! I'm playing Wookiee Jedi Kelnaka.
Kalnaka. Okay, so it's a new Wookiee Jedi.
Yeah, and so
I was gonna
Okay.
say because
I was about to say
like,
yeah.
isn't High Republic like thousands of years before?
It's only it's only 200 or so.
Okay.
Yeah, because otherwise Yoda wouldn't even be around.
So yeah. So sorry.
Well, not like thousands, but like it's
yeah.
it's
Kelnaka. Kelnacca.
Okay, so it's a new character. Well, in
How-
terms of okay. Well, here's the actual piece of news, though.
Dare you get my hopes up?
That was
say,
him.
where the hell did you get Burry from, my friend? Like that is no.
Okay, so I don't read the books. So I'm a bad Star Wars fan, and
I need.
I'm also like, if it doesn't move on a screen, why would I care? But
Is Briaga good or not?
we're deader than disco. I'm just,
Aw.
but I just remember the Akka part of the name, and I was like,
you heard Yaga,
and I was like,
close enough.
close enough. That's but it is a Wookiee Jedi. So
On the other hand, though, we do have confirmation, and this is coming from the showrunner.
Okay.
Vernestra Rowe is going to be in the show,
there's pictures of her too.
played by Rebecca Henderson. And yeah, there's a picture. Actually, I'm going to pull it up.
You're right there.
Uh-oh. Keeps blacking out on us when I try to
No.
You're not okay.
Oh.
Where did I put
Because
that?
now I'm back in the hell of
Yeah, he's upset about
Buryaga alive or not.
He's a
Feel you, but
big.
again, nobody, and Belle still has a feeling that he's alive. He's alive. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Burry is alive.
Belle
There's
doesn't,
4 spirits around. Come on.
Belle doesn't give a fuck when they try to stop him.
Trying to
from
see how
looking.
I can share the image on here as well.
But it will be interesting to see Vernestra.
Yeah, Vernestra is confirmed. That one, which is interesting because I did not know Mary Allens could live that long. Because that is a long time for a Mary Allen.
Man, they live as long as a writer needs them to live.
Yeah. Let me see if I can screen share.
Because she's like
Just throw them in the back to tank, freeze them with
16.
carbonite. You got to.
15, 16 at the
Yeah.
time of the stories.
Yeah. Here's Vernestra. So this is Vernestra as seen in the panel. It's very, very different look for Vernestra. But I'm excited, and I hope we get light. We now have the light whip in live action, because that's her main weapon of choice.
Granny Vernestra.
Granny Vernestra.
She'd have to be like
She's not putting up with these Sith.
that up to here with this nonsense.
She's like, I've gone through Space Vikings, and now I'm gonna have to deal with Sith.
To talk about my show for a minute.
Yeah.
This is what Justina must feel like.
Oh yeah.
I have no idea what we're talking about.
So in the,
No, you don't have to explain it. That's fine. I know it's Star Wars stuff.
Well, I don't
but-
mind. I don't mind explaining even for the audience' sake, because
I know you guys are real excited about
I know that the three of us who do read the books aren't the only one. Like, there's audience out there who doesn't. Vernestra is a 17-year-old, 16 or 17 in the books, who becomes a Jedi Master, and so she's like the youngest Master at this time, and so she goes through a lot of trauma because her Master is good old Grandma. Our boy who dies in Fallen Star.
Stellan
Geos.
Geos.
Oh.
She's dead now.
Yeah, Stellan was her master.
Oh, okay. This is how much I pay attention to books. I'm not gonna lie. Light of the Jedi or Path of the Jedi or whatever the first book is called. It took me about 60% of the book to understand what the actual fuck was going on.
Oh yeah.
And then I never really read any of the other supplemental like books. I just read kind of like the three main core books.
I mean, if
and
you're
I'm not gonna
going
lie,
to do,
I found them a little. Yeah, I just.
Yeah.
I
if you're
found
going
them
to do
confusing and I
something,
got
do
bored.
that.
I understand. Yeah, I actually had a discussion recently, a debate. I put that in heavy parentheses because this person was not debating in good faith with somebody on TikTok regarding like the High Republic, and they were like, "I read Light of the Jedi. That's the only one I read, and it was dry." I was like, "Okay, that's a fair opinion. That's a fair opinion." But then they went on to be like, "And that's why nobody else should like the High Republic." I'm like, "Hold up, that's."
You can like what you like. You're allowed to like what you like.
You're allowed to like what you like. You're allowed to dislike what you dislike. But when you tell other people,
For me personally, I've just not found a Star Wars book since like Shadows of the Empire that was like, oh, this is interesting.
yeah, and once again, fair opinion.
Right. They do run a little dry.
Everybody has valid thoughts, and I think it becomes invalid when you're telling people that they're not allowed to.
No, they should totally be allowed to read
Yeah.
whatever they like.
I forget what the second like junior novel is. The one that's like really important but really boring.
Oh, you mean I know what you're talking about? The young adult novel.
Yeah.
I can't remember it
Is
now
it like
either.
Oh, I
Trial
take that
of
back. I like the
Shadows
Ahsoka book.
Oh yeah, the Ahsoka book is good.
I enjoyed the Ahsoka book.
But yeah.
why
So
we're here today.
any thoughts on Vern appearing for those of us who know who she is, or
She got a lightsaber whip. I'm all into that.
Astra?
Oh, okay. Again, sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
There are
You're
so
fine.
many characters that I can't keep.
Yeah, there's so many characters. Yeah, Vernestra's appearing in the show. Yeah. So, light whip Jedi.
See what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm excited. I'm already excited. Acolyte is the show that I am feral for. There's a lot of people that are like, Obi-Wan was that show for them, or Andor was that show for them. Acolyte is my. I'm.
I've never heard someone describe
No, they
themselves as being feral for a show.
I'm feral for Ahsoka.
Which we're gonna get to. We're gonna get to.
I'm feral for Ahsoka, and not for the reasons you think. I mean, Caleb knows why I'm feral for Ahsoka.
It's Hera.
It's Rebels. It's Rebels. It's
Yeah.
I personally, and
Well, we can talk about when we get there.
No, just since I'm on the
Yeah.
the thought track. In my personal, honest opinion, Rebels is the best Star Wars. That's my hot take. I like it better than the
There's
whole.
a lot of people that would agree with you.
I like it better than the Holy Trilogy.
Keeping up with TV shows, we also got some images from Skeleton Crew, which we still only kind of know the basics, which is that it's Mandalorian era and it's about some kids.
And I know Dallas Bryce Howard is directing.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got a new director list that has all the directors. John Watts, obviously, because he's show running. David Lowery, the Daniels, Jake Schreier, Bryce Dallas Howard, and Lee Isaac Chung.
Which will probably be the best episode.
Bryce Dallas Howard is
stretch the hell out of stuff.
I mean, she's proven time and time
So
again
good.
she
Give her a
knows what
movie.
she's doing.
Give her a movie.
Um,
I've been thinking about this, and it occurs to me that you're not using Skeleton Crew as the term Skeleton Crew. That's the name of
that's the name of the show. But I think it's also a playful, because it is about a skeleton crew.
They're actual skeletons.
No. Yeah,
Spooky, scary skeletons.
It's actually a sequel to Pirates of the Caribbean, and Jude Watson is one of those skeletons from.
We're also Jedi Knights. Spooky skeletons.
But no, Jude Law's. There's theories now floating around that he's going to be a Force adept character, which I don't.
I'm cool.
I'm cool with it because it's a separate show than the other show. So sure, why not have one?
Sure.
Especially since we're leading up to the big. We'll talk about it, but the big movie finale of the Mandoverse, which is going to probably have some Force users.
Probably so. It's Dave. Of course it will.
Yeah. Speaking of Force users, Ahsoka trailer.
Oh.
So,
All right.
So let me go ahead and pop that up on here. Put it in full screen, and then we'll watch it together as a podcast family.
I'm not gonna be able to see it, am I?
I just put it in the stream share, so you should be able to.
Young, have you seen it yet?
Yeah. Who hasn't?
Yeah.
People living under a rock. That's who. What's
I'm
the
just-
stream share?
I have not.
It should be right
How
in
does this
the.
work?
It should be if you're looking at the chat at the VC chat. If you click the actual channel.
Huh.
There we go. Is it showing?
I hear it.
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
This is a new beginning.
Lothcat.
Get those closed captions.
War.
Hera.
That's my girl.
Others.
Balin. Who is this Balin? I need to know.
Is it Ray Stevenson's character?
Yeah. Because it says in the subtitles Balin.
Yeah, but I couldn't tell if it was him talking.
Yeah, it was.
It's been a while. Things have changed.
I'm sorry.
Your hair, that's what's changed.
I started hearing whispers.
Mon Mothma.
And Kaz's daddy.
Yeah.
Thrawn's return
Lars.
as heir to the Empire.
And then the lady from season 2 of Mando.
We have to prepare for the worst.
Orange. Yeah, that's in the world between worlds.
That's in the world between worlds.
Yeah.
There aren't many left.
Perhaps it is time to begin.
Dave just likes having Ahsoka jump out of windows. She's like his Batman.
God. And it's so soon. Like, I can't believe how close it is. August.
It's my birthday
Nuts.
month. Thank you, Dave, for a great birthday present.
But yeah, like, there's so much to talk about in that trailer, but there's like, it just flies by so fast.
It's just a taste.
It definitely feels like they're definitely like trying to tell a heir to the Empire story, but without Luke and Leia because they can't.
Right. Which I've heard is grumblings on the.
I feel like
Twitter.
they could. I feel like they could do it. The problem is then we get into that debate again of recasting versus the fake deep fakes. that they've done.
Right. Which I'm okay with the deep fakes, but
I'm okay with recasting. I'm okay with either, honestly.
Me too.
Because especially after watching the Book of Boba Fett behind the scenes, seeing who that Luke actor was, he looks exactly like Luke.
Yeah, he looks very close.
Like you had the man right there. But what are your thoughts? I mean, we run the show. You're our guest. We got to hear your thoughts.
Which bits? We covered a lot.
Ahsoka.
I mean, it's Rebels season 5. I know a lot of people are like, I don't want it to be that. I want it to be strictly Ahsoka's show. I think it's going to be a Rebels continuation, but through Ahsoka's lens. I just want to see Chopper and Zeb antics. I need to see that. Also, I really fucking hate the long hair on Sabine. I was talking to Victoria.
Thank you.
I was talking to Victoria, and she's like, she agreed with me. It's like, yeah, her ends just look super thirsty. And I'm like, girl, her hair is hay and it needs to be chopped right now. Other than that, I'm okay with it. She definitely raided Ezra's closet because she's definitely wearing like his civvies. But
yeah, it looks like his season. Looks like his season 3 outfit.
Yeah. She was living in his tower, so.
Yeah, and apparently we're getting like full Purgle looks, according to the people who got to see the extended special trailer. Mm-hmm. We're getting full on motherfucking Purgles, and I'm about to spontaneously combust. I also really want live action puffer pigs.
Yes, live action puffer pigs.
Young, you're about to become my new best friend. It's all the things in Rebels.
Like Rebels is my comfort show. Okay, after the finale of Bad Batch, I was already watching Rebels in season 4. I'm like, fuck that shit. I went all the way back to season 1. Of Rebels, and I'm now rewatching it to try and gain some semblance of serotonin in my brain.
What's your favorite episode?
Oh God, I really like the Malu run because that one's just hilarious to me.
So that's the one that cemented Rebels as a show for me, because the first two, because I watched it as it aired, and the first two, I was skeptical because it was like, is this the Adventures of Space Aladdin? Because it really opens up like Aladdin with some Star Wars stuff, and I was on the fence. The second episode has here's some legacy characters.
Yeah, with C-3PO and R2.
Yeah, right. And so and I'm like, oh, is this what they're going to do? And then the third season where it's like, oh, this really has a real dynamic where it can open up. The Zeb and Ezra looking for the Marilyrons is one of the funniest, and they steal the TIE Fighter, and it's just.
And then it all comes back together in the finale the season.
Oh. Dave's a genius.
So one of my favorite interactions when it comes to like Star Wars just in general. So I went to Disney with my parents last year, and they're really old, but they still really love Disney. And I actually ended up buying the Darksaber because I want to do a season 3 Sabine cosplay.
Nice.
She definitely has a Darksaber. So I was showing off the Darksaber to my dad, and this woman comes off of the elevator, and her jaw just drops. And this is a woman in like mid 40s, maybe early 50s. Her jaw just dropped. So I asked if she wanted to hold it. She said yes, and we got to talking. And she's been a fan since it came out in theaters. And she's like, yeah, I remember walking in the theater, seeing A New Hope, and I thought it was the best thing in the world. And her husband and my dad are just looking at us like we're talking in tongues, because it's because of Mandalorian. She started watching Clone Wars, and that's how it was for me. And then I told her that Rebels would add a lot to the Ahsoka series. And the way I pitched it to her is, yes, I know it's supposed to be more geared towards children, but the reason why I like it is because from episode 1, all of the characters are already fully fleshed out. But the beautiful thing about the show is we get to see them grow as individuals and as a family together. There's so much Force lore, and it's not centered around the Skywalker story, which I think was a good reprieve from everything that we've gotten. Because up to that point, all Star Wars was basically centered around that Skywalker
Yeah,
story.
even the books by that point.
And when I tell people about Rebels, I say, look, the first season's really geared toward children, really much. And it's almost like the second season they realized, oh, no one's watching this on XD, we can do whatever we want. And it got a little bit more serious as it come from second. I mean, what kid show blinds one of your main characters and goes, all right, this is what happens now? And it's just like...
And consequences.
Consequences. That's so good.
Well, also, even in season 1, they have Master Luminara's fucking corpse. That was messed up. When I first saw that for the first time, I was screaming out the TV. Like, that was messed up. And then also the Temple on Lothal, you see the skeletons of the dead Jedi Masters just entombed there. And you're just like, what? Excuse me, this is a kid's show?
And even though it's PG-13ified, there's also the part where Grand Inquisitor cuts off the heads of.
You're right. You don't see the two Imperial officers.
Yeah.
Decapitated.
Yeah, like this is
Well,
totally for children.
Like
sure.
it's light PG-13, almost hitting on hard PG-13.
We're gonna take the Samurai Jack approach.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm like the lady you described at the park. I'm 45. I was born in '77, and so my first real experience is Empire. And what I feel about Rebels, because Filoni's close to my age, and we're Rebels episodes seem to me like what I was playing in my backyard with my Star Wars toys and my friends. And so it gets that kind of feel to Mandalorian same way, and they've described it as such. But I just get a kick of it. It's so personal to me, and I love it. I just love it.
Ooh.
So what do we what are things we want to see in Ahsoka?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I know you and I talked off air about a couple of things.
I don't see. It's
I have a list.
you have a list. I'm somebody who's kind of just whatever they throw at us.
Yeah, but you
I'm
can
interested.
want things.
There's things I
It's
mean.
like Christmas. You want some, what are you going to ask Santa for?
I want Thrawn. I'm worried about Thrawn.
Why? He does look like Elon Musk in the
Well, I'm worried
thing.
that he's gonna go full hardcore villain, which is not what I got from Rebels or the novels that are
No,
canon.
I don't think he will. Okay, if Favreau was writing the show, I would agree with you. Dave's in charge, so I think Dave's gonna do it right.
I'm interested to see what Balin's that's Ray Stevenson's character, the one that looks to me like a Sean Connery knockoff, but like we've got Sean Connery at home.
So
but I'm curious what his character is.
he looks to me like Josh Jackson from like Dawson's Creek or Fringe, and new Fatal Attraction.
Oh yeah,
but-
Pacey. From
Pacey,
Dawson.
but he's got like that. It looks like they just glue a beard on him, and it's like you can be an adult now, Pacey. He looks like he's cosplaying that dude.
It's like Pacey. Now you can date that teacher.
Right.
Oh my God.
Shout out Josh Jackson. You're a good actor.
Josh Jackson's great. But I'm interested if they're going, because we talked about it, because it feels like they're going Heir to the Empire direction. Are they going Jedi clones? Like, are we getting Jorah Sabayoth, but not real knock off Jorah Sabayoth with Balin?
So do we not get like a Luke, but like an Ahsoka?
Yeah, we get an Ahsoka. Two O's.
2 O's.
As-
Ahsoka.
for those of y'all who don't know the reference, Heir to the Empire is a book series by Timothy Zahn,
Which gave us Thrawn
which gave
and
us
Mara
Thrawn
Jade.
and Mara Jade. And
Who
in it-
Lucas hates.
And one of the main plot points is that there are Jedi clones that are like working with Thrawn. And instead of Timothy Zahn writing clone of Luke, clone of Joris, he would add extra letters. That way it would still be pronounced the same way, but of course that's not how the fandom took it.
It doesn't have it read. It's Luuk.
So fans read it as Luke. So the joke is that if there's a clone of Ahsoka, it's Ahsoka.
Kathy, all right there, buddy?
You know what I want in Ahsoka?
Yeah.
So one of my main things, well, obviously, I want to see the Anakin and Ahsoka flashbacks, which I think we're obviously going to get because Hayden was on set. But also, I need a conclusion to the Rex and Ahsoka story because Rex
Yeah.
still doesn't know that she's alive at the end of season 4. But the way I see it, I think it would be okay, maybe not cool for it to go down this way, but it would be heart-wrenching enough to go down this way, is that we do see Rex for the last time being portrayed by Tem, but Rex is on his deathbed in Ahsoka season for the last
Oh, don't break my
Yeah.
heart. Don't break my heart.
That would also.
I mean, it
that's
makes
such
sense,
a.
especially
Oh,
when it's supposed to
absolutely.
be, like,
Such a-
in
it's-
Mandalorian times.
It's also such a
Like-
Dave plot point. Dave would totally break our hearts this way.
He does. He likes breaking
Yeah,
hearts.
that's why I think if we see Rex, we're gonna see him dying, but
Rex
at least in like a peaceful way, not like
Yeah,
in,
it'll be
On it,
peaceful.
Rex on his deathbed. Ahsoka, I hope you got that prank call.
Yeah.
Anyhow, love you, sister. Goodbye.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, so what I want is dumb,
Although,
but I want it.
I am curious, why is she getting jumped so much?
Ahsoka?
Yeah, because it looks like she goes to 3 different places, and someone is. I assume it's going to be spaced out, but if it's all in the first
Yeah.
one, it's like, How did you know I was gonna
I'd-
get here?
I'd
Like,
say-
we decided we were
She
all
just
going to.
she just has a jumpable face.
Yeah, I'd say the stuff that we saw is at least just the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, that's usually what
I
they are.
figure that. Also, I don't know if that was fifth brother. I don't know if
No,
he's still
there's no
alive. Is he
Inquisitor.
dead?
I don't think they're Inquisitors.
No Inquisitors left. Although that guy with the double blade did
He has
look
a-
inquisitorial.
I don't think they're.
Inquisitorial.
No, the reason why I'm saying that is because he's got a big dumb hat.
Oh no, Fifth Brother's dead.
Okay, I didn't know that because I
You haven't seen Rebels.
Seen Rebels.
He's dead. Thank you, Maul.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
good job, Maul.
Maul takes care of that.
yeah.
So the thing I want in Ahsoka that's dumb, but I really, really want it, is I need Jason Syndulla.
Yeah, the big question
Getting
is,
him, apparently.
yeah, the big question is, where is he? We still haven't seen
So
him. We don't.
and so
I know why you want. it.
well, I've talked about this with Caleb for years. I think in my head canon, Jason Syndulla and Little Poe Dameron are like the bestest friends, and so they're both their parents are both like rebels and pilots, and they probably learned how to fly together. And like when Poe's having his like smuggling adventures, Jason's like right with him. I want that show.
And what's funny is the Star Wars comics that are the mainline comics would almost agree with you because Hera has shown up as part of the same
Right.
like teams with Poe's parents
Right.
because they're in the mainline comics.
So apparently, she's supposed to have been at the Battle of Endor, and the air, and so
Who are we talking about?
Hera,
Yeah.
and then Rex is on the ground.
I was about to say we knew Poe's parents were there
Yeah,
because
Poe-
his
yeah.
dad Kez was on the ground,
right,
and his mom was.
Green 3, right?
Yeah, I forget. I was trying to remember her name
She's an A-wing pilot.
because it's Kez, Dameron, and Barashay.
There you go.
Barashay.
I couldn't remember that.
Yeah, because she's a pilot. He's part of the Pathfinder ground team.
But I really need Jason and Poe to
And
have
we
in the
thought,
background.
and originally we thought that they conceived him on the night of the Endor battle because that's the first time we see them as the Shattered Empire comic. But then it turns out, no, he was already born after Empire.
So Jason's older.
Poe,
Poe's born after Empire, right?
yeah.
Jason's born before New Hope, right?
Oh yeah.
So, or right during New Hope.
Yeah, so Jason would be like 3 years older at most.
Because I think Rebels, the rebellion at Lothal ends right close to Scarif.
Yep.
So
Yeah, it does because they mention in the epilogue.
and Coda.
Yeah, Coda. Sabine mentions that. Oh, yeah, we won, and then nobody ever came around here, and also other people started fighting. But yeah, there's so much to look forward to. We haven't even dug into the movies yet. I was gonna watch the trailer again with y'all, but we're already like we got to kind of jump around. So
Jump around.
Indiana Jones got a new trailer, which looked great. We finally know what the Dial of Destiny does and why.
What does it do? Did I just completely miss that?
They want so they don't specifically say what it does, but they hint that basically Mads wants to use it to undo history and make it to where the Nazis win.
So it looks like it has a time travel.
Yeah, it's almost like
Time-altering
a time travel
thing.
device. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just need to jump to now in the United States, and we're already going to get back to where he wants to be. So should I not have said that? I'm sorry.
Problem-
No.
Common Nazis
we-
are
I
not
don't
very
care.
forward thinking.
I don't care.
He wants to hit the reset button when all he has to
do is go forward a few years.
Just
wait.
Yeah,
Just
it's
wait.
come to 2023 in the United
Just
States.
wait.
It's fine. Actually, around the world. Let's be real here.
Yeah, he's got it. So as for the big panel, because they had the big Lucasfilm panel, because they always start with that. And of course, like they did last year, they didn't show us, which is a newer thing of not showing us the big panel. They announced 3 movies, and they announced a new timeline. Well, new. They expanded the timeline. So we now know all the eras that exist currently.
Till they just add
Till they
more.
add more or remove or rename some. So Dawn of the Jedi is the start, which means that's been recanonized because that came from Legends. The reason that they recanonized that is because James Mangold is making a movie set in that era.
About the first Jedi.
Yeah, about the very first Jedi. And so I trust James Mangold. He did Logan. He's doing Indiana Jones 5. I trust him.
I just
Okay,
want to see Jedi versus dinosaurs. That's all I want that movie to be. It's like Qui-Gon versus Jurassic Park. That's all I imagine.
Now, of course, that means for me, as I have to rush my tabletop game that I'm working on because that is set during the Dawn of the Jedi era, but the Legends version. So I'm like, oh, we gotta.
Yeah.
I gotta get
Have
this
to be
game
quick
going
about it.
before the movie comes
'Cause-
out.
Oh, you
You're
got
on a
time.
timer
I don't think
now.
they got a script yet, so
Yeah.
they just got a concept.
Probably. And then we've got Dave's. We've talked about it. Dave's film, which is his first directorial,
Set in the Mando era.
set in the Mando era. It's supposed to be the big finale to everything that they've been building up to. Supposedly.
I don't think they announced that part. They just announced that it's.
No, it is. It's supposed to be the wrap up to Boba
Is-
Fett.
is it wrap it up?
Mandalorian
Yeah,
and
wrap up.
Ahsoka.
Yep. And then lastly, we're getting a film in the New Jedi Order era, which is once again they're taking from Legends with names, but they're changing where it is on the timeline. This is a post Rise of Skywalker era.
15 years later.
Yep. And so this is they have a film set during that, which is why they announced the era, and it's gonna be directed by Charmin Obaid Chinoy. I hope I didn't butcher that.
Who directed a bunch of episodes of Ms.
yeah,
Marvel.
he helped helm Miss Marvel. Yeah. And so I'm excited for that because I liked Miss Marvel. I think the direction was fine with that. And apparently Daisy Ridley potentially coming back.
She's on stage.
What do you mean potentially? They freaking brought her out.
Yeah, she's on
dude.
stage with the coolest haircut. She had Sabine's hair when she showed up. I was like,
Oh, I missed.
should have been Sabine.
So I missed it because I didn't see everything. I'm more of like catching up post end of things. So okay, so Daisy Ridley is official.
yeah, she's official.
Which
Yeah, she's the Jedi Master coming back in.
this goes. I'm not going to go into it on air, but this goes back into my argument with that guy on TikTok because they were like, no, people that were in the films don't like that they were in the films. I'm like, then why are they wanting to come back?
Money.
Well, they probably had to
Yeah.
beg Daisy to come back after
Yeah,
all
she-
the crap that she went through.
she was
They're
not-
gonna have
yeah.
to grovel to get John back because a lot of us want Finn
Well-
to come back. I would love him to come back, but I fully understand if John Boyega does not want to come back because Disney fucked him
So
over.
John
That's what I'm here.
John has spoken up recently and said that he would come back as long as Kathleen is involved and as long as I think he said Abrams is involved are the two that he said for sure that he wants to still be involved. Although for me, Abrams is the weird choice. Oh, that's nice.
That's her on stage.
That's nice. Abrams is the one that's weird for me to want back because Abrams is for me the issue. But we're not going to get into that.
I would just say they will probably come back depending on the truckload of money they will back up in there.
But yeah, so that's the movie news. That was the big panel. High Republic Phase 3. They had their whole panel. They announced a short story collection called Tales of Light of Life. We already knew about that collection coming out, but now they told us the names of the short stories and some descriptions. We've got Queen's Bloom by Zoraida Cordova, which will be about Axel Greylark and his mother.
Oh boy, that mess.
A Closed Fist Has No Claws by Tessa Gratton, which will be about Martyr Row. No indication of where on the timeline. Shield of the Jedi by George Mann, which will be about Rupert's Jedi trials with Salandra Show. Lonely Traveler is Home by Daniel Jose Older, which will be Ram and Zine, and it will be in the middle of Phase 1. After the Fall by Claudia Gray, which will be 1 week after Fallen Star.
Oh, God, so are we gonna get answers about Burry then?
God, I hope so.
We've got the
So-
Force. Well, we're gonna get there. Don't worry. There's one that you'll like.
God, a bunch of depressed Jedi all in one place. That's gonna be amazing.
So we got The Force Provides by Justina Ireland, which will be about Vernestra Row after the fall. And then we got All Jedi Walk Their Own Path by Charles Soule, which will be a two-parter with Bel Zettifar. The first part will be Loden Great Storm centered. So my boy Loden gonna make me cry. And
I
then
miss him.
and then
He's dead
two
for real.
and then 2 will be The Search for Buryaga. So there you go.
Okay, so
Burry.
And then we also got The Call of Coruscant by Lydia Kang, which will be Keeve Trennis focus. Rogue Element by Alyssa Wong.
he's back.
Yeah.
Detective Boy.
Yeah. And then Rogue Element by Alyssa Wong, which will follow Crash after Midnight Horizon, which makes sense that since Crash is the character that was based off of Alyssa, even though she didn't create that character. And then as far as novels, we got George Mann is writing Eye of Darkness, which will be the adult novel, which is coming out November 14th, which I'm excited that George Mann is getting to write an adult novel because he's done really well with the books that he's been given. This will be his first adult novel, I think, for Star Wars.
Sexy Star Wars time.
Escape from Darkness will be the middle grade novel from Daniel Jose Older and Alyssa Wong for January 30th next year. The young adult novel will be Defy the Storm, written by Justina Ireland and Tessa Gratton, who have done really well together. They do really well paired together because they did Path of Deceit, and that'll be released March 12th next year. And then they also announced a bunch of other ones that are like way out. We got Temptation of the Force, Beware the Nameless, Tears of the Nameless, Into the Light, A Valiant Vow, Trials of the Jedi, and then of course we'll have the mainline High Republic comic and High Republic Adventures comic. And then Lydia Kang is going to take over the short story duty for Star Wars Insider, and they're going to start a new series called Chronicles from the Occlusion Zone, which the Occlusion Zone was mentioned in the Eye of the Storm comic. That's where the Nihil are kind of hiding now. And lastly, before we get into Bad Batch, which I know we're running, so lastly, I did want to bring up the passing of Norman Reynolds. He was a production designer for both Star Wars and Indiana Jones.
Yep.
He worked on, he's most known for his Return of the Jedi work, working on the Force Moon of Endor and a lot of stuff revolving around that. And he worked on Raiders heavily for Indiana Jones. So, just wanted to throw that out there and show some respect for him, because he did a lot for Star Wars and Indiana Jones.
Rest in power.
Yep.
Thank you.
Because it's without people like that, we wouldn't have what we have.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now for why we're really here. Bad Batch, season 2.
God.
What a season. Where do we start?
Yeah, that's the question.
At the beginning.
So them pilfering, and Count Dooku has been getting a lot of mentions in Star Wars lately.
Yep.
Because Bad Batch goes after his treasure vault, and we see from the perspective of the people on Sereno how they really felt about Dooku, and it wasn't good.
Well, it was one perspective, because also Christopher Lloyd's character in
Mando. Yeah, that's why I mentioned that. You know, we've been getting a lot of Count Dooku mentions lately.
It was good to see a separatist, though.
Yeah, it was good to see a separatist.
A separatist.
Because we've talked about this on previous episodes. The Rebels are just separatists. They're a continuation of the separatist faction in a way.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the deleted scene in episode 3 is about.
Yep, deleted scene in episode 3.
Are we becoming separatists? And
No, we don't talk about that.
We are all becoming separatists.
Maybe let's not say that while we're in the Capitol building.
Well, yeah, let's not say the S
we're
word.
there. We're just,
Let's not say the S word. We're not separatist. We're just
separating.
We're just reformist.
We're dividing.
But yeah, so it's interesting.
Parting ways.
And of course, the treasure of Count Dooku is something that's been mentioned multiple times in canon at this point, because it's also mentioned in the Journey to Force Awakens, because there was that short story collection that had the pirate king guy, Crimson Corsair, going after it as well. So it's kind of fun seeing that stuff. And of course, reminding us that, we're not that far off we're closer to Revenge than we are A New Hope when we deal with Bad Batch.
Also, echoing Hunter's argument about whether or not they should be doing more.
Yeah, that
being like, no, man.
Early discussions of Clone Rebellion.
I liked the first episode because it has Omega having her Indiana Jones: The Last Crusade moment. Where she's trying to reach for the treasure, and they're like, "Let it go, Omega, let it go," and it's just like, it's a good homage.
Anything stand out for the first few episodes for you, Young?
Yeah, his femur should have been shattered. I don't give a shit what anybody says. Also, the fact that he was walking around on it and then is magically healed in the next episode. I'm still not gonna be over that. Like, I'm never gonna be over that.
Yeah. And of course we get the ramp because we get that, and then we start to get Crosshair storyline, which I think Crosshair has the best storyline this season.
Crosshair having a rough time of it.
Crosshair has the best storyline.
let the man finish a meal in peace, but also a lot of people are saying how a lot of his scenes were very reminiscent of Callus in like through the Empire's Eyes or something like that.
Yeah, because there's that scene where like he's eating lunch alone, which is very similar to Callus in one scene.
Yeah.
So you can see that they're having that same disillusionment of the Empire.
Good soldiers follow orders.
The conversation between Cody and Crosshair next to like the memorial, and where Cody and Crosshair are both like, "Are we gonna ditch this place or not?"
But like
And
Cody's
then
trying to be vague.
Yeah, because he's like, I can't say it out loud.
Because I also don't know if I can trust you enough to say it.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing. Cody can't just directly be like, yeah, fuck the Empire. This kind of sucks how they're treating us. Because Crosshair is drinking the Kool-Aid at this moment.
Yep.
As far as we know. Although he does seem to be angry about I was stuck on Camino for 3 months. Or whatever
There's only
it was.
32 rotations, which is a little over a month for Camino.
Yeah, a month. So it's like... That's a bit of time to be there.
I like the episode where is the one that follows him when he's on the snow planet, and you find out the clones have been just guarding stormtrooper armor forever, and it's like that's what we do now. We just guard stuff, and it sucks.
Fucking Lieutenant New Shoes.
Yeah.
That's
I just forgot his
bitch.
name now, but yeah.
His name is Lieutenant New Shoes because he wants some shiny new shoes for a shiny new fucking army.
Oh, you mean Nolan?
Yeah,
That's
Nolan.
Joker?
That was his
Good
name.
Lord.
Yeah, Lieutenant New Shoes, because he wants to protect those new shoes. He's got to. He look. It was really hard getting those nice new Jordans. They were really expensive. He had to wait online for a long time to get those Jordans. You know how hard it is to be a shoe collector. No.
What would Jordans be in Star Wars?
Fucking Nolan's never gonna know.
Yeah. Deservedly. Oh, okay. I got a question for us. Who is the worst clone hater? Nolan, Rampart, or
Rel?
Tarkin.
yeah? Oh yeah, Tarkin. Yeah,
Tarkin wins this fight because
I don't know, man. I've heard things about Tarkin talk, and I've never really actually delved into it, but I have heard things. So maybe Tarkin doesn't exactly hate the clones.
No, he hates clones. He just sleeps with his under his officers that are under him.
go Tarkin.
Yeah, there's a whole story in the 40th in the 40th collection for A New Hope.
Oh my god.
Where it's basically about a love story between him and one of his officers beneath him.
Oh, that's
And
sweet.
their secret communications through a mouse droid.
That's so awkward.
But yeah,
I think the difference is
so
like the why I dislike Nolan the most, right?
mhm.
Is because he sees them as like less than useful objects as compared to the rest of the Empire.
Yeah, because even
Like,
if we go to Clone Wars,
all of them, like all of the rest of them, don't consider them people, but they understand that they have
Usage.
strategic value, whereas Nolan couldn't care less, and I think that's what agitates me about him even more
yeah.
than the fact that he's a fucking dick.
I think though Rampart doesn't see them as useful either because he's like, oh yeah, we got to get rid of them.
Yeah.
I think Rampart's really. I think Rampart's. He's just a stormtrooper guy. He wants the conscription. He really wants conscription, but it didn't work out for him either. So.
No, I mean, does this conscription happen? But he got thrown under the bus for it.
Because it needed to happen. Because this is Palpatine's. That's the best part about it when you find out it's all Palpatine's plan.
Yeah,
it's all part of it. And just when Palpatine, like the Emperor, the Emperor's not been in the Senate in a long time. He just shows up, and everyone's like, "What's up, guys? Here, hey, look, stormtroopers are cool." And they're like, "Yeah, stormtroopers are cool."
Yeah. See, the reason that Camino got bombed was because they were all clones that had no choice but to follow orders.
Right.
Whereas with recruits, they'll have a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, it'd be great, and they're cheaper. I mean, they're great.
Also, we're only closing the cloning facility so that way we can start our own private cloning facility.
But we're not gonna talk about that.
Don't worry about it.
Because we got to figure out how to clone
Palpatine
me.
returns.
Yeah, we got to have Palpatine return somehow. Which, I mean, they've been setting up since Mando. I mean,
How the movies exist.
yeah, like they've been setting up for a while.
Before I talk about my favorite episode, I want to throw this out there. Is it me or the Bad Batch the worst parents in Star Wars? And I preface this
They're
by
doing their best, okay?
The-
I mean, Mando brought his son into a full-on like battleship fight, starship fight. So
yeah, but
Parents in Star Wars are not very good.
But-
the
but-
low bar is set. Like, the quality for being a parent in Star Wars is pretty low.
So in defense of Mando, he has a Force baby. They can do stuff. Omega isn't. And so I preface this with two things. One, there's an episode where they go mining for the most dangerous thing in the universe, and they're like, let the 9-year-old handle it because she's tiny. And luckily she's got plot armor so she doesn't blow up, but still. Maybe that's where they're like, she out of all of us, she's gonna live.
Yeah.
And so and then there's the great leap of faith that she has over the
next
lava
episode,
pit. And I'm like, after that episode, I was like, I don't think she understands what fear is. I don't think that's programmed in her. I don't think she's scared of anything.
Yeah, after the Oliver Twist episode.
Yeah, I was just
which
like,
is what I call it, because it's like you got basically you got Sykes running the operation of children that are mining,
Right.
and stealing stuff, and I was just like, this is just Oliver Twist, but like,
she makes that
Star
leap,
Wars.
and I was just like, man, this child endangerment is serious in Star Wars.
But yeah, let's go around and talk about our favorite episode then. We'll start with Young, and we'll go around this way and come back to me at last.
I actually really liked the treasure episode. That was an ode to Indiana Jones because there were even some musical refrains that they had in there. So there is a scene in the Well of Souls where it's like a clarinet sort of refrain, and the Kiner brothers actually used a little bit of that in the episode, and it was just fun. It was fun. And then we also got to see Hunter just be grumpy and like so short-tempered and got to protect my mans. And then Pabu, and then that's where it ends.
Yeah.
It ends after Pabu. Nothing else happens afterwards.
Yeah, Pabu. Yeah, Pabu. Like it's that joke from TikTok where they're closing the laptop with the happy ending. They're like, "All right, Pabu."
And it ends there, and they all live happily ever after. And the Professor back and Echo comes back, and they live out their days happily. And Tech and Fee are a beautiful couple. And if anybody comes after Fee, I will throw hands.
Tech and Fee are our beautiful couple.
Yeah.
Close the laptop.
They are wonderful. And
I love
actually,
Tech and Fee.
Yeah.
Tech and Fee.
I've become a pretty good friend with one of my mutuals, Dina, who is the only person I've seen do a Fee cosplay, and she's like just now finishing the wig, and it looks absolutely fucking amazing.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then I actually had an idea for like, you know, Fee's reaction to what would happen when she finds out that, you know, Tech and Omega are gone. And I told Dina about it, and she actually recreated part 1 of that little skit. And of course, I knew she would do it absolute justice and just blow it out of the water. So I would highly recommend looking at that TikTok because it's beautiful.
Definitely
check it
send
out.
that to me, and
We'll do that.
yeah, because we share TikTok, so you can send me that.
We share a lot of TikToks.
Yeah, we share a lot of yeah.
My favorite episode is the Wookiee one.
Oh,
The Wookiee one was so good.
Oh,
The Wookiee
our
and
boy Gunji.
Gunji's great, and like
Dark Knight Returns. Fucking
I like.
Man,
Oh, do you want to talk? Are you going to talk about the thing that you talked to me about after that episode aired?
I don't remember.
How this might be the darkest thing because of
Oh yeah, I'll talk about that. For sure. Yeah, I had forgot about it. Also, probably the darkest episode in like any Star Wars when they're like this having children just watch people or murder people, and because that poor dude gets eaten, and they're like okay with that. Okay, whatever. I love the episode. I like the action packed in it. The fire effects are beautifully animated, but what I really love about the episode is Gunji and Omega at the end, kind of talking to the tree.
the spirituality.
Yeah, and it's just
it.
and you know you guys know, she may not know, but I'm Native American, so anything that starts happening, it just warms my heart and I get real excited, and so I love the spirituality between nature, between the Wookiees and the trees, and I love how Omega is trying to honor that for her friend, and chef's kiss, I loved it.
I also
Yeah.
like how like Hunter and Tech, they were both like, speaking of the trees, huh? All right, let's go with it. Like, you know, it was a little weird to them at first, but then there's like they fully accepted it because they understood, you know, where they were, and it was that it wasn't like quote unquote weird. It's just like,
Yeah.
oh, okay,
Right.
cool.
Yep.
Such a good episode.
But yeah, like the way that death happens of that villain is very. It reminded me. So when I was a kid, there was a Disney film I saw in theaters, and there's a very similar death scene in that film. Tarzan.
Yeah.
Yo, that I always mentally remember that death of Clayton. Man hung himself, and it's just like, ugh.
Now I'm just watching these kids let this monster eat this
Yeah,
man. I'm like, I know he's a bad man, but still, this is murder. So, but ambiguous.
One of the few times that our heroes like objectively killed somebody in Bad Batch.
But it's the children, which is really like.
Gunji was like, well, can't do much about this.
Gunji's like, one with the Force.
Yep.
Circle of Life, man. Let's sing it. Oh.
I was happy because there was a lot of references to the Old Republic as well, because the Kenrath come from KOTOR.
Right.
I also like that they reused the storyline, because this was supposed to be that Clone Wars storyline with Yoda, but they reworked it because
I think it works.
And I think it works great this way.
Works great. I really liked it.
Your favorite episode?
How dare you?
Do you need a list?
Put me on the spot.
I got the list. You want to look at it? You can take the phone. It's not going to bite.
It's gonna get you.
Ah.
Don't do that to me.
Do you need time to think why?
No, it's the Outpost for me. That's
Okay, so you like the Nolan for.
It's a good episode.
Yeah, it's a
good.
great
It's
episode.
solid.
I like it because it's just like this is what happens.
Yeah, I mean it definitely shows like the late stage of like the Empire and how they're trying to really just get rid of things as soon as they can.
It is followed up immediately by Pabu.
Yeah.
And like me celebrating the fact that a natural disaster is the problem and nothing else.
Yeah.
Because of how completely fucked everything is in the Star Wars galaxy all the goddamn time.
Yeah.
Like, I discussed, like, to me, that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
When you're celebrating a natural disaster as opposed to intentional harm caused by others. I'm like, thank God.
Yeah.
It's just
a volcano.
It's just a storm surge.
I like in that episode too when she's what is her friend's name? The little girl in there with the boat.
Yeah.
Which I can't think of her name.
Oh.
Anyway,
Yeah.
She wants to go to the boat, and Amigo asks if she can go ride the boat. And I'm like, didn't you just murder a guy 2 episodes ago? I think you're beyond asking. You can be like, I'm going to go ride the boat now. I haven't graduated to this. No, I'm still 9. I need to get permission to ride the boat. And of course, the terrible fathers are like, okay. Now, like, what boat or where are you going? Or, do you know how to swim?
So not my
Amiga knows how to swim.
Sure.
not my favorite episode, but I want to highlight it before I do my favorite episode.
Hmm.
The bike episode I thought was fun.
I don't like
I
the
know
bike
I
episode.
know it's not. I know it's one that a lot of people were.
You mean the racing episode?
Yeah, the race.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
the riot racing. Because I know not everybody liked that episode, but to me, it was just a fun episode.
Sure.
And as somebody who grew up playing the pod racing video games, both the N64 one and the Racer Revenge, which I think Racer Revenge is better. I want a riot racing video game.
Sure.
Sid, we can't go anywhere with you, can we?
Yeah.
Everywhere
also
we
can't
go,
trust
you
Sid.
cause a problem.
We learned at the end.
Everywhere we go, we get shot at when we bring you along. Also, you lie to us all the time. You take like 80% of our pay. Why are we even here with you?
Because she knows your secret and will sell
Yep.
you out to the Empire. Wait, she did that.
She did that. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
The thing that she's been threatening the whole time.
She did.
Why are we surprised?
Like,
Sorry.
I like how even Fee tells them, like,
She'll sell you out.
she's gonna sell you out.
Like even Fee was like, "This Pabu is a secret even from her because I do not trust her."
Yep.
As for my actual favorite episode, though, they're all so good. It's like picking your favorite child.
Well,
Um,
you better pick.
You do have one.
You do have one, but you can't always say it out loud.
The other episodes won't get jealous because they're not real.
Yeah. I honestly, it's the two-parter of the clone conspiracy, because I loved being back on Coruscant and seeing the repercussions of everything.
Right.
And I love seeing Senator Chuchi, who we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, since first season, right?
Yeah, first season of Clone Wars. Actually, no, I think she was in season 3, maybe.
She has a couple of arcs.
Yeah.
She has her own arc, I think, in season 2.
Oh, season
Maybe
2.
Season 3.
Okay. I know she appears at least one more time after the Pantoran stuff with the towels.
Yeah, she teams up with Ahsoka for another arc.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yep.
Because there's the Pantoran where the Trade Federation steals her sister, steals the sisters. But yeah, I like seeing her come back. I like seeing like the conspiracy of what's going on with the clones and the fact that there's clone assassins now that are just like programmed purely to be assassins for
Right.
Tarkin.
Rex. That man's entrances, they gotta stop making it so damn sexy. Like, good lord. His Strider entrance in season 1, and then this entrance in season 2.
And then
I
like
feel you.
and then like getting the clone cell of the rebellion going, because like it's basically it's a part of it's one of the cells of the rebellion.
Sure.
It's a clone cell though, which is really interesting, and it's all in that in the Martez sisters bike garage.
Right. I like Amiga's Coruscant outfit. when they're like, okay, we need someone to protect the senator. The 9-year-old can do it, but she's gonna look sharp doing it. So she's got the little poncho and just like that's
Gave this 9-year-old a gun and told her to protect
the senator.
official.
that's what the
Ahsoka. Oh, sorry.
No.
the Hasbro announced yesterday they're doing season 2 outfits for the Bad Batch, and that's Amiga's outfit. So that's fun. I own a toy store. That's why I know all this toy stuff.
But you were gonna say?
Oh, just the Padme and Ahsoka parallels between Chuchi and Omega was also really sweet to see.
Mm-hmm. And we talked about it with our Andor discussion, but we really start to see the decline of the Imperial Senate.
No one's in there.
Yeah,
Ever.
like in Andor, nobody's there.
Right.
And then in this show, some people are there, but it's still very much empty. And like we said earlier, Palpatine's barely there.
Right.
Which shows that he doesn't care what happens in there. He already knows what's going to happen. His votes are going to make it through.
What are they gonna do? Vote on it? I'm the Emperor, said Palpatine.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
You
only
listen to me, or I send out
It's
my
the illusion.
hundreds of guys.
It's the illusion of democracy. He's left the illusion of democracy, but there is no democracy. He wins.
I mean, it's only 20 years before he dissolves it anyway.
Yeah. So like we're already seeing it, and I think it also goes towards the argument of why people lose faith in the Republic. Even more so, like even people that were like, "Oh yeah, the Republic was fine," like they've already immediately have lost faith again in the Republic. Like, and it's not even been a year since the Republic fell, and so like you can tell why, because they don't have faith in their leaders in the Senate, because they're not doing anything. They're arguing, but they don't get anything done, and then they're trying to pass bills that are going to harm citizens, like that aren't going to be useful to citizens, like the clone retirement bill. And then the people that are fighting for it, there's not enough of them fighting for better stuff, because we got Bell, Mon, and Chuchi.
We got 3 people out of like 48.
If not more, because there's an entire 48 that probably actually show up.
Yeah, the 48 that show up out of the supposed-
thousands of planets that are probably part of the Empire at
So
this
it's
point.
like, why are we still here?
And so I like, and I also like political intrigue, so that's part of why I like the Clone Conspiracy. It's very much a Jack Ryan episode, and
So it sold me on Andor. That's why I really like Andor.
Yeah.
Tarkin and his refusal to leave any
anything to chance.
no, his refusal to leave any like disaster.
Oh yeah.
Like the Saw Gerrera's team is blowing up their base, and he's like, no, we're still gonna have this meeting. This is fine. This is Tuesday. We're fine.
Don't worry, we got a lockdown.
Yeah, I need to know how much Project Stardust is gonna cost me. I just need to know.
Yeah, I love that Krennic got a cameo.
And it was Mendelsohn, which
That
was
was
great.
cool. That was cool to see.
Yeah.
I was surprised Thrawn's not there for.
Oh yeah, for.
But I guess he's not.
He's not. I don't think. I think he's
as-
still in the academy.
This part, maybe.
I think he's still in the Imperial Academy at this
I
point.
gotta figure out where the
He's
timeline
making
is.
his way through the ISB. He'll get there.
Well, he's got to get through the academy first with his boy farmer Eli Vanto.
Who's one of my favorite book characters, man.
Yeah, I love the way Mark Thompson reads him with that twang.
I did too. I got to talk to Timothy Zahn about it. And he's like, it's not how he wrote it, but he loves it. I'm like, I'm Southern. I love that at all.
You know what? No, going back a couple topics. My wish list for Ahsoka, Eli Vanto.
Me too. I'd like to see Eli.
But yeah, that's my overall favorite episode. Overall this season was really good. I also
Loved it.
Also the treasure hunt episode with Fee, where they have like the Jedi Fallen Order statue.
Yeah.
Ah,
Fuck that game.
yeah. You.
I'm old, and video games are different nowadays.
Yeah.
I get lost.
Yeah. You gave it a fair shot.
I did. And then I felt like my grandpa with the dementia. I don't know where I'm going.
It was Zepho, man. Zepho's.
Man, that planet. Fuck that planet.
Okay, man, it's worse on some games where they don't give you a map.
Yeah, this game.
Well, this game is bad because the map is
It's
bad.
terrible.
No, but they apparently in the new one they have a much better map according
hope
to some
so.
of my friends who've gotten to play it.
Hope so.
Because Chaco and Element have played it, and they said the map is better.
Good. Dead Space ruined me. I just want to like hit a button and be like, "This is where you go."
Because now they said you can highlight spots, so you can go on the map and click. And
Oh, good,
highlight a
because
spot.
I have no idea what was that.
But yeah. What else do we want to talk about?
Emery.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, like, I know everyone was like, yeah, we called it. I'm so excited. And honestly, I couldn't give less of a fuck. Like, I was so traumatized. I couldn't give less of a fuck about the character, which I feel kind of bad about because I know she's going to be integral to the next season. But it's just like, I don't care.
Yeah, to be honest, I was like, you explained this to me, but because of how this show works, sometimes I will be dropped into something with no clue about anything else. And when she's like, by the way, Omega, I'm your sister, I'm like, and
to be fair, even with the context, like, because you didn't watch season 1,
Yeah.
even with the context of season 1, this is out of nowhere.
yeah, I'm like,
Because she's not in season 1 until like the last episode, and she doesn't talk. She's just there.
No, she says like, welcome.
Oh yeah.
honestly.
She has like one line.
Yeah.
it's like,
So even then, there's no context for this. A lot of people had speculated on it because there was a lot of fan theories that she's a clone because she looks like a clone, which is
I thought that was a reach. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, she looks like a clone. I'm like, no, she doesn't.
She doesn't. She doesn't to me at all. And
especially if we're gonna get into the topic of the whitewashing of Bad Batch and how like they become lighter and lighter skinned each season. If we're gonna if we start talking about that, it makes it even worse of that argument that she looks like a clone. It's like, on what comparison? What are we comparing?
However, I'm on the flip side. I'm interested to see where that's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be interesting.
I mean, I like the hook. I was like, all right, cool, all right.
Yeah, no. Again, I'm interested, but like when the information dropped, I'm just like, dude, you just ripped my heart out.
I see.
And threw me into the river that is denial. So
yeah, it's
I
like you
don't
want,
care.
like you're too busy having me care about Tech's death to care about this.
So-
on top
He
of
is
it.
not dead.
Oh.
He is not fucking dead.
Okay,
I'm sorry. There's
so-
nobody. There's nobody. I don't care what Hemlock says. He's got Tech somewhere. Or
All
if
right.
you want to make it real fucking morbid, he's got Tech's corpse. He's going to reanimate it and recondition it, and we are going to get Winter Soldier Tech. Just saying.
$1 million tech.
Tatooine, Falcon, Lothcat. Thank you. That was a good shot. I didn't know if that joke was going to work.
No, it worked. It worked.
I just went with it. All right, so I'm on the opposite. I need Tech dead. I like Tech. Don't get me wrong. I need Tech dead because for Amiga's growth, I think it's important that she needs to learn about consequences, and otherwise, it cheapens that moment.
I think
It's like bringing Kane and Jarrus back. You just don't do it.
I'm kind of in the middle on it because on one end I don't want Tech to be dead,
Right.
but on the other,
yeah,
because he's a fun character.
I like Tech.
On the other end, you're right, because where Omega's journey was going in season 2, it's definitely about loss, because there's that the episode with the mining,
Right.
where she's dealing with the loss of Echo as part of the
Right.
team,
Just F this. I'm gonna try to blow myself up.
because she's upset about Echo no longer being part of the team, and she's upset that nobody else is upset.
Right.
And so I think this continues that journey into the next step of it of, okay, yeah, you got Echo back, but also like, how about a different type of loss? How will you be affected by a death compared
yeah.
to?
So how?
Thing is, they're gonna go away for a while, but you'll see them later, as opposed to you're never seeing them again. They're gone. They're
Young,
never coming back.
young. While
Say it like that.
young. While I want Tech to be dead, however, showing Tech's glasses tends to think that. Yeah, I think Hemlock's got him somewhere.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
Well, okay,
Here's
so
what-
your point about Tech's death needs to mean something in Omega's arc. I agree with that. However, I think Omega would have to deal with the loss twice over, because I don't like. Because if Tech does come back as reconditioned and is technically no longer Tech, that's even worse. So it's like, we're going to wish he was dead.
And then it just becomes
After
torture
seeing what he
porn. I don't know if Star Wars needs to be
potentially
torture porn. They do that a lot in Star Trek. I don't need that in Star Wars.
So, I mean, I think a lot of people were really upset and called it lazy writing to kill him off or like in this way. Again, Hunter survived a fall from pretty high up as well. Tech still had a lot of his tools with him. Probably had a pretty rough fall, even with his tools with him. But also with the way they left it with Fee, again, I was yelling at my TV. I'm like, Tech, you dense motherfucker. Just give her a kiss already, or at least hug her, embrace her, god damn it.
To be fair,
Oh,
Tech doesn't understand that.
Tech's on the spectrum. He doesn't.
He's on the
I don't
spectrum.
think he
He
does
doesn't
hugs well.
understand.
I don't think he does
No,
hugs.
but no, he okay. I understand
Don't
that
get
he is definitely on
kidnapped
the
by
spectrum and
pirates.
cannot
Tech, and
express
Tech's
himself.
Like, I don't fucking know.
But like he could have gotten on the ship right after Omega, but he saw Fee and was like, "Oh shit, look busy on my pad." He waited for her, so he knows. He's got little feelings for her.
I think so.
No, the feelings are reciprocal. It's just a matter of love languages and how we
I also,
communicate 'em.
and I'm also bad at reading that stuff. So, like, the same thing happened in Rebels for me. Kanan's death, I figured that out way too late before it happened, and I didn't see Tech's death coming at all. And it's the same. It's kind of the same notes because Star Wars is poetry, and but they fooled me this time. I was like, oh, I didn't see this happen. I was like, and then I'm like you. I was like, but he's got Fee. Why is he gonna fall and die? Because he's got to hook up with his lady.
Yeah.
And
Because Star Wars hates romantic relationships.
word.
Yeah, especially if they're healthy. Especially if they're healthy, they hate them.
Oh yes, for
Abs-
sure. They like the toxicity.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Because we see it with Obi-Wan and Satine. Guess what? Satine's dead. Guess what? We see it with Tech and Fee. Tech's gone.
Kanan and
In
Hera.
order to comfort those who
Kanan
cannot
and Hera.
accept permanence.
Anakin and Padme.
No, that's not a healthy one.
Kanan and Hera, as previously mentioned.
That one's a pretty
Guess what?
toxic relationship.
Kanan's dead.
Honestly, the healthiest relationship in Star Wars is Kanan and Hera.
Oh yes, 100%, 100%.
It's also my favorite.
And then
The kiss.
I think, and Han and Leia is also very toxic.
Yeah.
Like it's not Anakin and Padme levels of toxic, but it's toxic.
Okay. There's room to say that. I mean, toxic is bad for them, but it works for them. So I don't think it's toxic. It's just how their relationship works. They have that kind of scoundrel and princess thing. That's their thing. So I don't know if it's. I mean, I don't think it's damaging.
Tell that to
Tell that to who?
Tell that to what happened to their marriage.
No, what happened to the marriage is Luke tried to kill their son.
No, because they had already separated before that.
Did they?
Yeah.
I thought they separated afterwards because they were like they didn't know
No,
what
because
to do.
Han was busy. So in Bloodline, they explained that Han's busy.
See books.
Han
Books are hard.
Han was busy trying to be a professional pilot and like try to like basically capture the youth that he wanted.
All right.
And while Leia was focused on the Senate stuff and finding out that basically Hydra was within S.H.I.E.L.D. the whole time.
Yeah, she was trying to prove everyone that the First Order was coming.
Yeah, and then unfortunately, then the news is like, hey, by the way, Leia's dad is basically Hitler. Because they reveal the Darth Vader thing on public news, which is how Kylo learns about his heritage, which is a very unfortunate way to find out your grandfather was evil.
I found that out in the propaganda book. The whole
No, it's even worse. It's even worse because it was one of Leia's friends
yeah,
that told the news that.
I knew that from the propaganda book.
Fuck ransom.
So hey,
You know, a lot of familial issues could just be resolved with
Communication.
and being like, "Hey, son or daughter, whichever one happens to be here. We used to do some bad things when we were young."
And part of the whole issues of the strain between Ben and his parents are they sent him off to Uncle Luke because they didn't know how to handle a Force child.
Well, there's that, and also, mom's
communication would fix all this.
Yep.
Mom's busy being a politician and reconstructing a new government, and Dad's off trying to relive glory days.
Yeah. Running a racing circuit.
Yeah. Which I guess is a step up from doing crime.
Yeah, at least he's not a smuggler. He's at least not committing crimes. As far as we know. But yeah, which makes it even and then
we can rig the race.
And then there is that time when he was a kid that a robot tried to kill him. His nanny droid tried to kill him. So there's that. That also probably fucked Ben up.
Yeah.
Owen and Beru got a pretty good relationship.
Yeah, last shot had that.
Well, that happens. I mean, death happened. Owen and Beru has a pretty good relationship.
Yeah.
That's true.
Oh yeah,
Owen and Beru has, I think would be a healthy relationship.
That's valid. They had a good relationship.
That's a healthy relationship. They were ready to.
They had a good run. They
were ready to.
They did what
They
they
kicked-
put in that.
They beat up an Inquisitor. I mean,
Right, they had a good run. Love conquers all except stormtroopers.
yeah. Apparently they can take down an Inquisitor, but not stormtroopers. They
They were
weren't.
a lot older also.
Yeah,
So.
they weren't. They didn't. They ran out of bullets because they actually were shooting Tuskens between then and there.
The slug throwers.
Yeah. No more bullets.
Damn.
Trying to think of other good relationships.
I've lost all the bullets for our emergency guns.
Yeah, all the good relationships I know are dead.
Yeah.
Ezra's parents.
Dead.
Dead. Sabine's parents got an interesting relationship. I don't know if it's healthy, but it's interesting.
Yeah. Ezra's parents.
Oh yeah, I said Ezra's
Yeah,
parents.
yeah.
Yeah.
He said they're dead.
Yeah, they're dead. But
Oh, yeah.
Sabine's parents were still around on Rebels, so
Yeah. They have an interesting relationship.
Sure,
I wouldn't say completely healthy, but it's getting there.
he's an artist. She's a warrior.
They definitely
make
try.
it
They're
work.
trying to make it work.
They make it work. At the end of the day, that's all relationships. All you gotta do is just try to make it work
Try to meet in the middle somewhere.
somewhere.
The
Rancor and the Rancor Keeper.
Yeah.
McKilly.
Maliki.
Maliki. I was trying to remember his name.
My favorite unhealthy one is Sice Noodles and Zero.
Yeah.
Just throw out Sice Noodles and Zero for fun.
Salacious B. Crumb and Jabba. That's a healthy
Cut and
one.
Sue. That's one that's still alive.
Oh yeah, Cut and Sue.
Katsu.
They're alive.
That's a good one.
They're alive.
Yeah.
So we got one living healthy relationship.
What's the clone that got married and had kids?
Cut and Sue.
That's Cut and
Cut
Sue.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, that's Cut and
Thank
Sue.
you.
Yeah, that's Cut and Sue.
We were on the same page. I'm just a moron.
No, you're not.
Yeah, but yeah, that's Cut and Sue. Yeah. So the one living healthy relationship.
We got one.
We did it.
That one, guys.
Solos wins.
But any last, I mean, I'm excited. Honestly, after what we've seen in Bad Batch Season 2, Season 3, I mean, Season 2's went where I thought it would. I assumed Omega had to be captured by the end.
Well, of course.
Because, Project Bring Palpatine Back has to happen.
So, go ahead.
Look, Miss Camino scientist, you clearly don't want to do the work. We're gonna go grab your not daughter, and if you can't make a miracle happen, the girl is gonna get it.
Well, they're not even going to kill her, though, because they're going to use her in... Well, maybe they will kill her, because maybe it'll go... Last of Us spoilers, is everybody good?
I've never seen it.
You know the game, at least, though?
Nope. Didn't.
Oh.
I'm an Xbox kid.
So I cannot say then. I'm just going to say...
Keisa won't let me watch it, so we've had that
I'm going to
argument.
say go the way of the Fireflies and Ellie. That I'm keeping it vague enough.
No, I am ready for Hunter to go into his Joel
Hunter-
Miller era. I mean, the man's already sexy as all get out,
Hunter
but like,
is
put him in his
fucking
Joel Miller
had
era.
enough.
Okay, me and Caleb had this discussion earlier, and I disagreed with him on this one. But do you believe Hunter has an arc, or does people like him because he's sexy? I think right. This is what he's like. He's like, oh, Hunter's terrible. Everyone likes him because he's sexy.
I didn't mean like terrible as in like a bad character. I just don't think he has any. He's not had a story since season 1, and they kind of what was going on with that.
I think he has a story. He's the guy who wants to come out, but he can't. They won't let him because
I think he gets the pretty pass.
What do you think?
Okay, so we're getting into this. All right, yeah.
I love it.
Buckle up,
And
gentlemen.
you know what?
Yes, ma'am. I'm buckled up.
I will reserve my judgments until
Basically, I think so. One of the things that was said on Dyad, actually, between me and Ducks and Download, is that the boys are written differently in The Bad Batch versus Clone Wars because they're written by a woman. So there's a lot more emotional nuance going on with all of them that we don't see, but they come out in small bits and pieces.
Sure.
So with Hunter, his whole thing, he was supposed to be the leader and the protector, and he kind of like lost that role when there was no more structure from the Grand Republic. So I know that he already felt like he had failed Crosshair at the beginning, and then he redirected his, I guess you'd say, protective instincts to Omega. And then, so that is his default setting, is to be the protector. And in his grief of losing Tech, instead of going after Crosshair, and I know a lot of people's like, he didn't finish the mission. If you think about it, the mission at the summit was to just collect intel.
Yep.
Right.
They did not finish that mission, and they had really no backup plan to just in case this part of the mission failed, because this was the first time they have failed. Well, not the first time, because they kind of failed the Sereno mission, but they had before this had 100% success rate. So they never really needed, quote unquote, like an actual plan B. They were able to adapt with other plans, but for this, they didn't have plan B. So the people who are saying that he should have gone after Crosshair and it was out of character for him to not to, no, it was so in character for him to honor Tech in his own way by protecting Omega, by
I agree.
settling down on Pabu. And now he has failed. Once again, he has failed Crosshair. He has failed Tech. And now he's failed the one thing that he would do anything for. And now he's going to burn the galaxy, and I am all for it. So I think he is going to have an arc.
Oh,
And
yeah,
like,
I think
how
it's-
far is Hunter going to go? What is he going to go full Joe Miller? Personally, I actually kind of want to see that, because all like soldier morals and whatnot out the window, gone. He's able to his ability to rationalize in a way that is like quote unquote morally good out the window. Any rationalization that he has will be solely to get Omega back and to protect her. So he does have an arc. How they're going to handle that, I'm not entirely sure. But his emotional nuance was definitely not shown on screen during season 2, because it obviously focused on Tech and Echo. Just like with Wrecker, a lot of his emotional nuance was really in very subtle like portions throughout the entire season. I want a more Wrecker-centered character growth, in my opinion, as well. But yes, Hunter is pretty, but he has so much more to him, and also he's also another stoic character.
Yeah.
See,
And
I
so for
mean,
him to
100% agree. With the minus that I think his arc is a little stronger in 2 though, because especially at the what's it, the episode where they're on the planet, the one you
Are you talking about which?
the one with the natural disaster.
Oh, Pabu. Yeah.
Pabu. It's like, I mean, there's a point where he's like, look, we can have peace. We don't have to do this anymore, which is incredible for a clone trooper who's like, I think when he saw Cut and Sue,
Yeah.
is like, that's a life he could have. And I think when he gets to a place of safety, this is what he wants. But of course, the universe will not let him.
Yeah.
And so he's got to do, Tech's death. He's got to deal with Omega. I agree. Like season 3, I would be afraid of anyone who's in his sights.
Yeah. Season 3 is where I'm really.
He's going to burn the galaxy down.
Like,
and I'm here for it.
I just think it was so subtle that it was hard for me to connect to him as much this season. But I do think I do think season 3 is gonna really bring his story arc.
I also don't find him that pretty. I mean, he's not like Callus pretty, but nothing's like hot Callus. So he's gotta have that hair, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna look over that one.
Oh, we'll talk. You should have been here for when we were talking our Dungeons and Dragons review.
Yeah. You can watch that in 2 weeks on our podcast.
Yeah, on his podcast.
We'll
Yeah.
need to see the movie. So wait, were you guys talking about crap, I can't
Paladin.
remember his name, the guy from Bridgerton? Or
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both
The
beautiful,
Bridgerton.
beautiful
Look.
male specimens. Yes.
I'm put it this way: I'm a straight male, 100% in my straightness, but I'm like, maybe. I get it. I understand. I see. I could be like, I could be persuaded. He's a hot fella.
I mean, he put all his points in charisma.
Right, he did, and I'm like, I'm in for it. I'm here for it. So, same way with Agent Callus. I understand. I get it. I
But with
understand.
Hunter, it's also the voice.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
know,
but yeah.
something about the voice, man.
The only thing that throws me off that he looks too much like Rambo. The bandana throws me off.
That definitely okay. So I'm not gonna lie. When I first saw the Bad Batch and Clone Wars, I fucking hated all of them. I thought they were all cocky bastards, and Wrecker annoyed the shit out of me. But then after being on Clone Talk and like really understanding the characters more and seeing season 1 of the Bad Batch, I'm like, wait, I love these guys so much. They're all adorable and handsome.
Yeah, I
in their
didn't.
own
I didn't
way.
care for their arc in the season 7 Clone Wars, and wasn't going to watch the show. But I'm like, I will, because Star Wars, and immediately fell in love with it. So
Yeah, that's kind of where I was at. But like also like Hunter made me think like, do I have a knife kink? And then Loki just confirmed it. Like, God damn it.
we don't kink shame here.
Yeah, we don't. But I think
I mean, I don't know. I just took over your show. It's like we don't kink
No,
shame.
no, no, no. We don't.
You're allowed to.
I was gonna say I think I think that's
On our show, we don't.
so we've been at this for a minute, so I think we can call it. I enjoyed Bad Batch. I enjoy all Star Wars, so I mean, you joke that I'm super positive. So.
You like everything.
So I'm excited for season 3.
I am too.
I want to see where they go.
Coming back.
I want to see where they go with the storyline. I like the fact that Mount Tantus is the location of the cloning facility.
Yep.
Another throw to Heir to the Empire storyline with the Ahsoka stuff and all that. That's another throw.
They
to
know
that.
what they're doing.
They know what they're doing. Yep.
I hope they give Timothy Zahn another book to write, because I know they're going to cut him a check. But that's why
I think he has another. I think I've heard rumors.
That's how they cut him checks. They don't cut him checks for the stuff. They cut him checks for throwing him books.
Yeah, because that's the new deal. Part of the new deal.
Well, Sam Witwer was on Michael Rosenbaum's podcast a couple weeks ago, and was talking about that. Like those guys all get paid scale. However, Lucasfilm takes care of you. It's a thing. So he got to record his album at LucasArts, and then like there was that Brisk Tea commercial with Darth Maul.
Oh yeah.
And they're like, they say that we say we want who we want in there. And it was like the biggest payday he'd had in years.
Yeah.
For just doing that commercial. So yeah, he's like, Lucasfilm's the greatest people to work for.
Yeah,
You
because
don't get paid a lot up front, but it's worth it.
you and I talked to a specific Star Wars author from Legends, and I remember how upset he was about how the new deal works.
Right.
Which is unfortunate because I do like his books.
Sure.
And it's unfortunate that he probably will not ever want to come back.
Probably.
But on a positive note, we got so much to look forward to.
It's a big good year.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great year, and next year is gonna be great too. And we're not even done seeing what's coming out because Celebration has one more day tomorrow.
2 more days.
2 more days.
We
2
have
more
Sunday
days.
and Monday.
Sunday and Monday. You're right. So we got 2 more days of awesome things to hear about. We unfortunately will not get to report on them because we only do the podcast once a week. But
Report on the rest next week.
yeah, we'll report on the next.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
halfway through.
Yeah.
Can I suggest something?
Yeah.
When Ahsoka's first episode come out, can we all get back together?
Yeah, we'll get back
Because
together.
Young, you're fun. So I'd love to.
Thanks.
We'll
I
have to-
appreciate that.
we'll have to work the schedule
I will have
out.
to watch it by myself first because I become very unhinged when I watch shows to the point where I am surprised. Actually, my neighbors at my old place did not call the cops on me for the amount that I was screaming
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
during like Book of Boba Fett and whatnot.
I feel you.
Oh man. But yeah, we'll try to set something up.
Well, let's pencil it in. Let's just
we'll pencil it.
It's months away. We can schedule.
It's August. We just know August. We don't know
August. I hope it's my birthday.
when.
That would be amazing. Actually, an episode of Kenobi came out on my birthday.
Oh,
It's
lucky.
a great birthday, but I'm just like, I'm crying and I don't appreciate it.
Let's see. When does my birthday fall this year? If it's a Wednesday, it's a good chance.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
August 23 calendar. Birthday falls on a Thursday.
Oh.
Well. So
So it might be the day before your birthday.
day before my birthday. I'll take that.
But yeah. So next week we're gonna talk Cataclysm,
Oh boy.
which I already listened to, and I'm excited. Oh boy,
You have some thoughts?
I have some thoughts. So we'll talk about that next week.
How is the Greylock boy doing?
Axel?
Yeah.
No,
You can't say anything.
no comment.
I haven't read any of the books and I will be reading them, so.
Yeah, no comment on Axel.
I will not be reading the books.
I
have no time.
yeah, you can't even listen to them.
No, because I got, like I said, I got our podcast, I own a toy store, I have a real job. I just don't have time.
But yeah, so next week,
Polish
Cataclysm.
comics.
And that's the last of the adult books in Phase 2, because they're only doing 2 books in Phase 2. 2 for 2.
They were like, we did 3 of them for the last
Yeah.
wave. We're not doing that again.
And then, our scaling. Where do we put Bad Batch? I give Season 2 9 out of 10, honestly. It's pretty good.
You're the co-host. You're next.
I'll give it an 8 out of 10 because I'm not sure how
That's
we
fair.
got here.
That's fair.
7 out of 10 for me.
We're just gonna go lower.
It's good. It's
I
not.
feel like Young's going to be up with me, though.
It's good. It's not Rebels
Yeah.
good.
I was gonna say like 9 out of 10 because one, I just really enjoy the Bad Batch, and also my husband is in it. But it's also like minus a point for the absolute emotional whiplash and damage. And again, Jennifer Corbett, I'm
Yep.
living in your walls until you
Yep.
come back to us.
Absolutely.
Jennifer Corbett is, yeah.
Oh no, she's doing so well, but it's just like you needed to be better than your predecessor, Filoni, with this emotional turmoil and damage. Ma'am, you're not supposed to go even further and surpass the masters, ma'am.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's what she should do because that's what Filoni did for George. They should.
Yeah.
Padawan should get better.
Yeah.
Keep killing us and making us so emotionally involved.
does
we're never
make
the same
me-
again. Quit.
But we love it. Don't you
Yeah.
know we love it?
It makes me want Jennifer to do other projects too and see what they would give her.
Well, I think she's gonna get bumping up too. So
Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited to see what Jennifer's going to do with her future career in writing for Star Wars and even other projects in general. Because I would be more than
Absolutely.
happy to
Yeah, because
see-
you don't have to be stuck in Star Wars.
Oh no, not at all. Like I would love to consume any of her other media or
Yeah.
content.
All right. Well then, thank you for joining us. And once again, tell the good people where they can find you.
Lothal Youngling on the Tiki Talks and Twitter-ish. And also I have a podcast with my good friend J Comic 7, who's been a
Yeah,
guest
he's-
on Escape
Yeah, he's been
Alley.
here.
It's called There Are More of Us on Apple and Spotify.
Let me fix that real quick.
Oh,
But
yeah?
Go ahead and give like the basic introduction to the premise.
So long story short, this man has conscripted me to go and read books and observe Star Wars media. Here on Saturdays, we come and we talk about it. I think that's about it. Today we're gonna be covering like the main thing that we will be discussing is the High Republic. Is it
Cataclysm.
Cataclysm. I was gonna say Convergence, but we've already covered that book.
Yeah, Convergence was the first of the adult novels for this phase. We're also going to talk about the rest of what happened at Celebration, since we were only able to, talk about the first half of Celebration because Celebration was still going on last week.
Yeah, last time on
with Young and Scotty, which that was a great episode. I loved having both of them on.
That was wonderful.
Such a great episode.
I love the guest episodes. They're always very entertaining.
Yeah, they're always a great time. Because we always get great people.
Yeah.
We always like everybody's great. Let me pull up the first thing we're gonna talk about, because we'll talk about something else first while I pull up the other thing. So Bad Batch had their panel.
Yes.
We didn't really get much. It was mostly a let's look back on season 2 that had just ended. But outside of that, it was also a hey, season 3 is going to be the last season.
Yeah, and I made the very like hardline statement
Yeah.
about needing to be able to wrap up your story with 3 seasons.
Yeah. Which I think for the most part, yes. I think some shows though can get away with longer.
Yeah, I think we came to
because we talked about Clone Wars. But anything like once you're hitting 10 seasons, then you're really
7 for me.
But like, yeah,
7 is like
I think some shows have made it work though. I think even The Simpsons, and like while people say that Simpsons has fallen, I think it's not as bad as people make it out to be. And South Park has proven that over 20 seasons can work.
Yeah.
But those are shows that also rely on what's going on.
Yeah.
Presently, so they very much keep relevant.
Doesn't count.
But they're not always about that. Like sometimes they'll just focus on what the boys are up to in South Park. Like they'll just focus on the boys. Like there's that last season they had the Japanese toilet episode, which is just Randy getting a Japanese toilet and them talking about how toilet paper is kind of irrelevant because like we're like one of the only countries that really uses toilet paper. But like for the most part, like they're not like for the most part though. Yes, most episodes are like what's going on in the moment. Let's talk about it.
So it's like because you have new material to work with like that hasn't already either been published or is currently in the middle of publishing.
Mm-hmm. And it's also a show that they make in a week.
Yeah.
One of the few shows where they make it within that week.
Yep.
Which, even today, it's still impressive. Like, even with the technology that you can have to make that easier, which they do use. Like, it's not handcrafted characters like it used to be back in season 1 through 3, or even, yeah. Now it's CG. It is CGI. Like, animation. It is animation. It's not just little hand puppet, like little hand drawing, hands arts and crafts.
Little cardboard cutouts.
Yeah, cardboard cutouts. It's not that anymore. But yeah. I mean, I think this, for the case of Bad Batch, I think this works.
Yeah.
Because the story they were telling is very self-contained. And they could always, if they want to tell more stories with these characters, they can. Like, who's to say that Bad Batch ends and then another cartoon starts that just happens to have some of the characters. Like, it, because people already joked that Bad Batch was a sequel to the Clone Wars. Yeah. And they're not wrong.
I guess the watch order would be...
Well, but I'm saying, like, in terms of the fact that season 7 came out, ended, and then they were like, oh yeah, here's Bad Batch show, which season 7 was where they introduced the Bad Batch.
Yeah. So as I understand it, for like a bunch of animated and mainline stuff, the timeline is as follows. Generally speaking, episode 1, episode 2, The Clone Wars, episode 3, Bad Batch, Andor.
And in the case of
Solo was after Andor.
And in the case of episode 3, Clone Wars,
4, 5, 6.
yeah. In the case of episode 3, Clone Wars and Bad Batch, it gets even more confusing because season 7's last 4 episodes take place as the start of Revenge of the Sith is going on.
Yeah.
And even a little bit further into it, like about the halfway point. And then Bad Batch starts in the later half of Revenge of the Sith because we see the same speech that Palpatine gives of, hey, the Republic's now an empire, from the perspective of the clones in Bad Batch. So there's fans that have put together like 4-hour cuts where you just watch everything together.
Yeah. So
you watch the animated parts of Clone Wars with episode 3 with the animated parts of Bad Batch all in one thing, which I think that's fun part of being a fan, is doing stuff like that.
Yeah. But back to Celebration stuff, because that's
Yeah, and so I think season 3 of Bad Batch, it works as being the finale of Bad Batch because I think that story's coming to an end anyways.
Yeah.
Because, like, the story is really protecting Omega, and then obviously the whole reason that they have to protect Omega is so that because the Empire wants Omega's blood, so that way they can get to where they get to in the sequel films. Because everything is connected. It's a connective tissue.
Like, all they have to do when Omega gets there is just get the blood out of her. And then it's like, all right, we're done.
But it sounds like they also want to convince her to be on their side.
Yeah.
Which that's where it's going to get complicated and make for good
You
storytelling.
don't have to complete the side objectives, man.
But I get why, because it makes for, once again, it makes for good storytelling for them
Yeah.
to tell that. And yeah. Other news, though.
Yes.
We got Visions Volume 2 trailer. That's the thing I had to
Show
prepare.
it to me.
Yeah, let me get it pulled up for the audience as well.
We've been talking about this for a while. I just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. You ready?
Yes.
Everyone has an inner light.
Follow the light.
I always knew you were meant for bigger things.
What if you just keep going?
No need to fear. There are others like you here.
I saw it myself. She has special powers.
Can you get your porta potty
Well,
off the
that's
starting
the Aardman
line?
one.
She's
That's Aardman
a
if I ever saw it.
Exactly. Don't be afraid.
Just like Walton
Force
Grumman,
be
it's
with you.
Aardman.
It's showtime. Whoa. The storm is approaching.
I can fight them. I'm strong enough now.
No one is stronger than them.
We can beat them.
You there! Hold it!
We cannot choose where our calling takes us. Only whether or not to answer.
Star Wars Day. All right. So, excited?
A bit, yeah.
I mean, we didn't see our buddy Ronan, but that's because a bunch of new studios were
Yeah.
brought in. That's fine because it was never meant to be like giving sequels to the other stories. These are to bring more new stories, and I like it. I like what we saw. They did talk about during the panel. They did talk about some of the stuff, but I didn't want too many spoilers, so I didn't pay attention too much to everything. Plus, I was working at the time, so couldn't keep an eye on everything. But what I did hear, it excites me. I like everything that's going on. I like all the studios that have been brought in, and the animation looks great. So,
What more could you want?
yeah, what more could you want? And it's coming out on Star Wars Day. So it's right around the corner.
Yeah.
Next month. Like, we're halfway through this month, so yeah, it's like literally right around the corner. So that's it for that.
Yep.
That's all the news I really wanted to talk about because there wasn't really anything else that was
Alright.
big, and I kind of just wanted to get through the rest of the major celebration stuff that we missed last time because it wasn't out yet. So now we're gonna get into the book Cataclysm.
Yeah.
So spoiler warning.
Spoiler warning, we're going to spoil the hell out of this book because that's what we do here on the show. If you haven't paid attention in the 65 previous episodes.
64. This is 65.
Sorry, 64.
Come on, math.
Look,
Subtract
it's not
one.
my strong suit, okay?
Okay. Well, either way, let's get into it.
Yes.
So we're gonna kind of stick to our new kind of way of doing
The
it,
new
where
format?
where we don't like
Go
over
page
the
for page.
page for page, where we're kind of
Yeah.
just talking about the things that we liked about it and coming up with fun questions to talk about this. Firstly, how sad are you after this? I feel like the characters they killed off weren't as sad for me, but like they were still like, oh, I like that character.
Well,
because Charil Roy wasn't one that I was.
Charil Roy, I was like
I wasn't attached to him, but he was.
I was like, damn.
The one Saurian Jedi that I like, because the only other example is Kiadi Mundi.
All I have for his death is a polite respect, I guess.
And then now Ada Forte, I'm a little more upset about because
Yeah.
you know we both like Creighton's son, and so seeing Creighton's son's hurt because his
Son's friend is like,
well, Creighton's son is sad because his friend is dead, and now we're sad because Creighton's son is sad.
yeah, poor man, Creighton.
And he's scarred too because he got too close to the Nameless.
Yeah. He got better though.
He got better, but
he's the only one we've seen get better.
But he is scarred.
Yeah,
like
he is.
because during the funeral scene they make it very clear that he is scarred from it.
It's like, I need to know what that thing was.
Also, this brings into question about Phase 1 Yoda. Phase 1 Yoda didn't recognize the signs that the Nameless were back.
God, I forget.
Because at the end of this book, Yoda's like, oh, we now know what, like Phase 2, which is a prequel, Yoda's like, okay, yeah, we know about these things. Let's make sure we be careful with them.
Yeah. I think the exact thing, like Creighton and Yoda go and talk to each other about it at the end of the book. And as they're talking, Creighton's like, hey, shouldn't we tell the others about this? And Yoda goes,
No.
And it's like...
And he's like, we'll keep an eye on it, make sure nothing bad happens.
Yeah. And
Yoda, were you keeping an eye on it during Phase 1? Because it doesn't look like you were.
Then again...
But I did question myself on that logic, too, in the Discord server. I was like, but to be fair to Yoda, like, he probably didn't know that the rods were involved. And so seeing he only figured out the rods' involvement through Tromac.
Yeah.
Because remember, Yoda and Tromac are hanging out during Phase 1.
Also, 100 years is a long time to remember
And in this
things.
case, it's 150, I think.
Yeah.
And so...
He's already getting up there in years.
So, I mean... But I feel like he would have recognized some of these signs.
Like, I figure he would have too, but also for, like, how much time happens in Phase 1.
And who's to say in Phase 3 he doesn't say, hey, I didn't recognize, that's why I went off to do what I did in Phase 1.
Yeah.
Because most of Phase 1, we don't know what Yoda's up to.
Yeah. He, like, fucked off for 90% of Phase 1, and everyone's kind of like, where's Yoda at?
And they're like,
we don't know.
We're like, last we saw him, he went after Tromac.
Yeah. And it's like...
And then the next time we see him, he's with Tromac. They
He's
crash the
like,
ship, and then
"Hey."
we don't see Tromac again. And then we don't hear from Yoda again until Midnight Horizon when he's like, hey, everybody gather up together.
By the way, guys, I found my old research notes. I think I know what this thing is.
We need to all gather together on Coruscant, like every Jedi.
Like, all of you. This is a
call home.
Yeah.
Like, literally every Jedi. Like,
every one of you. This isn't I'm not fucking around. Granddad has called a family meeting.
And now we see why. Because I think Yoda does realize the danger of these things. Because he was there.
Yeah.
He was on.
Fucking should.
He's seen it. He's seen it happen. Yaddle's seen it happen.
Yeah.
Where did Yaddle go?
Yaddle is also
Because Yaddle is not in Phase 1 at all. Well, no. Yaddle does appear in one book.
She does.
That's right. Because the only elderly Jedi who hasn't appeared in the High Republic yet that's long lived is Plo Koon.
Yeah.
Plo Koon's the only long lived Jedi that we haven't seen in Phase 1 or 2.
He's doing something.
Yeah. Probably, maybe he's taking that Baresh foul.
Maybe. Alright. So how do you feel about Orin dying?
He was my favorite.
Yeah.
He was my favorite new character in this book.
I'm like, you're a new character. I'm like.
Did you predict he was gonna die?
I'm like, I have a sense that they're gonna kill you off because you're too fucking happy.
It's even better in the audiobook because they give him like this kind of like he sounds like a dwarf. Like they give him that dwarven like.
Reading it, I was like, "There's no way this man is not like."
Like Mark Thompson made him sound like I forget the actor, the guy from. He's in The Hobbit and he plays the uncle who comes in to save the day during the Battle of Five Armies. They made him sound like that guy, which he was another film I'm gonna say that he was in was Pocahontas, but he plays one of the buddies to Smith.
Yeah. I was like,
because you haven't seen The Hobbit, so that's why I'm giving.
Although I have seen Pocahontas. Once again,
which is
my church.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't hold up. Like the music is great. Music still holds up, except for that one song.
Which one?
You know which one?
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that song doesn't hold up. I mean, I get the point of it is that
like the entire point of that. That's what that song is
like,
about.
The point is that yes, the song is bad, but also why'd you make this song?
They wanted to make a point about the time.
But the rest of the music holds up great. Mel Gibson doesn't hold up great.
Color of the Wind.
Yeah, Color of the Wind. Yeah, that's great, classic.
Yeah.
Mel Gibson doesn't hold up. But yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
I like Orin. Orin is great.
The halfway point of the book where he gets killed, I'm like.
It's by such a.
Here comes the part where everything goes wrong.
It's by such a bastard character too.
Oh yeah, fuck Bynot.
Yeah, Bynot's the worst.
He is, man.
Can't even not even his best friend can trust him because Axel is like, we grew up together, we were buddies. Bynot's like, fuck you,
fuck off.
In fact, go kill a kid for me.
Yeah, Axel's like, here is the master plan for Axel.
Get out of jail.
Step 1, get out of jail.
Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit.
Step 2.
It's the underwear gnome scale of.
Yeah, step 2. Fuck. I
don't know. Once again,
step
question mark.
3, make contact with the mother.
I don't even think he really wanted to do that.
Any plans after?
No, he just
wanted
wanted to.
Jail.
Yeah, his plan was get out of jail, and that was it. Yeah. And because he actually did. Because here's the thing. Everything Axel says is a lie in this book.
Yeah, he's like, all I can do is hit the bluff button because I don't have anything else I can do.
So he starts off immediately lying because we get a Hannibal Lecter type thing going with him, where the smart thing that Orin and Gayla think of to do is to go see him because Gayla's like, he probably knows. Maybe he knows what's up with the path because he worked for them. She was wrong, but
if you don't have any other leads, it's not a bad place to start.
So she's like, hey, maybe he knows.
Yeah.
He fakes being sick.
Yep.
Which Gayla kind of is 50-50 on to begin with.
I'm not sure.
Orin is like, he could be lying, could not be. Either way, we don't really have much options.
Yeah.
Orin is very much if Gayla says one thing, he says the other thing just to kind of make her think about it.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. Gayla is trying to be a way seeker.
Yes.
Which means she's going to, have to be relying on the Force, not the Council. And so that requires a lot more deeper thinking and not just... And so I think that's what Orin's preparing her for.
Yeah.
Because Orin's like, yeah, you can trust your immediate instinct, but sometimes you want to...
think about it a little bit more than not at all.
And so...
Although, this does bring up the thing... Although, speaking of the prison, I was thinking about, things I had not considered.
Yeah, because we talked about this one coming in.
The fact of, the thing that the medic brings up is, hey, why is he getting sick all the time? And the medic's like, it could be altitude sickness.
Yeah, it could be the atmosphere that we're in.
From Coruscant, and our atmosphere is a lot different.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, shit, yeah, that's right.
Because, all planets are different.
Yeah.
We were talking about from species to species, but we didn't even think just planet-wise.
Yeah, that was where my initial thought was from planet to planet.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, then logically you couldn't have someone from Mon Cala on, like, the prison planet from Andor, like, if
Not,
they were a
but once
prisoner.
again, the Empire wouldn't care. They'd probably...
The Empire wouldn't care.
They probably... But now the Republic would. Well, High Republic would. High Republic would care. They tried to put them in a proper cell, probably.
Yeah.
Although we're seeing some of the failings of the red tape.
Yeah.
Because Axel's been pretending to be sick for a while now.
Yeah.
And they've been struggling to decide whether or not to move him because they haven't quite gotten the orders yet. Because basically...
Okay, this
'cause-
one's not necessarily a failure of the Republic, it's a limit of the technology at the time.
Well, yeah, because you have to have the
can't
EX
get
droids to get the
EX
message
droids
out.
And then beacons.
Yep, and the beacons, which are currently being messed with by the Path. Because the Path is trying to cut down communications to the Outer Rim.
Yep.
Specifically around the Dawn and Irem Arano region.
Yep.
How do you feel about our return to characters Fantu and Ziri?
Oh, it's great. I like them.
It sucks how their marriage is going.
Yeah.
Like at first.
Oh man.
I am glad that they kind of find the middle ground near the end.
Yep.
Now, of course, we know that obviously this isn't gonna last.
No.
Even if it lasts throughout the rest of Phase 2, we know at some point between Phase 2 and Phase 1, there is another continuation of the Forever
Yeah.
War.
Even if it does last, it's only gonna last as long as they do.
Yeah. But it seems that Fantu and Ziri are trying to make the effort.
Yeah, they are.
Um,
The worst bit about it is everyone else on their respective planets,
like they're
including
immediately
their
ready to go back
parents,
to it.
hates it so much, and they're like, we're just waiting for the excuse to happen.
Yeah, they're like, we're just ready. We're ready to fight as soon as we can.
Yeah.
And, like, Fantu's mom is like, let's go.
Yeah. It's like, what do you mean my son escaped from the hospital?
Oh my
And they're
god.
like, we didn't fucking see him. He just left.
Yep.
Also, I was thinking the other thing that this book got me to think about, and I was Chancellor Greylark, or Kyon Greylark as she is now.
Yeah, Mrs. Greylark.
Yeah.
Because
I was thinking,
she's no longer Chancellor by the end of this book.
Yeah, she renounces her chancellorship for
Which is very, like, endearing of
Yeah.
why she does it.
Yeah. And she's like, oh no, my son has gotten way in over his head.
And she realizes that she has taken her career, like...
Yeah.
Because
It was one of those things I was explaining to a coworker at work, and I was like, man, I'm so fucking sick of politicians in media being like, my career.
Except we've seen it in real life, though,
Yeah,
too.
that's the thing is, I'm like, I know politicians do this. This is a thing that happens.
Because we've seen plenty of children of politicians come out and say, yeah, my parents are the worst.
Yeah. I'm like...
Especially if the kid disagrees with the political ideology of their parents. Like, that especially creates tension.
Yeah.
And we've seen it in real life, so of course, media's going to reflect on it.
Yeah, because that's what media does, whether we like it or not. And I'm like, could just one of you choose to step down a little earlier before your kid goes and joins a cult?
A terroristic cult, in this case.
Yeah. And it's like, so one of the earlier, like the flashback scene of Axel and his mom, when his mom takes him basically to the terminal ward at the hospital to like show him and look at all the great things I've been able to do. And I'm like, why did you fucking do this? I know why you did this. However, this looks like a PR stunt.
Which it kind of partially
Which
is.
it is. And I'm like, Axel, you were not right, but your mom was also wrong.
Yeah.
This is just a mess here.
And now she's finally found a way to kind of meet him
Yeah.
halfway, because like we know why. Because we know Axel acts out the way he does because he feels not seen.
Yeah.
Now, Does that excuse what he's doing?
No.
Absolutely not.
It is that he is seen all the time. He just wants his mom to fucking see him.
Well, that's what I mean.
No, be more specific, Caleb. God damn it.
You know what I mean. But yeah.
The truth is, he's like,
And even though he's seen all the
he's
time,
seen
he's
in
not.
public all the time.
He's
but
not.
It's like, I don't want that. I
well-
just want to be able to do things without like the shadow of my mom looming over my shoulder.
Without the politics of
but
it.
it's always there because it's attached to the name.
Yeah. It's kind of like being. It's like being a Kennedy in today's world.
Basically.
Like,
It's like-
even if you're not a politician, your entire family is filled with politics.
And it's like, I don't want to do that. Once again, Axel. is
Although I
like-
don't know any major Kennedys that aren't politicians. I think all of them are.
Axel,
So poor example, but
Axel's like, I just want to be able to do stuff on my own and not have anyone judge me for it.
yeah.
Like, that is his entire thing.
Can I go to a casino without being looked at and being like a reflection of my mother?
And it's like, no.
Yeah.
It's like, please, no.
Fine, then I'm gonna act out.
It's like, but also it's like Chancellor Greylark is like, come on, kid.
Well, yeah, and so going back to the prison stuff, she's the one that's having to decide between the fine line of
Because everyone else is kind of like Chancellor Mallow and like the representatives are kind of like, well,
we can ease up on him
we could ease up on him a little bit.
because he did
Like, he's still staying in jail.
like they were
but
like
we didn't need to send him to hell prison.
because basically the reasoning behind it is while yes he did almost bomb Arano, he did change his mind at the end and save everybody, and that's kind of the
He
logic.
did get rid of like one of the worst weapons that someone has ever
Yeah.
created.
And so like they were like, while he did help create the crisis, he also solved the crisis. And so they were like, so maybe we go a little bit more lenient on him and, you know, put him in a white collar prison instead.
Yeah,
And his mom's like, you know, the problem with Kyung is she has to decide between whether she's seen as a strong politician or a good mother.
yeah,
And that's the fight.
that is the
That's the
entire
that's the
thing.
entire inner conflict for this book for her.
Yep.
Because if she chooses to be a strong senator or chancellor, it's I keep to my son being in the hardcore prison.
Yeah.
But if I want to be a good mother, then I let him into the lighter,
Just ease up a little
bit. And the problem is, while her constituents and everybody are saying, "Yeah, he's up," she's like, "But would y'all respect me for that?"
And Kyung ultimately decides he has to stay in the hardcore prison.
Yeah. Mainly because once again she doesn't want to look biased. Because that's the problem is there's either way she looks biased.
Yeah.
Either she looks and she says that in the book. She's like
I'm fucked, so
yeah, she's like either way I look biased, so
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I guess I'll go with the harsh option.
And unfortunately that does mean he is going to stick there because it's because of the whole it has to be a unanimous vote for him to go to the nice prison.
Otherwise. Also, hello.
Hi, Patrick. Welcome to the show. We're talking High Republic Cataclysm.
Yeah.
So if you haven't read that book, just a little bit of a spoiler warning.
Major spoiler warning.
Yeah, well, major
'cause
spoiler
we're
warning.
gonna be
Yeah.
talking about that whole book.
Yeah, we're talking about the big spoilers.
So
I definitely recommend it though. It is.
yes.
We'll discuss it at the end, but it's high up for me.
Yeah. Okay, so we've already talked about how Bynot is like the worst.
Yeah, because Bynot.
What was the thing that like cemented to
Ooh.
because for me it's
Is it the killing children?
no, it's not the killing children, it's what he does to Quinn.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like, you fucker.
Yeah, because originally he's
You killed my therapy dog.
Yeah, because him and his buddy are originally pretending to be like just regular ship. What was it? They were.
They're just regular transporters.
Yeah, transport
haulers.
Haulers. Yeah, they're haulers.
Yep.
and they pretend that they got stuck out in space.
Yeah.
And so they're like a derelict ship.
Yep.
And the reality is they're the ones transporting the weapons
Yep.
that Irem and Arano are about to fight over, because they believe that the other is trying to start up the war by bringing up the weapons again. The same weapons from.
Different weapon.
Oh,
It does it very different.
okay, yeah, it's a poison weapon though, right?
It is also
Yeah.
another poison weapon, except what it does is fucking a lot worse.
So,
So, what the original poison was from the way back
Convergence.
that one was aerosolized.
Mhm.
And it could basically work on Irem from one of not Irem, whichever
was
one is
Arano.
the water planet.
Arano.
Arano. They were like, hey, by the way, our scorpions over here, unlike the Thelfire scorpions, are super fucking dangerous, and we've aerosolized their like poison.
Oh yeah.
And they were like, we have this just in case, and the reason Axel decides to destroy it is because he takes one of them for Fantu, and he's like,
Yeah,
fuck
he
that,
managed-
no, we're not using that.
Yeah, he feels bad after having to say Fantu.
He's like, no one's using that on anyone ever. And so these haulers come in, Bynot and Guy.
Gal, I think.
Yeah. And so they're like, they have Clydobacter, which is an ocean killer.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Arono is an ocean planet. Everything they have comes from the ocean.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, if this gets on either planet that has water, it's fucked.
Yeah.
So we can't allow that to happen.
And so, like, the immediate dead giveaway of them though is hilarious, because like they're who's the first ones to encounter him? Is it Creighton and Ada?
It's not Creighton. I think it's Charil Roy.
Oh yeah, Chorva Roy and his apprentice
Enya King.
Inya. Yeah. They're like, they're talking to him, and oh my god, Gal cannot contain himself.
Yeah.
Gal is like immediately, I hate Force users.
I hate them. I hate these Force.
Specifically Jedi.
I hate these Jedi so much.
And like,
And
they're
Bynot-
such bad liars, and like Inya catches them in their lie, going, "Didn't you say you were from this place? But you mentioned that you hung out on Dona. That doesn't compute."
Yeah.
And Bynot,
Bynot's trying, but he's just not succeeding.
and so they get into that. I thought that scene was hilarious.
Yeah. The best part is when Enya figures out that he's a Force user, because she keeps trying to like fuck with his head, and he's like, no.
Yeah, because Bynot is. That's another reason Bynot is the worst, because like, you know, he would take advantage of the Force if he could, even though he says he wouldn't. You know he would. He's the type of character to do it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
He doesn't do it in this book, not intentionally, anyways.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be caught off guard if later on he starts using it to,
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either.
because like he's very much the type of character to do it.
I'm like, man, you chose a bold place to be, Bynot.
Now of course after this interaction he goes off to rescue Axel.
Yeah.
From the prison,
Because the mother told him to, and he is like, I want to be of service to the mother.
which is a long play for him, because we learn later on that there's a new sect of the path that's being created within
path of the open hand has become the path of the closed fist. Because I guess Marta's done fucking around.
And we haven't figured out why yet. That's gonna come into the book that's not out yet, which is Path of Vengeance, because that's gonna be the Marta focused book.
Yeah.
Because she's on the cover. Marta doesn't really appear. Marta's mentioned a lot in this book, but she doesn't appear.
Yeah, she's never around.
Same thing with Yana.
Yeah. And the Herald.
And the Herald. Well, the Herald is mentioned a lot because they're like, yeah, the Herald fucked up.
Yep.
Same thing with I've been reading Quest for Planet X, our next book for next week.
Mhm.
And same kind of situation of a lot of mentioning of stuff.
Yeah, but they're not there.
Yeah, and
they're like, We know they're doing something. We don't know what it is, though.
And Quest for Planet X, I think you're gonna like it because it connects pretty well to this book.
Okay.
It's very much a companion piece, which I think Phase 2 has been really good at doing. I think Phase 1 was good. It definitely told a like ongoing story.
Yes.
But I felt like as you went from the adult novels to the young adult to the junior novels, they weren't really companion pieces.
Yeah.
They were their own story within that era that, yes, told the larger narrative, but they weren't like, oh, if I read the adult novel, I get more from reading the young adult novel, and I get even more from reading the junior novel. No, they were three different stories about three sets of characters that just happen to be telling the same larger narrative. Yep. Whereas this time, I think with Phase 2, they've really been making it to where you read the adult novel, great, you're getting a full story. But if you read the young adult novel, then you're getting the next part of that same story with it like connected immediately, where you're seeing the puzzle pieces. And then the junior novel doing even more. Because I feel like just reading Convergence doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like Convergence is great, and you get a full story. But if you read Path of Deceit, you get a larger story where you're like, okay, now I know what's going on while this is going on, and that informs me of the larger narrative. And then the same thing is true with Quest for the Hidden City. While it takes place somewhere else, it's all concurrent to the same exact like few weeks going on in the other books, and so it all connects very well. And I think Wave 2, which is Cataclysm, Quest for Planet X, and Path of Vengeance, is doing the same thing. It's very much like this is all taking place concurrently, and you're getting puzzle pieces here and then other pieces there, and once you put it together, it's going to make a great story.
What do you think of Sippa?
I like Sippa.
I'm like, oh, thank
God.
God.
They definitely try to give us the she's the annoying kid thing, but it does like I'm not graded by her. I could see where some people would find her grading, but I don't.
As a guy who's had up to 7 siblings who are younger than him, I get it.
Yeah.
This is far from terrible.
Yeah, this is definitely the least annoying of like a child character.
So far, you're pretty low on the annoyance bar, but I do kind of get where Yaddle's coming from.
Yaddle's like, look, you got to stay on the ship. No, I wanna go do things.
I said stay on the goddamn ship.
Although the first time, she's not really telling Sippa to stay on the ship. Yeah. She knows that Sippa's gonna escape. She's like, oh, I was just trying to distract Greylark's guards with her. Because, so while we have our main story of Gala and Orin trying to investigate what's going on with the path and what happened on Jedha and what their next stage is.
Creighton's son, Ada Forte, and 2 guards of
from
Greylark's choosing former Chancellor Greylark.
Yeah, she was still Chancellor at the time when she assigned this. They are sent to investigate Donna.
Yep.
Because they're like, hey, the Force is calling us there, something's up.
Yeah.
And Yoda even senses it.
He's like, okay, yeah, go look into that.
Because Yoda is hanging out with Greylark at the time. And he's like, because Yoda's trying to get permission anyways from Greylark to be like, hey, we got to do some stuff. But Yoda's also like, we also don't really need your permission.
We can just do it anyway, but it looks better if we have an official go-ahead.
Yeah, it's like, we're not part of the Republic. We can just do this. Yeah. But we're going to try to work together.
As a formality, it would be nice if you gave us...
It's also the same way Creighton talks to her. Creighton's like, hey, I don't have to listen to you.
To me, that conversation is Creighton and Yoda straight up ignoring Greylark because they don't care.
They're like, look, we could go through you, but we don't have to. Like, we're just asking you out of niceness.
We're doing this as a courtesy.
Yeah. Like, we could just be doing this. And so they're like, so the agreement is that, yes, they go investigate Donna, but it's a stealth mission only. It is literally just a survey, and then they come back.
Yep.
Things do not go that way.
No.
At all.
First
off, Yaddle accidentally ends up there because the beacon's going down. Yaddle is having problems talking to Yoda,
Communication.
and all she hears is something about Donna.
Essentially, it's like being caught out in a storm and having a phone call.
It's the phone going.
Yeah.
And so like all she hears is something about Donna, and she's like, okay. And it wasn't even Yoda talking to her when he said that.
Yeah.
Yoda was talking to Greylark, thinking that Yaddle couldn't hear, and he was like, "Yeah, we sent those guys to Donna," and Yaddle's like, "Donna, okay, I'll go there." And Yoda's
Wait,
like,
no, don't.
Yoda's like, "No, wait, you're supposed to come to Coruscant with the kid." Ah,
fuck.
Because Yaddle's whole quest wasn't like her objective is to bring Sippa back to Coruscant.
Sippa to Coruscant.
Because she's basically Sippa's ready to get a master.
Yeah.
But yeah, so everybody meets on Donna, and they're like,
but none of them know.
Yeah, none of them know that the other is supposed to be there.
Like, if I was a Path member and I was like, how many fucking Jedi are here? And they're like,
It's that scene from Spaceballs.
Yeah,
where
it
it's like,
very
how many assholes are there anyways? Yo, I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Damn it.
It's that scene, but with Jedi.
Yeah.
It's like, how many Jedi are on this planet? Yo, I knew it. I'm surrounded by Jedi. To be fair, they knew at least one Jedi was on there because they killed him.
Yep.
Immediately. But that's because they were holding him prisoner.
Yes.
I'll be right back, but I'll let you kind of.
Oh man.
Yeah, actually, we're gonna take a quick break because we're
Yeah.
about at the halfway point, and then we'll come back and kind of wrap things up.
Feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm up in Cloud City, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Finally feeling free and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Gonna see a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but I answer to. Ain't a fixture in the palace zoo. No, and since the carbonite's off me, I'm living life now that I'm free. Yeah, told me get myself together. Now I got myself together. Now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy the carbonite is gone. I'm moving on. I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of pepper around my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. Solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side. I'm jumping in my Falcon. Wookiee at my side. I'm solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. I'm on solo. Solo. I'm hot solo, I'm hot solo, solo.
Sorry about that. I really had to do something. I'm ready to make some last few points though. Anything else you wanted to continue on that though? That we were.
Oh boy,
We were talking about the whole Donna. It's like not the battle yet, but like the everybody running into each other because like Yaddle shows up and they're like,
we forgot about Kenny from the Kenny Knight clan.
Oh yeah, the Kenny Knight clan with Enya and Charbel Roy. Because in order for them to run into Bennett and his group, they enlist a ride from Kenny and I forget the other pilot.
PT.
PT. And Kenny is fantastic.
Yeah.
So this man introduces himself as Kenny from the Kenny Knight clan. And they're like, oh, pleasure to meet you. And PT's like, don't listen to him. It's just Kenny.
He likes to introduce himself in funny ways to people.
Yeah. And
he's
now
trying this one out.
Yeah. I like that he's, you know, like...
He's one of the, like, Republic...
Yeah, he's part of the Pathfinder group.
Yeah. They essentially
Because I think
go
they're
out and
because I
keep
think
the
they're with
beacons
the
running.
yeah. I was about to say because aren't they part of a Pathfinder group at this
Yeah,
time?
they are. And so,
Which
oh,
Quest for Planet X goes more into the beacons and stuff.
okay,
Because it focused. Because remember, the beacons magically come back online with the help of Malo.
yeah.
Because
Chancellor Malo gets so pissed off that Aram and Arono are not fixing the one for this sector because they're too busy with
getting
their-
ready to
getting
go to
ready
war
to
again.
fight again and throwing accusations. And he's like, "Fuck it, I'll do it myself."
Yeah, and this comes at the like climax of Malo realizing, okay,
I'm not getting anywhere.
Well, not only that, he's now the only senator at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Or he's the only chancellor at this point. Because so Bennett brings Axel to Mother.
Yes.
Mother chides him a little bit and then is like, "Hey, in order to make up for it, you're probably going to have to die, but you don't have to die if you can convince your mom to come see us on Dalna." Because basically, Mother's gonna. She plans to use his mom, Greylark's chancellorship to kind of take over the galaxy. Is essentially what I'm getting.
Yeah, and I was like, after the events of the book and looking back on it, I'm like, that was a stupid plan.
So.
Because
so basically, great. Yeah.
Because I was like,
You forgot
wait,
that was the mother's plan, didn't you?
No. I didn't forget that was the mother's plan. The reason why I was like, that was a dumb plan is because that's not how being chancellor works. You don't have the next chancellor in training with you.
Yeah, because basically
it's not inherited by blood.
No, it's voted.
It's an elected thing.
Yeah, it's elected
I'm like,
official.
also, even if you have one of them, there's still the other one.
What are you gonna do? Kill Malo? Probably.
I mean, that is what they bring up. They're
Yeah.
like, we'll just fucking kill him.
Yeah, because they're like, yeah, the plan is bring Greylark over, have her give up her chancellorship to the mother, and then
It's also not how that works.
and then maybe kill Malo if he doesn't work with them. And it's just like
Looking back on it, it's like, this was a stupid plan.
this was gonna fail from the start.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, it doesn't matter because Greylark's like, you know what? I'm gonna give up my
Okay,
chancellorship.
yeah, I'll come to Dalna.
She basically called her
However,
bluff.
I'm gonna go to Dalna. However, just so you know, from this moment forward, I reject my chancellorship.
And it's already public. Like this is
By
a
the way, this is a pre-recorded message, just in case.
yeah, like the whole galaxy can see this.
Yep.
And
It's like the mother gets really fucking pissed.
she's like, Axel, did you plan this?
and Axel's like, no.
How could I?
How
You've
the
been
fuck would
watching
I
me.
know? I haven't. When would I have had the time to plan this?
It's like you said something to her, didn't you, when you called her?
It's like, no,
No, you watched me.
you saw me.
Yeah, like this was not the most thought out plan from the mother.
Oh, she. the
Like, what
mother
is the mother's end game in this one? Like,
what do you want? Like,
also, where's Sunshine?
on.
Where is that motherfucker?
That is a good question. Where is he at? We haven't heard anything.
Last I saw him was on Jeddah, but that was like before the events of the Battle of Jeddah. like,
Yeah.
when he was sent
Where'd
as
he go?
like that was when he was sent as a scout to the convocation to be like, hey, the path is on the way.
Yeah, and now he's gone, I guess. Sunshine Dobbs.
I wouldn't be surprised if the mother killed him.
He's just hanging out on his secret planet. Because he has that.
It's not a secret anymore though, like, because the mother knows about it, obviously.
Yeah.
Like the path knows about it. Like all the path knows about
Maybe
it.
that's where they
Um,
ran away to.
And then on top of that, the planet itself is not unknown. Like it's one of those, the mystery planet that like pirates and hyperspace
yeah,
travelers
it's one of those,
talk
like-
to each other about.
fucking rumor planets.
Yeah.
From crime.
Well, more of like, oh, this planet is perfect. It's got like it's
yeah.
like almost a promised land sort of deal, which
Okay.
is what Sunshine calls it, I think, or something like that. He calls it something similar to that.
Something similar. He's like, I know how to get there. It's my little paradise. in
Paradise,
the
that's what it
galaxy.
is. Yeah, his little paradise, which everybody knows about it being a paradise planet because they're like, oh yeah, you can heal from it, from its waters and all that shit, and it's just like, oh okay. And you get more of the history of that in the next book we'll be reading.
Yeah, I figure.
You know, it is called Planet X.
Yeah, I figure that's where we'll be going. Like, the other thing I want to talk about is Jesus Christ, were the path fucking prepared
for
all of the bullshit they were going to do
Oh,
on
for
Dalna.
Dalna, yeah. For a group that had left Dalna entirely, and now like was mostly back.
Yeah. I'm like, I remember explaining it to Andrew the other night. I'm like, Andrew, they had fucking Sam Turrets, the Nameless, and just enough bodies to keep throwing.
And honestly,
They had
after
enforcer droids.
and after reading through this book, I could see why the Dawnans
They
like,
were like,
do not like outsiders, and
that.
and especially Jedi,
Yeah.
because that
The Dalnans that came to help were just like regular people. And they're like, we helped the Jedi once. Like,
and it went very
it
badly.
went very bad.
I can see why after 150 years, like a lot of it is twisted
Yeah.
historically into like, yeah, this wasn't great.
'Cause that's just what happens with history and time.
Yeah, and like nobody remembers that it was the path they were fighting. They just know we helped the Jedi. It didn't go well.
Yeah. Which is an accurate summation of what happened. It's just not.
Like the Jedi technically won, but barely.
Yeah, that's a Pyrrhic victory.
Yeah, like it's very much a technicality.
Yeah. For those of you who are listening in who have not heard that term before, a Pyrrhic victory is when you win but lose so much that in truth the victory wasn't worth anything.
Which realistically, the Jedi only lost 3 people.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess if we're going off of kill count alone, the Jedi sure did win, didn't they?
Now
I'll tell you who lost.
The Dawnans.
Everyone else who was involved.
The Dawnans.
Yeah. But
and the Path definitely lost.
The Path definitely a big lose.
The big L.
The big lose on Dalna.
Yeah.
For everybody.
Yeah, it was not great.
And it's like the arrival of Kenny and PT during the battle, I was like, I've never been so happy to see something.
Yeah, and then like on top of that, we also have
Also Ziri.
Yeah,
She's trying
Ziri and
for this
Fontu.
diplomacy
Like
thing,
Ziri
but
tried.
she's not good
Ziri
at it.
tried diplomacy so hard. She tried.
tried.
But they don't. That's the thing, though. The Path didn't want diplomacy. Like
Yeah,
it was
they're
all. It was
so
all in bad. Like the thing is, it was all bad faith discussion to begin with.
Yeah.
Like she comes in hoping to discuss things in actual good faith and be like, hey, we're here to find a peaceful solution. And the Path, in reality, like they pretend they're like, yeah, we'll talk in good faith if you give us a kyber crystal.
Well, that's not.
Well,
that's what. It was
that's what it comes down.
negotiated
That's what
down
it.
to.
Yeah, that's what it came to.
They're like, we believe in gifts freely given, and I'm like,
and they're like,
you fucker.
Oh, did you see me tweet in response to Sawyer? By the way.
No, I did not.
So Sawyer put.
Did I miss something?
Yeah. So Sawyer put. Fill in the blank. I am the Force, and the Force is blank.
Okay.
And of course a lot of people responded. I responded with, I am one with the Force, and the Force is a gift freely given.
Oh yeah.
This is why you should follow me on Twitter.
How did that go?
She gave it a like. I got a couple likes from it.
I mean, that is true. It is a gift that is freely given, only to select individuals, though.
And that's why you should follow me on Twitter, Escape Reality 94. Shameless plug. But yeah,
I am concerned about this path of a closed fist, though.
Also, yeah, so this is the battle I absolutely called back when we reviewed what was the third book in phase 1 for the junior novels.
Fucking Dalna's destruction.
Yeah, the one with the ice skaters.
Ice skaters. Fuck it. God damn it, now you've reminded me.
Mission to Disaster.
Why are there ice skaters on Dalna? Why?
But Mission Disaster, because during our review of that, I called it.
Oh yeah.
Because we had heard at that point, they were like, oh, it's going to take place 150, 200 years before the events. 150, because it's 200 years before Phantom Menace for phase 1, and then phase 2 is 150 years before that.
Yeah.
And so I was like, and during Mission to Disaster, they talk about this battle.
Yeah, the Night of Sorrows.
Night of Sorrows. And they go, yeah, about 150 years ago, we helped the Jedi, and it ended up badly, and that's why Dalnans don't trust Jedi. And we had heard that was the same amount of time between phase 1 and phase 2. And I immediately said, we're going to get the Battle of Dalna.
Yep.
And sure enough, I fucking called it. Also, R2 is beeping at me.
Yep.
For those of y'all who are not aware, I have a R2 Tamagotchi that I have been tasked with taking care of.
Yeah.
He's still alive after 6 weeks at this point?
Oh.
Something
is
like
Scotty
that.
Still alive?
Yeah, Scotty's is still alive. The only one, well, I don't want to ruin whose has died. There is a death though, but I don't want to ruin it for that podcast because that's. I think we're waiting to reveal what's going on with the lives in that podcast and
all right.
where everybody is. Hold on, let me grab the snack from Yoda with R2 because that's the mini game I've got right now. What other major stuff do we want to talk about? Is there anything that
they find out by essentially exploring the path that like they didn't just make one thing of Clytobacter. No, they made a bunch of it.
Oh yeah, they were ready to attack everybody.
Yeah,
because they believe it's like a rice like rice shipments or something like that.
Yeah,
and Gayla's like, no, that's not what this is. Like she confronts Axel about it. She's like,
did you know?
Did you think that this was just rice shipments? Because it's not. You thought this was just food?
Like, it's not.
That's another thing that they noticed was weird about Dalna, is that the
like,
farming land.
They're like, all this food is about to like
Go bad.
Go bad.
Like, there's a huge harvest. Like, there's like select harvest areas that they haven't harvested yet, and they're like, and as they're writing in, they're like, I think it's Charro, Roy, and Inya on their ship.
It's Creighton.
Oh, it's Creighton.
Ada
Okay, Creighton and Ada on their ship.
Their
arrival.
attempted infiltration.
They're like, hey, it's kind of weird that they haven't harvested that yet.
Yeah.
And they do surmise that maybe it's because they're bringing. Mother has so much money and income from whatever.
They don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah, which I think that's definitely what's going on. Yeah, Mother definitely.
Also, the fucked up part of the strategy of we'll leave our old people out to be meat shields.
Yep.
I'm like, you know who wouldn't have a problem cutting through these? Poor old people. Elzar fucking wouldn't have any problem with that.
Elzar would be looking for the Mother pretty hardcore.
He's like, where is she?
He would already be done by this point. He's done with them. Axel would not have been able to escape because he would have killed him. But no,
Bynot got his.
Yeah, Bynot got what he deserved.
Fucking stabbed through the chest and poisoned with his own gauntlet.
Because he tried to get Axel. That was the final point for Axel, by the way. So Axel is ordered to kill a child who's a member of the Path because that kid will not kill people.
Yeah. And he's like,
I don't kill kids.
I don't know if you know this, man, but I don't do that.
Like, for any reason.
Yeah. And Bynot, the fucking asshole that he is, has like essentially taken the bullet out of the chamber. Just
Yeah,
as-
because it's one of those test things. Because Axel's like, you know what? I'll shoot you instead. Oh, it's blank. Fuck.
yeah, I fucking Binance like
I figured.
I thought you would do so.
Yeah, because basically they force conscript Axel to fight
Yeah.
once the plan A goes awry.
Yep.
Once they realize, oh, we have no leverage anymore with Axel, so they figure, well, we'll just have him die out in the battlefield.
Yep, good enough.
Which is not how that goes.
No. I do like the ending bit of everyone kind of recovering in the hospital.
It almost felt the ending is almost Return of the King, where it feels like it's like, oh, here's an ending.
Yep.
Here's another ending.
Yeah.
But it's not as bad. Like
No, it's not as bad as Return of the King.
But
that Return of the King is a
and
good
Return of the
movie.
King's ending also is not as terrible as people have made it out to be.
Yeah.
There's a lot that Return of the King has to wrap up.
Yeah.
And this is a similar situation. There's a lot that has to be
It's
wrapped
like,
up.
I'm sorry. Do you think wrapping up a fucking 11-hour story was gonna be easy?
Yeah.
No.
And this film has a lot. I mean, this book has a lot to wrap up as well. I think they do a good job of wrapping up stuff while also leaving enough room for the other two books that have to explain like the rest of the story.
Yeah.
And of course, Phase 3.
Yeah, in terms of like non-force users that I've seen in a while, I like Axel a lot.
Axel is a complicated character.
Yeah.
There is a lot to dislike about him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like when you like, and I get why like some people could think he's almost as bad as say Atten Rand at first, because he does have a lot of similar attributes of. There's a few things that are unforgivable, but
Yeah, except Axel doesn't like torturing people. He also does not kill children like some other characters in this franchise.
Yeah.
He also Axel does a lot of things that I think definitely are problematic. Like he does just straight up murder a guy for like overhearing something, but I'm like that's kind of part of the business.
Cassian Andor did the same thing
Yeah,
in Rogue
so
One.
One of our protagonists has also done that.
But I think Axel is a complicated character. There's a lot that you can dislike about him because yes, there are issues that he has.
Oh yeah,
There,
that boy has problems, but he's
I think he's a character who's trying to better himself.
Yeah.
Now, in the first book, I can see why a lot of people after Convergence was like, I don't like Atten. I mean, I don't like Axel.
Yeah.
Sorry, very similar characters.
Very similar names.
I don't like Axel, and I can see a lot of people that didn't like Axel by the end of the first book. I think this book redeems a lot of those factors. I think he still has a long way to go. He has a long, and he acknowledges he has a long way to go.
The long road ahead,
Um,
but it's a lot better than where he was.
Yeah. He goes back to jail willingly.
Yeah,
For one. Now he's going to a nice white collar prison this time, but
he is still going to jail.
yes,
and like
and for a longer time because he has extra years now for breaking out.
yeah, but I'm like, all right.
But at least this time, him and his mom will have better communication because Mrs. Greylark now says that she is going to go visit her son as often as she can, to the point where she says, "You will probably get sick of seeing me," which I think that's very nice.
Yeah, it's like
that shows that okay, there's some healing that's going to happen here, that's been needed.
ever since Axel's dad died.
Yes.
I'm like, oh, that was like the nail in the coffin for the I don't fucking like my parents thing, or I think my mom is not good.
Now, she is not completely giving up government entirely because she is helping Malo, because Malo needs it. Malo's like, I can't do this on my own, and Greylark's like, you can, but I'll be here if you...
I'll just help you with the transition.
Yeah. Because I think Malo can do it.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm like, oh, thank God.
Because Malo's a good, like, this is a very similar conversation of what we had with Chancellor, why did I forget her name?
God damn it. It's because we've been spending time with
With Malo and Greylark.
Fuck, I'm gonna stop talking about the Chancellors for a moment, because I can't fucking say words right.
Oh, I can picture her. I can see her face. I can't think of her name. We are the Republic. Her. Anyways,
Yep.
we've discussed how like she is a good example of a Supreme Chancellor who is effective, but also is good.
Yeah.
Very rare in Star Wars. You either get one or the other. You either get somebody who's effective or you get somebody who is good. You generally don't get both.
Okay. So, I'm just gonna say the names of chancellors.
Okay, and it's not Valorum or Palpatine.
Yeah, and it's not Greylark or Mallow.
Who we got left? It's
Yeah,
not
that's-
it's not Mon Mothma.
Yeah. God.
I'm gonna cheat. Wikipedia exists for a reason.
Starlight Beacon. She funded it.
Mm-hmm.
She funded a lot.
Sure did. Tried to get that
Public Fair.
Republic Fair going. Yeah. She's on the cover for that for the out of print version of that book.
God damn it! What is your name, lady? Fuck. You're very important.
Oh, Lena So.
Chancellor So.
I didn't
There
even
we
finish
go.
looking it up. My brain clicked.
Yeah.
I love when that happens when I'm in the middle of looking something up and then my brain's like, no, it's this.
Yeah. I think it helps that Chancellor Mallow is. People just need to go and spend time in the Outer Rim.
Yeah,
Like, not as a politician, just like go out there and live. If
Well,
you are a politician in Star Wars.
I think they were
Go-
both. I think they were effective as a team
Yes.
because Mallow knew that hey, we need an Outer Rim outreach, and then Greylark knew hey, we also need somebody on the home front.
Yes.
And that's why they worked as a team. The problem I think now is what we're going to start seeing
Yeah.
is, and it's something that Phase 1 kind of locked in, was that the Outer Rim kind of got ignored after this up until Phase 1
Yeah.
because
And they tried to reach out again, but by the time of like,
by that point the Outer Rim didn't want them.
yeah, it's like we've been operating on our own. Why would we want you? And the other side of that is like, we can help you.
Yeah. And we see that same situation occur again in the prequel era. And we see it especially
By the time of the
we especially
sequels, it has gotten like
it's bad.
100 times worse.
Like cuz we're especially seeing it in The Mandalorian. Like The Mandalorian is absolutely showing hey, the Outer Rim does not care for the Republic.
Well, it's also this new Republic isn't capable of anything out here.
Nothing effective anyways.
Yeah, so why bother?
And any effectiveness that it could have could be seen as an overreach.
Yeah.
Because we dealt with the Empire, which was the most effective in controlling the Outer Rim, but
surprisingly,
but in a
they were also
tight clinched, you can't do anything
Yeah.
sort of way. Too much red tape,
and it's like,
and that didn't work for the Outer Rim because the Outer Rim was so used to their freedom
Yeah.
at that point.
it's either you
Yeah.
overreach into the Outer Rim, or the Outer Rim will come to you.
Yeah, and so
Because people can't leave things alone. That's how people are.
yep. And even then, the Empire didn't completely control the Outer Rim.
Yeah, no.
Because they gave a lot of territory. They let the Hutts keep their territory.
Yeah.
They said any criminally owned planets are still criminally owned. We're not gonna.
We're gonna
as long
stay out
as
of the way.
as long as the Hutts give us basically like protection payments.
Then we'll leave them to their own devices.
Yeah. As long as you can give us protection payments and not interfere in Imperial territory, all yours.
Yep. You can do whatever you want out there.
And even then we see that fall apart because we've seen, with the Vader comics and with Crimson
Yeah, War of the Bounty Hunters, where it really comes to a head.
Yeah,
at
with
the
Crimson
end.
Dawn and everybody, yeah. So,
So for the Mandalorian era, I keep making the joke of, like, even the in world, like, the protagonist and the people there, I remember when they're like, oh yeah, we sent Moff Gideon to trial, and Din just goes,
he didn't make it.
no, not even
Yeah.
that. He's like, oh yeah, what are they gonna fucking
Yeah.
do? Nothing. Because that's what they do. Nothing.
And I think, and we're
Like-
also seeing, without giving any spoilers to The Mandalorian right now, because this isn't the Mandalorian episode of our podcast.
No, it's not.
we're starting to see what happens also with the lack of oversight in the Outer Rim,
Yeah,
because there has to be a balance.
there has to be.
And I think the High Republic era is trying to find that balance.
Like the High Republic.
The High Republic era is
trying
the closest.
So hard.
It's the closest.
But the people that they are encountering are like.
But there's groups
things
like the
just
Path
keep
and the
going
Nihil that don't.
wrong.
Yeah, there's groups like the Path and the Nihil who don't want interference there. And
I'm like,
and
I
they're
get
not
it.
the voice of the majority either. Like the majority
No,
of
they're
people
not.
are fine with the Republic coming in because they do see the benefits
they're either fine with it
or indifferent.
they're either pretty okay, they're pretty accepting of it, or they're like pragmatic enough
Yeah.
to see like,
I think realistically the day-to-day person is indifferent.
yeah,
It's the criminal syndicates and the people that are harmed by the Republic coming in, because there are also everyday people that are harmed, not just
Yeah.
criminals.
and they're like,
And those are the
"Go
people who
away,
are annoyed by
please."
it. Yes. But most everyday people are indifferent.
Probably- yeah,
They're like, oh, a change of government. Okay,
they're like, this doesn't change too much for me.
I might have to change how much I pay in taxes, but okay.
Yeah, whatever, it's fine as long as you.
As long as it's,
If you
as long as my
come
money's doing
As,
something.
it's basically as long as you guys come and get your 200 credits a month and leave me alone, I don't care.
Yeah. It's got to be better
than
than the Huts.
yeah, that's your alternative. Your alternatives are Wild Space or the Huts.
Yeah. And so, I mean, and like I said, in Mandalorian, we're starting to see the consequences of this, honestly, millennia-long conflict
Yeah.
between a form of government and the Outer Rim.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. This is just a forever conflict between controlling the Outer Rim.
Yep.
Apparently, I guess is what Star Wars is really about, is the Outer Rim just getting
Well,
under
remember,
control.
Star Wars is like a space western most of the time. Was the Outer Rim.
The Wild West.
The Outer
Well,
Rim is-
I would say Wild Space is more the Wild West, but
Yeah, but we never go to Wild Space.
yet.
So the
Yet.
the closest we get is the Outer Rim. We go into Wild Space maybe every once in a while.
With Thrawn and stuff like that, yeah.
But that's a rarity.
But in a way that makes sense because Tatooine is part of the Outer Rim.
Yep.
And what's our most iconic main location for Star Wars? It's always the Outer Rim worlds.
Yep.
Like, I think the prequels are the exception to that rule.
Yeah, they are.
Because the original trilogy is all about the Outer Rim. Like, we didn't never go to a core world.
No.
Sequel trilogy is all about the Outer Rim. And in this case, a little bit of Wild Space, because that's where the First Order's hiding, is the Outer Rim and Wild Space area.
Yeah, like right on the border before things get all fucky.
And so once again, and we never really go to a core world. We see a core world get destroyed.
Yeah, but that's it.
Because, Hosnian Prime is core world.
Like, as I understand it, you switch genres essentially when you get closer to the core. Most of Star Wars, as I understand it, is out in the Outer Rim, which is the Wild West.
Yeah, it's
So
like
when you
it's a
go
samurai
to the core
western.
world. It's like welcome to like
Cyberpunk
space noir, and a lot of thriller.
Yeah. Which a lot of political thriller, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I do like that we get those differences because it's realistic to like
Yeah.
no one universe is going to be one genre.
Yeah.
Like the real world is not one genre. It's a amalgamation of genres. And so the same can be true of any fictional universe.
Yeah.
And so
I
yeah.
don't have much else to say.
Yeah, I
today.
think we pretty much covered it. I mean, excitement for where the High Republic journey is taking us.
Yes. Very much so.
Yeah, I like where we're going. I'm excited for Phase 3 to kind of wrap up this story arc. I think even after Phase 3 is done, we're going to get more High Republic era stories We just won't get stuff that's like part of a larger narrative. I think phase 1, 2, and 3 are a larger narrative, and then once that's over, we're gonna basically just get stories that are set in that era, but aren't like a big story. Because this is all one big initiative. Because this is Project
Starlight.
Well,
Wait, no, that's a different thing.
It was I just lost the name of it. Luminous. Project Luminous was what it was originally announced as. And so this was, this is all part of that project. Well, I think once that project is over, because phase 3 I think is going to absolutely be the end of the project, we're not going to lose getting High Republic stories.
No, we're not.
I don't think we'll have a mainline comic anymore or anything
Probably
like that.
not.
But we're going to get more. We'll probably get more smaller books that are in that era that are like about other characters that happen to be around during that era, or even some parts of that era that are blank still, like, because we're still going to have like so many years that are blank between the end of phase 3 and the Acolyte.
Yeah.
Just on that alone, not even getting all the way to episode 1, because Acolyte is still 50 years before episode 1.
Oh boy.
So, I thought of some characters that could appear in Acolyte that.
Okay.
But yeah.
What we rank in this one?
Okay, so here's where I gotta start talking about my opinions on this.
Mm-hmm.
This book might be my new favorite.
Okay.
So I will have to give it the same score as my previous favorite. It's gonna get a 9, maybe 9.5.
All right.
Because it is currently tied with Fallen Star for my favorite.
Okay.
Because I think it's that good. I think now, can you read it on its own? Probably not. You still probably need to at least read Convergence. But the same is true of Fallen Star. You can't really just read Fallen Star on its own. But I think for the most part, it's a great story. There's a lot of new characters that are great, a return of characters that we already like that are written very well by an author who hasn't written them yet either. This is her first time writing these characters.
Lydia Kang.
Yeah.
You did a good job.
Yeah, Lydia Kang did great. I think we announced that she was doing some stuff in phase 3 last week. And then on top, she was doing the in Star Wars Insider short stories. That's
Okay.
what we announced.
All right,
So she's taking over for that. And I think she also has a book somewhere down the line as well. But George Mann's getting the first adult novel, which I think he's earned. He's earned an adult novel. He's done so well at this point.
Yep.
But we praise all the High Republic authors. They're all so good, and they all deserve to have adult novels at some point. Because that's not to put down the young adult and the junior novels, because I think those are just important. It's just the adult novels tend to get more eyes on them.
Yeah, I would say so too.
But where would you put it? Probably not as highly as me, but
it's been a while since I've said this. I'm gonna give it a 10.
Oh, okay. So this book is pretty much perfect.
Yeah.
See, I would give it a 10, but I never
Look, I have set the precedent before in the past that occasionally I will give things a 10.
And meanwhile, I'm
However,
the one who's
I've only done that 3 times out of the 54 episodes.
And two of them are High Republic projects, because similar to me, I guess this is tied with Fallen Star.
You know, I was tempted to joke earlier that the actual number I was going to give was a 3. But no.
I forget, what was the other project? Was it Ronin?
I think it was Ronin.
Yeah, so I mean that's high praise though.
Yeah.
Coming from you, this is high praise.
Praise from me is not easily earned.
So I think we're in the same spot here. We both really like this book and really recommend it. If you're a Star Wars fan, if you're a High Republic fan, I mean, if you're a Star Wars fan and you like books and you haven't checked out the High Republic, check it out.
Go and do that.
And honestly, you can start with this phase.
Yeah.
Like, this is very much, it's the prequel era for High Republic. This is very much I've never seen the original trilogy. You don't need to. Go see
Don't
the
worry
prequels.
about it.
while you will get more out of Phase 2 if you've read Phase 1, you will still very much enjoy Phase 2 without reading Phase 1. And then when you do get Phase 1, you'll also it's vice versa situation where either way you're going to get more out of the other.
Yes.
So if you read Phase 1 first, you'll get more out of Phase 2. If you read Phase 2 first, you'll get more out of Phase 1. And I think in a way I'm appreciating Phase 1 more as I read Phase 2 because I'm noticing the dots that they're trying to connect. And it's making me hyped for Phase 3.
I might not seem as excited as you.
I know,
right
but
now,
you're generally a more self-contained person though too. So like I can tell you're excited because I know you. But like for the audience, they might not be able to see it. But I can tell when Seth is excited, even if he's not exuding it the way I do. I am very much I'm very much the type where I show my excitement. You're the type that's able to contain it, but you can still see it, especially if you hang around you enough.
Yeah.
It's the benefits of being friends.
God. I think there's only been like maybe 1 or 2 times where you've seen me and I've just been like, I don't fucking care whatever the hell is going on today. Or
yeah.
Like, I don't think I've been genuinely upset for a very long time.
Especially not with Star Wars. Star Wars has been...
I'm like...
we are in a golden age of Star Wars.
We are.
I'm willing to make that argument.
I'll give it silver.
At least it's not the Bronze Age.
Yeah. You go to Iron.
I mean, you could say I could see silver because some people would say the classic EU 90s Legends era, that's the golden age for a lot of people. But I feel like this is the golden age because we are getting constant. We are getting fed.
Mm.
If you are a Star Wars fan, we are getting great books. We're getting great TV shows. We're about to get some great movies because they just announced them last week.
Yep.
In fact, I wasn't going to report it, but I was seeing a rumor of when we're getting the Favreau film.
Yeah.
I mean, the Dave Filoni film. And people are saying around 2026, which isn't too far from now.
Okay, so...
I mean, which is reasonable. They just announced it.
Yeah.
That gives time for them to finish up Ahsoka, because he's show running Ahsoka, obviously, because that's his... that's his child. Literally, like, him and George created Ahsoka. That's his child. Which I just posted, I reshared a video from on Facebook from my first and only celebration that I've gone to, which was the post, which was after I'd gone to the Rebels panel, and they announced that and Dave tried to pretend with the Ahsoka living thing, because back then we didn't know that Ahsoka was for season 4.
Oh, okay.
And so it was the last season. It was them announcing, hey, this is going to be the last season. And at the time, we did not know Ahsoka was alive yet, because we all thought that Ahsoka maybe died in season 2, but there was a lot of rumors that Ahsoka was still alive because of the way some stuff was shot at the end of the episode of where we thought she died. And so there was a common shirt that was around that was Ahsoka Lives that fans had. And Dave Filoni was wearing a shirt that said Ahsoka Lives, ? And that got fans a little bit riled up that he was wearing that. And then the lights go out. We watch the trailer for season 4. Lights come back on. He's wearing Ahsoka Lives, and now it's an exclamation point. He doesn't say a thing, which is very Dave Filoni. If you've ever seen like Dave Filoni interviews and him try not to spoil things, very Dave Filoni and how he handles this by not saying a word, and fans getting all excited because they obviously see the shirt and know what it means. But he doesn't say anything, and he's like, oh, do you want to watch the first episode of season 4? Kind of like hand waving away what's on his shirt.
Yeah.
And lights go out. He's gone. Walks away, and we all watch the first episode. Yep. But, like, I posted that video from 6 years ago now.
Oh.
Which is about the time that I was doing season 1 of this show. Because I was doing season 1 of this show, because technically this is season 2.
Oh, yeah.
I call it season 2 because I just didn't change the name. We changed to my my co-host, and we changed everything else about it as well, because it was originally more of a talking about the news, and that was it, really.
Yep.
And we started to lean towards reviewing pieces of media, but we didn't, like, do it that much.
Yeah. At the time.
And at the time, it was me, John, and Lakin.
Oh boy.
Yeah. What a set of hosts.
Yeah.
They were great. I love John and Lakin to this day. They are amazing still. Which John, I'm excited that he's excited for my game.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, because we're working on a tabletop game. I once I get my last two players
Jedi this time.
Yeah, you get to be a Jedi. Well, a Jedi. Semantics.
First, force sensitive.
Yeah, first force sensitive
I've played through
character.
2 of your games as a non-force sensitive, and sometimes it's hard to keep up, but
I think
managed pretty well.
I think also I try my best to make the story not while we
Like-
while we're in settings that are while we're in the eras that are very high force sensitive eras, like because you've mostly played my old Republic games. Because I did.
It is weird to be the only guy who's kind of alive at the end of them.
Especially compared to the force sensitive characters who die.
Because they die a lot.
But yeah, I try to balance it out even in those eras. Now, of course, you didn't play in my Imperial era one,
No, I did
which was lower force sensitivity. It was very much more. It was also more of a while the old Republic games are more larger narrative, telling a larger story. The Imperial ones, the Edge of the Empire, Edge of the Empire. We didn't get to Age of Rebellion yet. We were gonna start Age of Rebellion, but then everybody kind of got busy.
Yeah.
I do want to come back to it because I think I have a good story for that to continue where that crew is, because I did like that crew. I like the Edge of the Empire crew.
What a bunch of
what a wonderful crew, because that one had Keontae and Kiari and John and Steven and oh my god.
Yeah.
But that one was a little bit more low fantasy in regards of like force sensitivity. Like there were some force sensitives that were around, like
There weren't a lot.
yeah, because of when it takes place.
Yeah.
There's
not going to be.
Yeah.
Or if there are, you keep quiet about it.
Yeah, you either keep quiet about it or you don't want to run into them. In the case of some of them, because
either or.
Because there were a total of maybe 3 force sensitives in the entire party.
Yep.
Because you had JP's character. You had Toki, who started off as an enemy. Like, he was originally supposed to be a one-time enemy who never... Like, it was a guest appearance from my buddy Colton, who's an actor. And I was like, hey, I know you're busy acting, but do you want to at least appear in this one session as a Force user and kind of be like a boogeyman for them to go up against? That's not how that went.
That's not how that went.
They very quick... Toki's popularized in our games as being the one who becomes the drug addict.
Yep.
He became addicted to spice. And then Amala becomes force sensitive later on because we decided to retcon that Amala is Toki's child.
Just in a very... Like, also the tone is very different between those two games.
Yeah. I would say Edge of the Empire had a darker humor to it.
Yeah. Like, that one has a lot of humor. And don't get me wrong, the Old Republic one has humorous moments in it as well.
Old Republic's a little more serious.
But it's played more straight.
It's more light. Yeah, it's more high fantasy.
Yeah.
Whereas Edge of the Empire is definitely dark fantasy. And I definitely play
That one time I got kidnapped by a Jedi.
Yeah, I would say the Old Republic game has definitely been high fantasy, and it's more we're having fun, and we know at the end of the day the good guys are probably going to win.
Yeah.
But we're going to play with it. And while there are some dark moments, we tend to brush them off pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Like, I think the darkest moments have been like ASIN related stuff.
Yeah.
And maybe some character deaths, and then we like brush it off and we're like, okay, back to happier stuff.
As opposed to like moments of, is this treason?
Yeah, which once again, I think that's a lighter moment.
Yeah.
And then Edge of the Empire is a lot more.
I'm gonna inject you with nanobots.
Yeah.
For crime, I guess.
We definitely had some pretty dark moments in Edge of the Empire. I mean, we had some heavy deaths. Like, there was that one time where Lady Wallabury came, or Zalabri,
Mm.
the cybernetic force sensitive that I introduced.
There was.
She ripped out the child from Audrey.
Ow.
I don't know if you remember that, because remember Audrey got pregnant.
I remember Steven's character getting infected with rat ghoul disease.
And then that turned out to be a dream, thankfully. But yeah,
Like, that was pretty fucking bad.
that was terrifying for a moment.
Yeah.
He was infected, but he never turned, I think, is
Yeah.
what happened. Yeah.
Sweated it out.
So and then of course it ends on a dark moment, because now, well, darkish moment,
Oh, yeah.
because
Like,
they've been conscripted to work for the Empire.
Yeah.
But
Also, wasn't there a bomb on a planet?
a little bit, I think.
A planet-killing bomb?
Yes, because
'Cause that's what I remember.
JP and Toki, JP's character and Toki, find out about this gas.
Yeah.
Along with the robot,
Is that
Jared Shoemake's character,
Okay.
the one that was originally a health droid. Like, it was the healer originally, but then it became the most deadly character. Because and that arc of him becoming the deadliest character started with the Toki appearance, because he shock grenaded Toki.
Fucking waterboarded Toki with spice.
Yeah. But anyways,
Yeah, that's.
we're running over
We should
time.
probably,
Like I said, next week we're going to talk about Quest for the Planet X. I've already read it. It's a fun book. Like I said, it fills in a lot of what's going on here, so I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay.
No guest, and I can't think of anything else regarding next week. So let's go ahead and do our usual little shout outs. I like to thank our Patreon members and Twitch members. So thank you to all of you guys that help out. We appreciate everything that you do for us. So of course we got Jennifer Brantley and Matt.
Yeah. Thank you all.
And then we
Y'all
want
are
to
appreciated.
Yeah, we appreciate everything you do for us. And also shout out to Mobcast Network, who provide the space. They do the Cult Movie Cantina, which I help co-produce. This past episode we talked about Ahsoka and some other stuff. And then this upcoming episode, because we do like a cult meeting where we just talk about whatever. This week's episode that's coming up is going to be an actual movie, where we're going to talk about the D&D movie.
Oh, yeah. You might hear me laughing in the background of that.
Yeah, you were at both of those, so yeah. So I think I can't remember if you laughed at all during the other one, but I know you laughed during the D&D one.
But I know during the D&D one they got me.
Yeah.
It was about God pranking Abraham.
Oh yeah. No, that would be. Yeah, it is that episode. Yeah, we'll save that. So Seth is in the background for this one, for this upcoming one.
I don't say anything.
He doesn't say anything, but you hear him laughing, and it's a good time. I think it was a great time. So be sure to check that out. You can find them on youtube.com/Mobcast Network and Mobcast Network on any podcasting app. And if they're not on one, you can just reach out to them at mobcastnetwork@gmail.com, I think. You can also find them on Facebook at Cult Movie Cantina. And then we also want to shout out Gamers and Geeks, who provides the space to Mobcast Network. And they're our local gaming shop. You can find them on Moffat and Howell's Ferry. There we go. My brain clicked. And they have all your gaming needs. There's even an arcade in the back where you can pay $10, get a little wristband, and play arcade for the day. Because free play machines, you don't have to put coins in or anything. Just pay the $10. And then also inside, partnered with them is Engage Gaming. They share the space. It used to be like a Winn-Dixie, and now it's like this shared space. And Engage Gaming lets you do a hourly rental service on like consoles. You can play on PS5, Xbox, PC, VR. And then if you pay a monthly membership fee, you get a reduced hourly rate. That's everything for in here. And then that's everything on my end. So let's talk about the D&D or Pathfinder game that you're...
Nope,
no, it
you're
is D&D.
right, it is D&D.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Y'all converted to 5e.
Yeah.
Are y'all going to be part of the new 5e, though, that's coming out? Because there's that new player's handbook that's coming out.
Probably I don't know.
I think it's all adjustable from what I've heard.
Maybe not.
Anyways, but yeah, tell us what's going on with your game.
You can catch me over on Sundays at the Steam in all caps _dungeon, where me and a bunch of friends play D&D. I play Simon the Barbarian. We're doing stuff. I think crime is not happening. I'm uncertain though. We got the contracts. We just need to go and put them in the hands of the contractees, and then everything should be good. Unfortunately, Simon is struggling with the problem of where the fuck did my party members go? This was supposed to be a simple get in, get out, and get shit done, but it seems my friends have indeed fucked off.
Yeah.
I have the choice of either doing a 1 versus 50 or going to essentially the Accordion's Call, which is a nice little place for musicians. Or I could go home and take a nap. All very valid options.
Yeah. All your choices are valid.
Yep. But hopefully they'll reach out so Simon can make this decision. If not, I'll make it for him, and because that's what I have to do anyway. I really would prefer if they fucking let me know if they were doing good, because if not, a lot of guards might die.
Yep. So once again,
I feel like in terms of group dynamic, Simon is the joke that John makes is that Simon is the parent.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to be.
Yeah. So once again, you can find them on Sundays at 5 to 7 Central.
Damn it.
I got
always
you.
forget.
Don't worry. I got you.
Yeah.
It's all in. If you're watching on YouTube, which is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, it is in the little description box down below. I always have that in the description now. It's in every video now where they can find the Steam _dungeon. And then
We didn't have a game last week because it was Easter. I was wondering if anything had happened, but it didn't.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
And then
I think that's everything.
Also, so find us on YouTube or Twitch, youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. You can also find me on Twitter, like I said earlier, at Escape Reality 94. I'm also on TikTok at Escape Reality Films, where I've been doing some movie reviews on Mondays. So far, out of the stuff that I've reviewed over the history of me now reviewing films, I've done Scream 6. I've done Shazam. I've done...
What Scream am I on with you at this point?
You've watched all of them except 6.
Okay.
So you're almost caught up. 6, the only reason you haven't watched 6 yet is because it's still in theaters and there's...
Yeah.
It's doing pretty well, though.
I kind of want to go and see the new...
The new Mario Brothers film was good. I enjoyed that.
Well, not that one. It's the new horror one.
Oh, the new Evil Dead that's coming out next week?
Yeah.
That's actually that's the one I'm going to watch for next week's review.
Okay.
This week's review, it was Renfield.
Okay.
So look out for that for Monday.
Any good?
I liked it.
All right.
I liked Renfield. It's
like a lot of things though.
We joke that I'm very positive about stuff.
I'm not necessarily positive. I'm not negative either.
No, like I can find faults in things. But I think the biggest fault with Renfield is if you're not into gore.
It's not that.
It's got a good bit. So if you're not into that and you just wanted a fun vampire, because it sells itself as a vampire comedy, and it is that, but I'd say for the rest, go watch my review. There we go. Plug it.
All right.
So Escape Reality Films on TikTok as well. And then I think that's all the social media that I really want to share. I have Facebook and Instagram, but that's more personal than... I post the TikToks and Reels on Instagram, which then automatically puts them on Facebook. And I have a following on Instagram and Facebook, but it's not the same following that I want. Those are more personal for me. Discord. Become a part of the Discord.
Yes, that's right. It is open to the public for
Yeah.
the most part.
And so yeah, we're it's becoming more and more active.
Yeah, slowly.
It's slowly becoming more active. So yeah, the Discord is linked on both Twitch and YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube, it's in the little description box. If you're watching on Twitch, it'll be on like one of the buttons on the page, because like there's the home page on Twitch where people can put their links. So it'll be on that. I think that is everything now.
That is everything.
So we'll see y'all next week, where we're gonna talk Quest for Planet X, which is the next High Republic book. Have a good one. I have spoken.
Later.